500 horsepower pushing me into my seat, reaching 250 kilometers an hour in a few seconds, while braking just as quick. Driving on some of the most famous tracks in the world. Driving bumper to bumper against great players from all around the world. Fighting for the ultimate prize. Being the real racer. The Real Race 2021. Sign up now.
The wait is over. Finally, it's time to kick off another season of The Real Race by Lamborghini. The first season ever was already a huge success, and I'm delighted to welcome you for another year of intense sim racing action that will overshadow everything that happened before. I promise. 10 tough races are set to find the real racer, but for this season, we put the pedal to the metal. We added 2 more regions to our competition, and each racer will be fighting for points, victories, and glory in Europe, Asia, and America. My name is Julia, and together with Assetto Corsa Competizione, our partner Kaspersky and Intel, Lamborghini is happy to raise the bar again with this extraordinary sim racing competition. And to give you a little taste on what we have in store for you today, check this out.
And we're racing here at Monza. Who's going to get a good start? Nighttime at the Nürburgring. Sherritt dives to the inside to make it happen. Oh, and he spins it around.
Wow, that was intense. And of course, I'm not alone today. I have 2 great experts by my side, René and Niels. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Great, it's great to be here. I'm super excited for all the races that come up. We got a ton of races today already. There will be an even longer season, so can't wait to get it kicked off.
Yeah, cool. So I'm very happy that you are by my side because you have so much expertise in sim racing. Niels, you are team manager of Red Bull Racing eSports and G2 Sim Racing. What have you in store for us today?
I've planned to talk a bit about sim racing in general, how you can get going with it, for example, and then if we get the time, and we certainly will with the 6 races that we have in store for everyone, go a bit deeper in sim racing as well, maybe how you can improve your lap times, how to set up the game correctly.
So you will teach us a little bit.
Yes, and you can also ask questions.
Yes, you can. And René, you are casting sim racing and traditional motorsports, and you also running your own team, so you are very busy. So thanks that you have time for us as well. What have you prepared for us today?
On one side, obviously, I'm helping Niels out with the schooling, right? Because he's waiting 15 years now to finally teach me how to really sim race. So I think that's important, so he finally gets the chance and to get to live the dream. But on the other hand, I'm obviously here to cast the races alongside Lee Smith, a good colleague of mine. So I just want action. I'm still here, but I will head over later on and get cool races. So yeah.
Yeah, and
That's what I'm doing.
you just said it. You have a teammate. It's your partner in crime, we can say, for today. It's Lee. He's already over there at the caster desk. Kylie, how are you? And can you give us a little introduction of the format, please?
Yeah, I'm great. Thank you very much. Yes, as you can see, I'm kind of on my own. Renee will be here with me shortly, and we're going to be taking you through the season. Now, you guys at home can all get involved in this. It is the real race, and let me explain the format for you guys, how you can get in the qualification process. So, each week, we're going to be picking a track. Obviously, we know that tracks are. Today is going to be Monza. And of course, the fact is, you guys can all get in there in the open. Now, qualification will simply be in single race mode. And of course, you'll be doing the hot laps. Try and get as quick a time as you can in that Lamborghini. Then, we will take the top 40 of those drivers. Anybody that's been involved in sim racing knows what this is all about. The top 40 will move through to a closed qualification. Now, once you're in that closed qualification, we will once again be testing your time to see how quick you are on the track. And once again, in single player mode, you'll be running through those hot laps, and the top 20 will move through onto the main race, and that's where the action will happen. Now, this will be happening not just in one region. We're going to be covering the Asias, Europe, and Americas, covering all the regions, all 3 regions in there. So no matter where you are in the world, as long as you're above the age of 16, you can compete. That's how it's going to work. Back to you, Julia.
Thanks, Lee. And at the end of the competition, when all 10 race weeks are done, the top 3 will win a trip to the Lamborghini headquarters in Santa Agata, Bolognese, Italy, and meet the Lamborghini racing team department and their new performance car, the Lamborghini Huracán Super Trofeo 2. An exclusive experience worth more than €8,000 for each lucky winner. And as you can see next to me, this is the beautiful race suit that you can jump in when visiting the team and getting to know Lamborghini's powerful GT race car. And to give you a little taste on what will be waiting for the champion, take a look at this eye candy.
Good, positive lap for driver change. Copy, now.
Wow, isn't this amazing? And now we have a special message for you guys from the Lamborghini CEO Stefan Winkelmann.
Pushing the boundaries has been within the DNA of Lamborghini from the very first day. And we all agree that competition helps every company and every individual to never rest and always keep pushing. Of course, this is also true for racing competitions, be it out on the track or in a simulator. In fact, sim racing has experienced a huge growth over the last years, even accelerated during this last year of travel restrictions and other limitations due to COVID. Lamborghini is happy to be a supporter and an important driver of this trend. We share the passion of the sim racing community. With the real race, we are now increasing the competition to 3 regions. This is a great development, underlining Lamborghini's commitment and providing even more racers a chance to engage with our brand. On the company's journey, the development of digital solutions is crucial. Making racing accessible for everyone is close to our heart. In the end, we all in this incredible car universe are in it for the love of cars and the passion for performance. We'd like to wish the best luck to the drivers. We are all looking forward to seeing who will win the championship and become Lamborghini official sim driver in 2022. And now I invite you to play, to compete, to be entertained by Lamborghini.
Thank you very much, Stefan Winkelmann. And if you want to join the competition, it's not too late. Just check out our schedule and maybe you are the next real racer. So we have a quick look at our schedule. Of course, we are starting today with Monza, but there's so much more to come.
Indeed, there's 9 more races to come, of course, and the next 3 we can already see is going to Laguna Seca, which is very different from Monza that we're starting on. So right now we have a race that's all about top speed, and then we'll have a race that's much more about downforce, a very narrow track in Laguna Seca, for example. Then in Suzuka, it's very technical. You have to get it right. Like from the start of the first corner, basically. And then, yeah, we go through a lot of challenges this year.
So exciting. Yeah, it's exciting year for us. And I would say, oh, there's another schedule.
There are given even more details here. We're going all across the world. And as I said, the variety we're having is large. We're going from tracks with high top speed, going to tracks with a lot of downforce, going to tracks that are narrow, wide, huge elevation changes.
It's a long list, guys. It's a long list. So much fun. Okay, enough talking. I think it's the time to start with the first race. And for all of you guys, enjoy the day with us. It's 9 hours. We have 9 hours together. I just said we will be best friends after this day. So to René and Lee, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Yes, finally René's joined me. Got you off the couch. You were looking comfy over there.
It definitely was, but I want to see racing action. I want to be as close as possible as I can, so here's just the right place.
Exactly. So, in case you guys don't know what's going on, this is the start of the season for the Real Race. We got last year's champion on the couch. We thought, you can't win it twice. We can't say, no, we're not now. Get Niels in here. You can sort it out. And of course, you saw the wonderful prize, right? You get to go around in that Lamborghini, get to go meet the race team, get the real experience. I mean, why they put a value on it, I'm not really sure money can buy that sort of victory in, the champion going there. There's going to be 3 of you guys this time from each region, which is fantastic. Just 1 from each region, I should clarify that.
Be
1 from Asia, 1 from Europe, and 1 from the Americas. What a prize.
It definitely is. I mean, Lamborghini is, in general, the brand that everyone is dreaming about, right? You grow up, you see those cars, especially nowadays with all these edges. They're amazing. And then the chance to either see one in real life and listen to it, that's already a huge pleasure. Sitting down, driving one on a racetrack, you can't really beat that.
It's the car that everybody recognizes.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what a Lamborghini is. There's no doubt about it. Every time you see it on the track, see it on the road, you're just like, whips the camera out quickly.
You should get a new one.
I'll get one. Yeah, that's it. I'm paid that much. I could just drop it in there. I'll go join KSI in his Lamborghini as well. But yeah, honestly, we're obviously starting things off in Asia. As pointed out, we're going to have a 45-minute race and an hour race. So there's 2 sprint races today. You did just see on the schedule there is also endurance races that will happen as well. The first one being at...
I want to say Nürburgring, but it's probably wrong. That's the second part of the race. The first one's Suzuka.
It is indeed. We're going to be going over to Suzuka, but that will be the 3rd race of the season. It's going to be an endurance race. What does that mean? Well, it's going to be longer, that's for sure. Obviously with pit stops as well, which we will be having pit stops today in the sprint races.
It's always a mandatory one, so it's not like anyone can skip it, which will be kind of interesting. Like, do you maybe want to do an undercut and an overcut, depending on where you are in traffic, right? We will see, because 3 regions means a ton of different drivers, different styles, different racecraft levels. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the skill is. Obviously, we have the benefit is because we're covering all 3 regions today. We're going to compare your lap times to see who can be the quickest. We got a little competition of our own. Who's quicker? Is it Europe? Is it America? Or is it Asia going to be quicker? I mean, honestly, the drivers in there is a plethora, pedigree, effectively, of talented drivers that are taking part today. Everybody, as you say, it is open to anyone. Anyone, as long as you're over the age of 16, you saw the calendar there, you saw the qualifications. Qualifications will happen through the week, as you say, keep your eye on the schedules. Because if you're quick enough in Assetto Corsa, in these Lambos, you can get here.
Yeah, you only need to be quick. You just said
It's not an invite only. It's not like a set. It's like, why are we going to have 20 drivers today? This is not set. This is not set in stone. You know, you can have a chance of getting in there. Obviously, you will be down because obviously you've missed out on those initial points that we're going to have today. There's always a chance, though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if Monza isn't really your track, and then it's wrong already because Monza is a great track, then there's still so many chances coming along, right?
That's interesting you point that out because each driver does have their favorite track, right?
Yeah,
everyone can deliver on certain tracks. Sometimes they can't. But as you can see, we are going to be starting off in Monza, Italy. Honestly, really the heartbeat for Lamborghini, I guess you could say. And we're going to be going straight into this. This is where we're hoping it's clean. Going into turn 1, will we see clean racing? I hope so.
Yeah, you really want to get that traction out of the first chicane to get the run here. That's a long right-hander that gives you a chance to get proper slipstreaming going, because in the next braking zone where there was a bridge to the right, we come around there, that you normally use as a braking point. That one is gone, so check to the right. There's a small sign that's letting you know exactly where you want to brake, and then this is a prime spot to maybe get side by side. But I can tell you from own experience racing there, those curves, they can caught you off guard quite easily.
Yeah, going through Rogier's some big curves there. And then, of course, as we come up to the Lesmos, we're going to be pretty much fast. It's a fast corner. It's a fourth gear, sort of like a pretty quick corner. Then you've got to be on the brakes a little bit. This is a corner that can catch you out. It dips away a little on the curve and sometimes can catch drivers off guard. We've seen a couple of accidents there over the years. And then you're flat out, straight down the corner. Well, I say straight down the straight. There is a small corner. There is a very small corner there, but it's pretty much flat out. And then as you approach the Ascari, you've got to be on the brakes. Again, another possible overtaking point, but it can get thinner than it looks.
Yeah, the thing here is you kind of have the feeling there are a lot of different lines through this, right? Because there's a lot of space, but on the inside, the road pills and the actual AstroTurf, right, doesn't make it super easy, especially on the exit then. You think you can run it wide, and then all of a sudden the car returns on the rear, you're getting too much rotation into the car, you spin around, and then you lose all that time on this long straight down to Parabolica. Parabolica is another one. If you're really brave, and you know exactly how much traction your tires have at that moment, so you know how hot the track is, how hot the tires are, tire pressure, then you can make a move either inside or outside on that corner.
Yeah, it's a corner that you can take relatively quick, but if you overcook it, you're going to feel it. But it has quite a big runoff. So expecting a lot of possible overtakes, especially at Parabolica, especially when you come into the big straight, obviously once again down to turn 1. You know, that's where the real action could happen, but you've got to be hard on the brakes, and that's where, well, we may see some incidents. I'm hoping we're going to get some nice, clean racing today. Everybody wants to see some nice, clean racing, but let's face it, it's inevitable. We will have contact at some point.
Yeah, definitely. It is GT racing. It's not easy. It's always wheel to wheel, right? But we got the right drivers for that, I'm absolutely sure. And the drivers are the next stars besides the track, right? If we look at the lineup for the Asian race that is coming up first, probably as a European, not that easy to immediately spot who might be on first, which makes it, especially for us as Europeans, a bit more interesting, right?
Yeah, but these guys, I mean, if you were to look at the career highlights that these guys have got, they've all got a plethora of achievements out there across, obviously, throughout the Asian region. So a lot of them been driving for many years across many games and covering the sim racing world, their sim racing experience. You know, not just like you and Niels that have been doing it for 15 plus years now. You know, some of these guys have also been in there, in and around for a long time. Certainly, obviously, Andika Ramabalana, a driver that I've covered recently in there as well, that I definitely recognize from the GT Challenge.
Yeah, there's Kin Long Lee, obviously, who was running in SRO eSports previously, right, as many of these drivers did. So it's not like they're inexperienced at all. This is a proper grid, but it's obviously also throwing in different regions in the Asian region, right, Asian Pacific region that we have there. So it will be very interesting. We obviously got people from New Zealand, which I always love to see because they have a huge dedicated community to racing and motorsport in general. So I love that they are taking part here as well. It will be interesting because I was trying to look into driver profiles, And it's really hard. We have someone there with Lee, for example, that also had a title in an open wheeler championship, which is completely different driving, right? Bringing a Formula car around the track is completely different to the GT3, but it adds a bit of more depth to your understanding of racecraft because it is so different in terms of styles and overtaking. So I wonder if that might pay off for him here.
Absolutely. Obviously, talking about, you've got the GT drivers. Andika Ramalana has been driving in those GTs, but in a different game. So, and then this is something you got in certainly sim racing world. Obviously, it's equivalent. I guess like you're still talking about open wheel. It's the equivalent of jumping out of one car into another. Feels completely different sometimes, and it will take a bit of getting used to. It's just a credit to the guys that they can simply go from these cars and actually post these hot laps. Obviously, this one is kind of the exception because they've had the week to practice, maybe had a bit of pre-warning of what's going on as well. So they've kind of been hitting those hot laps, and it's all well and good doing a hot lap grind. Everybody can do a hot lap grind. You're in a single play. You can just go and it's really down to how long you want to do it. You can just sit and drive around Monza all day long if you want. But when you get into the actual race, that's when the real craft can begin. You know, can you get those overtakes? Can you post consistent laps? Not just doing one hot lap and then, oh, I've run out of fuel. You're going to be fully fueled up in there. You got to manage your tires, manage your temperatures. It's very different.
It definitely is, and it will be interesting to see how much racecraft there is, or it's just pure hot lappers, as we normally say in the scene, right? There are drivers that are very quick on a single lap, but they can't really deliver an entire grid of cars. But yeah, we will find all of that out, because we got two races today in the pro region, right? We got the 45-minute and we got the 1 hour one. Let's have a look, though, at Gary Hong first, 27th from China, and he was the fastest qualifier, and therefore would say we can't put him away from the list of clear favorites here. Because even if he might not like traffic, what if he gets a good start, gets through the first chicane, and is running away? Because then it will be really interesting to see if anyone can step up the pace to what he normally has as a hot lap.
Well, luckily, his favourite car is the Huracán GT3, so it's going to be what he's driving in. But here, Rashmat loves the Aventador. Well, you're not going to be in it today. Coming from Indonesia, the second fastest qualifier today. I can tell you Indonesia is a hotbed of esports, representing JMX Phantom as well. The orange cars are going to be out once again.
It's great. There's just so much sim racing nowadays, right? And so many racing fans out there that are involved in real motorsport and are involved in sim racing. And seeing those orcs come into sim racing, building proper teams, and then seeing them qualifying here, I just love it. Because back in the days, we always thought, oh, there's not that much around. But there are tons of teams. Moreno Pratama, 18, so a bit younger. And then the previous two drivers that we had, position 3, also from Indonesia. And as you said already, Indonesia, obviously one of those hotbeds for esports. Also a very dedicated community. I have been in Asia for quite a while for other titles, right? And they're just, if they get into it, man, they really get into it. It's amazing to see.
It's great to see young drivers coming through as well. I mean, obviously, 18-year-old coming through third fastest qualifier. It's just pretty scary. We get to see it every year. Some sort of young drivers sort of stepping through, challenging the old guard effectively that are in there. And, you know, obviously we heard from the CEO earlier, and we ourselves know that, you know, sim racing as a whole has elevated over the last year. You know, obviously due to COVID travel restrictions, etc., we've seen people jumping in sim rigs left, right, and center. Here's the man that came in fourth, representing Russia, Ivan Shemet. I went for it, didn't I?
You tried.
Shemetinsky. There we go. And he loves the Murcielago. So not going to be out driving. He's going to be in the Evo. Obviously, the Huracán GT3 EVO today. So yep. That's what everybody will be racing in.
No Murcielago in GT3 racing anymore.
Something we didn't actually... I don't know whether we heard it from Niels. Obviously, we were talking to him yesterday. It is going to throw an interesting aspect in there, obviously, in this competition, because they're all going to be in the same car. So all going to be down to setups, obviously setting themselves up. It's simply a case of who is the best driver. It's not a case of who's got the best setup, who's in the best car. No, they're all in the same car. They're all in this, well, pretty much similar setups. There's not too much you're going to be able to do with it in terms of tyre temperatures, and that's that's going to be a big part of it. Can they manage those tyres? How hot's it going to be? We don't know. We're going to get to see the track temperature in a moment because we're interested to see, is there a chance of rain? It's very slim at Monza.
Yeah,
it's very slim.
I hope that we get I'm someone that loves racing in the sun, right? Even though commentating on rain races is
Didn't you crash in the rain last time?
Did I crash? No, I didn't.
Corner?
Sure, I didn't.
Yeah.
But we're actually in free practice currently on Monza, on the track. And let's quickly see. We see Huang is second currently. And then we got 2 Russian drivers, if I'm not mistaken, with Ugornikov in front of Shemetinsky and Pratama. Pratama, that was another driver profile we looked into before the race. Orange for him. We need to get used to a bit of these colors just to tell them apart better during the race action, although I love the orange and blue that we had there.
Well, session will be starting, so they've had their little warm-up, getting used to the times, and the race is ready. Is it going to be a standing start? I actually didn't double-check that.
No, it's like
GT3 rules.
It's a
generally
GT3
rolling
start, yeah.
So we're going to have a nice little lap, a slow lap around. Why are they limited these days in the formation? Is it LP60? Are they the code 60s or what is it?
You mean the speed in formation laps? That really depends. There are a few tracks actually that make it different. Although in the GT World Challenge, for example, it's pretty much set for all of the tracks. I think I have to say I drove a GT3, but I never raced a GT3 in this series. So I assumed they would have some sort of pit limiter nowadays to run the ride speed. But we don't have that far, right? Because we're starting with half a lap, I would say, because that should be the back stretch that we have on the screen currently. Let's quickly say it's 69, 21, 78. These are the first 3 numbers. So Pratama starts on 3rd, Rahmani is 2nd, Huang in 1st. So it is based, obviously, on the qualifier that we already had, that we saw there in those driver profiles. And yeah, I was wanting to point that out. Unfortunately, viewers can't see that when we tap on the screen, right? But there are 3 cars in this blue and orange. Do you think that is coincident, or are these all teammates?
Well, I guess we will find out. You've got to watch the liveries to see. You got to keep the car going. I guess they're trying to get some tyre warm-ups here, get things going. It's going to be a challenge for you and me as well, as you guys at home. As you can see, they will have the numbers on the cars though, so we'll try and match up as best we can, because we're obviously a little bit used to certain race liveries for certain teams, and with some new names to ourselves. Of course, if you guys at home are ever wondering where they are, you can see that flashing LED in their windshield. That will signify the position they are in, which is always helpful. But here we go, race about to get underway. The green light drops, the flag is away, and here we go.
Oh, Rahman, look at that. That was a great start. He's already alongside Huang, and he might even be able to take that under braking. But they all tried to start. Look at that. That looks quite clean. Not even 3 wide yet, at least in the first 10 cars. There was a small contact with Huang into turn 1, but it seems like he might have the upper hand, but he doesn't. Rahman still on the inside. Who gets the better exit? There was 1 car around, 1 spin in the background. Luckily, everyone gets past, and we're into turn 2.
Pretty clean, just 1 little tap, and that seems to be it as they go around the Curva Grande. It's just flat out now. As they try and put the hammer down, they're going to reach around about 5th gear before they have to get hard on the brakes. As you said, pointed out, there's the braking point, looking towards it. Hard on the gears, down to 2nd gear, and then flat out once again. Have a little quick look at the start. I mean, going 3 wide through the Variante is always going to be tricky. Did manage to get turned back around, but he is going to lose a lot of places there.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate, especially you go over the curb already because you're sure that you won't make the corner anymore, and then you get a small bump on the rear, you can't catch the car, it starts rotating, and then you're obviously in everyone's way, which is not that great. Looking at Clapano, that's number 64, here on 13th, 14th, that's a big battle. They're going side by side right in front of Alexei. Let's see if they make it into Ascari here, because side by side is not easy, even 3 wide now going in. Can they sort that on the braking? Seems they did. And we got Rama Mulana, I mean, a driver that we're both familiar with due to other events that we were watching, commentating on. Oh, someone off, and that is the curb. Like, you really come over there, and it unsettles the car, destroys the balance, and if you catch it wrong with the inside tire, then the car just spins off.
It's yeah, if you haven't quite got your line through Ascari, you may be thinking you're good, but if you just run that little bit wide, and like you say, it just drops off as that curb goes down. But here's your leader, Huang from China. He was the fastest qualifier as well, and I think we're already seeing why. The 2 drivers were hot in the heels. Rashmat and Ogodnikov. See, you can say it, no problem. It just does not roll off my tongue. Maybe it's the German language in there kicking in for you, but either way, it's a second lap lead already by this man on your screen, Huang. Really great start from him. As they go around the Curva Grande once again, going to be coming through hard on the brakes into Rogia.
He's not in a position yet, Gorodnikov, to actually have an attack on this, and you want to avoid the inside curve because that really sets you up for his spin. And as you said, Huang with that 1.7 seconds of a gap already against Rahmat. He was challenged once, and that was out of turn one, out of the first chicane. There was this traction battle going on between these two Lamborghinis, and it seems like Huang came off way, way better. Now he can really spread that gap, and he wants to, because we are up to 35 degrees yet on track temperature, so it got a bit warmer, and you want to make sure that no matter what happens, your setup still runs, because it might become a bit slower, right? Because you didn't anticipate all that change in track temperature. So if you can spread the gap early on, that will be great for it.
You guys at home, if you are new to racing or sort of trying to get your teeth into a Assetto Corsa Competizione, well, you can see prime temperature, what you're aiming for, between around about 27.2 and 27.8. You want to be in there for that sweet spot on your tires, and that's when you can really start pushing it. Now, these drivers, that is a wide turn by Rashmat there, and they're going to be side by side down the straight as they try and get in towards the Rettifilio, and that is going to be hard on the brakes, but it does look like the Russian has managed to get in past us. Igor is going to get challenged. This is going to be tight because he's not on the racing line. There is a car coming out of the pits. That's Sen, I think, just coming out of the pits. He's going to get right in the way as the two fast cars going through. The blue flags will be waving, but this is a real problem. But it works out well for the Russian, and he is through.
Yeah, luckily the car in front, the blue car in front, wasn't too slow going into the first chicane. That would have been an awful hold-up for both of them, and maybe even create an opening for Ahmad to get through once again, but he doesn't. He's checking the inside, quickly showing his car in the rearview mirror of the Huracan in front of him, but it wasn't enough yet. No attack distance, not a chance for him to go alongside there, and you obviously don't want to dive bomb. You don't really want to see that. Nigel Chua currently on 11th, and Andika Rama Mulana in 7th around that. There's a beautiful teal Lamborghini right behind him. Who's that? That's Rayton, number 91. Seems like they all got sorted quite quickly, though. This is a huge group that we had on the screen, which is like the middle pack of the grid so far.
Moment, though. You can see.
That should be the lapped car. He's still in between it. He's
blue
definitely
flags,
not slower than
blue flags flying. He's gonna get flagged off in a minute if he's not careful, running in 20th place. And you can see this is where we were talking about. If you just go a little bit off there and hit that curb wrong, it can launch you. And I think Sem was the driver we saw that happen to, which is why he was in the pits earlier on. So certainly, obviously, a fast driver was up there in the timing. But at the moment in the way, oh no, you're on the racing line. You can't sit and indicate when you're on the racing line to get out of the way. And that caught Rashman up, and you can see Shemetsin. Oh my God, these Russian names are completely tripping my tongue up. Apologies, I'm not used to them. Shemetinsky is right on his heels, looking to come through. This back marker is completely in the way. Just pull out of the way and slow down, man. This is not your race right now, and he's gonna get in the way through the Varianti, and that's gonna cause all sort of problems. In the end, he almost just parks it on the curbs, and they finally will get round, but that has backed them all up, and there is a train forming now from 3rd down to 7th.
Now, we know exactly why all the race drivers briefing in front of real races are always about, if you indicate, that means you go off the line to that side, open up. If you don't indicate, then you stay on the line. But these go 3 wide into the second chicane. There was a little bit of bumping here around Kin Long Lee, and it seems like he's losing most of the time. Was also not really able to accelerate out there. Might even lose another position to Sink. If that is the case, I think that is the case. That should be Sink in front of him in the teal light blue Lamborghini that just went through there. Very unfortunate. All of a sudden, they kind of bumped up there, got too busy around that corner, and he was the one losing out.
Absolutely. While this is all happening, obviously, Ogadikov that managed to get through on that overtake earlier on Rashmat is starting to look himself a great driver at the moment. He's got himself a nice gap with a little help from Sen, the back marker. But we should talk about Gary Huang right now, who is absolutely blistering. He is leaving them all behind in that rather fetching livery. It's almost a bit like a rocket car, right? It's almost the Rocket eSports team. It's very close to it, but
he's definitely launching off like a rocket here early in the race.
Yeah.
I mean, if we look at the stats, and they are very, very impressive stats for all of these drivers in, but Huang had a third place in SGRP in China, and that's everything to his name that we have, right? So this will be, at least according to this, probably a first win, but if you're third, then you probably had a race win previously. But yeah, he's doing really well right now, and Rahmat still has to look back at Rama Mulana here.
Yeah, Rama Mulana up into 6th now. I think started off in around about 10th, so he's actually making ground in the race, and that's what we're talking about. Hot laps is one thing, and yes, if you get in the front like Huang is, he can absolutely leave everyone standing. Off he goes on his hot laps, just got to stay consistent. Still 37 minutes to go in this first sprint race, so there will be pit stops to come, but if you've got that racecraft, that nous to get through the pack and keep your car as steady as you can, then it can certainly work out well for you. But there, Rashmat has been the man that's actually lost another position, unfortunately. He was running in 2nd place. He's now lost out to Davlish Singh as well. So Davlish Singh through into 4th place as well. So great work from the Indian driver there, starting to work his way through the pack. But Andika Ramamalana on your screen here is still hard on the back of Rashmat, who's losing places, and possibly maybe another one here as they go through Ascari. And this is what we're talking about, the exit corner here on the right-hand side. You've got to be so cautious. There's that little dip. You almost saw it there in Rama Malana's car, the way it dipped away. If you catch your sort of rear tire and that just a little wrong, it can catch you all sorts of manner of cut. Oh my word, okay. It actually works. Who knew? 3 through Ascari works out sometimes. That wasn't Ascari, that was Roggio.
That was the second shot.
Roggio, yeah.
But really interesting. I think everyone backed off because they realized that is kind of dive bomb. If I now turn in, I will lose the car. And he was the lucky guy I just passed through, right? It was a bit harsh to go in there, but he made it work, and it's part of racing to risk something and to decide how much risk you want to take. Worked out for him. That's totally fine. While we're on board with Rahmat again. And Rahmat actually...
Established Singh, he's trying to get alongside. He does have Rama Milano up behind him as well. That's going to put him out of position. Possible switchback, but he's going to block out on the Curva Grande on Rama Milano, so he's going to be right up his rear wing as they come into the Rogia.
That is Rahmat with having the 3rd place in the Indonesian Digital Motorsport Championship in 2020. So that's a big podium for him against Mulana, who has several podium or titles actually across his career so far. GT Academy, he did very, very well, 2nd place back then. And he also has a WTCR eSports title. So Mulana knows exactly how to race, also how to race touring cars, which is a bit more brutal than those GT3s we're running today. So let's see how that stacks up here against these 2 champions.
The 2 Russian drivers actually got themselves a bit of a gap here. Hoganikov and Shermatinsky, the 2nd and 3rd drivers. And actually, if I'm to keep my eye on the timing, I would say Huang is actually slowly being caught up here. Hoganikov, it's down to 2.6 seconds now. That was at 4 seconds not long ago. So whether he's had somewhat of a mistake on one of his laps, or whether this man here has been catching hard, it does seem that it's working well for the Russians. And here's the train that's starting to form. Davlish Singh did get past Rashmat, but has yet to shake him loose. So Davlish Singh doing a great job in 4th place. And as you can see, Rashmat is slowly being caught. Here's Andika Ramamalana once again as they come down the main straight and approach once again into Varianti del Retifilo. Retifilo, I should say. There's not an I, 2nd I in there. And this is where the braking is going to be working. Kim Long Lee, he's at the back of the train behind Rayton, just making sure. And it's such a hard corner, hard down to 1st. You've got to be so hard on the brakes. Got to make sure you can manage it quickly. It also tests, by the way, these guys almost certainly in sim rigs. It always tests your full turning capabilities. That's like one of the few chicanes in racing that can really test your full turn capabilities. Make sure you're set up correctly in that sim rig and you don't start locking your arms.
Yeah, you need all that rotation available to get your car through there, especially for Mulana now, because he wants to let that gap meld to Rahmat. He is in this fighting group. And the next thing he will get into is, if he now gets close enough to attack Rahmat, then there is the issue of
himself opening up to attacks from the rear as well, which isn't easy at all because you got that one shot. You missed your chance to overtake. You didn't came out quite well as you were anticipating to go into the corner, and all of a sudden you're the one defending, not the one attacking anymore.
Davlish Singh has managed to shake them loose a little bit, but Rahmat still hard on the back. Terry Rayton, not said too much about him yet, running in 7th place. Just up behind him, you can see, and he's actually under pressure right now. Lee's looking to try and get past Rayton, but once again, as they go around the Parabolica, does manage to take the right line, just sort of blocks off slightly under braking. That's perfectly fine, as long as you don't make too many adjustments and swerve effectively to block the driver behind you. We're on as clean a racing as we can get here. And once again, that train just behind Davlish Singh. And Davlish Singh going a little bit defensive on the inside. Not the ideal line, I would say, going through the chicane there. Oh no, that's Terry Rayton that spun. Terry Rayton spun there, I think by Lee, just behind him. It was that teal Lamborghini spinning there. So Terry Rayton, oh, he's going to be kicking himself.
It was Singh basically sacrifices the speed on the straight, so he knows that the corner will not work well for him in terms of catching up to Chemetinsky. But he did that to defend, and oh, that was a push, clear push on the rear of Terry Rayton. And it is, you got the engine in the back, you need all that traction in the back as well. If you get tapped there in the wrong moment, just rotates around, that's it. But Singh, you see him with running into chicane 1. He really doesn't think he can keep up with Chemetinsky at all, because he's sacrificing all of that as the corner is slow enough for him to get the same exit speed as Rahmat and Maulana to not get overtaken. But for that, he obviously sacrificed a lot of speed actually mid-corner, parking basically on that exit. But Rahmat, Maulana, they still look hot. They want to get on side.
We're approaching half.
Time went off.
15-minute mark. Was
it Singh? There was a black car going off to the right side.
That may have been Singh.
No,
there's
Singh. Still there.
There's Davlish Singh, so okay.
Whose black car was that then?
I thought it was a blue one myself. I thought blue. I was wondering whether it was Sten again.
We're both getting old.
Colourblind, I'm not too sure what's kicking in either way. Yeah, Rahmat is still very much under the pressure from Maulana. And Maulana much closer this time, though. May well look to go for it here into the Variante del Rotafilio. And he is going to have a little look, but it's going to be around the outside. That will put him on the inside. He's banking on Davlish Singh being hard on the brakes, and wow, that was a brutal move from Rahmat to just cut across the nose of Rama Maulana. And he was quick on his brakes to realize the situation, because if you're not careful in these cars, and in racing in general, if you're right up behind someone, you need to be braking much earlier. I know I'm talking what sounds like common sense here, but what I'm talking about is the toe. The toe can pull you in effectively, and so you need to be braking even earlier than you would be in your standard braking point. That's what happened, so he was all over the shop.
Yeah, I think that was braking on the curb, and then it just catch the edges of the curb in the wrong way, got a bit unstable, not quite sure which ABS settings they're using currently, as obviously these are GT3, so you can change ABS and traction control within the car during the race. Maybe you got a bit risky, running a lower ABS, then coming over the curb, all of that came together, bad mix, and unfortunately the car went into the wall. Rahmat, he still has to defend here against Maulana. Maulana wants to make sure that the only thing Rahmat ever sees currently in the rearview mirror is his car. Every single time trying to apply pressure, showing himself, saying, hey, I'm here. If you do a mistake, I will slip through.
Almost trying to force the mind games, and just, I'm gonna dive right and see if he can force him to basically come off his line, go defensive, try and put anything in his mind, as you say. Ooh, Davlish Singh actually a little hard on the brakes there, almost got Rahmat out, and you can see that's given Maulana a little chance to try and sneak around. But again, as they go around the Parabolica, the chase will continue back down to the Rettifilo, and this time out, it seems that Davlish Singh is going to be the one under pressure in 4th place. Rahmat did lose his place soon. Once again, going to look up the side. Very interested in Davlish Singh's line that he takes there. Always going up the inside. Oh, and that's going to be a position that Rahmat will have to give back up there. He's got to give it back to Davlish Singh, and I think Rama Maulana may even be able to try and sneak through as they go around that Curva Grande. Doesn't look like he really wants to give that position up too freely, but it's going to give Maulana a chance here as we go into Roggia.
Yeah,
Yeah, side by side on the brake, and it seems like Rahmat already fell back a bit because he didn't have the slipstream coming into the turn really late on the braking, but he had to settle behind Mulana right now. That was very unfortunate. He tried to be as deep as possible into the first chicane, trying to go side by side with Singh, but unfortunately he couldn't make the turn anymore. Had to give the position back, as I said already, but there was nothing between Singh and Mulana. Like, he couldn't slot the car back into the position he had before, and then he lost out.
So now it's Davlish Singh that's under pressure from Mulana. Mulana starting to carve his way through the pack. As I say, started off down in, it was 9th position on the starting grid, or rolling start, so to technically point out. Back to the times, Huang is actually maintaining the gap, so it's still staying around about that 2.5 to 3 second margin. Gary Huang, the leader. And as is the case, when you are the leader that kind of runs away with it, you don't get much screen time, unfortunately.
Oh, there's a ton of action everywhere.
Yeah. And speaking of that action, this is further down the field. That's some hard braking into Retafilo. Okay, so it does have to go wide. And it does look like that was certainly earlier on. And that was obviously when Mulana. Speaking of, hello, Mulana wants to have a little peek on Davlish here, looking to get past Singh, but tries once again. I'm so intrigued by Singh's route, effectively, into Retafilo, because it's almost a slow route. I mean, it's basically taking the pit lane, effectively, the pit exit.
Yeah, he's really blocking up the inside. He doesn't want anyone near that. He wants to have a chance to block it off as good as possible. As we see Mironenko in the pits currently, it seems like it's not really a great start for him into the Lamborghini The Real Race. Race 1, Season 2.
Pits are starting to come.
A bit more.
This is what I'm going to talk about. People starting to pit now. We're approaching the halfway marker. There is a pit stop that's required, and obviously it's totally down to the driver as and when they take it. So we've got to keep our eye on when Gary Hong decides to go it. Obviously, he's currently 10 laps in and looking great at the start. Will we see undercut maybe? I don't know. I mean, 2.9 seconds, that's quite a gap. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be a hell of an undercut to make that work.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this time it's not about actually winning that one event. It's about scoring in each and every race for the season, right? So I think Andika Mulana, he could be one of the drivers while we're riding on board with him here that could consider a very early pit stop, because he was holding back by Rahmat already. Now he's behind Singh. He gets attacked again. Like, I think there's no reason for him to try to stay within this battle group. Instead, he could pull into the pits, get his mandatory pit stop done, head out again, maybe get a free track. Or we see them actually go into the pits at the same time. No, none of them pulls in. Very interesting, but Ogorodnikov actually went for it already, so he will be done with his pit stop. Everyone else still has to do it.
So, and this is what I'm talking about, Davlish. He's basically almost taking the pit exit lane there. Interesting. Ogorodnikov straight into the pits, so he was 3rd place. We'll keep our eye on that. Obviously, this is where things start to get a little jumbled in terms of overall, and we're going to see when it shakes out. Obviously, after all the pit stops, they can take them as and when the heck they like, and it can certainly make things very interesting in terms of racecraft to see where they're going to be. But Mulana currently still hot on the heels of Davlish Singh. Now obviously up into 4th place because of that pit stop, but still putting the pressure on. Will he go for the undercut? Will Davlish Singh maybe come in? Or more, honestly, I would say Rashmat. Rashmat's probably the one that should be looking at this, because he's lost positions from both of these drivers. Obviously losing a couple of grid positions can always hurt. Mulana once again making himself known, almost in a position around the Lesmo where you're never going to get an overtake in there, but still swings himself out there just to put himself on Davlish Singh to say, hey, I'm here. And he is up alongside Davlish Singh, having to go defensive into Ascari, cuts across the nose and makes sure he shuts the door hard on Mulana there to make sure he doesn't try and squeeze on through and get side by side.
Yes, he's still defending hard for laps now, and that's why I said they might want to pull into the pits now. There's no reason to really stay behind, lose time, because it seems like both drivers, Mulana and Rahmat, are a lot quicker than 3rd place Singh right now in the black Lamborghini up front. So Mulana, just go into the pits now, trying to get that done. Yeah, there he goes for it, because there's no chance. We saw Singh now blocking and defending for laps, and he does that really well. He's not losing position, but he's costing times to everyone else behind him. So Milana probably did a very good job now, especially if Rahmat stays a while behind Singh.
Great to see Rayton still in 7th place right now as we start to see the pit stops. The leader, Gary Huang, in the pits now. Pretty much bang on the halfway marker. Rayton, making a great move there. So he will go through. Currently, this is where it gets a little tricky. Currently running in 7th. This is going to change quite a lot. Lee actually chose to go in. He was not too far behind Rama Milana, so he's also chose to go in the pit. So with the pit stops now coming through, the positions are starting to get a little jumbled. This is where me and Rene are really going to get tested because we don't know the race liveries that well right now because they are in-game liveries, not the esports liveries that sometimes we have been used to.
Yeah, but we will get behind that. Andrew Lawrenson currently in 8th, but as you said already, there had been pit stops, but all of them dropped back now. So Wang is currently the leader of everyone that has a pit stop. You got that on the left side on the tower, everyone out there. Just look at it, it's the green one, the green marker that shows us they did their mandatory pit stop, while the orange one with the 1 says they still have to do that one mandatory pit stop. Huang did his on the 69, followed by the 68 of Milana. And Milana, I think he did quite well, because if they now stay longer behind Singh, that is the way to go for him.
So,
someone once again went over the curb.
A big chunk, yeah. This is where it's going to get interesting for Huang, because he's been basically doing hot laps right now. That's what he's been. He's been away on his own at the front of the pack, 3 seconds clear, doing his hot laps, doing his thing, nobody in front of him. Now he's in the mix. Now he's in the midst of it. Let's see what racecraft he has. Let's see how he can take those positions as 3 more come into the pits, all diving in as those pits are opened up. That's Shimitinsky going in. Davish Singh stays out. Interestingly enough, there's Gary Huang, obviously running in currently 11th. That's going to jump up a fair amount because, as you can see, around about 7 cars just went into the pits as well.
I just wonder if that will be possible for David Singh to have run a full car, then just coming in and not doing anything. I know that they need to swap the tires, so that will stay. They have to use another set of tires.
You mean running full fuel, which is why we're slowing people down?
Full fuel and lower the time that he is in the pits, because he's now on the track. He's leading the, let's say, the pack of people that have not stopped so far, and he was a bit slower than the ones challenging him previously, but he was really good in holding them up and staying behind. So I wonder if that might pay off for him. We'll see.
That was Shimitinsky coming out of the pits, and you could see that Gary Huang had actually passed him. So as you see in the corner, ignore the tower at the moment, saying he's 11th. He's actually in 4th place right now, obviously behind the 3 drivers that have yet to pit. There's Rahmat coming out. He's also running in 7th place. So things will start to shake up here because we have 3 drivers that are still yet to pit. Davish Singh being the race leader currently on your screens there. He's looking to see, will he pit this time around? And as you say, has he been running extra fuel? Is it going to be a quick, short pit stop? We will find out as he goes around the parabolic here. Will he stop this lap? Yes, he will. This is the one he's going for. Let's see how quick it can be.
Yeah, it will be interesting if he comes out in front of Rahmat or even Milana. Then it obviously paid off for him. But Milana already dropped behind Rahmat, so it didn't work out for him, at least according to the tower. We will wait for it to update one more time when they cross the sectors to see if that is correct. But that would mean Rahmat actually came out on top, did the right thing. We're still following Singh, so my advice of going in early probably didn't pay it off, and that's exactly the reason why I don't do race strategies for my team. It's normally the people that know that way better than me.
Nigel Schua now in the lead. Favourite car? Gone with the classic, the Lamborghini Countach. Pulling the classic out. That's my age group right there.
The classic will be a tractor now. I love that Countach. That's an amazing looking car. I mean, it looks so mean. I saw it once in my life in real life, and that was absolutely stunning. If I would have one, we'd probably never drive it.
I think it's like the iconic one from the posters, right? The Countach. That's the one that certainly I remember as.
Or Diablo. Diablo SV.
See, that was later in my life, but so it was always the Countach for me, and it was always either like a black or a white one on a poster, looking mean and menacing. But,
a yellow Lamborghini Diablo with the SV logo on the doors. That would be, if I could choose freely from an older series, I would go for that. But look at that, that's Capano trying to close to Rayton around the outside. Now Rayton once again blocking the inside just like Sai did in the previous laps. Let's see if he can make it past Capano around the outside. That actually works. Oh, that's getting so tight. And the third car getting involved there as well. That is low from the back. And he might be another one to pass Rayton here.
Absolutely, working well further down the field, but they are still racing just as hard. Still 2 drivers yet to pit, but we do see how things have shaken out, and Davlish Singh has actually come out ahead of Rashmat and Rama Malana. More importantly, Rashmat has come out ahead of Rama Malana, which is the big part, of course, of how that's worked out. So Davlish Singh's little gamble paid off. He kept himself ahead there, put himself a little bit of a lead with those extra 2 laps before the pits. Gary Huang, meanwhile, has actually lost a little bit of time to Oganikov. Okay, his name will flow by the end of the season, trust me. I'm just gonna get my teeth in, I think, to get themselves sorted out there. But Gary Huang, it seems like he definitely has that racecraft. We'll see how it works out for him. We'll get low here on your screen, down in 11th place with that Clapano just behind him, still challenging out Rayton. It does look like it's going to work out. Rayton, oh, they're all riding the curb there as well. But Rayton's still hot on his heels.
Yeah, that's a great fight that we have, and I really wonders like how Rayton now feels after dropping 2 positions in just 1 corner, more or less, or 1 sector, let's say that. It really hits you hard because he was doing a good race so far in terms of racecraft and blocking all, but look at that, he could bring the car to the inside, so his exit was already compromised, and then he also went over the curb, probably slightly beached the car on the right, lost more speed, and then Waikit Low just went around the outside with a beautiful, it's a block rat Lamborghini Huracán GT3. I absolutely love that color on the car, I have to say. It goes really well with all those sharp edges.
Absolutely. Back into the race, it's continuing, isn't it? They may have all pitted at different times, but this battle continues. It is once again Davlish Singh leading Rachmat and Rama Malana. How he lost his place. As far as I remember, he pitted the lap before Rashmat, so Rachmat must have really put his foot down on that extra lap he had to make sure he came out ahead of Malana. I don't believe they took each other on the track. I was trying to keep my eye on it as best I could, but it seems that the pit gamble has actually paid off by Rachmat here, not Malana, who pitted earlier on. We'll try to go for that undercut.
Yeah, Malana couldn't really deliver on his lap, on his outlap, basically, while Rachmat was really quick behind Singh. But Singh, that car will be in their nightmares tonight. I mean, they constantly looking on that black Huracan right in front of them, and they can't make a pass. They always have the feeling they're a bit quicker because they always close the gap, right? They always get in striking distance, but they can't really make it through. And I have to give it to Davlish Singh here. That is an amazing showcase of defensive capabilities as a driver.
We should talk about Lawrenson, by the way, currently leading, yet to pit, the only driver yet to pit now. He's kind of hanging out there in a moment, just chilling. I think I just saw Gary Huang almost up behind him. No, there he is, completely on his own, just doing his own thing, 16 laps in, just like, I'll pit when the hell I damn well like. Now, we were talking about is it someone fully fueled? It may have been at the start, and maybe he's just trying to run it down. He knows his tyres can last it. It is only a 45-minute race, so it's not too bad on the tyres. I wonder if he's going to try and do a splash and dash at the end, effectively.
It could be. I mean, he'd certainly got the experience to pull something like this off. He came 3rd in the Pro Class SRO GT World Challenge in Asia, so he's very well known to the GT3 racing style, and it pays off for him here. He also, that's an interesting part, he won a 12-hour race
endurance driver,
so he got the endurance experience. He knows how to handle race strategy and play with it. Let's see, might pay off here big time.
Well, he's certainly got himself. Okay, so it's a 35-second gap. I don't know how quick he's going to have to be in the pits. I'm not too sure, but he's in now. We'll see if it pays off for him. On the 17th lap, he chooses to pit. The last man
of all the drivers to pit. Gary Huang we see now coming up to the Parabolica, so he's going to be in and around. I don't think he's going to be quick enough. I think Huang's going to be through, because Huang had himself a pretty huge lead to start with. It was a 3-second gap over second place, let alone the rest of the field. But he is now passing by the pits, and he will take the lead once again.
Yeah, Lawrence still sitting in the pits, so down to third by now. But depending on, he was definitely behind Devilish Singh, right? Because we didn't saw Lawrence.
He was much further down. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see where he actually comes out, if that paid off, because
it's the pack.
Moving? He's moving, so he will drop behind Singh, Rahman and Milana for sure. Chow as well, I assume, the 66. It's coming up at the straight, and then he might lock into 9th in front of Leo behind.
This might catch a few off guard, by the way, because he's the final car coming out of the pits, so they've got to be careful. I've seen a few people obviously been using this pit exit. Technically, if there is a car there, he can't cross the white line, of course. He has to stay on that inside of the track. Now we'll pull out, and we'll see where it shakes out in the end.
Yeah, that should be within the top 10. Then I didn't saw his name previously in top 10. He might even gained a few spots here, but my star of the night, that is Singh for now in this first race, because that guy is constantly keeping Rahmat and Milana behind him. Both drivers with impressive CVs, impressive driving lap times, but so far they didn't find the right solution here to make it around Singh and actually get into, for Milana, get into the top 5 for Rahmat to get a bit closer to the podium spot.
Running a little wide on Lesmo, but not too much worries for him. But yeah, Rahmat's been doing a great job. It does look like actually Milana's dropped back a little bit. Was pretty much running on the heels of these cars in front, but it does seem that it's shaken out a little bit here as they pass on through Ascari, and a much cleaner line from all the drivers this time out. So let's have a look down the current top 10. Huang obviously currently leading the race. Fantastic stuff from him. It's kind of led from start to finish almost. Olgadikov in second place after some great overtakes, I should say, and him and Shemetinsky actually got past Rahman, who was running up there very quickly at the start of this race. And then of course we go through this pack of Davlish Singh, Rahman and Milana. Nigel Shua up in 7th place. By the way, Nigel Shua was one of the few drivers that ran along later. I'm just going to see as we go over the line whether it's actually paid off, because he was one of the 3 cars that was still out there, still waiting to pit. The man that loves his Lamborghini Countach, and he's actually worked out for him, because he's got ahead of Lee, who was up there running alongside Rayton, obviously punted Rayton in the backside earlier on. This is Clapano, just having a little bit of contact there through, looks like Rogier.
Yeah, with Lorenzen that came out of the pits after his gamble there of staying out really, really long, and ran into that fight with Alexis Clapano. Oh, that was, I wonder if that was down to the ping, obviously, and not really down to someone trying to punch you off the track, basically. We have to keep in mind, it's a pretty big region. They're coming from totally different parts there, so sometimes that can play a factor here in how the cars react, and especially what both drivers see in terms of the windshield. So I'm pretty sure that was just a little mistake there.
Well, once again, we see them all jostling for positions. This little battle for 4th place that continues with Davlish Singh, Rahmat and Milana. Further down the field, let's have a look at this. Clapano, of course, the driver that did just get a little clattered. Further down, actually dropped down to 16th after that bounce off the wall. So a bit of damage caused, but Patama, Shang and Burst all sort of in and around him at the moment. Down in 14th place. We were talking earlier on about obviously consistency. The fact is, obviously, you're going to be looking to score as many points as you can throughout this championship. Who was that? Was that Chen that just went wide? Or was that Norman at the back of the pack there? Someone definitely had a little excursion into the gravel. And this does look like, okay, so Clapano, yeah, he's, I think he's under the old lag umbrella right now.
Yeah, it's like, obviously was also the point where he has to turn in, right? So Clapano couldn't really do much there. He wanted to rotate the car the very first time to get into that corner, get into Parabolica, set it down to the apex there, trying to stay a bit closer to the curb before you go outside once again to catch all the momentum, trying to bring it onto this long straight, but Chang, he's really under fire there. That was close into turn 1. Luckily, crash was avoided here because that one would have hurt.
That was Clapano again, just a little late on the brakes, nearly collecting the back of Chang, but Chang is clean through. With Pratama just in front of him, does manage to keep going as they come into the Variante de Rogia. Down to second gear, hard on it as you're talking about those curbs. They can be pretty large if you don't quite get the line through there. If you're a little off it, you will certainly feel it, no doubt about it. Now through the Lesmos, and Pratama keeping himself a healthy gap to Chang as he dips out. But talking about the championship as a whole, you know, it's great to win a race, but you don't win a championship in one race. There's no doubt about it. You got to try and make sure you qualify again. And you guys at home, don't forget you can get yourself qualified for these races if you're good enough. It's as simple as that. There will be open qualifiers for every single race throughout this season. Next race will be Laguna Seca, so get your corkscrew ready because we're going to be taking some serious corners on that one. I'm very interested to see how that one shakes out. Of course, that qualification will be kicking off shortly. Keep your eye on the schedules for that one. And if you are in one of the top 40, you'll get into that shootout of qualification to get these 20 drivers you see on your screen here. That will be happening for both Asia, Europe, and Americas as well. So if whatever region you may be in, you are certainly represented.
If you want to make sure that you as a sponsor in sim racing, as a company, as a brand, want to be shown quite often, get Singh, Rahma and Molana into the team. I think that works very, very well right now, at least at Monza here. Get plenty of screen time with their little fighting group they have there. Wang Mingxia once again here fighting against Pratama, and then the back that's Alexis Clapano that wants to make a move. Pratama, obviously, the racer that we talked about earlier that has that open wheeler experience and open wheeler success as well, which is a completely different driving style, so very versatile driver. While we see Shua in the background, that's the number 66 that went a bit wide coming out of the second Lesmo, but luckily it worked very well, didn't lose too much time. So did Gorotnikov here, the 22, still chasing Wang, but it's 2.5 seconds. So the question is, does Hong now drop in pace? Did he do anything wrong? Did he over on the brakes? Did he maybe over on the tires? But that's the second set already, so it's very unlikely that he's already there unless he spun around, got a flat spot, whatever, and we didn't saw that happening. It will be very hard here to close that, but it's still a possibility, only small.
Yeah, you can see the gap is visible in front of him, but I think Gary Huang's just managing it right now. These guys have all driven lots of races, and it does look like Gary Huang has been dominating this race. Of course, it does mean he will be starting out in first place in the next race as well. The 2 sprint races today here at Monza for these drivers. Shemensky certainly doing very well as well. He's further down, was a lot closer at one point to our second place runner. Davlish Singh, he's a long way back from these. He's really definitely causing a train, but as you can see, it's now Rahmat and Malana rather than Davlish Singh. They've broken a little bit of the toe there, and it's actually bringing Nigel Chua into it. You can see he's slowly getting closer behind them as they continue battle for position.
Yeah, as soon as Malana and Rahmat do a mistake there while battling, I'm pretty sure that Nigel Chua will be all over their back. But he's not yet in distance, but you can see that fight. And then it constantly motivates you to push even quicker, to be even better. But you also have to keep it on track. He's in 7th position. That's scoring points, and scoring points is what you really need across 10 races in total.
And we were talking about, obviously, the pits, where it's going to work out. Nigel Chua is one of the drivers that absolutely worked. He was one of the 3 cars still out there. Started out in 12th place. He's now running in 7th place, so it's really worked out well for him. Got ahead of Lee as well, so great work from him to get himself up into that 7th place. And as you can see, the gap is getting closer. The problem is, only 4 minutes remaining in this race, so he probably needs a bit of a mistake from Rahmat or Malana to try and gain one of these extra spots. But you can see he's now within a second.
Yeah, we get 4, probably 5 laps out of this. because Wang already crossed the line, and we've got 147, 146 roughly currently as a race pace here. So it will be interesting if 5 laps could be enough for Schwan, like for Nigel here, to get into this fight between Molana and Rahmat. These guys have been fighting the entire race so far. Could someone else just step in there and be like, man, let me show you how to pass?
Oh, he's outbraked himself. Oh, Rahmat absolutely outbraked himself. He's been trying to be as defensive as he can, so Molana can't get across there. Obviously, he's trying to concentrate on getting to past Davlish Singh there, and completely did himself on the brakes into Retafilo, and nearly cost himself a position. That's where he lost a position before, if you remember. And at the moment, he's going to have to be as defensive as he can. 3 minutes left. This is where Molana's going to be thinking, right, this is my time to strike. I need to get past this one just to get those little bit extra points.
Yeah, it's incredible how these guys are going at each other the entire time. And we saw that great shot right from this huge rear diffuser of the Lamborghini Huracán GT3. Absolutely lovely shot of that car. Here, there's in Germany we call it Schwanhalswing. Based on how it's built up, obviously.
It's dipping down, yeah, Rob.
I have to admit, I don't know the English term for it right now, but it just looks so impressive, and these guys have been so close to these cars, probably admiring them. That's the thing here. They just admire the Lamborghinis, and that's why they're so close. But there's still 2 minutes, more than 2.5 minutes for Khalil Rahmat to defend against Molana. And once again, he wasn't really clean. Coming off that curb might have cost him a 1 or 2 kph down the straight, especially since Singh is far away here, so not direct push into the slipstream. Molana, if he wants to attack, he has to come up with a plan right now.
We also still have that battle, by the way. I think it's like 11th down to 15th. They're all within a half a second of one another. There's a full train going on further down the field. That's going to be trying to battle it out to see who can get close. It does look like Rayton's managed to secure that 10th spot, but these 3 drivers have been battling throughout the race. Davlish Singh in the black Lamborghini, leading Rama Molana in the orange. I think he's actually doesn't. I'm pretty sure he's JMX Phantom, which is probably why he's gone for that giant orange car. I distinctly remember him driving an orange car in a former series as well. This is Terry Rayton right on your screens. It looks like he may well make a little peek into Retafilo. Is he going to try and make it work late on the brakes? It looks like it worked really well.
Yeah, Waikit Low there, not really a chance to defend that late into the braking zone. Obviously, you're not allowed to block there. As soon as you hit the brakes, you can't re-change again. You only have that 1 lane change, and it seems like he just forfeits that chance to block up the inside, and for that, he also lost another position.
So nice work from him. Nice work from our race leader as well. Gary Huang, with a minute to go, has been holding that position. Obviously, give or take a couple of pit stops. By the way,
that wasn't Low. I'm really sorry, because Low is way further down. He's in 15th.
Oh, he's lost places.
It's either Low dropped really hard or Mironenko is running the same car.
No, Low was like 10th a moment ago, 15th, so he's had a bit of an off because he was within drivers. Speaking of which, I can see Chang's got burst right on his rear wing as well. Gary Huang going over the line. The final lap has now started. 30 seconds on the clock, which means he won't be able to complete another one. So here we are, the 25th final lap, and this, your race leader, has dominated from the start. Gary Huang, absolutely fantastic. The #1 qualifier, and I think we're seeing exactly why he has the pace to stay ahead of the rest of the pack.
He managed it so well. It's still 2.5 seconds there. Nothing happened, but we got Rahmat once again on Davlish Singh. Is there finally a chance? This is the very last lap, so if he wants to get a shot at 4th position, it has to happen now, but he's also very much aware of Molana being right behind him and just waiting for the attack that goes wrong and gives him a lot of positions.
I'm intrigued. I want to hear from Niels later on. I want to speak to him about Davlish Singh's the line he takes going through Retafilo. It's just like him almost covering the pit exit. You want to be on the left side of the track, but he always sticks to the right.
Keep in
mind,
mind,
almost blockades effectively.
Like you normally say you want to go outside, inside, outside. That's the classic standard term, right? But in this case, there is an even slower left-hander right behind. It doesn't really matter how you get into that turn, as long as you make sure that you can park the car on both apexes, then you can't be passed. And he's just playing that card each and every time. That also means he will not catch up to Shemetinsky, because there's no chance with that line, but at least it also gets it into 4th position. It still works.
Well, here he is, Gary Huang, going around the Parabolica. and about to cross the line as the first winner of the real race here. Fantastic work for him. And he will be the first sprint race winner. We'll see. Of course, he's got a long way to go before champion, but the first sprint race winner. Oganikov going over in second place. Sheminsky going in third. Davli Singh holds on and holds on strong for that fourth place. The undercut did not pay off for Rama Malana, so he will be in sixth place behind Rahman, who did a great job running it longer. Nigel Schur, fantastic pit stops from 12th up into 7th for him. Lee will go over in 8th place in the end. And Lawrenson, what a great run from him. The last man to pit pays off for him. 9th place for him. The endurance racer absolutely working well. In the end, Rayton will be in 10th place. And they are your final points.
Yeah, Mironenko, no chance there to catch up to Terry Rayton, who gets the last top 10 position here. But Pratama, Burris, like, these are all still names that could be very well within the top 10. It just really depends on what kind of start they get and where they can actually position themselves coming around the first chicane. So that opens up the field for race 2, the longer race, 1 hour, to be completely different or all the same. We don't know yet.
Yeah, we saw they were all running within a half second of each other, so clearly all very much on a par. But Gary Huang is the first sprint race winner. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll get the second race ready to go here in the Asia region. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to The Real Race. If you just joined us, we've just had our first Asian race getting underway, the sprint race at Monza in the Lamborghini GT3 EVOs. So, 20 drivers taking part throughout this one, Rene. And Gary Huang, our first winner, our very first winner of the season. 10 races to go throughout the season. It's a long championship, but what a great start. He absolutely dominated.
He had a great race, right? I mean, if you go down Monza into turn one, no matter which position you are, you probably are a bit nervous if you make it out alive. He did so. He even got the best exit to make sure that he doesn't drop down to second at all. There might have been a second right before the chicane where he was listed as second place. But he came up first on the chicane. He managed to have a very consistent run, making sure to manage the tires, making sure to manage the car and the gap, it seems, because that was really consistent in terms of the difference between him and second place. So he was in total control, and he probably plans to do exactly the same in the slightly longer main race.
I'm just interested. We did see a car punted that was around about running about 4th or 5th at the start. I think it was Sen. I'm not too sure. I couldn't clarify because I didn't get a chance and I was just about to look at my piece of paper. But that doesn't look very good on camera when I do that. So, and it's like the tiniest print you could probably imagine required. How's your eyes? How's your vision? You good?
Oh, it's your visions. I'm all good. I mean, I only have to look in that one camera and then that one screen. That makes it quite easy, right, to see all the racing action. But in terms of what we saw with the spin, yes, there is a driver that belongs into the, probably belongs to the top
faster
8.
Driver, yeah.
That we could see in the main race to be a bit stronger, but there was so much to actually recap or summarize of that race, right? We got the situation right here. That was the start, and we see the black car. It's Patama. All right, so the open wheeler specialist, but also GT race driver.
Ended up in 11th or 12th, I believe.
Yeah, he was slightly outside the top 10. Then this situation, we remember that one.
That's the back marker, Sen. Get out of the way.
Really close to be a huge drama.
Well, here was when Davlish Singh actually went through. Great move from him on the two drivers that ended up being a bit of a race. Rayton, caught in the back by Lee in the end there. Spun around. Rayton won't be...
Well, he got bumped multiple times.
I mean, it straightened him up at least. But yeah, it didn't work out in the end. That was when I think it looked like he was just braking on... Maybe he got a toe on the grass. I didn't quite see how it was working out here. But again... The rundown there, it was obviously the man that was running in third place. Oh, Rayton again. Wow, okay. And then, of course, Ndika Ramamalana trying his best to get through, but in the end, just wasn't to be. And Rashma held him off throughout. Tried the undercut on the pits. This is something we were talking about. Obviously, you know, tactically, it can be used for undercut, overcut, depending which way you want to go. What we're talking about, that is, the idea is, if you go in the pits earlier, you come out, absolutely put the hammer down. Maybe you can be around the track quicker than the guy that's behind you that pits later, and then they're going to come into the pits, and the idea is you get past him and effectively do an overtake while they're in the pits. That's what they're going for. Didn't work out for him. Rashmat in the end actually came out quicker, so worked out quicker, staying behind Davlish Singh, which is surprising because it did seem that Davlish Singh was holding them up.
Yeah, I was wondering, we saw him basically creating this group, like this fighting group, all day long, and Milan and Rahmat ran into multiple times, having a go at him also, and he had to defend a lot. But then looking at lap times and how it worked with the pits, there seems to be no difference between them. So I was really wondering if it was just down to the pure slipstream and then being able to tow each other into
because they weren't really being caught by the rest of the pack. There was a while, but I guess Rayton was kind of caught up and then he got punted, and that was the end of it, right? The end of the challenge, because they were starting to form a bit of a train at one time. Speaking of trains, there was a train further back, around about 6 cars that were in there. So definitely drivers that certainly can put in a better performance. We'll see how it works out. Obviously, it's going to be very interesting once again, as it often is going into the Rettifilo. That's where a lot of the danger... Relatively clean, only one car. I think I'll take that as a first sprint race, honestly, in Asia.
On one side.
Don't forget, we got Europe coming up. I'm watching you guys. I want clean racing representing our region. So, yeah, in Monza, in the Rettifilo, it can be often somewhat clumsy. And to be honest, especially with... the sometimes, I hate to talk about it, but sometimes the pings that these guys, especially in Asia, are dealing with, because obviously we got drivers from China, from Australia, New Zealand, over in India. Like it's a pretty big region. It's a pretty big widespread. To have just one single incident is pretty darn impressive. And honestly, throughout the race, I can think of, 3 maybe incidents? That was it. That was a pretty damn good first 45 minutes.
And we were still at overtakes and going side by side, right? There were no proper dive bombs, what you normally would expect. And there's often this discussion within sim racing, right? It's like, sim racing is so horrible in terms of race standards and all that. Looking at real races, this was way better. I mean, 2-in-1 Monza, check that out on replays, and on all the series that run Monza, it gets busy. A lot of parts being destroyed on that part. There's always everyone opening the wallet right after 2-in-1, basically already paying for the damages they had.
You watched the last 5 hours of Nords 24 and see how many punt-offs there were going on in that. Jeez, that was a nightmare. Granted, there was a few different classes, but even the GT3 guys were still punting each other.
It's not easy at those speeds. I mean, we're not talking about your Sunday drive being like 40 kph, 50 kph rolling around, probably a top down on your Aventador Roadster, chilling out in the sun. No, this is like going each other full speed, full brake, and you also have those changing conditions. Tires change depending on how you ran the previous laps, which brake pads you have on. Obviously, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, we can choose from different pads and how much they brake and how long they actually work within the race. So all of that changes constantly. It's you as driver adapting each and every lap, each and every corner to make it right. Looking at what we just saw and how clean it was, great work.
You could also have people running different fuel setups, which is the big part of it. Obviously, the pit stops.
One gets blue
Nigel Schuer, a man that worked out for him, moved up from 12th to 7th, I think, based off the pit. That was an absolute strategy that paid off for him. Pitted on, I think, at the 26th lap, if I'm not mistaken. No, not the 26th lap. That was like way further in. The 13th lap. We only had 26 laps in total.
Yeah, I was wondering. I
was like, hang on a minute. Lastminutepit.com. Probably a website that's already out there. I dare not.
Other websites available.
Absolutely. But yeah, I think it was like the third from last driver to pit out there. Paid off for him, put in a good run in the end there. So very interesting to see how these strategies work out. As we were talking about points, obviously it does lead up to a championship, and it is only the top 10 that are going to get those points. So while we have 20 drivers on the grid, you may even get into the top 20. You think, yes, I've made it. I'm going to get myself some points. You've still got to be in that top 10. And the man that was punted at the start there, who's, damn it, his name has escaped me. It began with an S, so I will find it
starts with
somewhere.
A P. Starts with a P.
A P. What was it then? If you know it,
I know.
Say it then.
No, I'm really.
You don't know. He's lying. He's lying to me.
No, it's Pramat.
No, it wasn't.
Now I have to look it up. Now we started this.
It wasn't.
Totally embarrassed ourselves, but it is. I can tell you, I can't even find Pratama. There you go.
Pratama. You are correct. I'll give you that.
I was pretty sure that was him.
You know, it's so close you had to get to try and read that print.
It's not due to my eyes. Actually, we tried to save space, so it's just very, very small.
Yeah, so
it's smaller than the gap between Rahmat and Milana across the
seamless segue there, Ray. Talking about Monza, actually, obviously, fantastic track. Obviously, it's great to be the Italian track. Let's face it, it's Lamborghinis. We got to be starting in Italy, and starting in Monza, obviously, a track that's seen more races than most places. That rhymed. I was impressed with myself.
It's also, I think, the place that had the most different names for a GP.
I mean, that's throwing a stat out there that I'm not sure. I can't fact check right now. I'm not. I don't. Someone out there, guys. I know that you're watching. Fact check Rene on that one.
I'm pretty sure. So you know that, like, when we talk about open wheelers F1, for example, they have names for these GP tracks, right? And I was wondering, there was a broadcast from commentators I know that were discussing the fact that Nürburgring could be the track that actually had the most different names, because nowadays it's the Eiffel GP.
Right, okay, yes, I'm with you.
It was the Luxembourg GP. But Monza has one name more across the years for a GP. So there you go. That's a fact that you can impress all your friends with at the next barbecue party as soon as that is allowed again. Since
it was previously there was a festival speed, obviously was one of them, but that's just a format that moves on. So I was like, is it going to be the festival speed? No, it's not. It's but anyway, it's Monza. You all know Monza, guys. You've been in and around. It's interesting you're talking about the bridge as well that was removed.
Yeah,
you can still. It's funny because you can still see the barriers where they stick out, where obviously the bridge stood.
Yeah,
and the barriers are still going round, despite the fact there's nothing.
There was a bridge. There was normally there's. I'm not sure if it was a classic bridge to cross a racetrack, because obviously when you're at a racetrack in real life, it's not that easy to get from one point to another, or even inside of a paddock if there are no bridges, right? Because you can't really walk. There's no. What's the English word for Zebrastreifen? There is no
path. You're not going to cross the track. That's for damn sure.
You know this thing that's black, white that you can.
Steps? Oh, escalator? I don't know. Like, where are we going with this one?
We totally lost it now. Okay, so there's a street.
Zebra crossing.
Zebra crossing.
Zebra crossing.
Oh, production.
Oh, it's like black, white. It's like, where is he going with this one?
The street? That was
zebra
not
crossing.
enough for you?
A zebra crossing.
So I
did say there's no path across the track.
So there was a bridge. There was a bridge before the second chicane in Monza that are normally used as a braking point. And as I saw today, and saw when you played ACC previously, the bridge is gone. Not
it's
there
just
anymore.
before Rogier, by the way, is what we're talking about, which is the second chicane that you go through after Curva Grande. It's you'll notice it next time we're going round. Next time, if the first lap you watch it, you keep your eye on it. You'll see the barrier just sticking out like that as he goes around Curva Grande and it sticks out. And I always wondered what it was, but now I know because so it was the first thing you told me. I was like, bridge was that?
I'm just not sure if it was a proper bridge to cross the track.
It's got to be.
If it was just like for advertisement and they took that down. And I also didn't travel to the track yet again to actually see it. So I wonder if anyone has a picture of that. Send it out on Twitter to me.
Funnily enough, now that I think about it, on Silverstone, because I used to go there years ago, there used to be a footbridge. You know the old pit straight as well? There was always a footbridge they put in there because you used to be able to go in the pits back in the day without having like a million passes that you got to get on yourself these days and be fully background checked and everything to be able to get near it. But back in the day, you'd pay a tenner and you'd go over the bridge, $5 to go in the pits, and that'd be it. That's pounds.
Was Niki Lauda still racing back then?
No, Nigel Mansell was. That's how long ago it was. Prost, Senna, everything. You go in the pits, you walk down, there they are. You'd be like, oh my God, this is great. Absolutely loved it back in the day. But yeah, that is a bridge that they do build just for the race.
Oh, just for one.
So
it
may be just like that. So same at Monza, when the certain races are on access, or back in the day, it was probably back in the 80s, 80s, 90s of when they put the bridge there. That's why. Well, as opposed to the bridge before Ascari, which I think is a road bridge, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pretty big bridge, right? Yeah, it is. It's a road bridge.
You sure? No, Scott, I thought that was an
because you go down into the dip, right? You effectively go under a tunnel almost. It's like a tiny, so it's definitely a road bridge. Now we're going to check it. Now, so first lap, guys. These are things you can check. You can check out there. Probably, I would say everyone in chat, but I don't see chat working at the moment. So
it's like bingo. If someone gets 5 differences on the track and send it over to us, you get a special greeting.
Send it by Twitter. There you go. You can do it. Hatful of team energy.
Easy. If you're wondering,
you got it corded.
If you're wondering why are these two still blipping around, not saying anything about the upcoming race, it is because we need to get all the drivers back in the cars. Obviously, we want to clean them. It's to look better if they clean, right?
They're shiny.
And as soon as they're shiny, polished again, waxed, and all the stuff you can do to cars that I normally don't do, although I absolutely love cars and I kind of collect them. But I'm not.
It's funny. I remember we were watching one of the endurance races last night, and you're watching your own teams like. He's going to come into the pit soon. The car's a bit dirty. I was like, maybe you want to, change driver. He's been there for a few hours. The car's a bit dirty, isn't it?
That's what happens in real life. I mean, when we pull into the pit, no, for real. Obviously, we clean the windshield that comes in. But if it really blocks the sponsor and all that,
gotta get it clean.
Clean it off as well.
That's where the money comes from. Absolutely. Got to get it covered.
Got to get it covered. You explained.
You guys at home, if you're just wondering, like you say, we're just waiting to get the race back underway. The second race will be a 1 hour, so 45 minutes longer for these guys. Probably going to be similar in terms of pace, I would say. It's not going to change too much because obviously you're going to be still looking at fairly similar fuel, and we're not looking at endurance race lengths yet. I say yet because the third race at Suzuka will be an endurance race, which I believe is a 2-hour race, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a bit mixed, right? Because endurance for many people is like 3 hour, then 3, 4, 6, 8, 12, 24. Obviously, it would be a bit long, especially with 3 regions.
Well, we could just see it for 24 hours. I reckon we could do it, but
just throw all of them into
a bit of
race.
fuel.
We throw all of them into one race, make it 24 hours, different classes.
Well, 60 cars each region.
Yeah, and then just...
If only worldwide internet would allow us to do that, eh? That would be
cool.
Wonderful. Also, since it's 24 hours, it kind of doesn't matter what time of day we start, really, because we're going the 24 hours anyway, so nobody's got a complaint. It's like, oh, he had to race at 5 a.m. So what? That guy got up at midnight to race and stuff like that. But yeah, what a wonderful world that would be, eh? Maybe one day the internet will be there when I'm old and grey. Wait a minute. Already old and grey.
I want.
You're not going to say anything.
I don't
now, ordinarily, you could say but
let's talk.
Higher than me.
We actually talked about the driver's favorite cars, and like in terms of the Lamborghini lineup. We also know Lambo's known for having the engine in the back. By the way, if you never drove a car with midship engine, as in like right behind the driver, go to the next Lamborghini dealer and probably do it, because that is incredible. Like, it sounds, it vibrates differently and all that. And it is something that's in the DNA of Lamborghini, obviously. The setup, they're super low, they're super flat, I want to say. But they're not flat, it's very edgy.
Wide.
Also wide. It's not really what you want for a parking lot in the city.
Or driving around the city.
Because you don't want people to bump into it. But it's just a completely different level of car. We're not talking about your daily drivers, front wheel drive, front engine cars. Lamborghinis are a completely different level.
Absolutely. I've had a go in one before when it was a track day, obviously not in a road car, but a track day, and it was pretty damn good.
In the Lamborghini?
Yeah.
Which one?
I've done. God, it wasn't the Diablo. It was the. Is it the Murcielago? I'm trying to think.
Gallardo?
No, it was. Is it Mugo? Mugo? It was a while back. I'm trying to think. I mean, this is in the. Was it 90s or was it early 2000s?
We go back.
It was a good while back. It was a good while back. I think it was early 2000s. Before I'd gone full-time esports. Yeah, so it was definitely a while back.
It's just I never had the chance to race one yet, which is really sad, because obviously I live at the Nürburgring, right? So there are a few people that run in tourist driving and as well as race. They run the Super Trofeo. Just it's fun of it, right? Because the series is not running on Nordschleife.
Well, you see them all the time, I guess, at Nords.
Yeah, they're so incredible, because it's adding that additional layer of not just a fast car, but a car that sounds mean. Like, you're standing next to Brünchen, for example, and they're coming down through the chicane, braking, then accelerating up the hill again. Wow. And that is something that I think, especially nowadays, where we talk about cars getting more quiet, cars, trying to not annoy people in the world more, which I can understand, like the entire idea of it. But taking away that sound, wow, that's just mind-blowing.
Pop.
Always
running through
in the studio.
anyway.
It'd be great to have a Lamborghini here and then just refs up in between. I'll be okay with that.
There you go.
I could sit in while during the commentary and just play with the
if you guys want to get involved and get in contact, use the Twitter hashtag Lamborghini eSports. There you go. And we can answer your questions as well and talk to you, and maybe have a bit of back and forth with the guys, the fans there. Everyone's out there watching. Maybe you just want to drive and maybe you just want to know when the schedule is. Well, you can look at the website for that.
Did you say the website?
Speaking of, where are we going next? Laguna Seca is the next track. So get yourself in your sim rig right now. Start practicing. Start getting your hot laps in. You've seen how quick these guys can do it.
They can't watch.
They can have it on another screen. Most people have got like 3 screens or a big curved screen in front of them.
You have the track map on one, have our stream on the right.
That's it.
Have the race in the middle.
No, we're in the middle.
We're in the middle. The race on when they race on the right, us in the middle, obviously, and then on the left they got Twitter to actually do hashtag Lamborghini eSports.
Yeah. I mean, they're waiting for the race to start, so they can have a quick hot lap and test themselves out, right?
And then send us your results.
Yeah, get screenshots. I was the quickest. I wonder if we're going to... I mean, how quick... I actually didn't... One thing I didn't do there, I didn't keep my eye on the lap times. Going to have to do it for this one.
For Laguna Seca.
No, for Monza, because I want to like compare regions and see who can be the quickest. Because obviously, you know, for example, Gary Huang was basically doing hot laps there, but he was managing himself. Like that's always the thing with the front person is generally not the fastest lap because he doesn't need to chase. So therefore, he is just managing and maintaining his tires, his fuel, and everything else, and temperatures. You know, keeping himself in a great spot. Generally, it's like the second or third guy that tends to get the fastest lap because they're the ones that are chasing it down.
But we totally forget about the fact that it's really, really hard to drive proper if concentration drops because there's no pressure. It's like sitting in the car, especially a race car, and you start relaxing too much because there's no one around you, and it's like, oh, it's last lap, and normally they're pretty much sure that they are still excited on the very last lap, but he had a big gap, and it's hard to stay there, focused, making sure that you do not touch a curb, because let's be real, he probably can do that with eyes closed, but if he touches that one curb in the wrong angle, all of a sudden, 2.5 seconds are gone, because spinning off in Monza, you can easily lose that.
So the bridge... So Steve Cleaver in chat has pointed out, we're talking about the bridge.
Yeah.
The bridge just before Ascari. As I said, it is a road bridge. It's the old circuit. That's what it is, the old Bankit circuit. There you go.
But it doesn't go... Does it go under?
No, it goes over the
old
bridge
track.
that goes over Ascari, yeah. So like Suzuka, for example, who we're going to get to soon, obviously does cross over. So it's the old circuit. There you go, see? Told you it was a road bridge.
Thank you very much.
It's not, but actually, it's not a road bridge. It's a racetrack bridge. Boom, there we go. Getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. So it is going to be a rolling start. As you can see, they are on the back straight right now, and then they're going to go around the parabolica and hit the gas as we approach the line. The green flag drops. It is going to be Huang, of course, starting things out from the front, and in a different race livery this time, if I'm not mistaken. I'm hoping that's...
He is, yeah. Gary Huang is now in the... yellow, red-ish,
mellow yellow,
purple, mellow. What's mellow? Is it another color?
Actually, I've got to be careful because Team Mellow is a race team, right? That's an actual team. That's like the yellowy, greeny car that was
yellowy, greeny. Yeah. Not getting any better. So, but don't worry, guys. It will get better in latest 12 seconds because then finally we got cars moving.
You don't need to listen. Well, you do need to listen to us. Wait a minute. We're still going to be here for an hour. Actually, for about 7 more hours. But, yeah, you don't need to look at us on the screen, which is great because you do get to look at the drivers. Now, was it Pratama or was it Marenko? I felt like it was Marenko that got spun, but it was maybe Pratama. I'm pretty sure it was Marenko that got spun.
No,
I'm going to keep my eye on it. I'm going to keep my eye on it.
12. Marenko was roughly outside of the top 10 in the race. If you wonder why they're braking right now, obviously when you brake, first of all, you get temperatures in the brakes, which is very important going down in turn 1 into the first chicane, but it also transfers into tire, because the weaving left and right, you can kind of keep you can keep the temperature in the tire, but you can't really build up temperature for the tire, right? So the braking helps way better to get temperatures up in the tires, making sure that you're ready for chicane number 1, and we're underway here with the main race. 1 hour of racing in Monza, and it seems like Huang once again didn't got the best shot. Ogorodnikov is right next to him. There's Shementinsky that changed sides all the way in the back. Now they have to brake harsh. Do they manage? Could that be Huang for the very first time here in race number 1? Basically in the main race, losing the lead, and he does. Look at that one.
Tried to turn in just too sharp there. You've got to give your opponent some space, and it's actually slowed him down, obviously, as you go into the Curva Grande flat out, and you can see Sheremensky pretty much right on his back. Davnish Singh also maintained his position, by the way, which is not good news for Rahmat. And whoa, where did Marama Malana go? Okay, no, tell a lie, his fault. I was expecting him to go further back, but he hasn't. And speaking of which, I got to get used to it because they, just to catch us off guard, they've completely changed their colours, as you like. Thankfully, Ogrodnikov has stayed the same colours and is holding the lead. So, pressure for the first time on Gary Huang, a race winner from the first sprint race here. And speaking of Rahmat, there he is once again alongside Davlish Singh.
Yeah, he's right in the fight, basically continuing where he left off in race number 1 in the sprint race. Really busy around Rahmat. Milana is in front, Lee is in the back. So this time, Milana is the defending driver. Singh in the green and black Lamborghini now that's leading this challenger pack, I would say. Guys, chasing the front runners. And Wang, we see him for the very first time now, being second, being challenged and actually having to fight Gorotnikov here for the lead of the race early on.
Yeah, Sheminsky's got to make sure he keeps in check on these because they'll be battling, and he's at the moment falling a little bit further behind. So the gap already forming, a 1.2 second gap after the first lap is pretty impressive. Gary Huang right up in the slipstream now. Ogrenokvich looking to defend, goes onto the inside as they go round through Retefilo. And oh no, he's outbrinked himself, missed the corner completely. Doesn't need to give us a position back though, because obviously Huang wasn't alongside or anything, so he can try and maintain there. And that's actually brought Shemensky back into this one. But Davish Singh at the moment keeping Rama Milana behind him, and well, he's going to be kicking himself. This time around, Davish Singh in the green car, by the way. Looks like Rama Milana, thankfully, has kept the same livery along with Rahmat. Speaking further back, I see Mironenko tumbling. So Mironenko maybe had an off there, and we've also lost a driver. This is back at the start, so keep your eye. Everything does look relatively clean through Retefilo.
Yeah, seems like we didn't lose a single car there. That's great news, but what wasn't great news for Wang is that he lost the lead there. That was really crucial, that moment, and now Ogorotnikov can lead the race, can lead the pace. It'll be very interesting when we see Terry Rayton now against Lee and then Schwa in the background. So similar fighting groups evolve here once again. Terry around the inside, that looked really good. Late braking, setting the car up into the apex, making sure that the car is very, very wide, not letting anyone pass.
Now, don't forget, Terry Rayton was last time punted from behind by Lee there, so really got to make sure it doesn't happen again. Oh no, what is going on there? That was way, way, way too late on the brakes there. Nothing he could do about that.
Yeah, it seems like someone didn't got a reminder email about braking zones. It was a tad late, I would say. It didn't really work out for him. Unfortunately, that was Mironenko being crashed out, I would say, because he's currently listed at 19th, and he can be a lot quicker. Alexis Clapano also only in 18th so far. But one completely different set now for him. Look at that. The entire race, 45 minutes, he didn't saw a different car in front of him, or any car, besides one or two that they lapped. Now he has a car in front of him, and we'll see how he handles that, because it's half a second of a gap between them already.
Nigel Schuer's lost some positions here, so he's now got Pratama, who's passed him. There was debate whether it was Pratama or Mironenko that was the driver that was punted in the first race, but I think it looks like it may well have been Pratama, because he's certainly doing well here. Schuer currently holding 9th position, running pretty darn well. There's Lawrenson, who had that great pit stop further down the field at the moment. But as you talked about, you know, the fact that the race leader, this is the first time he's really been challenged. Ogorodnikov, I'll get my teeth in, putting in a great challenge. Now, you got to remember, he was held up for the first couple of laps, Ogorodnikov. I think he started in about 3rd or 4th, so it took him a little while to get past Rahmat, and then once he did, we saw the chase happening, but just ran out of time, didn't really have enough to try and chase down Huang. Huang was just maintaining the gap pretty well, so Huang's really got a bit of pressure on him now to see if he can keep and get that first place. Of course, you know, 55 minutes to go in this race, there's no rush to get in there and do that. And of course, don't forget the pit lane will be open as and when they choose to go in there and do their change. They will have one pit stop again required from them within this race.
Yeah, the mandatory pit stop, that might be what Wang is waiting for in case he doesn't want to risk an attack here, because obviously that car needs to last an hour, and aero damage on Monza basically penalize you twice, because it's the time you lost from the moment you got the damage, but then it's also you dropping on overall pace, and it makes it really hard for you to actually be quick and get close, maybe get into the slipstream and try to overtake you. Nigel Schwa kind of alone now because he's got Pratama in front, Lawrenson on the back, but Lawrenson is under pressure by Chang already, so you might get away here with a bit relaxed or more relaxed start than a race 1 in the sprint series here.
Absolutely. Great work from him. Great work from Davlish Singh once again, by the way, to maintain that 4th position and stay ahead of Andika Ramamalana, who's been pressuring him for now 2 races running. Pretty darn impressive there. You can see Davlish in that green car. Shemensky also closing the gap a little bit onto Gary Huang there in 3rd place. He's chasing him down a little bit as they go into the chicane. So great work from him. You can see definitely getting closer. Within 0.7 now, so managing to get that slipstream working well. Further back, Davlish Singh in the green with Andika Ramamalana right up behind him in 5th place there. Further down, just a little wide run. I think that was from Lee possibly, with Pratama trying to close the gap. Nigel Schua very much on the back of him. Here's Ramamalana's front wing point of view as they go around the Parabolica, chasing down into the back of that green Davlish Singh Lamborghini. Don't know why he decided to change livery. Decided the black just wasn't his style. Gonna go green. Looking mean in green.
It is a good-looking car. I mean, it's an amazing colour for a Lamborghini, especially for a Huracan. If I would go for a colour and I could just order a brand new Lamborghini, it would probably be green because
You'd go green?
Yeah, it suits it really well. Like the Aventador back then, that came out in that monster green, basically. Absolutely loved it. And I love to see that Wang really has to work for a win this time because he kind of got away cheap, right? He was still quick, he was still consistent, not taking it away from him, but he didn't have all the fights everyone else had to go through. But now he has to, at least, if he wants to get that position back of Gorotnikov, or he gets a better pit stop. But let's not talk about that just yet, because we're in by 9 minutes into this 1 hour long race. We're riding on board with Shemetinsky, who, by the way, was also finalist in the G2 eSports Racing Series, which means Niels Nauyok should actually know about him because he's the team manager of G2, right? Kind of make sense. So, slipstream, not enough for Ascari here to really get close and might even have a look up inside, but it will be enough to let Wang know that he's still there and still ready to attack. That was once again a bit wide. You're not losing tons of times, but there might be that one moment where that is too much. You're setting up someone for the windscreen, setting up someone for the slipstream.
Well, Shemetinsky
he can go up inside.
Gained, what, 0.3 there? Shemetinsky gained off that, so yeah, definitely causing problems. Davlish Singh once again, very much used to having this orange Lamborghini in his rear view window. Not too sure how much you can see out of that one with that wing note. Oh, hello. Ramamalana looking at this time. Going into Retafilo. Is he going to try it? It's going to be on the outside, but it will cut him to the inside afterwards as Andika Ramamalana has to respect the braking point, has to respect that he can't cut through.
I'm just waiting for Milana to finally get that done. I mean, really, it is the same fight from the sprint race. It's Singh, it's Milana, it's Rahmat, and these guys, they want to pass, but Singh is a wall. I mean, he is the biggest blocker in the world right now.
And look at the gap, like 4 seconds already behind Shemetinsky. And it's backing everyone up once again, as we had before. As I say that, Rahman's not really gaining too much ground on this while they battle. I would expect him to pull in. I'm very interested to see how Rayton works in this, because Rayton obviously was sent off the track by Lee in the first race, was looking good to chase down Rahman at the time, and is definitely doing that same right now. So you can see Rahman just ahead of him, currently running in 7th place is Rayton. So looking to try and make a move. Ramamalana once again having a little look for Ascari there, but Ascari's not really a too wide chicane, looking more at a better exit and seeing if you could try and get down that straight into the Parabolica. That's where you could probably make it work better. Looking further down the track, I think I just saw Nigel Schua there, very much on the back of Patama as well, and Lawrenson also looking to try and make a move. But look at this, Shemetinsky right on the backside of Gary Huang now, so definitely gaining ground there. More importantly, Ogrinnikov is actually pulling away. There is a 1.1 second gap now
they're forming. So pressure from the race winner of the first sprint race here for the Asians on Monza, Gary Huang, under pressure.
He definitely is, and he has to keep it up if he wants to get a double win tonight. But Rodnikov just doing such a great job of spreading that gap over a second already. And Wang, maybe now, besides having a car for the very first time in his front wheel, in the windshield that he looks up upon and tries to get back to, he now also has to really defend the position, and that will make it even harder. So we'll probably figure out tonight if he's braking under pressure or if he just can keep a cool head and get through this.
Yeah, Shermatinsky, you know, the two Russian drivers, they did certainly very well in the first race. Obviously, second and third place for these two guys. Davlish Singh has actually gained some ground. That's a half a second there. So this battle is actually starting to bring them back into it as well. So Davlish Singh may be getting a little wriggle on, maybe starting to realize, you know what, that Shermatinsky's rear wing is starting to back away from me, so I better get my foot down, not having to be as defensive, because it does look like he's gained a little bit of ground on Ramalana there, so maybe just starting to get the concentration back in there with 48 minutes to go in this race. We have lost two drivers, Renee. I couldn't tell you who they are. It's a little bit of a shame, so whether that's any sort of collisions we did see. Speaking of which, I do see Burst in the pits right now, so our first pit stop.
Yeah, he will get rid of the mandatory pit stop very early. Maybe he picked up a bit of damage already or ruined the tires in the spin, got a flat spot. You don't really want to round with that too much because it really, first of all, it shakes the wheel a lot, and second, it doesn't really make you any quicker, right? So if you can get rid of it because you have to pit anyway, why not do it now with 30 minutes into the race? So it still leads with 47 to go, and Rama Mulana, probably a driver that has most of the screen time, probably more screen time than we had so far. Those race together, even with the long time we had on screen previously. But there's another fighting. Look at those three around Nigel Chua and Pratama and Lawrenson. Lawrenson is the car all the way in the back. Pratama, the car in front with that, I would say, it's not like navy blue. Is it then army green?
And a real battle for points as well, don't forget. Obviously, the points cut off at 10. So that's where they're really trying to fight for at the moment, with Pratama trying to keep them ahead. This is further back. You can see them going through. That was almost a power slide going on there. Oh, that's a big collision. So what was that further down the field? Was that well, we've lost another driver, so that may be it. Didn't see it was who was in the pits earlier on? Well, I mean, I guess it was a write-off in the end, but Lowe is also in the pits now, so 3 drivers gone. Not a great start for those guys, but don't forget, they can get back involved. Still 9 races to go throughout this season, open qualifiers for all of those races.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate, right? You made it into the show on the first race. You obviously want to go home with a few points to be set up for the next 9 races. Talking about setting something up, Devlish Singh, he sets up defense. I'll probably get a job at the Defense Department in his country right after this one, because if there is someone that making sure that no one gets around, no one gets in the country that you don't want to, he is your man. Look at him, still blocking Milana. Blocking in this case, not negative, but this Milana looking up the inside, then deciding for the outside, going too wide into it. Is there a chance for him to really be close under braking? No, Devlish Singh, he did that line so many times on the previous race, and it still works out.
Oh, Nigel Chua. Is that Pratama who he's alongside? I think he may well have managed to squeeze on through, or more importantly, was that Lawrenson sneaking through the gap? I apologize because I don't know the liveries, so I'm trying to go by the numbers. That's definitely Chua. Is that 28 just got ahead of him? I think it is. So that must be Pratama that he was alongside. Yeah, absolutely. You can see Lawrenson. No, it was Lawrenson, 25. So it was Lawrenson that's got past Nigel Chua. So great move from him. Lawrenson, of course, the driver that benefited and was the last person to pit stop last time around. The last man out there, last man standing effectively. Devlish Singh under pressure once again. How many times are we going to say that throughout? This time Indika Ramalana looking to try and challenge as they approach Ascari. Side by side, will back out of this one. I love the respect effectively from Ramalana, not going for that gap constantly, just putting the pressure there, but not making a rash move.
I'm pretty sure that Devilish Singh found a 10-hour video on YouTube. You know those 10-hour loop videos of You Shall Not Pass, Lord of the Rings. And that's just running 10 hours straight in the background right now. And he's making sure that he sticks to exactly those words and not letting Milana or Rahmat through. Milana in the slightly, let's say, more goldish orange. Right between them, but now he goes side by side. That was a really bad exit by Devilish Singh, and that might open up the possibilities here for Milana and Rahmat, both trying to go alongside. Down into turn 1 now. Chicane, heartbreaking point. Can Devilish Singh somehow make it work? And he can. That is unbelievable. That guy, what's happening here? Can really no one pass to 71?
I can't decide whether it's fantastic defensive driving or whether Rama Milana's kind of not going for that gap. He's just being like, okay, I'm alongside, but thinking clearly in his head, let's face it, into Retafilo, it's going to be tricky. Oh, no, I think that's Rahmat that completely outbraked himself. Completely outbraked himself and Rogier there. That's going to put him off the track, so he rejoins the track, but I think that's Rayton that's right up alongside him now. I'm not too sure if he has to give that position back as we go into Lesmo. He's going to be on the outside. You can see Rayton right on him, Lee up behind him as well, so big mistake there from Rahmat.
Can't be true. Look at that. They now create an even bigger fighting group now, with Rayton being right between Rahmat and Lee, trying to close that gap to Singh and Milana and then have a bigger fight going on. We still have, by the way, Ogorotnikov in the lead, 1.1 seconds in front of Wang, and then it's Shemetinsky another 1.8 seconds behind. So it seems like our podium currently very settled in their approach to the race. Not big fighting, maybe. They just try to manage it right now, to not overdo
what's
things.
happening here?
And talking about
it's Rama Milana, I think.
That is Devilish Singh and Milana in the background facing the wrong side on the backstretch. It happened. All that defensive driving led to a contact, and I hope we get a replay of that. And all of a sudden, it is Fadli Rahmat, who should be in 4th now, looking at a possible podium spot if he can close the gap to Shemetinsky.
Well, he's also pulled ahead of Terry Rayton, so I guess some evasive driving was required to get out the way of Devilish Singh and that Rama Milana's contact. They're both down, further down the field now, and as you say, that's going to move everything about in this race with those two drivers out the way. Rahmat up to 4th, Rayton up to 5th, Lee up to 6th, Batama now 7th, Lawrenson into 8th, pulls Nigel Schur back up into 9th, and Shang for the first time into the top 10.
Incredible now. So I hope we get a replay because I really want to know what happened there. And Terry Rayton now coming through. Is there any chance for him to maybe use that now? He's within the top 5. He got Lee behind him. So far, Lee couldn't launch an attack in these first 20 minutes. So might be that Rahmat will get under pressure by Terry Rayton. If he can really pull up the pace right now, be a bit quicker on that car, trying to close the gap, and then get really involved into this fight for a top spot.
I'm trying to look where it was. I think that was after Ascari, wasn't it? So whether they tried it in Ascari, I was just trying to think.
Probably Ascari side by side.
By the way, there's the bridge I was talking about. There he is. There it is. So
it was right behind Ascari when going onto the straight, but we saw that Milana was facing the wrong way around behind the curve.
There we go. So it's just after Ascari.
Oh,
so it's Devilish Singh. Oh no. We've been talking about that throughout the race. If you catch it wrong, it can send your car out. And for Rama Milana, he just got absolutely...
He was a passenger there.
Yeah, nothing he could do about that.
That was really, really depressive, I would say. I mean, Sight looked very strong. That was the first time he went a bit wide there. And it wasn't even a contact. I was expecting our contact side by side and racing really hard. Things like that happen. But instead, it was a pure driver error by Devilish that led to Milana dropping heavily on positions because Milana is in 16th listed, currently in the pits, probably repairing the damage he had. And with that, probably out of contention here for points in the main race.
Yeah, the frustrating part for certainly Milana is that he obviously went into the pit straight behind, but as you say, the amount of repairs required possibly puts him out of it. But you know what? Drivers have sometimes got to look at it and try and take as much crazy mental positivity as he can with 40 minutes to go. You know, he's looking at 17th place. He's got to be thinking, okay, there might still be problems ahead. I mean, maybe, just maybe, with some sort of random luck, I can still get into that top 10. But it's such a shame for a driver that I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of throughout the Asian region of this season for the real race. But at the moment, it does mean he's down from 4th place down into 17th.
And he's right there with Devilish Singh, so both of them found themselves in the same spots outside of the points. Not outside of the points is Igor Gorotnikov here in the 64 car, currently leading the race, leading from 2-1 on basically, starting in 2nd position, managed to overtake Wang into the first chicane and then kind of runs away with it, although he dropped in terms of the gap, now below a second, 0.8 off a second so far. Shematinsky 3.3, so he definitely can't hold on to the pace of Wang and Ogorotnikov. Kin Long Lee, he's looking at the rear of Terry Rayton here, the 65 car. That's the 30 of Kin Long Lee, trying to get a slipstream onto Rayton and maybe getting involved in the fight with Rachma as well for 4th and 5th.
I mean, what a fantastic show this is for Asia as well. Like, the battle we have here is an Indian driver with an Australian driver up behind him and a Chinese driver up behind him. It's so good to see, you know, these sort of tournaments that can pull in multiple regions like this and still manage to make it work so well. Rahmat under some pressure though. Terry Rayton, the Australian, well, he's going to make sure he wants to stay ahead of Lee, because it was Lee that spun him in the Retafilo earlier on as they go through Roger, and at the moment will manage to maintain that gap ahead of him. But it does look like Rahmat's managed to pull slightly ahead of Terry Rayton here. A lot of accolades for the Australian, the highest running Australian driver so far here in the real race. So great to see him representing his regions. I think we've got about 4 or 5 Australian drivers represented throughout the field as well. So great to see that they are getting heavily involved in the sim racing industry. Obviously, we all know about the Bathurst sort of endurance races and crazy races that goes on there. Anyone that's drove that track, I've got to be honest, I think you need a mind check to drive in real life. It's bonkers going down that back.
I mean, it's a normal,
I wouldn't say back straight, but it's like left, right, downhill. It's insane.
I wonder
so fast as well.
Just drive that. No, I only know the race mode, right? Because from all the sim racing titles where you can drive on Bathurst, especially here in ACC. But how is that to go there with your daily driver? Like, what if you live up there? The mountain.
Well, you live around the Nürburgring. I'm sure you're used to enough idiots on the road around there.
Nürburgring never happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've drove to your place a couple of times and had a number of cars overtaking me in questionable spots, let's put it that way. Kin Long Lee doing a great job, though, still maintaining 6th position on the back of Terry Rayton as they go through the Retafilo and onto the Curva Grande, putting their foot down. Flat out. I gotta be honest, Curva Grande might be my favorite curve in racing, because you just flat out. You're just accelerating, you just flat out. There's no braking until obviously you get to Rogier here, which in itself is a relatively easy braking zone to spot. I've never really done it at night time, so but in daylight it's relatively easy to spot. It always interests me, especially with endurance races, when that works. When it goes to night time, you know, obviously your braking points that you're so used to, you've got to make sure you've practiced it at night time, because it's just like you may be looking at, I don't know, the end of a curbstone, the 100 mark or something like that. But if you suddenly took a bit of damage and your light's not working, and so you can't quite see that mark, and you're like, hang on a minute, I've completely missed my spot. Someone that hasn't missed their spot is Lawrenson, got ahead of Nigel Schur earlier on, and Stindl managing to maintain that position in 8th. But you can see Nigel Schur still very much on his back end, that being the position where we saw Davish Singh going off earlier on. But at the moment, it's clean for these guys.
Yeah, Schur trying to get a look at Lawrenson, but so far it wasn't really the right position nor the right distance to strike against the number 25. 69 for Nigel Schur, the Lamborghini Huracán GT3, but now down the start-finish line, maybe but I think that will be too far away. Look at that now. That's the slipstream working for Chouin. He gets to close the gap in front of the braking zone, but not enough to even step aside and show himself a bit more in the rearview mirror of Lawrenson. So no threat yet to the 8th positioned Lawrenson here in the race. 34 minutes, so we're nearly halfway through on the main race here in the Asia region. While we got a look at Davlesh Singh, well, after his unfortunate loss of control there that took out Mulana as well, or with him, it's now listed in 16th, we lost a lot more cars in the main race. Seems to be battling. It's a lot harder now.
Absolutely. There's been a few collisions earlier on in this race, as the first half of the race is now almost passed. And we will start to see people looking towards those pit opportunities as we are now starting the 15th lap. At the moment, though, the race leader, Ogorodnikov, is doing a fantastic job of maintaining that gap ahead of Gary Huang, still remaining in just a second, so certainly keeping him real. If he makes any small slip-up, you will certainly see Gary Huang coming through. Kinlong Lee, though, on the backside of Terry Rayton, the green Lamborghini, keeping him in check as well. Looking further down the field, you can see also Lawrenson and Xue still challenging each other, with Shang also coming in 10th place, getting much closer. Norman, a driver we haven't talked too much about, outside in 11th place right now. Got a bit of making up the ground though. 4.5 seconds. You know, may be able to have the best pit stop in the world, but I still think he's going to have a bit of work to do to try and maintain that up. So needs to get his foot down.
Yeah, Norman obviously got a lot of experience in GT racing. He competed in the SRO GT World Challenge in Asia twice, so in 2020 and even 2021. But that is Ogorodnikov, our leader, in the pits. He has to do his mandatory pit stop, so we don't have to freak out immediately, but let's see if that works out, because Huang is still on the track.
Yeah, so trying the undercut. Huang, of course, pretty much the fastest driver on the circuit in the first race. Managed to maintain from start to finish that first place. So we'll see whether it works out for him, whether he can maybe get his foot down. He was within 0.8 of a second when he actually went into the pit, so it's certainly doable, the undercut here. We'll see whether Huang decides to continue out there for a lap or maybe a couple of laps. You know, if you think back to the first race, it worked out for Lawrenson, currently running in 7th place. Lawrenson stayed out as long as he could and made up around about 4 or 5 places because of it. And I just wonder whether Huang's thinking about that and thinking, you know what, I'm going to go as long as I can on the current tyres. Maybe he's maintained his tyres a little better, who knows?
Yeah, it could be we'll see that at the end of the race now, while Kim Long Lee is still looking at Terry Rayton. But that accident, look at that, losing a lot of speed here. You want all that momentum coming onto the backstretch, otherwise you will lose out and there's no chance for you to dive into Parabolica. That's exactly what happened here. Rayton with a better exit, better run down the backstretch here to come around 180 degrees and to start finish again. Rahmat, though, it seems like he now got a very relaxed race compared to the sprint race. There's no one around him. Well, we see nearly everyone
coming in. Yeah, wow, okay. So we're getting a little bit busy here. Shermensky, Rayton and Lee all coming into the pits, as well as Pratama coming in behind them as well. So they're making sure everybody gets in those pits. Of course, everybody has to take a mandatory 1 pit stop. We are approaching the halfway marker. They don't need to do it now, but I guess most of them are feeling and probably fueled for that halfway marker lap. So 16, 17 laps seems to be where most are aiming at. Gary Huang, though, the current race leader, was running in 2nd place, obviously behind Ogorodnikov, is now running once again. Didn't come in for a 2nd lap, so I wonder how long he's going to leave it out there.
I mean, he could go a lot longer. We know that in sprint race and GT, you can run those 45 minutes without a pit stop. That's possible. You can run over an hour without a pit stop, but they obviously have to do one. So wonder if he comes up with a slightly different strategy, if he fueled enough. I mean, that's one thing, right? You can't really change it to a later pit stop if you realize you don't really have enough fuel for that.
Well, here's Shermensky coming out. This is the train of cars that sort of were all in there. Terry Rayton in behind him as well is going to start exiting as well now, along with Lee and Pratama. So these guys are all running sort of in and thereabout. We'll wait for the update to see where they do fall in. I'm pretty sure Ogrodnikov is ahead of them, while he doesn't show it on the tower on the left right now. Gary Huang, though, the current race leader around the Parabolica. Will he come in this time? Yes, he will. So this will be his pit stop. We'll see. With those extra 2 laps have paid off for him. Has he gained enough time over Ogrodnikov, who was the race leader? You can see he's still ahead of Sheremetsky, so definitely working well for him there. But was the first driver to call the pits. I mean, obviously he's the race leader, so has that that choice. And we'll see whether it pays off. Right now, he's coming up to Ascari.
And he's a big gap as well, right? Look at 9 seconds difference between Gorotnikov and Shemetinsky. So he's running really well for the Russian driver in the 64. But Wang is still out there. Oh no, he's actually now.
No, he's in. That's what I'm saying. I want to see how
long is it? Where's Gorotnikov? You said he was running into Ascari.
It must be up Parabolica. It must be round by Parabolica, or sort of coming around it now.
Oh no,
yeah, there he is. Is that Parabolica? Oh, this is going to be close. Wow. This is going to be close. So Huang's on the exit. Obviously, got to run with the pit lane limiter as long as he can until he hits that marker.
Oh, that feels so long.
Ogrodnikov coming round onto the main straight. I feel Ogrodnikov's going to be just out there as they come out side by side. Here he comes. You can see him on your screen. It looks like it may well have worked for Gary Huang. It's going to be a nightmare for the Russian. He's thinking, is it the same all over again? And it has worked. And Gary Huang learns it late. Oh, late on the brakes. Ogrodnikov completely does himself there. And Gary Huang will go through. He's got to give that place back to Gary Huang.
Wow, what a shot into turn 1. It seems like Gorotnikov wasn't willing at all to give up that position that he had before. He was the leading car, but now he has to let Gary Huang pass, and hopefully he does, because otherwise I might see a marshal that's waving a certain black flag, or at least more than a black and white flag, I would assume, not giving back the position if you don't do so, because Gary Huang, pretty sure, should be our leading car by now, because that was a shot into turn 1 that would have never worked, not even remotely close to making the first chicane.
Well, for Huang, obviously, he can't move across until he's past that white line. He got past the white line, moved across, which was why we saw Ogrodnikov suddenly spearheading through on the right-hand side and completely missing his braking zone. I'm not too sure what his aim was there. So we'll look at it again. Here you go. You can see Huang passes the white line. Across he comes. Ogrodnikov, I don't know what he was thinking there, whether he didn't realize that was the driver, goes through the runoff section and does not give the position back. That, he's got to be careful, otherwise he's going to suffer penalties.
Yes, I expect the race marshals to look at that. That was a crucial moment now here for the lead of the race, because Gary Huang probably should be in front of Gorotnikov, but no one has his phone number, maybe. Talking to him on voice, it's not, oh no, he does. There we go. He realized he lets Gary Huang through. Waited a lap, though. I wonder if that was part of the strategy, basically, to figure out. But no, he's right behind Gary Huang, so we're back in the right order, and that gives us a new leader of the race after pit stops, after all pit stops are done, I would say.
Yeah, so it worked out great for him. Drivers, once again, by the way, while we watched Kim
Did he just cross the line?
On Pratama.
Did they come out of pits?
No, I don't think they were in the pits. They weren't in pits. They came out a while back. I don't think so, at least. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that Lorenzen, once again, he was one of the last 3 drivers to come in the first race. It worked out for him. He gained places. We just saw it work out for Gary Huang as well. And I wonder whether Lorenzen, he's got Nigel Chua up behind him. I'm actually surprised that Chua hasn't maybe chosen to come in, because both those drivers pretty much running side by side with one another has worked out. So, Ogrodnikov in, well, currently 5th place. We know he will be 2nd once everything shakes out there. Very much back on the heels of Gary Huang. He's going to be kicking himself for that one, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you don't want to lose the lead like this, right? You never had that direct battle. You were leading, or Gorotnikov was leading and in control of the race. He did a good job, preserved the car and the tires. So, can't really blame him, but Huang just did it better. That's the thing. Like, they went to pits, losing the lead, and that really, really hurts, because you want to battle it out on the track, not just in the pits.
Sorry, I was just amusing myself watching the closed captions on that YouTube translates from what we say. Apparently you said I'm going to cough. I was just like, what?
He also said something about garlic, and I'm pretty sure we didn't talk about barbecue plans yet.
Oh, I love it. I love it. But anyway, sometimes it can be fun. Nigel Stewart actually in the pits now as well, so does finally take that pit stop. That means Lawrenson still continues the lead. And Isaac Norman staying out late as well. We saw the undercut, the overcut, I guess is technically the phrase.
Over-under.
Over-under, yeah. But either way, it worked out well for Lawrenson last time around. Norman may be thinking, okay, I can try that as well. Gary Huang still currently running in third place, but overall will be the race leader. He actually only is 7 seconds behind Norman already. Norman's got himself a pit stop to have, so he's going to be a lot further down. Unfortunately, was running in 11th, if I'm not mistaken, before all the pit stops started to happen.
Yeah, he was pretty close to the top 10, and a chance here for a point or scoring in general in the main race. So does Andrew Lawrenson, but he stays out, so he's starting his he finished his 20th lap, doing quite well. It's 23 minutes still to go, but will it be enough for him to really have a chance? Norman went into the pits. Now let's see where he drops, because how close was it to Lawrenson? That was 0.2 of a second in the beginning, I think. So that's once again, that's the change of lead. Wang in front, and then Ogrodnikov in the that was not the replay of them.
No, that was just a replay of him having a little chance there. Didn't work out. Lawrenson, he's got accolades in the endurance racing, so certainly knows about going long as he can. We'll see whether it works out for him. He managed to go from 12th to 7th, I believe, in the first race. So we'll see whether it comes out near maybe Pratama or Lee, see whether it shakes out for him. Because someone that has gained from those pit stops was Terry Rayton. Terry Rayton in 7th place now up behind Rahmat. Did have Lee up behind him, but Pratama's actually slotted in between them at the moment. So Pratama kind of worked out for him, but he's managed to get past Lee somewhere along that line. Sure, in 10th place. That will all, of course, move around. As and when Norman and Lawrenson do come out of the pits. So Norman will be on the pit exit at some point soon. We'll see whether that shakes out, because you can see that Huang is indeed running in 2nd place now. So Norman's going to be tumbling down in the placements as he rolls out of the pits, and we'll see where it works out. It is going to be in 10th.
By the way, what we saw in the replay was someone crossing the pit exit line.
Yes.
That car definitely came out of the pits.
Yes.
Which wasn't Ogrodnikov. Nor Wang, obviously, because that wasn't the same situation. Norman slots in 10th. Wait, Lawrenson is still in front of him, so...
Yeah, it makes sense, because Lawrenson was in and around there. So Norman was running in 11th, which actually slots in, because when Lawrenson does go in the pits, it should slot him in, I believe. He was in that battle of 8, 9, and 10.
No matter what, Norman won a position. If Lawrenson stays in front, Norman's still 10th, and he was 11th. And if Lawrenson drops behind Norman, he's even 9th.
Yes.
So they did something right, because Norman gained a position in pit stop.
Wasn't he ahead of Chang anyway? I felt like he was.
Yeah, but he was in 11th.
No, you're right. You're right. Somebody somewhere's had a toffee crisp. I'm not too sure what's gone wrong.
Lawrenson, by the way, is still out there.
21 laps. He's going strong.
He's not... Maybe he's once again going for fuel that maybe lasts for the entire race.
40 minutes on these tyres so far. So, he's running well. Obviously, they're certainly capable of doing it. It's more of an enforced pit stop than a required or a necessary pit stop. He could certainly go the full hour distance himself. But I just wonder, is he, what sort of zone he is? The reason is, obviously, when he's in the car, he's looking at tyre temps, tyre wear, etc., and he's thinking, okay, you know what, my car's running pretty damn well. My lap times are pretty good right now. I don't need to stop right now.
Yeah, but it also means that he might want to have the fresher set of tyres and the laps where he can really attack with them to be his last laps. Because if he can use it and make sure that he overtakes someone just because his current pace is still up to par with anyone around 10th position, then it might pays off, because he will have the better car, he will have the better tyres at the very last laps.
Well, Kin Long Lee is one of the drivers that have suffered. Here we go, Lawrenson, the final man to pit this time around. Will it work out for him? Won't it? Well, I guess we'll find out in the next lap. as the drivers will pass on by. It means that Gary Huang will indeed move up and be once again race leader. Was the winner in the first 45 minutes sprint race. And once again here in the second 45 minutes, hour-long sprint race, apologies, looking like he may well take it again, because Ogorodnikov has actually slipped back a little bit now, 1.2 seconds behind him, so there is a gap there being created. But, as we talked about, it's not all about winning at Monza. Yes, it's great, you get the win, you get the race victory, but it is a championship. It is going to be going over 10 races, so you've got to be careful with your maneuvers, especially when you're running in the podium positions.
I just love it that Wang is now back in control of this race, because it showed how calm he was and how collected and calculating his race was. Because it wasn't second, he wasn't overly aggressive to.
He didn't knee-jerk with the pit stop either. I mean, he went that 2 extra laps, calculated that it was going to work for him.
No, he did a really good job. So
here comes
Lawrenson.
So that's going to be... Well, he's going to be 8th. Is that going to pay off for him? Yeah, so okay, so he's up into 8th. Now, he was behind. If he's in 8th now, that means he's behind Pratama there? Is that Lee that's further back?
Lee in front of him. I think Lee and Pratama in front of him. And it should be Chow in the background, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Pratama. Yeah, it is. Rahmat is in 4th. That's basically where he had been, or where he was fighting for all day long so far, with Terry Rayton not being able to catch up to Rahmat so far. So no attack, but also no real threat from Pratama in 6th position right behind.
So I don't think that's worked for him. He's lost places.
Who?
Lawrenson. Lawrenson was on the back of Pratama and Rayton. So he's lost a place there. So that has not paid off going long there, because Lee managed to get past him. Kinlong Lee.
Yeah, but it's half a second and he's on fresher tyres.
Well, yes, I mean, obviously we'll see what he can do with it for the next 18 minutes, see whether he can go for that attack. I mean, he is very much on the back of Kinlong Lee, so certainly within his grasp to get past, but we'll see whether Lawrenson can make it work.
Good exit on the backstretch down to Parabolica. Fine for Lawrenson. Now that is Lee, the car in front, and that is the big question here. Do the tyres help him enough to close the gap?
First lap is the exit lap. You got to be looking at trying to get those tyres into gear. Like whereas Kim Long Lee's going to be very much on the full race pace right now.
But they're pre-warmed.
Yeah, well, pre-warmed as much as he can. But he's still going to be coming out in that slow, going down the pit straight.
Not like my real-life exit. Pull tyres in the rear. It's like, just as a big tip, don't go out Nürburgring or Nordschleife and consider fresh tyres in the rear, hot tyres in the front. I actually made it 2 corners, and then I was spinning around right in front of everyone in the 6-hour endurance race. But luckily, no damage, so was capable of driving any further. But yeah, mixing tyres, not easy. Luckily, they got enough money here to get all 4 of them fresh and warmed
Absolutely, yes, they're all fresh and clean because they don't need to use any money at all. It's just like there.
Beauty of sim racing.
The beauty of sim racing, indeed, is you don't need to throw thousands at new tyres every time you come into the pits. But Lawrenson still keeping very much in 8th place. While Gary Huang, you just saw there, the leader doing a fantastic job. The pit stop worked out for him. Oh, there was an out in there at the Lesmo. Who was that? Was that Pratama?
Should be Pratama, I think. It's a bit like on the inside of the last Lesmo, but that probably means he spun around and had to catch it once again. That is Pratama, so he now is under attack by Lee. Lee on the outside, both into Ascari. No. There is small touch. They go over the wrong side of the curb. Luckily, no one spins it. Lawrenson can't find a way around. Shua also on the back, but look at that. Lee, whatever way with Pratama here, they managed to not lose a single position at least until they go down to Parabolica now.
Yeah, so Lee gets through Pratama. That is dangerous for him, and he's squeezing Lawrenson out wide at the Parabolica. Now Lawrenson, oh no, I was going to say if he turns in now, he's surely going to catch Chua, and Chua in the end is sent into the barrier. Just didn't recognize the fact that the car was coming up on the inside of him after braking themselves. A little bit messy on the lap there, and it all started when Pratama ran wide.
Yeah, and Shaw needs to make sure that he doesn't lose another spot to Chang here, because then he drops out of the points and he doesn't want to. He did a good race so far for 45 minutes, so basically the distance of the sprint race. And now we're in these additional 15 minutes that the drivers have to cover, so he wants to stay well within the top 10. Kin Long Lee now right behind Pratama after that mistake, but he managed to pass Lee again, stay up ahead. But he will be under pressure right now because Kin Long Lee, he now knows that there is a chance to take down Pratama.
Absolutely, gaining positions if they can. Kin Long Lee holding on. It's something about like 6th to 8th. It was the exact time last time, but this time obviously with Davli Singh and Ram Malana having that collision earlier on, we're seeing the drivers switching up and all battling for those points as much as they can. By the way, while this is all happening, Rahmat's got himself a nice buffer. As I say that, he does have Terry Rayton on his backside, but here we go once again. Kin Long Lee into Ascari. This time it's a lot cleaner, and Pratama managing to make sure he doesn't run too wide there on the exit. And Lawrence, and I think it's Nigel Shearer in the end was the man that lost out there, because it was absolutely nothing to do. He was completely in his right to try and go up on the inside of Parabolica there and just got turned in on.
I'm not quite sure. The thing here is, normally you say if you want to have an attack, it obviously needs to be roughly around the rear quarter panel to be considered not a dive bomb. He obviously wasn't on the braking, but it was just because the other car did a mistake and dropped that far. So it was probably on both drivers. Like, you need to be aware of which car is on the inside, and there's also not really a chance to crucially brake while being across the apex, because you will shift the entire way to the front of the car, the rear tends to get loose, stuff like that.
I think the biggest problem was with the collision happening. Oh, this was Pratama. So Pratama, yeah, again, I was talking about it. That exit of the Lesmo there, the curb dips away. So sometimes if you kind of like, sometimes your tire just dips onto the grass and it can send you. He actually did well to collect it before hitting the barriers, in fairness. But then, and look how far back Chua is. So I think that may be what caught him off guard as well. Lawrenson there. Lawrenson's thinking, I want to get past these guys. Didn't expect Chua to suddenly be right on the back of him, because he was been a second back before then. So was probably a bit surprised to suddenly realize there is somebody in his tail. So unfortunately, no, it was Chua that was sent into the barrier. He goes down into 10th place. It means Norman now up into 9th as well. And Shang actually right on the back of Chua as well. So Kin Long Lee still trying to get past Pratama. So things livening up here in the final few minutes. We still have just over 12 minutes to go here. Gary Hong completely remaining the leader. And actually, I'm just thinking, we are running a slightly slower pace, I think, it's safe to say, because we just started the 26th lap now, which is around about the laps we had in the 45-minute race, so slightly slower pace than the 45-minute sprint.
Oh, look at that, how he closed the gap. Yeah, and then he stayed on the accelerator. He should probably have lifted a tiny bit.
I'll give it to Lawrenson. He didn't turn in on him. He got biffed in the back, and that turned his car into
there wasn't enough space for the Huracan to fit through there, but Char really wanted to fit there.
Okay, so you're gonna just say because it's a wide car there wasn't space. Lawrenson this time having an attack here on Kin Long Lee, trying to have a look, see through into Ritafili, and oh my word, hello, hard on the brakes, Shua and Chang fighting for 10th place here. And it is going to be Chang that's made it work, and he will get through, and Shua's going to be absolutely seething right now. He's gone down from 9th to 11th in the space of 2 laps.
Yeah, and with that dropping out of points, he wants revenge here on Han-Ming Chang in another one from if I'm not mistaken, from the Challenger Cup he racing in Asia. That was the way he was racing previously, but look at that gap already. Sure, I'm not sure if he got a bit of damage because he also tapped the inside wall out of Parabolica when he collected Lawrenson. So it might be a bit slower in terms of aero damage. Front splitter maybe, rear wing probably not. But look at him dropping. So Chang really good right now because he will get points.
I mean, he hit the front left into Lawrenson and then the front right, hit the barrier wall on the side there. So yeah, definitely problems, no doubt about it for sure there. So unfortunately for him, Lawrenson once again side by side with King Long Lee there, looking to see if he can get through. This time it's looking like Lawrenson may well make it work as they get into the Lesmo. Great move from him to make that work. King Long Lee, so that was coming out of there must have been a mistake in the Rogier there for
that was Ascari, out of Ascari.
Yeah, it was. You're right.
And I was surprised that Lawrenson made that pass even before breaking into Parabolica. I mean, he had a clear pass, slotted in before Lee, and then tapped the brakes.
So Emils must have had another wide run in Ascari. We've seen it a couple of times today. Now the pressure is very much on Pratama because Lawrenson is a man on a mission to see whether he can gain ground. Chua once again having a little look at Shang there, but unfortunately not working for him in the Retafilo. Race is livening up. 10 minutes to go. This is when the action really will kick in. We'll see whether Ogrodnikov decides to try and gain some ground onto Huang. It is still a 1.2 second gap, so it's totally possible. Szymanski is having a race on his own right now with a 12-second gap behind the front two, but the podium looks locked in at the moment with Rahmat still 3 seconds behind. As I say that was around about 5 seconds at one point, so he is gaining ground. We'll keep our eye on these gaps, but it's Lawrenson that continues to chase down Pratama there, the two olive green cars that will come up and onto Ascari and see whether he makes another move stick.
I want to highlight Singh and Milana here. Both are still in the race after the big crash they had. Kudos to them. Really like the effort here. Not skipping the race, staying in it, trying the best, because it's racing. You never know how it ends. But it costs a lot of willpower, basically, to stay within the car, especially if you got damage and you're a bit slower. So I'll give credits to Singh and Milana for still running here and doing so well.
Absolutely. It's frustrating, I think is probably the best term I can use, especially for Milana. Then literally he was a passenger. There's nothing you could do. Singh's car bounced out with a driver error effectively on the exit of Ascari and went straight across in front of Milana. Nothing he could do, hitting the Huracan side on. So Lawrenson, though, definitely looking to gain another place here on Pratama. Lawrenson, remember, went longest in terms of his run, came in the final man to pit, knowing that he's got those fresher tyres, able to attack. Speaking of attacks, Ogrodnikov still running behind Gary Huang. Huang managing to retake that first position in the pits, so great work from him. Went 2 laps longer than Ogrodnikov in the pits, so worked out well for him. Ogrodnikov came in pretty much around the 30-minute mark. Huang just going a little longer. So Lawrenson, 7th place currently, and chasing down as much as he can on Pratama here, who's still just coming out of the exit of Lesmo there. That's where he made his error before, and that's definitely going to be playing in the back of his mind every time he comes around that corner right now.
Yeah, it's not easy to overcome that. I mean, it wasn't a big crash, but it was a mistake, and he's obviously aware that you lose positions and time there. When I had my first crash on the racetrack, and it was having a race right a week after, basically, it definitely cost me a ton of time, because you always have that in your head. It's obviously on you to overcome that. So let's see if Pratama can make it work, but it seems like Lawrenson is slightly creeping closer here to Pratama, and with 6 minutes still on the clock, there is plenty of time for him to plan an attack and him execute it.
Absolutely. Pratama that is gaining on. Somebody else that's gaining is Ogrodnikov. Is within a second now, was 1.2 behind, now is 0.9. So keep our eye on that gap over the next 6 minutes to see whether he manages to make it work. Lawrenson just having a little peek. This is to show, hello, yeah, I'm still here. I'm having a little look to see if I can squeeze on through. Gets on the back. Has to be a little slower on the exit because he was so close to Pratama. And that's going to give Pratama a little chance to accelerate quicker, or rather accelerate earlier, going around Curva Grande there.
But of course, with the toe in action, in effect, and certainly there is going to be a big toe between these cars with that rear wing in there just slicing through the air. That's going to help Lawrenson to continue to maintain this while King Long Lee continues to watch. That's a good exit from Patama, looking to go into Lesmo up the inside. That's a little tricky, just trying to see whether he can make it stick, but has to go a little slower on the exit because he was really well off the apex.
Yeah, Lawrenson went too deep into it in terms of not being around the outside to set it up for the breaking point, especially in the first Lesmo. You then realize that you're running out of tarmac, running out of track, more or less, coming out of it, and that loses you a ton of time. Luckily, he pulled back, he got a bit more speed out of the car in terms of like a bit more braking than he was supposed to be, so that puts him back. That looked a bit sketchy by Pratama coming out there, but I think most of that was down to his ping, so Lawrenson can now set it up once again, getting all that slipstream. Lovely lights, by the way. I absolutely love the front lights already of the Lamborghini, but now with the reflection on the ground, it's even better. And look at Lawrenson getting so close in Parabolica. That was a great entry, good exit as well, and this could set him up very well here for turn one overtaking. Can he actually go inside, outside? He has to decide now with Pratama trying to cover up the inside. So Lawrenson has to go around the outside. Does that even work? If he's managing, it was a slight contact, under braking, now really hammering those brakes, touching once again, but Pratama stays up ahead, it seems like, and Lawrenson has to slot back between him and Lee.
I mean, for Pratama there, he's just trying to give himself as much a racing line as he could, squeezing Lawrenson further and further and further to the left there. It's a credit that they didn't have a full collision there, honestly, going into Rettifilo, because that was looking like it may well happen. But either way, Pratama manages to hang on to that position, certainly hotting up here with just under 4 minutes to go, which equates to roughly 2 laps overall. We're looking at around about 146, 147 laps at the moment, as they're obviously low on fuel now, starting to hit their quickest pace that they can.
And this will be a very interesting fight now for the last 3.5 minutes, because these guys are still going at each other, and that is Ogorodnikov. White flag for him. So had he been very, very slow there? Did something happen?
I mean, look at that. If that's Szymanski that's behind him, he was 13 seconds behind. That was definitely not 13 seconds, so maybe had a problem through Ascari.
Yeah, I always have to think first, because obviously white flag for us in circuit racing is a slow car on the track, while a white flag in the US is obviously the flag that you get before the checkered flag for the very last lap.
Yes, look, he's a 10-second gap now from Huang, so it was definitely a big error. Szymanski is 5 seconds behind him, but look at this battle continuing. Lawrenson's got to be careful he doesn't lose out to King Long Lee here behind him, because he is very much right there. Every time he's trying to make these moves on Pratama, it's kind of not working for him at the moment, and it's put him in the defensive seat as well. But yes, a little concentration slip from Ogorodnikov. It had to be on the exit of Ascari once again, where we've seen so many problems. Once again, Lawrenson looking up the inside. This time, no chance. Maybe try and get the switch back, but it's not really something you can do. And that was simply Pratama going in a little too hot. But look at that. Norman is alongside Lee now behind them. Because they got so hot on the brakes, I don't think Norman can make it work around the Curva Grande here, but it's going to give him the inside line if he can hold on to it going into the Variante de Rogia, and that may well be a position he can work, but it's such a tough chicane to squeeze into, and I think Norman's realized that he had to back out.
Yeah, he wasn't brave enough there to make the move, and I think he should have tried, to be honest, because he had all rights to really break late into that, to actually fight Lee here for 8th position, getting a few more points for the championship board. But Pratama was so slow that, what was that? He just lost it on the curb. Crazy what's happening in the very last.
This is Ogorodnikov. So yes, again on the exit of Ascari, just completely clattered it. You know what? He did well to collect it. He could have been facing the wrong way there. He did well to collect it in the end. Biffed off the barrier a couple of times, so damage on that second place Lamborghini right now for Ogorodnikov. But Lawrenson still unable to get past Pratama, trying to do what he can. We're going to have one more lap. Huang would have probably gone over the line by now. Actually, may well be well over the line, because he's got quite a gap on these drivers. You know, it's actually about 30 seconds ahead of Pratama, if I'm not mistaken, if I look down the line and add that all up. But Lawrenson still with one more chance. Now, we know it doesn't work going into Rettifilo. Where can he make it work?
Oh, look at that. Yeah, he dropped the rear left tire there into the dirt. Obviously not enough traction there anymore. Those slips get really slippery once they get into the grass, and then off he goes.
Oh, I thought that had dropped him out of the top 10. Here we go. Lawrenson once again. He's really, I don't think we've seen one work yet, have we? Going into Rettifilo? I don't think so. I don't think we've seen one work. This is
he's parking it
again. Yeah, really slow on the exit of that second. Now, has that give Lawrenson a chance here on the Curva Grande? Can he get inside just before Ogier? And maybe look at the inside. How brave is he feeling? He's in the top 7. He's in the points. He doesn't need to make a move. But look at this. Left, right. Pratama stays pretty much in the center of the track, just parking that car as wide and as aggressively as he can in his defense now. And now playing through his mind as he goes into the Lesmos. Will be that mistake that Pratama made a couple of laps ago. He gets on the exit cleanly as he goes through the second Lesmo. Is he going to be safe? Oh, he ran a little wide and a little scary. That was very tentative. But Gary Huang looks like he's going to be coming over the line as once again the second race winner here in Monza. Fantastic work from him.
Yeah, back-to-back wins for him here in the very first race of the championship, but the race isn't over for all of them yet, especially not for Pratama and Lawrenson. It seems like Lawrenson gets a shot here, a very last one onto the 180-degree long flowing right-hander. Gorotnikov takes second, Shemetinsky takes third, so the podium was locked out in nearly the entire race. Not much happening there with Rahmat and
he's got him on the inside!
Pratama runs wide. That's the chance for Lawrenson up the inside. They're side by side now, going to the start-finish line. That might be photo finish between them, but Pratama takes the upper hand. He stays in front of Lawrenson with, what was that?
5,000th of a second. 5,000th of a second. Pratama and Lawrenson. Lawrenson's going to be fuming that it couldn't make it work there. Zhang in the end will be 8th. Li in 9th. So Li ran wide somewhere in there as well because Chang went through into 8th. What happened there? And Lowe in the end has got past Shua into 10th. Norman has had an off. And that, wow, okay, what happened at the end? Because, okay, there was quite a few problems towards the end there. Woo! Let's have a look. Here we go. This is Pratama and Lawrenson once again. So Pratama with an error, and he must have been forcing that accelerator pedal as much as he can to make sure he goes over the line side by side. But what happens further back? That's what I want to know, because Norman had an off, and I got to feel that it was either through Ascari or basically going into the Parabolica, maybe completely just missed his braking point, like the focus going in the last second. Oh my word, what an ending.
Yeah, Norman was dropping out there, and he did so well throughout the entire race, fighting back into the top 10, out of the top, no, again into the top 10, and then dropping out. That is really devastating for a driver. If you come home empty-handed there, no points for him at all. But everything else we saw on the track, once again, that was incredible. 1 hour of racing, a great change for the lead. Like, even it was an indirect strategic lead change, but everything else was pure on action.
Yeah, I mean, even though obviously it was a strategic change, you know, the fact is obviously Ogorodnikov could have possibly retaken that lead, but just totally outbraked himself when Juan came out of the pits. Maybe a shot of fury, effectively, of like, wait a minute, that's the race leader. That was my position. Completely didn't expect, maybe expecting Huang to stay on the inside. Huang cuts across, which was completely in his right because he'd gone over past the white line, and then obviously shot it up the inside. We'll have a look at the highlights to see exactly how that all went, because there's a whole lot of them to take from that race, obviously, with a lot going on. We should also obviously mention, the Davlish Singh incident that happened further on, but this is the start of the race. As you can see, Ogorodnikov managed to get past Huang in that first corner. So fantastic work from him. Further down the field, oh my word, that was a spearhead. No need for that.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate. Obviously, it's an iconic corner section for a mistake like that, but look how close racing was all throughout the grid. And it's even though those cars have TC and they have ABS, don't get it wrong, they're still problematic. Not problematic, but they're still hard on the edge. And that was the Singh against Milana here. Milana, absolutely no chance. He saw Singh going wide, positioned in the middle already to be safe, but unfortunately Singh came across the entire track then.
This is when Juan came out of the pits. Ogorodnikov completely outbraking himself. I think with the swerve, that's what missed his brake point. He was like swerving quickly, reaction to get out of the way. I wonder, I mean, he should have read the situation with Juan coming out, whether he just completely missed the point there, and if he wasn't braking quite right, if Juan would have come across, whether he'd have actually just collected Juan in the back, which is why he tried to move it. This was obviously with Lawrenson and Schua. Schua just tapping the back of Lawrenson there. It's hard to say whether he turned in, because it would look like Lawrenson basically got tapped. It turned his car sideways. If anything, hitting Schua actually corrected his position, and that sent Schua down a couple of places with Chang passing there.
And that was Lee passing. Chang made a pass a bit later in the race. And this is Ogorodnikov throwing away kind of the chance to fight Wang for the win.
That's the focus we talk about. That was, you know, what, 3 minutes, I think, before the end of the race. That's what we're talking about, the focus. And this, the last-minute sprint. I was just wondering, I was going to say to you, if we go into the Parabolica, this is the time for his to make his chance, maybe an error, and then sure enough, he makes that unforced error and gives a real chance. In the end, 5,000ths of a second behind there, Pratama. So Lawrenson almost made it work, but 7th place, still pretty damn good.
It is, but it was all down to throttle control, right? A discipline. You want to use all the traction you have from the tires, from like mechanical grip, aero and all that, and you just did a step too far there. It slipped out in the rear. He had to open the steering once to correct, right? You're going like this into Parabolica, then you open it up again, and then he went into the corner, but that was already enough to let Lawrence go into the inside and get that race down to the photo finish that we had.
Fantastic racing, no doubt about it, throughout that one. Obviously, if you've just joined us, well, that is the Asian region. We've had a 45-minute race and an hour-long race. Now, you guys at home, if you're in Asia, Europe, or Americas, you can get involved in this. The qualification for each race is completely open. But you got to be good, and you got to be over the age of 16. I know I hate the age restrictions, but let's face it, when we're giving prizes out, especially when the prize is jumping in a Lamborghini at the end of it, you kind of got to be able to drive it. I'm just saying, you kind of got to be able to drive it. I got to be honest, if I was 16 and I managed to win that prize, I think I'd be scared. If I was Lamborghini, I'd be pretty scared. That's a 16-year-old kid coming to drive my car. But anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because fantastic prize, no doubt about it. Niels is going to be on the couch in a moment. He's obviously won it last time. If you've seen the video before, obviously it's him that's in the car. He can tell you just how damn good that prize is. But yeah, obviously qualifications are going to be open for Asia itself. Obviously Laguna Seca will be the next track. So get yourself some practice in right now, because that qualification will be coming up soon. But what a fantastic race at Monza here for the Asia region.
It definitely was, and it was a grid that delivered what we wanted, and that was 45 and 1 hour of racing that's tight, that's clean most of the time, and that's exciting to watch. And we still got Europe, we still got the Americas up ahead, so there will be more racing action within this Lamborghini The Real Race. It is only the first race of the season, so if you like it, as you said already, you can get involved, but it's also just great to watch, because if the others deliver like that, hell yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get the current standings as it happens, obviously with 2 races across the field. No second guessing really who the winner was, because he won both races.
Bold guess, Wang is leading.
Yeah, it's a big, bold guess right there. Winning both sprint races. Fantastic stuff from him, especially for the first time, obviously, he was under pressure from Ogorodnikov. It does seem that the 2 Russian drivers do look like they're going to put a challenge in. I'm really interested to see how the championship will evolve over the 10 races, because obviously we were talking about, you know, every driver has their favourite circuits, right? You know, Huang, sure, he's done it on Monza. Going to Laguna Seca, is that a track that he's practiced on? Is he knows? I mean, he's definitely going to be practicing now. There's no doubt about it. But is it a track that it favours him? Because we could suddenly see maybe further down the field some drivers that it's work into. Obviously, you know, we got to talk about Davlish Singh and Rama Malana, who were running very well in the first race. But then obviously no points in the second race, so they're going to be out of it. And you can see here's the points total overall. Gary Huang, of course, at the top, winning both races. So congratulations to him. But as I mentioned, Ogorodnikov and Shemensky certainly putting in some great performances. Rahman, man, that guy was resilient, wasn't he, throughout the first race? Actually started out in, I think, second or third, so he lost a couple of places in the first race, but got himself a strong fourth place finish in the second.
Yeah, we see a devilish thing. Could have been a bit further up ahead, maybe in front of Rahman, but he didn't due to what happened in the main race here. Terry Rayton in 6th, and that is very, very close between him and Pratama. Lawrenson even with 2 points more than Pratama.
And when you think of Rayton, obviously he got punted off in the first race by Kin Long Lee, so he's going to be looking at it thinking, I could have had more. He was certainly in the running along with Rama Milana and co in that first race, so real big chance for him. Fantastic stuff overall. But we need to take a breather. We've had a good 2-hour session here, and we've got many more hours to go, obviously, with Europe and Americas. But for now, let's send it over to Julia and Niels.
Thanks, Lee and Renee. You are doing such a great job, and you need a break, definitely. So we have a winner of our first race. It's Gary Hurang from China with 50 points, I just saw on the schedule. So what do you think, Niels? What do you think about the race?
So he did a fantastic job, obviously. Winning both races, never easy. Certainly I've had Ogorodnikov behind me myself, and I know he's very aggressive, and we saw it into turn 1 there after the pit stops where Ogorodnikov tried his best to somehow cling onto the first position there, and Gary just did his best to keep that one.
Yeah, so we tried everything to talk to him, but it's not possible at the moment. So I'm very sorry, guys. But Niels, you also won a lot of races the past years. How would you feel right now?
I mean, obviously it's a long season, so 10 races total. You never know what's going to happen, but it's always a very good start, of course, and you feel great when you know you have made that first step.
Yeah.
Going for this big prize at the end of the season. And then, especially for Gary, it didn't seem like he was really challenged by a lot of people, so he can have like a wide chest going into the next rounds, knowing that he's one of the top guys for the title.
Yeah, so again, congratulations, Gary. And we are having a little break now, just 5 minutes, so don't leave. But before that, we have highlights for you. So see you later, guys.
I try
Hi guys, we are back and we already have our first winner of the real race. It's Gary from China. Congratulations. And now we have the chance to talk to him and we will see him on screen, I hope. Gary, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi Gary, congratulations. You are our first winner of the day. How do you feel?
So happy.
Yeah, I can imagine. We are happy for you too.
Let's talk about your race a bit. First, congratulations, of course. We already know how you feel, and I can only see still there.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think he's still there.
So I want to know what was your strategy going into the race? Did you have a specific plan when you do your pit stop?
No special strategy.
No special strategy, so maybe just luck? Was it just luck?
There was one more situation that was really tricky. I think it was after the pit stops when Ogorodnikov passed you through, the runoff of turn 1. What did you think when he was staying ahead at first?
Sorry.
Okay, we have an unstable connection at the moment. Congratulations, Gary, and enjoy your victory for the day. And we will have our next race in a few minutes, so just a little patience. And for this time, I would say we talk a little bit about Lamborghini. Niels, what makes the difference to other cars? What would you say?
So, I mean, in the game, all cars are really very detailed, modeled in a very detailed way. So they're all really different. They all drive different. And the Lambo, of course, has its specific as well. So first you have the V10 engine, which is just amazing. The sound of it, the engine response of it, it always just goes and it really never stops on the straight. And also because the aerodynamics of the car really play to the trait of the engine. Because the car is so flat, maybe you can see it on the table here as well. The air just nicely flows over the car, so it doesn't really have a lot of drag, and it's really made for this top speed. But they also thought of the downforce, and as opposed to other cars, it doesn't really rely on being totally flat to the ground. There's a way of the car channeling air under the front splitter without really sacrificing ride height quality, so to say.
Okay, and you had the chance to drove a Lamborghini in real life last year. How was it?
It's hard to describe, really. It took a couple days to really let it sink in.
Yeah.
But it was the most surprising thing to me. And the best of that experience was going into the Super Trofeo. That was like, it felt twice or 3 times as fast as a road-going Lamborghini, which with 700 horsepower is already really quick.
Yeah.
And I think just getting a glimpse of the ferocity of these cars, the sound in the cockpit when there's no filters, there's the suspension is stiffer, and everything goes through to the driver much more harshly.
Yeah.
I think that's something that just sticks out to me from the whole experience.
And how did it come that you had the experience, so the chance that you can drove one?
Yeah, I mean, this is the Real Race, the second season, right? So there was a first season, and I was one of the lucky guys who were at the top and could win this and go to Italy and be part of this experience, which is a lot more than just driving the car. It's good. You get in touch with all the people at Lamborghini. They're not shy to send their marketing chief to talk with us, have a drink. Well, wine, obviously. In Italy.
Obviously.
But,
not driving after it, right?
No. That was only in the evening hours when everybody was relaxed again. And they treated us like family, and you really got a feeling for the culture they're living in Lamborghini as well.
Yeah. Okay. So we have also typical sim rig here in the studio. So maybe the camera can switch to the sim rig that we can have a look on it. Do you have one at home, Niels?
Of course. Have to say, in the last couple of years, I upgraded heavily. A couple of years ago, I was driving with a standard plastic wheel, basically. And then the technology in sim racing has advanced in the last couple of years. And especially last year, there was a real boost when everything needed to stay at home. And I upgraded as well. And now we have these large frames that are very sturdy, keep everything in the exact same place to the millimeter. You're using a racing seat as well. You have a steering wheel that can produce something like 20 Newton meters, or like a full horsepower that you'd get in a kart or something. You'd have a steering wheel with Alcantara on it and a lot of switches. I think the only difference I really have is, of course, I use different brands, for example, but I think the pedals and steering wheel, that's not too much of a difference. But as opposed to this triple screen setup, as we see here, I just have a large single screen at home for basically just convenience reasons.
Okay, and how much money did you spend on it?
Well, the official number I used to tell at home is something like 5K euros.
5K,
but I guess it's a little more than that.
Okay.
But don't be afraid. You can really start at way lower numbers. Something like 200-300 euros is what gets you started in sim racing.
Okay, and what is the cheapest way? So when I want to start and I don't have, 5 or 10K for using it?
I mean, you can start as easy as with a normal gamepad if you already have one. Some games really supports that. ACC has a good integration of gamepads as well. There are some guys in leagues who actually drive against steering wheel guys, and they're on the same level. So you can start this way. And if you want to get more sophisticated, just go for a steering wheel in the lower tier of like 200 euros or so.
Yeah, okay. And so for all the people who just want to start with ACC, do you have a special, tip for them?
I mean, of course, you can get it on the PlayStation, but the easiest way certainly is to just get it on Steam right now, because currently during the Lamborghini Real Race, it's for free.
Okay, cool. So I think, are we ready for our second race? I just asking. No, we are not ready for the next race. Just a few minutes. How could you transform your experience to the car in the game? So your real experience with the Lamborghini in Italy?
It's always one of these questions that people want to know, right? How realistic is sim racing really? And I have to say, over the last couple of years, of course, the PC you have at home gets better. It can do more calculations, and so the games also get better and more detailed. They do more calculations as well. They add more factors that they want to calculate. And I think by now we're just at a point where of course, a lot of people actually use the games we use at home to prepare for the real races. We have those laser scan tracks, so everything looks the same down to the centimeter. Every bump that is there on the real track, you'll have in the game as well. I hear we're getting back to the race, do we?
Yeah, we are just ready for the second race. But before that, Lee gives us a little introduction of the format again. Lee, it's your turn.
It's my turn, but I've also got Rennie here, so we could talk about the format. This is great.
Well, she
did only specifically ask for me, right? Okay, you can just sit there and be quiet. In fact, I just nudge you off the camera. So yes, let's talk about the format. So you guys, if you didn't join us earlier in the show for Asia, firstly, shame on you. But thank you for joining us after all. So what's this all about, the real race? The format overall is open to everyone. As long as you're over the age of 16 and you're going to have to be pretty darn quick. There's no doubt about it, especially now we're moving on to the European region. So qualifications will happen throughout the week for the given track. This week it was Monza. That's already been done. Next will be Laguna Seca. So get yourself practicing on Laguna Seca. Then, of course, if you are in that top 40, you will join the closed qualification group. That's obviously where we're starting to see the drivers really perform, really step it up. Then, I believe it'll be on a Saturday. Don't quote me on this, but I believe it'll be on a Saturday. We'll have that closed qualifier. And again, you'll be posting those hot laps. You'll be in a single player mode, so don't worry about cars getting in your way or anything like that. You'll be in single player and, again, posting the hot laps. But you are against the top 40 in the world, or certainly in your region for Europe, as the case is for this one. Then the top 20 drivers, which are the quickest, will move on to the Sunday race, which is where we find ourselves right now. We have the top 20 European drivers coming up. Of course, later on, we will have the Americas as well. So if you're in one of those regions, get yourself practicing. If you want to be here in the real race, championship points are on the line. A fantastic prize as well. That's how it all works, Julia.
Thanks, Lee. And at the end of the competition, when all 10 weeks are done, the top 3 will win a trip to the Lamborghini headquarters in Santa Agata, Bolognese, Italy, and meet the Lamborghini racing team department and their new performance car, the Lamborghini Huracán Super Trofeo 2. An exclusive experience worth more than €8,000 for each lucky winner. As you can see next to me, this is the suit that you can jump in when visiting the team and getting to know Lamborghini's powerful G2 race car. And to give you a little taste on what will be waiting for the champion, take a look at this eye candy.
Do positive lap for driver change. Copy, copy, copy.
Wow, that looks so good. And now we have a special message from Lamborghini CEO Stefan Winkelmann.
Pushing the boundaries has been within the DNA of Lamborghini from the very first day. And we all agree that competition helps every company and every individual to never rest and always keep pushing. Of course, this is also true for racing competitions, be it out on the track or in a simulator. In fact, sim racing has experienced a huge growth over the last years, even accelerated during this last year of travel restrictions and other limitations due to COVID. Lamborghini is happy to be a supporter and an important driver of this trend. We share the passion of the sim racing community. With the real race, we are now increasing the competition to 3 regions. This is a great development, underlining Lamborghini's commitment and providing even more racers a chance to engage with our brand. On the company's journey, the development of digital solutions is crucial. Making racing accessible for everyone is close to our heart. In the end, we all in this incredible car universe are in it for the love of cars and the passion for performance. We'd like to wish the best luck to the drivers. We are all looking forward to seeing who will win the championship and become Lamborghini official sim driver in 2022. And now, I invite you to play, to compete, to be entertained by Lamborghini.
Thank you very much, Stefan Winkelmann. And if you want to join the competition, it's not too late. Just check out our schedule and maybe you are the next real racer. And now we have a look at the schedule. And of course, we started today with Monza, but there is so much more to come.
Yeah, 9 more races, and the next 3 actually take us to the international GTC tracks. So starting with Laguna Seca, which is much more technical, a very narrow track, will challenge the drivers a lot. Moving on to Suzuka, which is also very technical, but a very different style of track than Laguna Seca is. Then moving on to Kialami, which is in South Africa. Very particular track for the engine and aerodynamics, as the air is different there. And then, yeah, moving all across Europe from Zandvoort in the Netherlands to Germany, Spain, Silverstone in the UK, Spa-Francorchamps, can't miss on any schedule, really. One of the most iconic tracks in the world. And then they're finishing in Misano at the end of the year.
Yeah, that looks good. A lot of sim racing this year. But now we are ready for our second race. And for you guys at home, enjoy it. And Lee, René, it's your turn again.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are on to the Europeans. Let's see what they can bring to the table, René. A lot of names we're going to recognize here as well to see if they can step up their performance and see what the first entries will have in the bag. Of course, if you just followed us in the Asia regions, Gary Huang winning back-to-back across both sprint races. Now, sprint races, what are you on about? What do you mean? It's a 45-minute race to start things off, and then we'll move into an hour-long race as well. Both will have to have a single pit stop within them enforced.
Yeah, it won't be easy because we saw already that there is a bit of strategic play, right? You can over and undercut depending on where you want to place your pit stop. But with us heading over to Europe, it is probably the craziest region when it comes to sim racing as of right now, as long as we're not talking about oval racing, bit different there,
Indeed,
right?
indeed.
But if it's classic circuit racing, then Europe has plenty of talents. I mean, this grid would need to be like 200 driver size to be remotely close to probably the same average in terms of percentage of skilled people, because there are just so many good teams, so many good organizations, and so many good drivers. So I'm really looking forward to the European one. Will probably be absolutely mind-boggling because I see a lot of pressure being applied by each one of them, and it will be interesting to figure out who's getting the upper hand, at least for Monza.
And of course, if you've just joined us, you didn't catch the Asian races, well, let's have a look and show you exactly what we're doing. We're on Monza, obviously, to start things off in the season for all the regions. And of course, Europe is no different. The track based in Italy, of course. And it is a track that, well, if you've just seen, we know exactly what's going to be going on. Keep your eye on that white line throughout the qualification, the pit stops, because it could turn things out as we go into the Rettifilo. That's going to be where action could happen in the first corner.
Yeah, first time really hammering the brakes, getting in that chicane, and then you need a good exit here on this roughly 5.8 kilometer long track, because you want to get the momentum speed up in this long floating 180-degree right-hander that leads you to the next chicane. And the second spot where you could, if you're brave enough under braking, make a move, go side by side. Just be aware, left and right, those curbs, they're not your friends, and not, at least not if you go any deeper into them.
And you can go in that gravel trap quite easily if you collect that curb on the inside. And then, of course, we hit the two Lesmos. And we've seen actually overtakes happening here as well, which is not always expected, but it had caught a few people napping. And then the second Lesmo. This is important because you need a good exit. You hit, obviously, the long straight, the small curve, and then again a straight. It is flat out down there, so if you have a bad exit, you could get caught napping, and someone will catch up with you as you come into Ascari.
Yeah, this track really teaches you that it's all about the exit speed of a corner, not the entry speed, because you need that speed for all these straights coming up. That's Ascari here, really wide when you run through there, so it looks like you could go 3 or even 4 wide if you really want to, but curbs once again are an issue. And then on the right side, you easily beach the car. You might go slightly in a weird angle over that curb that catches you out because it's a bit bigger than you might expect it to be, and it unbalanced the car, can spin you around. We saw that in the previous race in Asia, and then the very last shot, that's where you have it right here.
Into the Parabolica, we saw cars going side by side in Asia. 0.005 of a second split them
as they came up and over the line in the final race. Will we see the same intensity here at Europe? I'm pretty sure we will, where the qualification no doubt would have been very fierce. You talked about how many top talents are out there, and let's face it, everybody that I know in the European sim racing world that will be taking part in this, trying to get in there, will certainly all want to be in that Lamborghini at the end of the season.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a great price, right? It's one side, the Lamborghini eSports side, but on the other hand, going to a track, getting in such an iconic car, basically everyone's childhood dream, and driving that around a racetrack, that's a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
We should point out, that there is quite a lot of sim racers out there that have, made the transition from real racing to sim racing, but also the reverse. They've gone from sim racing into real racing. Yourself involved, obviously, with your team, starting to pull those sim racers into the real cars. It's happening more and more. And if you come out as the winner here, you've got that tick on your CV. You've obviously won the race itself, the real race, and then of course you've gone to Monza. I've been at Monza, not Monza, at Lamborghini. Well, Monza in my brain because we've been plugging it in for so long. You've been to Lamborghini. I've been there with the real race team. I've drove their car. You've got that tick on your CV effectively to go in there. Let's look at the drivers that we have here, because some seriously big names.
Yeah, definitely. It's once again that huge spread across the countries, which is great to see, right? We don't have a single country that's dominating, just like in the Asian region. We got Jordan Sherritt from South Africa with a great start into this qualification, but also Niklas Huben, the only German driver in here that had a great run throughout the hot laps. Matteo Blotta, so there are a few Italians. Obviously, that's home court advantage, basically, for them here in Monza. So I expect amazing things of them. We got Belgium in here. We got a fellow citizen from the British Islands. Two of them. Yeah, Jonathan Riley and Charlie Crossland. And we can't forget about that one name that everyone's probably wondering, why did he say so far? Jaroslav Honzik.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm just looking at there. We got 5 Italians. This is a decent showing for the Italians. Yeah, no surprises. We're at Monza.
They like racing.
They like racing. They like racing cars very fast. And, of course, we're in the Lamborghini, so not too surprising there. Jordan Sherritt, you were talking about, from South Africa. He is the #1 position right now, so the fastest car on the grid. And, of course, the Sim Grid World Cup in Season 1. That is his favourite
Lamborghini.
That's quite specific.
I'm pretty sure that one doesn't exist.
I'm pretty sure that's what he won rather than his Lamborghini. But you know what? Maybe they'll make a car out of it.
that was basically the request for special edition, the Sim Grid World Cup. Might happen. Jaroslav Honzik, 33 years old, from Czech Republic. 13th position. He likes the Huracán. That's good because that's the car he's racing in. And he had been alongside Niels Naujoks, I think, in the last season to go to Italy. So he met people at Lamborghini already. He got very close to the car, actually drove the car as well. So he knows how to throw it around on a real racetrack. Let's see if he can do that in the virtual world as well.
You think Niels is going to be sat there like, why can't I have another go? Ready on here, by the way, qualified second as well. The Aventador, his favourite Lamborghini out there. Certainly another car with a huge rear wing. Huge. Just like the GT3 we'll have today. But yeah, representing France there. Second place for him. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's a great grid. And we have the... Let's say the audience, obviously. Jaroslav Honzik is a big influencer, YouTuber, really known in the world of ACC or sim racing in general. So I guess there are quite a few eyes now onto this grid, and that means everyone else will try to prove them even more in case you're not that big of a name yet. So does Johan Ufella, 28, from France as well. 3rd position in the hot lap qualifier. Likes the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. There is Super Veloce. What's the J for again? I shouldn't have gone that way, right?
See, I knew the first bit, and then I was like, as you were saying it, I was like, what's the J? I don't know.
I know that the SV always stands for Super Veloce.
Yeah. Because it's normally just SV.
Yeah.
SVJ. Guys at home, you can get involved. Hashtag Lamborghini get involved in there. So, anyway, you've thrown yourself under the bus. You could have just gone with the Aventador, just like the other driver.
I was just curious.
But yeah, you've thrown yourself in. Yeah, I mean, it's quite specific to go with that exact version, especially when you think of obviously the release of Lamborghini, obviously limited editions, special editions, all these sort of things that come out. To have that one special edition, maybe there's that one thing you like.
Next time, I just want to have engine codes. It works a bit better. We try that next time. Yeah, instead of naming the model, they just give us the favorite engine code, and then we'll see if I can handle that.
We're gonna request maybe when we get to do it ourselves, we're gonna start bringing up pictures of the car itself. This is his favorite car.
They roll by. Fully already.
Oh, we're going to just roll them into the studio.
I say a car, oh, he likes the Diablo SV, and it just rolls by.
You'd be like, sure, we'll just lend you our entire fleet of cars, and we'll just roll them all into the studio. I'm sure they'd love that. Berlin would certainly love it, that's for sure. All those Lamborghinis on show. There's plenty of them here. And obviously these guys are out on the track. Free practice, getting themselves used to, obviously, how the fuel's going to work. Obviously, when you're qualifying hot laps, it's very different. You're pretty much running as little fuel as you can possibly run. And again, they're going to be running, obviously, as much fuel as they can for the 45-minute race. Don't forget, they can refuel, obviously change tyres, etc. They have to have one single pit stop in this race.
Yeah, especially now in free practice, they could actually run the fuel that they run in the race just to get used to it right now, because in hot lap, as I said, it's the lower the better. You want to get rid of all that dead weight, basically, but they need to get used to race of fuel. What's coming up next? They got 1 minute 40. I tell you, there's two things, at least that go through my mind while sitting on the grid, which is, by the way, the worst timing in a race. Racing is fine. Fighting is fine. Flying across track is fine, but waiting at the grid, two things going through their mind. One is, was that really a good idea, or will I end up in a huge crash at turn 1? That's one thing. And second is, should I have gone to the toilet a 9th time before the race? Is it really? To all the other racing drivers I talked to, they all had the same feeling while sitting on the grid.
The third is, should I have drank all that water?
Yeah. It's a tough time, and I have to say, in sim racing, I'm kind of nervous on the pedals, so you see my foot really like vibrating on the pedals. Doesn't happen to me in the real car, so that's the message now. Sim racing, way more intense than real racing.
So it's funny you should say that, because obviously, you know, if you were to talk to, obviously, a couple of the real drivers that have made transitions over the last year or two into sim racing, they talk about how nervous they are. And actually, when they get into the proper races, you know, when they really know they're up against it, you know, in the competition, they do actually mention it's pretty much the same nervousness, isn't it? Obviously, you know, you guys take it serious. Let's face it, anyone sitting on this grid right now has put a lot of hours into Monza, into getting your car just right, you know, all these hours, they all bottle up to this one explosive moment. And now the cars get the rolling start round the Parabolica, and they set themselves up, try and get as much of a warm-up as you can. Jordan Sherritt at the front, he's going to be the man that will start things off as they approach the line.
Yeah, he will be the one starting the first sprint race of the European region, and he will also be the one that hopefully gets a shot down into turn 1. We saw that didn't work out for the leader in the Asian race, so it's not automatically means that you will have the upper hand into turn 1. Let's see, we're close to green.
And here we go, green light goes, they drop the hammer and hit the accelerator. Sherritt gonna be the first into the Rizzafiglio, and it should be enough. Let's see how clean we can make it here. It's always tricky going into turn 1 as they're hard on the brakes now. They start that right-hander, right, left, hard in the steering. One has to run wide, but that's fine. No positions were lost or gained, so he will just go out there. Oh, what was that? That was third place that just went off.
Yeah, that was someone really, really slow there. Not quite sure what happened, but for Jordan Sherritt, it couldn't have been any better here. He did a great start, managed to get through it quite easily, but behind him, there is a huge traffic jam down to the second chicane. Oh, someone touched the grass. The green car there going wide. The Huracán luckily gets back onto the track. Is that Tinko van der Velde here that lost a ton of positions? Oh, he was in the grass and being tapped at the same time on the braking.
I think the whole grid just completely forgot to brake. There was about 3 or 4 cars that put the toes on the grass there, going into Rogia, and just could not stop sliding off and left and right, and that's definitely caused some serious problems here in the sprint race. And don't forget, obviously, positional will carry through into the second race, so you've got to make sure you get back in the running as quickly as you can and try and get those positions, because if you go out now, it is going to cost you so much going into that second race. So even if you've had an outing here on the first lap, you've got to get yourself back in the game.
Yeah, and Jordan Sheriff, who's currently in the lead, obviously not an unknown name to the world of Lamborghini racing. He came third place in the real race in 2020, so in the previous season, and it seems like he's in a great spot to start a successful campaign also here in 2021. Tinker van der Velde. So it's the red car, not the green. It was my mistake, and it was Essa in the green. That gets really close now between those two, 64, 63 on the track. Can Essa maybe send it up the inside here into turn one? Van der Velde around the outside, right behind Huben, the German driver. But under braking, it seems, worked very well for him. I would say his teammate in the red car, but I'm not sure if they're really teammates. Went a bit wide there, once again, really massive through turn one.
Wow, Europe, you disappoint me! You disappoint me! Asia was clean, but Europe is a little bit of a mess in the Rettifilo once again as they go around the Curva Grande. Once again, we have cars off the track going backwards. This is not what I want to see in sim racing, because now they approach the Roger. It is again a little bit clumsy as they see someone late in the brakes further down the field, but Jordan Sherritt continues to read and lead the charge. Leo Bulli here on your screens further down the field. Taverni also having an os there. Essa and Giglio both were running in, I think, around about fourth. Let's have a look. Where did they all start out? Because they were up in the...
Essa was
Giglio was 8th,
before.
yeah. Essa was 5th, started out. So they've all lost some massive points. So clearly we're involved in that collisions at the Rogia on the first lap.
No, Essa was actually running right behind Van der Velde at the end of the first lap. So let's see where he went. I think that's Essa in the green car. Not that green car, the first one. Second, I'm not sure. There's a 21 that spun around here. Let's see who the 21 is. That is car 21. That's Giglio.
Yeah.
So he got caught off there in the second chicane. Didn't really manage to have a great start to this race, that's for sure. At least he got his pit stop out of the way, but it's still a lot of time to make up once again to play along. Another interesting candidate here in this race is currently on position number 9. That's Riley. Although we see Hamada against Redon, but yeah, Riley, he is a no name in the F1 eSports world. Raced there very, very successful in the past. Now in GT3 cars, and oh, that doesn't work at all for him. Riley spun around there into turn 1. Now he's in everyone's way. That will be a lot of damage beside the entire grid he lost there. Yeah, front hood popped open. Obviously, there's no engine below that, so that doesn't even help cooling. We can't even say that, but oh man, that was a huge drop here. Riley, as soon as we talk about him, drops to, that's commentator's curse.
From 9th down to 18th, yeah, and it was actually, ironically, his British compatriot alongside in Crossland there that forced the outing. So Hamada, though, further down the field, managed to work his way up into 8th place now. Redion actually had a bit of a disastrous start, as you can see, running currently in 7th place, started out in 2nd. So obviously he was one of the drivers that certainly got caught up in the Rogier incident. Here we go, another look at this. Okay, so actually it was the car coming up behind, the red car coming up behind, that collected his rear wing. That's what caused it. So he simply got punted from behind. So absolutely nothing he could do about that. We just saw a car running very wide there. That, I think, was that Honzik? I think that was Honzik that just ran really wide coming out of Ascari.
Jaroslav Honzik currently in 10th. I'm pretty sure that his entire chat will be supporting him right now. He's a good driver.
No, it was Hamada. It was Hamada that was wide. So Hamada, that's why they're both on the back of Hamada in the green Lamborghini. Yeah, it was Hamada in the green Lamborghini. That's what was going on there. So he must have ran really wide coming out of Ascari, which is why we now see them hard on them. And Honzik, you can see on the back of Crossland here, challenging out for 9th, already in the top 10. He's going to be late in the brakes. He's going to gamble on the fact that Hamada may hold Crossland up. And that's a great move from Honzik. Straight past it there. Crossland hard on the brakes, making sure he doesn't tap the back of it. But Honzik is through clean as you like into Rettifilo.
Great racing in the beginning. I mean, it's a bit more messy than what we saw in Asia, but everyone is fighting with a knife between their teeth, that's for sure. Niklas Huben, ADSC Digital Champion, so he's bringing a national championship to the table here, and now wants to prove that he can do the same in a more international field. Van der Velde still right behind him, and then Michael Capera in 12th right now. Well, it wasn't 12. Capera is obviously not 12. He's 13th. Behind Matthias. Kuhn Matthias here as these two are still fighting. We once again have those little fighting groups all across the grid, which gives us a ton of action to actually look at, and I hope we just don't miss the biggest one.
Yeah, at the moment, Jordan Sherritt's running away, though. 2.2, closing in on 2.3 seconds clear here over the, it's Martin Kadlecek in, sorry, apologies if I butchered your name. I can never get the accents right. He's the Czech driver, or Czechia driver, I should say, in second place. Affilio, who did start out in third, still holding on to that third place position as well, but only just, you can see Huben up on his rear wing at the moment as they go through Lesmo. Just to the light, that's the parabolica they're going around, and trying to keep on them. And Affilio, you can see, don't think he's going to be quite within range here, Huben, to have a go into Affilio. He should be able to just, yeah, again, this is the defensive line we were talking about earlier on in the Asia region, but this is more what I expected, right? Defensive line on the, effectively coming on the pit exit, and then you slowly cut across to get the better apex, but that's not what we saw earlier on. But this looks like Affilio's out of position this time as they go through the Curva Grande, and you can see Huben sneaking up the inside. Now, he will be on the outside, but how brave are they feeling on the brakes into Rogia? It does look like Affilio is going to try and give this position up, or is he? No, he's going to try and hang on too wide, but it will work out, and Huben's going to go through. Oh, hello, Van der Velde's trying to get through on the inside as well.
Yeah, Van der Velde trying to get involved there, but it wasn't enough on the first run up. But I have to say, respect to both drivers, they managed it really, really well. Amazing racing, no touching. Van der Velde looking up the inside on Lesmo too, but that won't work. It's really tight down there. If you dip the car in, you really want to use the banking to get around. But yeah, I want to say it's the respect between Huben and a fella that made that pass possible. They really worked that well together. They didn't lose a lot of time. They're doing quite well, but what I want to say, since we were talking about you need to be 16 to participate here, right? So the second place, Kadlecek, currently is the youngest driver that we have because he's 17.
Along with Van der Velde, actually, as well. Both 17-year-olds in there, so fantastic stuff, yeah. So
Van der Velde
two
as well,
drivers,
true.
second and fifth at the moment, 17-year-olds. And this is what we're talking about, how sim racing is definitely getting in there and accessible for the younger drivers out there as well, are all starting to get involved. So fantastic to see at the moment as Tinko Van der Velde on the backside of Affilio is going to be absolutely kicking himself after losing that position to Huben earlier on. Jordan Sherritt still running away with this one at the moment, 2.7 seconds clear. As you mentioned, Kadlecek, he's got himself a nice gap as well to Huben, who's just got past. And Tinko Van der Velde into Affilio side by side. Nice driving there with Affilio as well. Has to back out in the end of Curva Grande, but now he's under pressure from Ciccolari, up behind him. So he's trying to get involved. Ciccolari coming in from 9th place overall, the Italian looking to get in. Oh, there are Monza. Oh, that's some defensive work there as they come out of the Curva Grande. And now he's going to have to be hard on the brakes as he goes into Rogia. And it does look like it's going to be clean, but now Ciccolari's got to be careful because Redoni, who started out in 3rd place, so can place the fast laps, is now squeezing through, and he goes through. Very nicely done on Ciccolari.
Yeah, it's kind of like the domino effect. As soon as one driver makes a move, everyone else gets a chance as well, and they need to react properly. They did put on up to 7th now and sending Hamada down to 8th. Ciccolari, obviously, he's already very close here to Tinko Van der Velde, who has he's attacking actually with a fella here into Ascari. Wasn't enough though to go side by side, but so he steps back, tries to get another clean run out of Ascari down to Parabolica. Yeah, that was looking a bit better than Ofella, but not enough yet to really use that slipstream to the very last meter to go side by side.
Really trying to do what he can here. Remember, the points fall down to the top 10. So Honzik at the moment in that 10th place. The purple Lamborghini, very easy to spot this purple and white car on the back of Crossland right now, the #1 UK driver that's currently running after obviously the accident from Riley, who by the way has pitted, and we should mention that most of the cars that did have incidents have all chose to pit early on and try and make that work for them, of course, with 30 minutes to go. Honzik looking to try and make the move here further up as well. It does look like Seclari also having a little peek, but it is Honzik hard on the brakes, and he's got to be careful. Boulet up behind him as well, but he doesn't manage to make it work on Crossland this time. I wasn't sure if they're on to send it up the inside, but chose wisely not to.
Yeah, Jardier here, so obviously Jaroslav Honzik, who's also known as Jardier, still well within there, and he is holding on to the top 10, which is a position for scoring points. But he might even have a shot at Crossland. Brilliant. Tinko van der Velde seems to be kind of the story early on in this race against Ufella. So far was still not enough to really show himself big in that rear view mirror of the Huracán GT3 in front of him, but he's creeping closely, and he's definitely a bit, I would say, a bit quicker currently than Ufella. He's always catching up no matter what.
Armada going a little wider than he wished. Okay. Are we going to have a little look into Ascari? That's a kind of a tricky point. I mean, Ascari is very quick to go through, but it's really hard for two cars to go wide through there because of the speed that it carries through. It's more about the exit, and that's what we're talking about. We've seen so many drivers making errors here, certainly over in the Asia region as well, and I don't expect to see that change too much here in Europe. You know, even looking at Ogrodnikov, the second place driver in the race, you know, 2 minutes to go, had an out in at Ascari. Suddenly, like, just that little dip of focus, you know, he can catch all the best drivers out. But right now, Leo Boulet on the backside, and where Honzik actually got past. When did Honzik get past? Did we miss that, or was I looking away for a brief second? But Honzik has got past Crossland, and he's actually up into 8th, so somebody has pitted early, because Honzik was 10th.
Yeah, but Crossland...
Seclari's gone in the pits. Seclari's gone in the pits.
Well, wasn't Crossland already in front of Honzik? So it's 2. Yeah,
well, that's what I say. Honzik's got past. He's got past at some point back there. We missed the overtake, but or certainly I missed it when I was looking away. I wasn't sure if we saw it on the screen, but either way, Tinko van der Velde still on the back of Ufella, but he's under pressure as well. So a French sandwich between the Belgian there at the moment. So managing to keep them both at bay.
Yeah, Van der Velde really wants to get out of this as soon as possible, spread his wings basically and run away a bit and catch up to the podium. That is Honzik. Yeah, Jaroslav Honzik in the middle. Let's see what happens.
He went off at
Lesmo too. That's Crossland going off, killing his speed a bit, and then that gives a chance to Jaroslav Honzik to pass him.
So actually, I think we did see it. I think I was so focused on Hanzik behind them, behind them, but I completely missed what was going on there. But either way, fantastic work from him. Now, so Honzik's got a bit of chasing to do. You can see a 2.7 gap between him and Hamada in 7th right now. So we'll keep our eye on Seclari. So Seclari took a pretty early pit stop here, was running in, I believe, 6th place, maybe 7th at the time. So going for that undercut, and speaking of which, here we see Rodoni going in as well. So that puts him off the back, obviously thinking, you know what, I'm stuck behind Tinko van der Velde and Ufella here. I may as well try and take that chance to go for the pit.
Yeah, but Tinko van der Velde, he didn't went for the same strategy. Instead, he's attacking Ufella on the outside, giving him the inside for the next one, but can't really make it. Yep, that was too tight on the apex. No chance to place 2 cars there still, so he had to drop out a bit. See what's happening with the pits. The Redon is already in, Hamada is obviously in. So very early in this race, I would say, compared to what we saw in Asia, as we're just roughly 15 minutes into this race. Charlie Crossland, though, he is still out there and still trying to get back on Jaroslav Honzik.
It's the classic case, right? When somebody in the top 10 goes into the pits, everybody else is thinking, should I do that? He's gone in early. I don't know whether I should do that. But either way, going to try and see if it works. Matthias here.
Copera just went through very cleanly. Seems like not even defending on the side of Kuh Matthias here. Well, that was nearly too easy. Tinko van der Velde dropping one tyre into the dirt and still racing behind Ofella. He obviously has a lot of space now, right? With the pit stop of Redon, who is behind him. There's no real threat from the rear. He can fully concentrate now on the Frenchman right in front of him.
It makes me feel good when I see drivers making these mistakes at the Lesmo, because I do it all the time. So if these pro drivers also make a similar mistake, I'm not feeling quite so bad for myself now. Every time I do it, I'm swearing at myself wildly for thinking, why did you do it again? You knew it was coming up. Why did you do it again? But obviously these guys are pushing it to the limit, no doubt about it. John Sherritt having a great lead at the moment so far, keeping a nice gap as well, a 3-second gap to Kadlacek, who's running in second place. Here you can see Tinko van der Velde, the 17-year-old Belgian, really putting the pressure. Sorry, Dutch. Sorry. He's Dutch, not Belgian. Got Benelux in my head from a previous game. He's going to try and send it again and again. It doesn't work. He has to try and outbrake as much as he can on Ofella, and Ofella just runs it nicely up the inside.
I should probably consider going to the pits now. He's losing a lot of time with attacking the fella over and over again. And I think he could be quicker with a clear track. By the way, I picked my own personal Chiwi for Bellasan, currently in 12th, 519, because he's the oldest driver in the grid, 38 years old.
Representing.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, he's showing the guys how it's done. He's close to the top 10, maybe even getting a few points here. That would be absolutely amazing for Hamza Bellasan. Pretty doing good, right behind Tavani. And Matthias, who just lost that position to Capera in a maneuver we saw a bit earlier, like half a lap ago maybe. So there's another fighting group that we have to keep our eyes on, besides obviously Ofella and Van der Velde.
Okay, so I'm just keeping my eye on how the pit stops are going to shake out. So Redion has actually kept his lead over Ciclari. So 13th and 14th currently running, and it is a 0.8 second gap, which is about the same. I believe they were around about 6th and 7th at the time that they went in the pits. So we'll see how it shakes out further down. Hamada also in there as well, who was running in there. So these are all sort of in and around where Crossland, Honzik are right now. So Boulier, they're all looking to maybe try and come out around about the same spot. So we've got to keep our eye how this is working out, as we talked about. Very early pit stops. So we're going to see the drivers coming out later with much fresher rubber, with a chance to attack possibly whether they maybe made the right decision. Previously at the Asian races, we saw the longer pit stops actually were the ones that were benefiting the drivers. But if you go too long, then it backfires. It's really about finding that sweet spot.
Yeah, it also depends on your own pace and how confident you feel on the tyres that you're currently running. And it seems like in the previous race, it was more about the people that felt really, really good on the used tyres rather than switching to the brand new ones. Tavernari still in between here, looking at Kuhn Matthias for a top 10 position, because obviously that means points. A 10 comes with points along. You want to grab them. Sheriff, 3.2 seconds by now off a lead over Martin Kadlacek, the 17-year-old, and that is in second position. Then it's Niklas Huben, the German driver, another 5 seconds away. So Jordan Sheriff really showing why he was in top 3 of the real race in 2020.
Yeah, absolutely. Running away at the moment and actually building that gap as well. Niklas Huben, by the way, since he's got past Ofella, has actually really started to create himself quite a gap, hasn't he, over Ofella there. 3.2 seconds already, and just pretty much running his own race on the podium positions at the moment, Huben. So great start from him, really working out well. By the way, Niklas Huben started out in 7th, so up into 3rd. So great start from him, making it work here. And remember, these places will carry over to the next race as well. So everything you gain here, you can benefit on and build on as we move on to that hour-long sprint race following this one. Side-by-side action. Taverny trying to squeeze on through, and he has managed to make it work there. That was Matthias, I believe, that he's managed to get through onto 10th place. And I think it was Matthias that took him earlier on, right? So they've sort of traded places over the last 3 laps.
Tavanari, by the way.
Tavanari, sorry.
Tavernias. I don't know why, but it's Tavanari. And Matthias, who lost another position because he was taken down by Capera previously. Yeah, Capera's in the pits now, that's why. I was like, wait, Capera passed Matthias a bit earlier, but he's already pitting. with 24.5 minutes still to go. Tavanari will have to defend against Matthias, and that is still Tinko van der Velde still fighting against Ufella. Not over with this, and I wonder if we create another iconic duo, just like we did in the previous race. If you didn't watch that, make sure that after the entire show you re-watch the Asian races, because it was absolutely incredible, and then you know exactly which iconic duo I'm talking about.
Yeah, indeed. Whether we see, let's hope they don't collide or anything like that. Want to keep the racing as clean as we can, as Ufella and Tinko van der Velde. He's gone very wide here. Matthias on your screen, big wide outing at the first Lesmo there. That's the one where you don't make mistakes. I don't even know how you have an outing on the first Lesmo. The second ones that catches usually people out. Meanwhile, Tinko van der Velde, the 17-year-old Dutchman, as he goes through Ascari, still chasing hard on Ufella. We are approaching the halfway marker, so pit stops are going to happen more and more, but it's incredible that we've already had half the field in the pits and we've only just made it to the halfway marker.
Yeah, especially since it's the later half of the field, kind of, because Jordan Sheriff is still out there, and Katlicik is still out there, Hubin, Ufella, none of them went into the pits. Tinko van der Velde probably pulling in now.
Nope.
No!
Oh, baiting it,
I think that would have made a lot of sense, I have to say, and there's Niklas Hubin coming into the pits now. That's someone from the third position, and we saw in the background Jaroslav Honzik also come into the pits. So we now break up the top 3 podium in terms of pit stop strategies.
Sure, Tinko is like sitting there looking at Ufella. I mean, he doesn't want to pit at the same time. Maybe he wants to go longer, I don't know. But I actually think it may well have been the right decision. Obviously, we're seeing a couple of drivers coming in now, all realizing maybe their alarms have gone off saying it's the halfway marker, boys. Time to pit. So we'll see how it works out for him. Choose to stay out. We'll see whether it continues, of course. Let's not forget the front 2 leaders have stayed out as well. So Niklas Hubin, the first driver to blink effectively on the podium spots. We'll see if it works out. He was quite a way back still, around about 5 seconds behind Kadlecik at the time. Kadlecik, I should say, is I think it's the accent. I don't know which way we're going with it. I got to speak to him. I don't know. My Chechen's not that great.
You mean what the name of that symbol is?
Chechnya. Should be clear on that. The Czech Republic.
I'm definitely not good at that either.
Yes.
I can tell you that.
Geography is off as well, it seems.
Geography.
Boulay is actually coming to the pits as well, so he was in and around Honzik as well. So Hubin coming out, Honzik also coming out of the pits. We'll see how it's going to affect them, how it's going to shake them out. It does look like it's paid off so far, but we won't know until they go over the sector markers.
Honzik did everything right because he's still in the top 10, already did his pit stop, so unless he makes a mistake or it's not quick enough, there is no one during any maneuver with pitting getting out in front of him. Jordan Sheriff now coming in, the leader from South Africa, 22 years old actually, and we also see Setlecik coming in as well. That means we got the entire previous podium runners now being in. Niklas Hubin already pitted a lap earlier, and Jean Ufella all of a sudden all the way out there in front, because even Van der Velde went into the pits. Means Ufella is our current leader. Well, he's still one of the few cars that still has to pit.
Yeah, Matthias, the only other driver that's decided to stay out as well. We'll see whether the long run chooses to work out for them. In the Asian races, we did have Lawrenson that actually chose to go long, and it paid off. He just went about 2-3 laps longer than everyone else, and it worked out, got himself that little bit of free track, put the hammer down, made it work. Niklas Hubin was running in 3rd place. Radoni actually only 2 seconds behind him, so I think we're going to see some really close driving here. Jordan Sherritt comes out, Kadlecik obviously up behind him. They were running in 1st and 2nd, and they will continue to do so. The question is, will it work out? Tinko van der Velde and Ufella, who basically had a piece of paper between them at the time. We'll see whether it pays off for both of those drivers as they come out of the pits.
I would say Tinko van der Velde is quite close now to the car of Niklas Hubin, who was in 3rd. Van der Velde should have been 5th, if I remember exactly, and Ufella was 4th. So between these 2 cars that you have on the screen now, Niklas Hubin, the grey car, and then the red car of Van der Velde in the background, right between this, would Ufella need to go if he didn't gain anything or lost anything? If he lost something, then he might even drop behind van der Velde now, and we'll figure out just in this lap. So, Johanna Ofella, the last one, no, not the last one, Matthias is still out there, but one of the last to pull into the pits. There is Tinko van der Velde. He's currently running through the Lesmos. That's quite far away, actually.
Yeah, and that's Redoni that's right on his rear wing, who actually, oh, that's a real big outing from van der Velde. That's going to cost him time on the straight, perhaps, there. Does get a real big toe on the grass, but I think it looks like it's worked out. I think Redoni is in that, fell for that classic, if you're following behind someone, you make the same error as well as they go into Ascari, but it has paid off for him. You can see 0.2 of a second. Redoni was one of the early stoppers as well, so he's going to be pretty much set up. His tires will be very much set and ready to go there. Now, looking at a fella still in the pits. Let's see how it works out. There's Nicholas Huben, who was running in third place. Kadlecek and Jordan Sherritt just ahead of him. And Tinko van der Velde, the red Lamborghini, will be the one that we'll be looking at. Let's see. He should come out directly between them. He's going to be going down that pit line marker. Can't go across the white line. Remember that. So as soon as they come into the Retafilo, he can't go across. There's Huben, who was running in third, did have himself a couple of seconds ahead of the race. Now the question is, where's Van der Velde? Van der Velde, oh, he's lost out to Redoni already, and it's actually paid off. They're going to be hard on the brakes, and it works out. So that means that he will stay ahead. So nicely done, Ofella. And more importantly, it's Van der Velde that's lost out, so he must have just lost out on the Parabolica, I feel, to Redoni.
Yeah, that was like he lost the position there, and then he also loses the position to Ofella, or at least not gaining it during pit stops. Nicholas Huben looked like the actual loser of all of this, but he's now up to fourth again, which means if Matthias goes to pit, he's back into the top three, and nothing changed there, but it brought everyone very, very close to each other.
So, some very wide running once again there from Van der Velde. Whether that's the line he's starting to choose to try and take there, whether it's because they're all running so close to one another, they're all really taking as much as the track as possible. And look at this, I tell you what, Redoni's on it. He's absolutely on it, like a car bonnet at the moment, and he's right on the back of a fellow who's just come out of the pits, of course, remember, so trying to get his car set up and ready to go. But Redoni is absolutely working this car to the bone. Now, remember, they did qualify second and third, both French drivers. 31, Redoni has won a whole host of things throughout various games in sim racing as well. A couple of championships to his name. And a fella also up behind him is going to be no slouch, because he's got a stack of championships to his name across various other cars. Oh, went right at the Parabolica. Oh, that's going to bring them in full three wide here. Let's see how they can work it as they go into Retafilo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Fella now has to cover up the inside, so Redoni is not looking into that, but also Tinko van der Velde, who's very aggressive into corners when it comes to a position change. That was too much for Fella, so he runs wide, runs over the inside of the curb, but Tinko van der Velde now right next to Redoni, and there might be a position change right here behind Ofella, which will bring van der Velde right behind the same car he was fighting before the pit stops.
While this battle's going on, it's brought in Saklari and Hamada. It does look like Van der Velde's going to make this one work as they come into Rogier. Ooh, side by side, and Rogier has to back out. Make sure he doesn't take the curve there, because that big sausage curve will absolutely launch you. I think a little flash of the lights there to say, you have to give me that position, son, as they go through the Lesmos. And I think he's going to do just that. So is he going to allow him through? I'm not too sure how it really stands rule-wise, because he just simply outbraked himself.
Yeah, it was definitely a clear driver's error there. Kevin Saklari fighting now with Redoni and Van der Velde. But Van der Velde dropped a position as we see the red car now behind Redoni, and they will still have to fight that out to get back onto Ofella and get maybe a top 5 finish for the young Dutchman. But this won't be an easy group. Hamada also closing in now, so he will probably join this group and then start even more fighting, which brings Jaroslav Honzik even closer.
Yeah, the real winner of this is a fella, right? He's cut himself a 3-second gap after they've just been fighting each other and defending. A fella's like, see you boys, I'm off. Absolutely puts it down. Now we go round, and once again the Parabolica, everybody taking different routes to try and get the quickest exits, try and go as quick as they can. Once again, Tinko van der Velde looking to go around the outside into the Rettifilo. He does manage to get side by side, hard on the brakes, squeezing out as much as he can. Redon's just going to hold the position. This time he holds the brakes. Ciclari also having a little peek up the inside. Hamada has a little sniff to see if he can make anything work as they once again go into the Curva Grande.
Yes, now everyone is hot on their heels. They all want to make a move. It's the last 14.5 minutes in this first race of the region. Making sure that you score big in the first one might make it a bit more relaxed for you in the main race. But this fighting group, they're hot, and it will get even crazier now for the last 40 minutes.
We've got to make it clear, like, while obviously it's great to see such racing, they have to be careful because they're fighting for position, and this position will carry through. So that was Tinko van der Velde and Redoni earlier on, I believe. Yep, so that's where the flashing was from, and that's where, and honestly, I think Tinko's in right to say, look, but then again, from Redon's point of view, he only went off the track because he got a tap on the side going into Rogia. So,
yeah, it's
flip a coin, send it to race director, and away you go. Figure that one out.
Yeah, that's the typical, you know, like, discussion points, I would say. Not quite simple. I can understand both drivers here thinking that they are probably right with what they say about the situation, but it was tight. Luckily, no one spun out, no bigger damage, so that's the upside of it, and we can still watch this beautiful fight.
Absolutely, Redouin. I've been saying his name a bunch of ways. I never know with the French names. Generally, you drop off the last letter. I'm going to go with Redouin maybe as because it's a oin at the end. I don't know.
But it was don't you know how you explain that?
Yeah, okay. Tinko. Oh, hello. That was a big defensive swerve from Redon there. Tinko, that was twice. He swerved right and left. Tinko's going to be angry, I feel, at the wheel right now. The young 17-year-old has absolutely made it work through the Rettifilo. That was beautiful to watch. And he absolutely went seething in there. And now it's all in Redon to defend Ciclari.
Oh, ice-cold reaction from Tinko van der Velde. That was absolutely amazing how he made the move into the first chicane. Even though Redouin was swirling left and right, he still kept calm, collected, went in there, executed it absolutely ice-cold, and it pays off with a better position for here. Now it's top 5.
Yes, back into 5th place, back on the chase for a fella who's actually built himself a really nice 4.3 second gap while this has been happening. He wants to get away from this chasing pack, but look at that car in the background. Honzik has now gained on Hamada and Ciclari while this battle's been going on. Look at this. Okay, defensively, left, right. And then he says, you know what? Screw you. If you're going to be swerving a little bit too much like that on the braking, I am going to come on through, and just makes his elbows out, sharpens them up and digs them in, says thank you very much, that's my spot.
Yeah, it's basically like Somercell, and Tinko van der Velde was the first one to grab the last remaining item there, I would say, which was the top 5 position. He made it work. Young driver really showing exceptional racecraft here on Monza, and I'm pretty sure if he keeps going like that, then we'll see a lot more highlights from him across this season in 2021.
Interested to see how things shake out further down the field. Remember, obviously, first lap, we had quite a lot of incidents, it's safe to say, in there. Giglio, I'm not too sure. Giglioli. I'm going to go with that. 13th place currently running at the moment. There he is on your screen. Was running much higher, was up in 8th place. Obviously, same with Essa, who is down in 19th right now. He was running in 5th place. These drivers out of position because they had this big off. Going into Rogier, actually, it wasn't so much even the Rettifilo, it was Rogier where everything went wrong. As you can see at the moment, he is putting that move in. Bella Hassan. And it's, well, the oldest driver on the grid is being forced off the grid at the moment as he's having to put a toe very much out of that onto the gravel as they go around Curva Grande. I think that's Tavanari as well alongside it. Oh, cutting a little wide there into Roger. Side by side they go once again, and he wants to make this stick, and he's going to have the racing line. Oh, through he goes.
Yeah, Giglio winning one position here. Nearly it was Belassan losing another one. And there's someone losing control about his car, that's for sure. Who's dropping through the standings? There was a red
That's Van der Velde. That was Van der Velde.
No way.
That had to be Tinko.
Oh, that was Tinko van der Velde. Yes. He did so well previously. Yep, now we see him dropping on the tower. Oh my God, that for the Dutchman, absolutely chaotic end of the race here. That is buffed up the front bumper. Yeah, it doesn't look good at all. Aero will be totally off on that car. Luckily, he can still go, but he is well with outside the top 5 where he was before, and now not even the points anymore.
That was the Lesmo, I think it was, that caught him off guard once again. So we saw him run a little wide on the Lesmo before, certainly running it. Here we go, you can see it's going to be unforced error. Yeah, it's the Lesmo. It's the second Lesmo once again. Oh, wow. It was a little lucky for the rest of the field that he didn't clatter off that barrier and collect more cars, so managing to collect it pretty good on the spin, in fairness. But that moves everyone up a position, and Seclari here, you can see, under pressure once again. He has Hamada up behind him and Redoni in front. Tinko had left these guys behind with a great overtake in Redoni, but, well, that's all gone for nothing now. He's down in 11th.
Yeah, Hamada definitely now a real threat for Seclari, as we can see here, left, right, showing himself in the rearview mirror. Wasn't enough yet going into the chicane, but if he has a very good exit, then maybe when they go to Ascari, but so far, especially now that everyone wants the same car, similar setup kinda, right? If you don't really do anything wrong, it is just so close, really dependent on the driver. The car is great, you can't really blame that, which is normally what sim races do, right? We find a ton of excuses.
Everyone's got an excuse.
Yeah, if it's not running how we anticipated to go, but Hamada still on there on Seclari. While we look back from Redone, that was quite a good angle actually at this fight. Hamada super close. These curbs there, you think you absolutely nail them. You know them exactly how the car will react, and then that one lap, you got the feeling that they moved by 20 centimeters and all of a sudden get caught.
Well, I'm just looking, it's Capera that's actually benefited, the 21-year-old Polish driver that's now put to the top 10. So great work from him to stay within it, of course. A couple of titles in sim racing himself as well overall, so fantastic for him to be in there. But obviously this battle, 5th to 7th. I feel like I've said this before, Rene, the battle 5th to 7th. This has been a recurring theme throughout the day. Once again, Redon having to be defensive. Seclari takes a weave over to the right. They all move over and squeeze out as wide as they can. And Hamada once again looking to try and bite up the pieces.
Yeah, it seems to be the positions that we always fight around. It's kind of interesting to see that here in the second region we're covering today. Redon's still looking good, top 5 position for him, but Seclari seems to pick up pace, and that's the same for Hamada. Although Nicholas Hubin, by now, far away, he has a 5-second gap over Ofella, and Ofella has another 3.5 seconds. So it seems like podium, and probably 4th, if nothing bad happens, is kind of locked in place already. But this fight here, for the last spot in the top 5, that will be on probably until the very last second.
Absolutely. And remember, this is all about positional in the next race as well. So everything is up for grabs. Points, of course, to go through to the championship, keeping hold of that top 10 position. Hello. We got a little bit of windows as well to scrape things in there. But as you can see, Jordan Sherritt, 20 laps in right now, the current race leader. As is usually the case with the race leader, you don't tend to get to see them that often, as is the case, because they're just doing so damn well. So Jordan Sherritt running away with this one, as we kind of expected. Oh, who's just absolutely done themselves there?
That could have been Tavanari or Belassan.
It's car number 70 is Tavanari, yeah.
It's Tavanari, yes.
He got completely spun. Nothing he could do about it. Speaking of nothing they can do about it, I think that's going to be a passenger. Redoni has just lost 2 positions to Seclari and Hamada there around the Parabolica. Must have just took a really poor exit into it. Maybe outbraked himself. Either way, Hamada going to go up the inside now and try and make that one work as Redoni hard on the brakes. Hamada, oh, don't turn in too much. Yeah, I think Redoni realized, Seclari realized he can't turn in there, and Hamada in the end had to go a little wider. Whew. Tight racing. It doesn't need to give the position up, because that was simply a case of avoiding a collision more than anything, making sure. But Honzik is on the back of these now. He was around about 2 seconds adrift a couple of laps back. Now you can see very much in there, 0.4 right up behind them, very much visible. With 5 minutes to go, he's got a real chance of gaining some positions.
Yeah, it's looking good. There's still enough time left. Talking about roughly 4 to 5 laps here for Jaroslav Honzik to close up to this group, and they're still fighting Hamada there, who got kind of lucky. I mean, Elsewhere was fighting, Hamada closed the gap, and all of a sudden he finds himself in front of Kevin Siklari without even fighting there due to what happened. And Jaroslav Honzik is a lot closer now. He will finally get the slipstream that he needs down to Parabolica to become part of this group.
Absolutely fantastic work from them so far. John Sherritt running away from this one, and we should also mention Kadlasic, who's been running it safely in second place for the majority of this. Niklas Huben in third as well, putting a great overtake on a fella earlier on and made him work, and he's just kind of run away. The front podium is very much locked in. It's this battle right here from 5th down to 8th, all challenging one another. Siklari, got to be careful, because look at Honzik, he is coming hard.
Yeah, Honzik is now really quick. I mean, he picked up pace, or everyone else became a lot slower. I'm not quite sure, but Siklari will have to check his rearview mirror quite often now, left and right. Honzik decides for the outside on the very first corner, but there will not be enough space for him to squeeze through and really go alongside to make this move stick. But he showed Siklari now for the very first time in these last remaining minutes that he's willing to overtake, and that he definitely has the pace to keep up with Siklari and might even be a threat. Look at that. Now he's really, really close. Down to the second chicane. Siklari trying to block up the inside. Honzik has to go to the outside. Not much he can do, but I have to say, he's 33 years old. Cormac Clark as well. Not really overly aggressive, because I can see some drivers that react quite different when it comes to that and really break to the very last second.
Well, he's running the popular number 69 car. Nice. That was actually the winner number as well over in the Asian series as well, so it's got a bit of luck going with it at the moment, and we'll see whether he can make this work. 3 minutes to go in this race. That equates to, well, what is possibly 2 more laps, judging by their track position at the moment, judging by Jordan Sherritt probably going to get at least another lap or 2 in here. Honzik, though, right on the back as they go into Ascari of Siklari, who's definitely having to be defensive now, losing out that position to Hamada. Once again, everybody running that dangerous curve. It's such a thin line on the exit of Ascari as you get onto that curb. If you just kind of almost beach it a little bit, just tick that. We've seen drivers pulling off to the left and, well, just simply collecting themselves in the barrier and everything else in the way. And in the case of poor old Rama Malana, catching him as well, but nothing he could do about it. That was in the Asia Series, of course. Here in the European race, it has been pretty intense action, lots of crashes, I would say, in the opening 2 races as well. Hello, hard on the brakes once again. We do see Honzik putting the pressure on Siklari, but again, into Rettifilo, it was clear.
It definitely was, and it worked out well for him. Redon now, he's running away with the 5th position. That is good. I mean, he doesn't want to be involved in all that's going on in the background around Jaroslav Honzik, Siklari, and Hamada, because he wants to make sure that he gets the points in the very first race. Once again, Jaroslav Honzik looking up the inside chicane too. Couldn't really work out now because he's still too far away, but they got 2 laps, I would say, to go, maybe even 3, depending on where John Sherritt is right now.
No, I think it's probably just about going over the line.
Yeah, but it's not.
We're in the Lesmos, no, so yeah. I think we're going to have 1 more lap after this. That's probably about it. So this is, yeah, just completely doing himself there. Okay, managing to outbreak, but no positions lost or gained. That was Redon, so he's managed to squeeze on through.
71 Redon there, once again using the runoff at turn 1. I think it was kind of populated today. That runoff, good that it's there. What was that? That was Hamada quickly showing himself next to Redon, because obviously he lost a lot of time there, and now everyone else is back on them. Look at that train going down to the last corner before it start-finish straight again. Kevin Siklari, he will have all the slipstream available, but will it be enough for this attack here?
Somebody who has lost time is Honzik. Honzik's got further back there. Jordan Sherritt is over the line, so we are going to have 1 more lap here. As you can see, once again, there come 3 along the train as it gets closer and closer. Hamada having a look. Oh, careful you don't contact there. That's Siklari looking to go through. Hamada is through. Hard on the brakes. There's no way that car's going to stop. So Redoni's done himself. He's going to lose 2 positions here. He can't claim any of those back. He's going to go through the runoff once again. As you say, the second time, and he has to give the positions back. I think he's going to lose all 3 spots.
He got a drive-through, actually,
yes,
I guess, for cutting here, because he was way too quick through the corner. So it's either was a marshal or the outer automated system because Redone really using that runoff way more than he uses the actual track. And that will drop in behind Honzik. He was top 5, and all of a sudden Hamada finds himself on that position 29, the number 29 car now, right with Saklari and Honzik still fighting, while Jordan Sheriff cruising like a Sunday drive along
it's a
beautiful Italy roads, maybe to Trieste or something like that, having holidays and scoring a win here in the sprint race, but it's not all holidays over here.
No, because Crossland's even having a look at Redone as well, so Redone might lose another position. Obviously, he knows he's got that penalty, but Crossland's looking to get through as they come into Ascari, 2 wide. Saklari and Hamada does go through, and you can see Honzik was just waiting for them to contact. He's like, I'm going to get out of the way of this one and see if they connect, but it's Jordan Sherritt that goes over the line. He will be the winner here in the first sprint race. Kadlasek, second place for him, with Niklas Huben completing the podium. Here we go, though, into the Parabolica. Hamada and Saklari very close to one another, and this time Hamada looks like it's going to work. Honzik on the back, but he's not going to have enough on the exit. Tries to go as wide as he can and just put his foot to the gas even, but it doesn't work out in the end. He will finish out in 7th place. Crossland did get Redoni done in 8th as well, so the Brit up into 8th place. Redoni in the end ended up in 9th place there, completely doing himself. 30-second penalty, so he's going to be outside of the top 10 as well. He's going to be kicking himself for that. Too many runoffs at the Retafilo in the end was what cost him. So, and Capera up into 10th. That actually means Bala Hassan is going to move up into that top 10 as well.
Means oldest driver made it into the top 10. Pretty much a huge
Still a chance. There's still a chance.
That means I still have a few years left in my career.
Well, next season, Niels is going to be back there again as well, so you're screwed. No comeback, no?
No.
Just nothing.
I will just wait for that, let that settle, and then I'll find one.
You'll find it, okay. You got to think on it, But honestly, hats off. Jordan Sherritt, we were talking about at the start, obviously came into this one as the quickest driver. Just as we saw with the Asia region, the pole position driver having a fantastic start and a fantastic race. Pretty much identical, really, in terms of how Huang did it over in the Asian series as well. Pretty much getting himself that, 3-4 second cushion and just maintaining the gap then. He's just like, I don't need to outdo myself, outrace myself, could make any errors, just simply finish off the 45 minutes and win the race.
It's pretty simple. It's all about managing your pace, managing your expectations as well, to not get too nervous. And I think European put on a good show for the first sprint race, but there's still a main race to come, which gives us another hour of amazing racing here at the Lamborghini The Real Race. Be ready for that. Make sure you've got the right drinks ready for the next round of racing right after the break.
Welcome back from the break here in our Lamborghini studio. We just saw the first round of the second race, and in a few minutes we will see the second round. Niels, what do you think about the first round?
First, I think the winner was more than expected. Finalist of last year, Jordan Sherritt, just showed the dominant performance here again. Was pulling away from the field like nothing, secured the win. But I think what also shows is that Asia as a market in sim racing is catching up more and more. The racing is now really close there as well. Just the way they race with one another looks more professional day by day, basically. And it's a matter of time until the whole Asian region will have caught up to the European market, and then we'll probably battle eye to eye as well there.
Yeah, and are there any drivers who stick out to you?
A couple, actually, I have to say. So I already mentioned Jordan Sherritt, who was in the final last year, and he must have enjoyed it so much that he wants to go there again. And just with that race he just did, he already made a major step into that direction. Also has to be said that he has been driving real cars before. I think he drove something like Formula 4 or so. Yeah. And but yeah, he found his home in sim racing, and he's doing an awful, awesome job there, of course.
No, he's not doing an awful job.
Then there's Niklas Huben from Germany. Just have to mention the German. They're the only one on the grid when I'm not there, so he's holding up the flag really nicely.
Do you know him in person?
Well, we have the one or the other race every now and then, but we're mostly battling against one another, not so much driving with one another, but still good to see he's doing well there as a representative of the Germans. Yeah. Then, of course, Jadir, aka Jaroslav Honzek, which is more his nickname than his real name by now. Everybody knows him as Jadir. He has this capacity to, wherever he starts in the race, he's going to finish higher. And even in this grid, and I know he's been doing other races today even, he's just come to the Lamborghini race, stepped into the car, did a couple laps practice, and puts himself into P7 in the end, which is always mind-boggling for me how he shies away from all the crashes on the track and in the end ends up somewhere in the top 10 easily. Kevin Ciclari, I think he managed to grab quite a few positions during the race. He usually belongs much further on the front than he was showing right now, so I think he will be a contender for the all 9 other races in the series if he pulls through. Then 2 more to mention, maybe Gianfranco Giglioli, one of the Italian guys on the grid. He's been driving the F1 eSports, so just showing you the level of players that we have here. I don't think he was at the front there, but F1 eSports, the level is so high, and now just coming to the Lamborghini eSports just shows how high the level here is as well, when a top player from another league just can't go to the pole position, for example. I'm a bit sorry for Zahir Essa. I hoped he would perform a little better, especially after I coached him last year a bit. But maybe this one is on me here in this case.
Okay, then a big sorry to him. We are seeing Monza today. What is your own experience with Monza?
Positives and negatives there, certainly. I think it was last year's SRO eSports when it all started after the lockdown, where I had a coming together with someone who's now a friend of mine, luckily. But we weren't exactly sure who was supposed to enter a certain corner in first position. We collided and I ended his race. So, and there was quite some aftermath with penalties and people getting all, choosing sides, basically. Okay. But we're good friends now, and that was one of the more shaky experiences. And then last year's Lamborghini eSports was starting on Monza as well, and I qualified there for the final, so I have good memories of that track as well.
Cool, that's a nice story. Thank you, Niels, for the moment, and we are ready for the second round. Back to Lee and Renee.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go once again into the second sprint race. Will we see similar winners? Or will we see things change up? It almost changed up for a while, Renee, when we're in Asia, but it was actually the pit stop strategies that changed it. This time out, the front runners kind of left it pretty late to go in and didn't really shake too much up.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if anyone can stop Jordan Sherritt right now, but that's just Monza. I mean, that's one track out of 10 that we visit. Obviously, 10 is the final more is, but I just think it's very, very well dialed in for Monza. He's running a good race. He was never even close to doing a mistake, nor being attacked. But that was similar to Asia as well. So let's see if that will work for him
in this one as well.
Yeah, so here we are. Free practice, of course. These guys got to set things up. It will be an hour-long race, obviously slightly different fuel setups once again from the 45-minute race. It will be Jordan Sherritt that will be starting things off on pole position, as he was the winner of the previous race as well, as he blasted through from a driver's point of view, going through Ascari, ride the curbs as heavy as you dare, and then be careful on your exit there, because that's where it can all go very wrong if you collect it just a little, I would say even more an inch just to the right of where Jordan was there, you're done.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you reach the car so easily and you either just lose pace because the sand is dragging you down more or less, or you lose the entire car and then end up spinning. So won't be that easy for everyone. All right, let's see. Jordan Sherritt obviously starting from pole once again. Then it is Shatlicek in a second, and then Niklas Huben in third. See if they can actually hold on to that here in the 1 hour race.
I appreciate the brief look at chat there. Be careful in the first 2 chicanes. For God's sake, that was Giglio. I don't know whether that was prior to this race, but obviously he was one of the drivers that fell foul to the Roggia. So we're going to be starting things off. It will be a rolling start once again. They're obviously out in the back of the circuit right now. They'll come in around the Parabolica, and then as they approach the line, the green light will come on, and away they go. Last time around, yeah.
That was before the first race.
It was before the first race.
I checked the timing on the chat. Very unfortunate.
Oh, some sweet irony there. I did say Tinko van der Velde, so you know what? Mistakes happen. I'll tell you what, for a 17-year-old, that's pretty darn impressive to come out of that, just so you know, because I think when I was 17, I don't think I'd be as responsible. Although you can't really blame anyone because it was his own error. But you know what? Mistakes do happen. He's now running in 11th. Was obviously up in 5th place. Certainly going to be feeling he could do better, but certainly a driver that has absolutely delivered very well so far as well. We have lost a driver, which means Jordan Riley just shuffles... Jonathan Riley does shuffle himself over into that 19th position.
Once again, warming up tyres and the brakes, because into turn 1, you actually need a lot of those brakes. Would be quite good if they work. We know a certain Formula 1 driver from your country that realized that brakes that are smoking hot, they don't always work that well.
Clicked the wrong button, that's all he did.
Yeah, sure.
That was what he did. Click the magic brake button. Whatever the heck that means. But here we go. They approach the line and away we go. Jordan Sherritt leading out in the sprint race once again in this second race in the European regions. And of course, there's going to be many more to go as we go across 10 different tracks throughout this The Real Race series. It will be Jordan Sherritt, clean as you like, but look at Niklas Huben challenging out already on Kadlasek there, looking to try and change his podium position, but nicely defended by Kadlasek, just brute forced his way out on the exit.
Yeah, that was well done by Huben, but also well done by Kadlasek defending it there, and they're going side by side once again. I think we lost Ufella in the back. I think he lost a few positions after the start.
No, that's Ufella.
No, that's not Ufella.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
Ufella got an orange-blue card.
No, not a Roggia again. Somebody just, well, I don't know if they outbraked or just left, but either way, off they go. There's quite a few running wide as well, and we look like we're about 2 or 3 wide going into the Lesmo as well, and that's going to cause a few problems further back. Yes, they are indeed 2 wide back there. Is that Hamada? I think it is. I'm looking at the green car. It may well be. And indeed, a fella has fell down the field into 6th place. Actually, Honzik up into 5th as well, if I'm to believe what I'm seeing on the left-hand side here. So yes, Honzik up into 5th, so a great start from him and Siklari.
You know, like, if it really clicks between drivers and commentary, never happened to me. That's why I don't know why they have brand new starting numbers again after I wrote all of them down. You know that Jaroslav Honzik has the 69, it's now the 27, but at least he's in the top 5, and that means that Ufella really dropped hard. He's now in 8th, nowhere near where he was supposed to be within the first lap, and this is once again a huge fight against Huben, Siklari and Honzik.
Yeah, this is, see how it works out. Crossland also working well. So let's just have a look and see what the movers and shakers have been, because Hamada certainly has lost positions. Tinko van der Velde's gone at 1 position. Ufela's definitely lost a bunch of positions, and he's gone in the pits, so he's going for the pit stop really early now. He was down into, I think, 8th place, so he's decided to take the pits at the start. Whether that's damage or what, I don't know. Whether that's going to be a really late break in there by Tinko van der Velde, has to cut short in the end, but did gain a position on, I think that was Cupra that he maybe gained the position on. There's the 29. I think that's the 28 up alongside him, and he is indeed giving that position back on the Curva Grande, but he's got to be careful he doesn't lose out to Hamada now. Shuts the door.
Yeah, it was really tight for him to slot the car in there and make sure that Hamada doesn't slip through, but Hamada didn't. So Van der Velde is still in the top 10. Slight touch between Hamada and Matthias. I think, oh, Hamada got spun around there. He got collected on the rear fender, and all of a sudden he finds his beautiful green Lamborghini pointing towards the wall, and I think that will be it for him. That was quite a heavy impact.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much else he can do about that one. Matthias also looked like he went off as well, so sort of both collecting one another. We obviously just heard about Niels earlier on, collecting who is one of his friends now, but it happens sometimes in racing. You certainly won't be too friendly with one another when it happens, that's for sure. Nicholas Huben losing out a position to Ciclari, as far as I can tell, and that is a great move for Ciclari if that's the case. Obviously a driver that was in and around 7th position in the first race, and obviously was battling hard in that 5th to 7th place sort of battle that was going on there. So currently finds himself on that podium spot. Honzik in what is now the olive green car, as opposed to the purple car that he had previously. Still closing hard. Crossland has a 1.2 second gap between 5th and 6th now. So this front pack is starting to get themselves separated already.
Yeah, it seems like they got quite a good start here early on in the race to spread that lead, or spread the gap in front of the other groups, but it's once again Van der Velde finding himself in a heated up battle. Number 28 car, that's Capera, and then Van der Velde in front of him. At least he passed that because he had to give that position back, now gained it again, so it is on 8th, but we know that Van der Velde can run probably well within top 5. You saw the name, that totally surprised me though, and that was Hamada being collected by the number 3rd.
I don't blame Matthias on that one, honestly. I think Hamada just cut across in front of him. Hamada, like, literally, Matthias had nowhere else to go. He was pretty much running on the edge of the track as it was.
Yeah, that was Matthias, but look at that. Belhassan is in 7th now. So he's really the winner of all of that. He gained positions due to other people making mistakes in the sprint race, and now it also starts very well for him here in the main race, so to say, right behind Crossland, the 2nd UK driver that we have, the number 24, and Jaroslav Honzik still looking at Nicholas Huben in this case, because Kevin Ciclari went through up to 3rd.
Yeah, so Ciclari onto that podium position at the moment. Jordan Sherritt, 1.6 seconds and counting. We'll keep our eye on that at the front, because further down the field it is Cupra and Tinko van der Velde, who's been honestly a driver that's really shone today, I think it's safe to say. Obviously 17-year-old, certainly was running very well up into 5th place, clearly has it in and about him to have the racecraft to get past. Oh, this was earlier on. This is Ufela, I think it was, that went off earlier. I'm not too sure. No, was that Ufela? No, it wasn't.
That was Ufela, I think. 71 should be.
Was that the start? I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was Ufela right at the start. So that was the very first outing into Variante del Rogia, as Tinko van der Velde looks once again and continues to hold that position. Cupra up behind him. That was a car. Did I just see a car off back there? I feel like it did.
And let's see if we see something in tower. I mean, Hamada dropped, obviously. Matthias and Ufela the same. They were the ones that caught up in crashes early on. Jaroslav Honzik, Belhassan now. No, he's still in 7th. I thought he dropped behind Van der Velde, but Van der Velde is still in 8th. So it seems like the top 10 for a sprint race, because 1 hour is still a sprint.
I see a fella in the pits again. So definitely had problems.
Who went in the pits again?
A fella's in the pits again.
No, that's the first time, because otherwise it would be a green for him.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
And he still has a mandatory pit stop, so it just probably took him a while to get there.
Yeah, maybe his car's absolutely broken. I mean, it didn't look like he had that big an off.
I don't know. I guess maybe you never really know. Well, obviously, when we only get literally a slice of what we see sometimes when we're watching, obviously from the observation point of view, but they are following as best they can all the action that is happening in and around the track right now. So as you can see, going down the grid, Sherratt, Kadlasek, Siklari, Nicholas Huben, who is actually under pressure from Honzik behind him right now, and Crossland has been drawn into this one. Crossland was over a second behind at one point, but you can see he's very much been drawn into this one as Honzik very much putting the pressure onto Huben.
Yeah, it seems like Jaroslav Honzik having a better start into the main race than into the sprint race. Doing very well to apply pressure to Nicholas Huben here, who was a podium runner in the very first race. And it seems like they can also run away from Crossland, maybe, because that will be the best thing here, so that Jaroslav Honzik has a bit of air around him to actually launch an attack without fearing that Crossland intervenes immediately. But saying that, the gap is quite big now. Huben 1.6 seconds off Siklari, and I was expecting Huben to be up to the pace of Siklari before, like looking at the previous race.
Seems like we've lost our French drivers as they have both left the server. So obviously a couple of laps down, realizing it's not going to be the case for them today after a couple of accidents early on. So Ufela, who ran pretty damn well in the first race, has picked himself some points up. He is done and out. Jordan Sherratt still leading this race in, well, what is pretty much clean style. He's simply doing time trials himself, or whatever else he wants. I don't know. I guess he's got some music on, listening to the beat of the car, got these tunes going, continuing his drive, and just having a relaxing drive out on Sunday, really.
I mean, if you want to be quick, it's just that one song that can run, and that's the Rude Sandstorm. Really making sure that you feel pressured quick on the way. Works quite well for Sherratt right now. I mean, he does the same that he did in the first race.
I don't want to promote, fast driving, certainly on the road, but there are certain tracks, certain bits of beats and music that you're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to drive fast. So, but anyway, these guys are being full on the beautiful sounds of the Lamborghinis and Rias. That's all they need. They need to listen to the Rev Scouts. Oh, so that's an unforced error. That was the number 30.
That's the 30.
That was Matthias.
That's the 30 again, Matthias.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Matthias. But I was wondering, did he turn off the traction control? Because that looked like a very... That wasn't a long spin that then led into weight transfer and he spun around. That was really just under power. It was like... going for
control. Yes. Calandrino. There's a name we haven't said just yet. Down in 15th place. Actually, a bit of a battle happening here. I got to be honest. Actually, based off qualifications, Essa qualified in 5th place. I expected to see him making more ground. Obviously, he had that accident in the first race.
Yeah, you
just what put him off down at the back here. I expected to see him maybe put in a bit more overtakers. Like, for example, Tinker van der Velde. Obviously, had an outing, started out in 11th, now up into 8th and continuing to challenge. Whereas I haven't seen as much from Essa just yet.
Tinker van der Velde won these spots in the very first seconds of the race, right, where everyone's bunched up. And as soon as they spread a bit, since they're all on the same car, same power, same equipment to use, Essa might be a lot quicker than the guys around him, but he still has to work within the same frame of being quick. So it's really hard when everyone's on the same car to use that.
Absolutely.
Even if you're half a second, or let's say even a full second quicker a lap, you still need to make a pass.
Certainly an experienced driver, no doubt about it. Obviously raced in real life as well in the Formula V, so Essa's seen what he can do to try and get himself up there. Obviously the South African certainly competing well. Tinker van der Velde, he has broken away, it seems, a little bit from Kupera, and is actually onto the back of Bella Hassan there as they look in towards the chicane. Just a peek at Honzik as well there. We saw he's on the still, trailing the backside of Huben as well. So battles across the field right now. Obviously keep your eye on exactly how this is working out, because obviously I also see Riley chasing Esra as well hard down in 13th and 14th. So a number of places for us to keep our eyes peeled on the action.
Calm down now the race a bit, at least, now that we're 12 minutes in. with the gaps getting a bit wider. Not really that close to what we saw in the previous one, though. But, oh, there was one driver catching up again. That was Blotter on Calandrino, I think. Yeah, it is. The number 63. They now got a lot closer. And also, one of the guys to always have on screen, because he will always bring an overtaking or a maneuver, is Tinker van der Velde here against Belassan. So 17 against 38 years old. That's what's happening right now.
Is it just me, or is it getting darker? I feel I'm seeing the lights having a bit more effect. Oh, Tinko, that is a wide run on the exit.
We lost track
there.
temperature.
I was just thinking
We're 35 degrees in our first race tonight, 33 on this one, but maybe it just stays like that. But yeah, we see the first lights being popped on.
It's definitely getting darker.
Yeah, on Copera.
Obviously, you know, the reason I mentioned it, obviously, when things do get dark, it does alter your braking points a little bit, or certainly you've got to be very certain of your braking points, but I'm pretty sure these guys won't have too many problems at the moment. But yeah, a couple of lights certainly on there at the moment. Belassan under the pressure, the oldest driver in the race, with one of the youngest drivers in the race looking to put a challenge on him here. Tinko van der Velde. Oh, that is late braking from Crossland. Sorry, that's Cupra. Cupra behind him, nearly collecting the back of van der Velde. He's probably been looking in that mirror going, oh my God, here we go. Not again. But Cupra managing to avoid the collision.
Yeah, that was quite close there. You don't want to end your race like this, but it was avoidable. And it worked.
What? We haven't even mentioned it. I haven't even realised. Tavanara and Giglio challenging into the top 10. Obviously, two drivers that had problems in the first race, and well, Giglio was obviously sent off the track in the Roggia. So, well, actually, I didn't sent off the track. I think he wasn't one of the ones that put a toe on the grass and ended up just completely throwing himself off the track. I didn't quite catch the replay of exactly how it worked out. But either way, they are getting close to the points.
Yeah, they definitely are, and Giglio, he wants to take Tavanari down as quick as possible, because then he can get those sweet points in. Kevin Saglari, still in third, behind Kalicic, but he seems like, wait, it's not that far. It's 0.7 of a second right now, so we might get a fight here between those two, because Saglari is really putting up a fight right now and gaining ground, trying to get back onto second position. So does Jaroslav Honzik. Not on second, though. He's gaining on fourth, which is Niklas Huben, the only German driver in the grid. And Huben really far to the outside, opening the door, inviting the YouTuber and influencer here. Well, obviously, it's a star coming around. You want to be nice and welcoming to him. And he just opened it as wide as possible. That's probably enough to fit 4 different Lamborghinis through it. And it could be that Jaroslav Honzik is launching himself onto 4th position down into turn 1. They touch slightly, but it is Huben. Yeah, Huben, he's more calm there. He was just braver than Honzik.
Yeah. I mean, Honzik realizing, I mean, we've seen it already. When you're side by side on the inside, you can certainly make it wide enough, and he certainly tried to squeeze his way over. I think if we'd have maybe followed the who was it? It was Davlish, the Indian driver in the Asia, Davlish Singh. In the Asian series. He certainly managed to make it work for many laps, but I don't think Huben was having any of it there. So closes the door. So opportunity knocked, but Honzik was not allowed in.
Not really nice, right? First you open the door like that, be very welcoming, and then you just shut them out, send them out of the way, but that means the fight is still on, because Jaroslav Honzik seems to be a bit quicker than Niklas Huben right now. He's getting closer over and over. Van der Velde, by the way, still fighting. He got Belassan. That's the replay, actually. So this maneuver happened already. That's Van der Velde behind Belassan into the inside of corner 1. And Belassan, yeah, a bit early on the braking. Van der Velde easily cruising by, and with that won another position.
So nice driving from Van der Velde, a driver that certainly knows how to overtake and has been working it well throughout both races. Should have, well, theoretically was running in 5th place until he made the error on the Lesmo, and that's what caught him off guard. Saglari now has Huben up behind him. Tell a lie, this is Kadlasek and Saglari. So Saglari actually looking to challenge for 2nd place here, and he's going to have a look up the inside to see if it can work. He's a little too far away at the moment, so instead we'll have to hard on the brakes. But Kadlasek, this is the first time he's really felt the pressure as well. Honzik also having once again another look onto Huben.
Yeah, it's an interesting fight that Kevin Saglari gets so much involved right now, because in the first race, He was around the top 5, he was quick, but we didn't really give him a spot on the podium, right? But now he seems to be way more dialed in. He was 9th in qualification, but brings a lot of experience, especially in GT racing, and it seems like that really pays off for him right now. Niklas Huben still under pressure by Jaroslav Honzik, as Honzik is not willing to let the German get away that easily.
Absolutely. Working well so far. Would like to see Crossland do something more here, because he's going to be next on the bucket list for Tinko van der Velde at the moment, with a second behind him. We'll keep our eye on that gap as Siklari comes into Ascari, continuing to chase Kadlasek.
Oh, that was a bit of dirt once again for Kadlasek. He closed there. He needs to make sure that he runs clean now, because Kevin Siklari will be ready to take advantage of whatever mistake he might does, and you don't want to lose out on that so early. 20 minutes into the race, or 80 minutes, if we want to be absolutely correct. And besides Matthias, there was no one in the pits yet. Matthias only pitted due to a damage that he had previously. So everyone so far on the same strategy, because we remember from the Asian race, there had been drivers being very, very early in the main race to pit.
Absolutely. Siklari once again having another look. Siklari not going to work out this time. Looking back at Honzik now, 4th and 5th. There's Niklas Huben, who was 3rd in the first race, has outbraked himself a little bit there. Chose to take a slightly different line, sort of blocking Honzik off if you were. Obviously going into the Retafilo is certainly close stuff, but around the Curva Grande once again, he may well have another look. We're seeing Siklari having a little peek into Rogia. Not going to work out though. The variante Rosdell Rogia is certainly a tough couple of corners to try and squeeze your way through there. You've got to be so careful you don't clip one of those big fat sausage curbs, because it will send you spiraling. Now through the Lesmos, any action? No, doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it pay. And now they go down the straight and set themselves up. And if anything, I would say Kadlasek has got himself a bit of a gap built up there.
He definitely did. I mean, it's helping him a bit to get clean and fresh air around him, basically. You don't want to be under pressure all the time, because that also puts more work and more wear on your tires, on your brakes, if you really have to be on the edge the entire race. And even with this only being an hour race, which is still a sprint race, so to say, you want to avoid that if you can, because you want to make sure that the car is running in its optimum all day long, especially they get another set of tires, so you might be able to ruin them at the end of your stint, because you're like, oh, never mind, right, I get new ones in 2 laps, but we're not close there yet. They'll probably take another, let's say, 10 minutes for them to stop hitting.
Further down the field, Tavanari also very close to Kopera. We'll have a look at that in a sec as we see once again this battle. Siklari along the outside. Kadlasek, oh, he might hold it this time. Certainly going to keep side by side, but he's going to be slower on the exit. Careful he doesn't collect Kadlasek on the exit, and Siklari once again can't quite make it stick this time. And he is definitely getting closer.
Yeah, this is not over yet. We saw that once again. If you break up the inside and then stick to the apex, then around the outside you just got traction. You can be on the throttle earlier than the car on the inside. That really allows you to be up ahead for the second corner in this chicane, and then it fires you into your previous position. So that way Martin Kadlasek can basically defend every single lap. Devil Sign did that the entire time in the Asian race, so we know it works, but Kevin Siklari probably should look for a different spot to take down the second position, number 21. Well, for that, he needs to be in striking distance, and he isn't here in Ascari.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to overtake your opponent, and sometimes it's not about being very much right up their rear. You sometimes need to give yourself that little cushion to be able to pounce and either catch them off guard, or maybe set something up the lap before, or maybe keep your eye on the racing line that they maybe offer to use, or the defensive pattern that they offer to use, and see if you can make them force one of those errors. This time, Siklari having a little peek as they go into the Parabolica to see whether he can force Kadlasek to have an error. The one person that's benefit from this, of course, is Jordan Cherrett. Jordan Cherrett is now coming up to 5 seconds in the lead, because
Kadlec having to be so defensive once again. This time Seclari going to look up the inside, tried the outside last lap, looking at the inside this time. Has a good run down. It is going to be harder on the brakes, and this is looking good for Seclari. A great move in the end. Absolutely makes it work. A brilliant overtake.
Yeah, that was quite well done here. I mean, he had a lot of speed coming into the corner. Braking was on point slightly later than his opponent here, and that really brings him onto second spot. He might want to start chasing Sheriff, but on the other hand, that guy seems to be flying right now. I mean, he's consistent, he's quick, without an error so far, and it's still 5 seconds.
Tinko van der Velde, I believe, has now taken Crossland as well. So looks like he's moved up to 6th place. So well done him. Coming up, starting out the race in 11th, and basically every move he's done has been an overtake, so certainly this young man is working well. But look at that, Belhassan on the back of Crossland as well, so I got to assume that Crossland has had an off somewhere, because he wasn't too far behind Honzik a while ago. I'm sure he was like a second behind, so I gotta feel that Charlie Crossland's had some sort of error further down, because it does look like he's being picked off quite easily, so I don't see any damage, certainly that's for sure. Maybe it was just simply an off into the gravel a little bit.
Yeah, send it off white maybe, and losing a bit of time. But talking about Tinko van der Velde now being 6th, I mean, the biggest opponent he has is probably himself, because that was the reason for not scoring in race 1 was all about himself driving and doing mistakes. So we know he's quick, we know he can attack and defend both very, very well, at least in the first sprint race, with Kevin Seclari now being the very first one to pull into the pits here. Not the first one, Calandrino and Blotto were already in, but let's say from the top guys.
It's surprising.
It's a bit early, right?
He's just made the overtake onto Kadlec. I just wonder whether he's maybe done his tyres. Honzik, not going to go through this time. It doesn't look like it. The number 27, Honzik, still sticking behind Niklas Huben, of course. That's a battle for now 3rd and 4th with Seclari in the pits. We'll see where the undercut works out for him. Still continues to be dark here. Big heavy clouds, it seems, that is overhead at the moment, but no sign of rain. I'm just checking. I was wondering, since it has gone dark. There's Jonathan Riley in the pits there, seeing if he can make something work and maybe try and step things up. Charlie Crossland still defending hard against Belhassan.
Yeah, Belhassan really putting up a good show here. I want to check what was his statistics in the past. Belhassan, as we said already, 38 years old. He has 2 French championships, actually, and several other wins and podiums in karting and real-life karting. So he brings a lot of experience from real-life, sim racing, everything, basically, onto the grid here. And so far, he really shows that you can run up in ACC in the top 10 very well, no matter the age. That's what I love about sim racing, right? Like Lamborghini really bringing everyone together for this championship. It doesn't matter if you're like super young, 16, right? That's still very young. You can't even have a normal driver's license in Germany with that age, but also 38. Not saying that 38 is very old, but normally we don't see not that much of an age gap in sports, and that's why I really, really love esports and the project we have here.
Yeah, I mean, not saying that obviously you don't have the real-life G-forces effectively that you could get in a real car. But here we go. They're all coming into the pits now. You can't overtake in the pits, son. You're on a limiter. So Copra making sure he doesn't go in the back of Belhassan there as they all come into the pits. Jordan Sherritt's still out there. Remember, he didn't come in for quite a while, actually, last time around as well. So expect him to just carry on running until that halfway marker. Still 4 minutes off the halfway point, which would be, of course, an hour into this. Still interesting to see where Seclari does come out. Obviously with this, he's out on the track now, certainly down in 13th, but was running in 2nd place when he went into the pits, with Kadlec very much on his rear tyres there. So we'll see whether that pays off for him. Niklas Huben and Gerrit Honzik still running in 3rd and 4th at the moment. The battle still continuing with them. Honzik still trying to get past Huben and get on towards maybe a podium spot. We'll see how it works out for him. Well, Charlie Crossland has lost a lot of time now with obviously everybody else going in the pits, so it's bought him a bit of a breather. He did have the likes of Tinko van der Velde and Belhassan either side of him. They are now all in the pits.
Yeah, they are, and it seems like for Seclari, didn't really pay off massively, right? I mean, it depends on where Van der Velde is now, but wasn't...
It was,
no, Siglari was
wait
behind
for it
that.
to shake out. There we go.
Yeah,
Siglari is...
Siglari was behind that fit. I was pretty sure he was a bit further up ahead. No, he was. Yeah, he's now a 9th. Oh, he's not. I looked at the tower.
Yes,
My
I
mistake.
said you
What
always
are you-
looking at bottom right. I never trust the tower.
Kevin Siglari, 9th, obviously not in, what was it, 13th? He was
Oh,
listed.
Huben's coming in. Huben's coming in. Honzik carries on. So that obviously has been a battle that's been going on for the best part of 30 minutes between the two. Crossland also continuing along with the race leader, Jordan Sherratt, on your screen there, who's been running away and having a great old drive for himself, looking to go back-to-back just like Gary Hong did over in the Asian Series.
Yeah, I guess we just showed Jordan Sherratt in between so people know he's still around.
he's still
he's
going,
not done
boys.
yet and left the track because he's already racing, finished his race. But so far, absolutely unchallenged in both races, doing a great job here. Awesome demonstration of dominating the European Series. Zahir Essa currently in 6th. After a horrible first race due to the crash he had, but he also didn't pit it yet, while Huben, Belay, the drivers right behind him, and everyone else pitted already, so he will definitely lose positions.
So the real challenge is to see, obviously, where these drivers come out. Obviously, we know Tinko van der Velde had got past them, was chasing down the back of Honzik. Honzik himself, obviously, was in there on the back of Niklas, where is he? Huben, there he is. Niklas Huben has just come out of the pits. I think that was Van der Velde just behind him as well, if I did make the red car correct. That was up behind him, which makes sense. And sort of track. Siglari currently running up in 7th place. Honzik still yet to pinch. Jaroslav Honzik still running in 3rd place, yet to pit along with the race leader, who's continued on for another lap, so still not going to pit. Obviously, we haven't hit the halfway marker yet, so these are quite early pit stops, in fairness.
Yeah, I was wondering like why not everyone tries to run a bit longer, because we saw that in the previous races nearly always paid off. Charlie Crossland now coming in. That's Luca Tavanari right behind. And Zahir Essa, he stays out. So he probably tries to mimic Jordan Sherratt here, maybe, and trying to just, if he feels comfortable right now and the track is finally clean, maybe he can make it work. Maybe he can pick up to get back to his previous pace and position.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends how their race has been, right? How much they've been battling, how they've been managing their tyres, certainly what sort of fuel they're running. Maybe they're trying to run it long, run it light, who knows. With some of these guys, obviously some were forced to pit early on just simply because they had basically an off or hit a barrier or whatever, but it has been tactical for some. We'll see how it shakes out as the race progresses. Siglari Huben does look like that has worked out for the two there, so Siglari has stayed ahead of Niklas Huben, of course, who's got Tinko van der Velde right behind him. That is interesting because, if you remember, Jaroslav Honzik was on the back of Huben last time, so that will be very interesting to see if he slots out between these when they eventually pits.
Yeah, I hope for him that he can find his way into this group again, because otherwise it probably means they lost a lot of positions. Who came out of the pits there? That was Tavanari coming out of the pits. All right, Tinko van der Velde now all on the back of Niklas Huben. And that's another big fight, because Niklas running a good pace, probably podium material, I would say. And Tinko van der Velde, it's kind of the rough diamond, I would say, in this group. Like, he's fighting hard, defending well, being quick. While Jordan Sherratt now comes in, leader comes in, and 2nd place comes in.
And Honzik as well, so everybody really coming in. I think Essa's going to be the only one out there now running. It's really going to be interesting to see where they come out the pits. Is that Essa coming in behind them? Yes, it is. So he was running before he got there. I think he's a lap down, isn't he, on them? I'm not too sure whether that's going to be correct or not, but he was running around about 11th or 12th at the time. So Tinko van der Velde right on the back of Huben. Where are they right now? Looks like they are coming up to Ascari, so around about half the track away. So we're going to be interested to see where they come out. Remember, Honzik was right on the back of Niklas Huben when they went in the pits.
Ciclari had managed to get past. He was running in third place, which is why he's currently in the lead of the pit stop pack, effectively. Jordan Sherritt now on the way out of the pits. Shouldn't be any problem for him to retake his lead. Kadlecik also, remember, Ciclari here was right ahead of Kadlecik, had only just taken him a lap before, so they're going to come out neck and neck, and Honzik also leaving the pits. This is going to be very close now.
Yeah, Ciclari, does he get the pass through? No, he doesn't. He's listed at third, and there's Sedlacek. Oh, that will be super tight in the first chicane, but Sedlacek did everything right with pitting a bit later.
There's Honzik. Honzik's ahead of them. Oh, he's come out ahead of Niklas Huben and Van der Velde. It's worked out for Honzik, and he's managed to gain a position. Brilliant stuff from him.
Wow, I mean, Jardier has a lot of experience, obviously, with ACC. He's running a big YouTube channel. He's racing probably 24/7, I would say, nowadays. And experience paid off. Look at that.
And we should also point out, Tinko van der Velde actually got past Niklas Huben as well there, within looked like either Atratafilio or Roger. I didn't see exactly where it was. I was so focused on what was going on. Ciclari on the back of Kadlecik. So there we go. Everything shook out. Essa comes out the pits in 9th place, so it's worked out for him. He's got ahead of Bella Hassan. That has worked out very well for him as well. So it does seem that everybody who's ran long has actually benefited this time around.
Definitely. I mean, it worked well for most drivers. Kevin Ciclari now in third, and he dropped that position right after he did the overtake on Kadlecik. He will be furious right now. He needs to copy the same thing over again. Like, he's fighting the same car, and he needs to make the same move. But this time, he can't even gamble on saying, oh, pits will sort that for me. I will be in front. No, he has to do it on the track, and this will not be an easy overtake maneuver at all.
I feel just a bit of a Lewis Hamilton call in the ear. Bono, why did we come in? Why did we come in? What's going on? Why did you bring me in early? Well, at the moment, it does look like everyone that went long has paid off. Ciclari's going to have a little look on the outside now. It's going to be neck and neck once again into Rettifilo. It was where Ciclari made it work before. Very aggressive, makes it work. Let's see. He's going to be really out of position this time. Yeah, and I think Kadlecik will manage to hold that one strong. You can see there's been a couple of outings as the foam barriers lie across the track.
Yes, Ciclari should have been a bit more aggressive. When he was going to the outside of Kadlecik, he could have moved over to the right and ensured that Kadlecik really has to stay very, very close to the line, as in like super far on the inside. But instead, he gave enough room for Kadlecik to come back nearly onto the line and break there. No chance for you to pass if you give that space so easily. Tinko van der Velde, he knows about giving space because now he's in 5th. Trying to hunt down Jaroslav Honzik, who gained that position via the pits, did everything right with the pit strategy, and now finds himself so close to a podium spot.
Absolutely. You know, this was the position he was running at in the first 45-minute sprint race, and that's the exact position where he lost it as well. Ended up putting it slightly in the barriers after a spin and finishing out in 11th place. So fantastic racing from Tinko van der Velde here, no doubt about it. From 11th up into 5th in pure overtaking racecraft. That's what you love to see from these drivers. Qualified overall, a little bit further down, 6th place overall in qualification. So clearly a young driver, 17-year-old from the Netherlands, has a lot of future ahead of him, I think it's safe to say, if he's doing this in the real race right now against some of these top drivers.
Yeah, I messaged him already on Twitter, making sure that I have a shot signing him for the next season. But no, it's like, it looks really good. And I like that racecraft so far really shows them basically all the drivers. Of course, there were a few mistakes. It's always if they are heated up battles. But it's also very good racing. Giglio currently on 10th. That would finally give him some points that he was missing in race number 1 in the first 45-minute race here at Monza. But main race looks a bit better for him. Although we still have 25 minutes, which was the halfway mark for the first race.
Bella Hassan on the back of Giglio. He's lost another place, hasn't he, Bella Hassan here? I think Giglio has managed to squeeze on through, so well done him getting back into the top 10. That is some mental resilience for you right there. A driver that basically was running really well in the 8th place at the start of the race in the 45-minute sprint race, had a massive crash, ended up down at the back of the grid, and has had to work its way all the way back into that top 10 position. So well done to the Italian driver there, keeping that resilience and getting himself into the points.
on board with Hamza Belhassan now, who is, as we said already, dropped down to 11th now, out of the points. And for points, he would need to take down that red Lamborghini Huracán GT3 right in front of him. Good run through Lesmo too, but not good enough here to have a bit of more speed than his opponent right in front. Talking about opponents right in front, that's Tinko van der Velde, who still has Jaroslav Honzik filling out his windshield. And it will not be easy. Honzik has a lot of experience. He's running a ton of races on public service, which obviously, and I always like to say that, if you want to be good at racing and you want to become a pro, stop only practicing hot laps and all that for your championships. Go public racing, see other people race. Make sure that you can handle whatever weird situation, weird breaking points of other people, different skill gaps and stuff like that. That is what makes you a brilliant driver. And Jaroslav Honzik certainly does a lot of public racing, and I think that pays off big here.
Absolutely, but he's got his work cut out here to keep the young Dutchman at bay, because Tinko has been on a mission today. If he can keep it together at Lesmo, it looks like he's going to be a real threat to Jaroslav Honzik's 4th place. Speaking of, obviously, Seclari has kind of pulled ahead, but Seclari still very much staying on the back of Kadlecic here. You can see keeping very much in tow with him as they go through the Ascari once again. Continue their exit toll, though. That was not Ascari. It was Ascari. It was Ascari. Okay.
It was scary.
It was scary at Ascari. I was keeping check of where we were, but in the Lesmo at the moment, Tinko van der Velde right on the back once again of Honzik.
Yeah, Jardier really has to pull an ace out now to get away from van der Velde, and I think that is a lost cause, but he might be able to defend for another 21 minutes if he plays it well. No DRS, so don't even wait for that wing to flick away to give you a bit more speed. What happened?
Where's he going to go?
Yeah, true that. It's kind of...
Did it drop down?
It could be,
disappear down? It could electronic?
It could drop down to be like better for braking.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, so it's the other way around.
Does the
negative DRS.
Yeah. Negative DRS. Any designers out there, please don't listen to René's ideas.
Would love to talk to Lamborghini. I really want to know who does all the cool lights on their cars, because they look really good. That's Essa trying to make a move around Crossland. The number 24, yeah, and Crossland will definitely lose the position. Essa had a great run into Parabolica. A lot of speed there. Look at him easily taking that position, but it also means Charlie Crossland isn't a slipstream down to turn 1.
Well, we'll see whether he decides to commit to this. I'm not too sure. Is he going to feel it? Essa's done a fantastic job. I talked about him earlier, obviously a man that did qualify in 5th place, but obviously we were talking about, hot lap qualifications is all one thing, racecraft is another. Had a big crash in the first 45-minute sprint race. Another driver, just like Iglio, has worked his way back into the top 10. Fantastic stuff for him. Essa also benefited from the late pit stop. Really worked out well for him, leaping a couple of positions overall, and now he finds himself up into 8th place, chasing down Coppera.
Let's see now that we go into those last 20 minutes and we know how crazy it went on the Asian main race. All of a sudden, everyone tried to make a move, and they also created some new ideas sometimes how to make a move. Tinko van der Velde, he could use those ideas, a bit of creativity maybe, to pass Jaroslav Honzik. But so far, Honzik does really well there, holding on to position 4. He will not close the gap to Seclari, that's quite sure, I would say, because Seclari very, very quick right now. Still a 5-second gap between him and Honzik. But Tinko van der Velde, I just hope that this race realizes it's not worth to give up everything.
Yeah.
He needs to score this time. Like going out 0-0 on Monza, where he was
5th twice.
Yeah, it's like he could have easily made a ton of points. It's not an option in a championship like this. You need to stay calm now, focused, and be like, you know what? Might not be 4th this time, but let's take the position 5th. Let's take those points for that, because that will pay off way better in the long run.
It's something that comes with experience. Obviously, you realize it, when you're young, you may be a little bit more arrogant, the ego, aggressive. You know, and then, like, for example, if we were to use a Formula 1 term, you'd obviously look at the likes of Max Verstappen now, obviously, you know, sometimes sending it a little too aggressively into sort of positions, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. Lewis Hamilton was very much the same back in his early age, and he said it himself, obviously, it took him a long time to realize that consistency worked out. It was, I believe, Niki Lauda that actually sort of drummed it into him in the end. But we may well see that from Tinko here as well. Obviously, you know, and also I want to point it out, you know, when there's a man in front of you that is a popular YouTuber as well, there's quite a community backlash that could happen if you make an error. So Tinko van der Velde, the young 17-year-old, has got to play this very careful. He's right on the back of Honzik right now, 0.1, as close as you can really be in terms of racing, and he's definitely looking to make a move.
That's how you start your YouTube career. I mean, if he just makes the move on Jaroslav Honzik now, then completely smashes him into the wall. The next video with the clickbait title will be "How I Killed Jaroslav Honzik on Track 2021," and that will boost his career massively for Tinko van der Velde. No, obviously he should make a clear pass, but I think he should not worry about Jaroslav Honzik's community. First of all, they're great guys, and second, that's not what you worry about a race driver.
No,
you go out there, you be fast, you're trying to overtake, you use the maximum of your car, especially since the last 70 minutes. So I don't want him to think about anything else but finding a line that gets him around Honzik.
There's one thing I would do. I'd put my lights on, because that would just put that little bit of pressure. The lights sort of in the rear view mirror. Not too sure.
I mean, you could turn them on and then turn him off, launch attack, and then turn him on next to him again.
Or just like really mind game him.
The initial D move, right? So everyone's
out
there.
To it.
Wow.
Oh.
That was really close. So luckily, none of them made contact. It's quite good. Honzik came around cleanly, because otherwise he would be looking probably facing the other direction right now.
Yes.
If they would touch each other on the rear quarter panel there.
I think that's maybe he was just sort of putting the nose out there, just sort of trying to prove a point. So like, yeah, I am here, and I absolutely am going to make a move. Now they go through Variante del Rogia, and it's going to be clean once again as they pass on through. I'm a little surprised that Nicholas Huben has not put up more of a fight. You know, the driver that came obviously third place on the first race and put up some great overtakes himself to get there and pulled away from everyone. I'm a little surprised to see him not really getting as involved. Also, this race at the front, I think they maybe have settled down. Ciclari currently sitting just outside of 2 seconds behind Kadlecik now. So they kind of just settled down into their flow and saying, you know what, podium is fine with me. I want the points.
Yeah, I mean, the big loser of the first Monza race probably is Mesut Redun, the 31-year-old Frenchman. He's not even the race anymore here because, wait, on the first one he got a drive-through plus 30 seconds, and I think he was involved in a very early crash in the main race. So qualifying second fastest for the Monza race and then ending up with no points both races, that's quite a harsh evening.
This is still gaining ground on Cupra. That's 7th and 8th right now, but there is still a second between the two drivers, so it was around about 3 seconds at one point, so he is slowly closing that gap. We'll keep an eye on it because it's 15 minutes to go in this race, but once again we see Jaroslav Honzik having to be the defensive driver as they come into the Rettifilo, and once again this time we won't see Tinko van der Velde trying to send it looking for any of those errors. It is going to be clean so far, definitely continuing to get darker and darker.
You think so?
Do you think by the time we get to North America it's going to be pitch black?
That will be up for an interesting race.
They'll be like, hang on, it's daylight here in America just because it's dark in Europe.
We'll be fine with that. I like me some night racing. Tinko van der Velde and his squealing brakes. If you wonder, like, why are brakes of race cars often, especially when they're rolling towards the racetrack, squealing like they would be cheap or broken? They're not, but obviously the mixture that they use for their brake pads to make them work under these high conditions means that as soon as they go cold, they sound awful and they're squealing a lot, so it's totally normal, but that doesn't mean that every daily driver you see now squealing on the next traffic lights has race brakes on. Just saying.
He's just an idiot. He's just an idiot.
Can't say that. You don't know why it's squealing.
I mean, I live in a city that you still have idiots like that around. But oh, look!
It's Jordan Sherrick, ladies and gentlemen, the race leader.
He's alive.
He's still going. He's still there. We don't get to talk about him too much because he is 7.5 seconds ahead of second place Kadlashik. He's having a race of himself, which is pretty much just the same as we had in Asia. Gary Huang also did similar, one back-to-back, but we did have second place last time, have an off in the Russian driver.
Just imagine he has very bad internet connection. He has no clue if others are still connected. I had that once in the race. I was running 20 laps before I realized that I was all alone on the track because the connection dropped. So maybe John Sherrick is constantly wondering, like, are others still here? Am I alone? The universe is so big. It can't be. Where's everyone? It happens. Happened to me in a real race, by the way. Because if you
well, you had a disconnect in a real race.
No, I was racing, and normally you see a lot of other cars, right? Especially if you race at the Nordschleife, and then all of a sudden everyone was gone, and really that was my first race back then, and I was like, okay, what if the race already over, everyone pulled in the pits, and I, for whatever reason, didn't saw the flag and didn't pull out.
You're looking for the stewards on the side, like
I'm still running while everyone else is having champagne already in the podium.
Having a great time, leave him racing.
I was really afraid back then. I was sitting in the car like, oh man, is it done now?
Did I miss the
What happened? Yeah, maybe it was red flag and I didn't saw the red flag. Everyone just went off the track. Never know.
Oh, think crazy things that go through your mind when you're racing around.
I sing in the race car, by the way, sometimes.
It does seem that you sing to yourself in the race car.
Yeah, sometimes.
Does the GoPro have the audio to pick that
up?
I do. Oh, brilliant.
Maybe one day I will actually upload videos of that.
You're singing away to yourself in the race car as you drive round. As long as it's not turn around.
only if I go the wrong way.
Yeah.
If I spun around and I sing turn around, that's fine.
Oh, sorry, we're getting a little distracted here. There is 12 minutes to go in this race. It has kind of settled itself down a little bit, if we were safe to say so. It does seem that people kind of want to settle for those points. Normally, going into the last 10 minutes is when things start to hot up at the moment. But Tinko van der Velde just a little bit off, actually, on Honzik. Obviously, was very much on his bumper. Maybe just backing off and realizing, you know what, I should probably accept for that 5th place. Somewhere it isn't backing off is Bel Hassan. Bel Hassan wants to get back involved here on Giglio. Outside the top 10, absolutely the place to be, because those points are very important as we start off this new The Real Race Championship.
I absolutely love the performance that Bel Hassan is currently putting on. I mean, Giglio passed him really easily, but he can't run away, so the number 65 is still right behind 70, showing himself here and there, basically. Trying to apply some pressure on the 70 here on Giglio, but so far, not really in attack range, and they're only 10 minutes, so Giglio probably wants to defend those 10 minutes, because him closing the gap to Crossland, very unlikely, unless someone is making a mistake.
Absolutely. Well, we have seen errors. I thought I saw a car off the track there. It was just a brief flick. I thought I saw something in the background, but I don't see anyone tumbling down the tables, so maybe I was wrong. Kopra up in 7th place. Essa right up behind him, the South African, really starting to make it work. Now, we didn't see too much of him in the first race due to the crash in that first lap. Now we're seeing really what he can bring to the table. Great to see the South African involved here, obviously in the EMEA region. As I say that, Yao breaks himself a little bit. That's fine.
Commentator's curse. We talked about that.
It happens.
It is real.
Sorry.
It happens. As he sat Nicholas Hubin in 6th position while we saw him in the podium spots previously, but he only qualified in 7th. So kinda exactly where he was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Besides Jonathan Riley, because Riley is also out. That's another top 10 qualifier who's not scoring any points both races, I think.
Yeah.
Riley didn't score in the first one, will definitely not score in the second one. Very tough Sunday for him, but luckily there's still another 9 races to come.
Tyres is hanging on in the server. Just sitting in the pits, enjoying himself. He's got out having a cup of tea, 10 minutes to go, no problem. I'll pop out and just give it a quick spin towards the end there. Keep things going.
He's not even British, right? Otherwise it would be Tito.
Matthias, I don't believe he is.
No, he isn't.
I'm pretty sure it's either Dutch or German.
He's definitely not
Belgian, damn it.
Belgium, yeah. Not really nailing it today when it comes to Belgium and Dutch people, it kind of seems. Capera gets under pressure by Essa again with only 9 minutes to go. So let's say if there might be a chance here for Essa to even win another spot. He qualified 5th, the 37-year-old from South Africa, but he would need to find a way around the Polish racer in the number 28 here, Michał Capera.
Absolutely wants to get as many points as he can here. The South African certainly looking very good right now as he continues to close on. Now looking towards a real chance as they come into the Parabolica. Let's see what he can do here. We've seen overtakes work. He decides to go wide. Is he going to go for the undercut? Let's see if he can go the switch back through. No, just that little slip there. We saw it before, obviously in the final corner actually, in the Asia series. Just that little twitch that can sometimes catch you. You can see what he wanted to do. He wanted to have the switch back, get a quicker exit as they come down the main straight there, but just slipped away from him that slight bit there. Essa having a little look up the inside, but not really a realistic chance there as he's too far away. Further down the field though, Belhassan, he's having a little look at the Italian Giglioli, and this time it's still not going to work.
And not enough yet to make a move, but he's still holding on to Giglio, so the door is still there, and you might even step through it. Well, he still has to open it up, so let's see if he can make that work. So here SR once again right behind Capera. He's still there, both now with lights on, although SR got the endurance lights on, while Capera is running the normal lights. And I really have to say, that's actually what I wanted to finish previously, is like the Lamborghini designers who created these lights on the Huracán GT3, they're absolutely stunning. So can I get like a signature, maybe an autograph of the designer who did the lights? So I think they're well placed. I mean, it's also new technology, right? Nowadays running very narrow headlights is possible. Back in the days, headlights were like half of the cars nowadays, basically. Like back in the day, the Mini Cooper was as big as a headlight. Kinda. Some cars, depending.
Well, at the moment...
Oh, running a bit wide there.
Yeah, just a little bit wide, Essa. Jordan Sherritt, there he is. He's still on his screen, guys. He's still winning.
He's still winning.
He's still
back
winning.
to back if he can hold on to it for another 6.5 minutes, roughly.
I'm very interested to see the lap times. He's 29 laps in. I don't believe we got 29 laps in the Asia Series.
Jordan Sherritt came 3rd in the 2020 Lamborghini The Real Race, right? So you probably things like, this time, I'll let absolutely no one even remotely close to me and take it away from me. I mean, Niels Naujok's not racing. He's obviously here, right? I mean, he could potentially race next. Is he allowed as a winner?
That's good, because he's not on the show next
he's not on the show next time. Really afraid.
I mean, it's open. It's open. So, right, there's no reason he can't, right?
Nerves.
Maybe.
I mean, depends on
times. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Lap times. That's the total time, not the lap times.
Yeah, 53 minutes, not a lap time. What a surprise.
Gosh darn it. Yes, Jordan Sherritt is still winning this race anyway. Either way, Seclari in the podium position, at least 3rd position, much better the performance than the first race he had, which I believe he finished in, I think it was 6th actually, because obviously Tico van Velde had the outing at the Lesmo. Kupera, Essa has got past. Essa has got past, ladies and gentlemen, up into 7th place. So congratulations to South African, putting in a great performance here. Very interested to see where he started on the grid, actually. Certainly was a lot further down.
Oh yeah, he was far down after what happened in the sprint race, so he probably did a lot of overtakings to even get there.
Gained a lot of ground as well with the pit stop, if you remember. But there's Jordan Sherritt going over the line. 5 minutes to go, so around about 4 laps, well, 3 laps actually, probably. It's going to be like 147 per lap-ish. Yeah, so around about 3, maybe 4 laps. We'll see exactly whether he can squeeze it out, just how quick he's going at the end of his stint. Obviously, with it being low on fuel, etc., lap times will be getting quicker and quicker.
I mean, if it would be me running the same performance as Jordan Sherritt, you can bet on that I will run out of fuel in the next 2 laps. Because that's how life treats me when it comes to sim racing. Did that last time, by the way, on ACC. I forgot to... I was running 3 hours of Nürburgring with my team in sim, That was quite cool. And then I came to the pits to do driver swap and new tires and refueling. So we did the driver swap, check. No tires, no. And fuel, also no. That was quite unfortunate, I can tell you, for the strategy, race strategy in a 3-hour race, but things happen. Hopefully Jordan Sheriff has a better sense for clicking the right buttons when it comes to that and when it comes to his pit stops than me, because he should definitely not get away without a win here. Absolutely impressive performance by him. Great race so far. Really calm and collected. Said that often, but it is what he does. He's just so relaxed, consistent, and really doing an amazing job.
Okay, right. Everybody else is in cruise control right now. Essa is on it. He is chasing down. Now, can he make up the ground on Nicholas Huben? I'm not sure. I mean, we've only got 3.5 minutes to go in this race. He's already sliced it down by a second, pulled away from Cooper. You can see the 1.5 second gap he's pulled away from Cooper already. Keep your eye on that lime green Lamborghini, because he is chasing Nicholas Huben down and really seems to want to gain yet another position as they go around the Parabolica. He is visibly getting closer. And I just wonder if everybody else is in like cruise mode. It's like, okay, drive safe, as clean as you can. Let's just finish the race. This is a great position for me. It's down to 1.3 seconds. It was 3 seconds a moment ago. He is absolutely clawing out this lead.
I mean, if he gets onto Nicholas Huben, I bet he takes him down Parabolica last lap and gets through. Scores the points there. But Nicholas Huben, on the other hand, he had a lot of defensive work already done in the first race. He showed that he can do it. So Essa will also not have an easy job. Although, really, if you charge at someone like this, oh God, I would love to see him then succeeding with it and getting through up to the 6th position.
1.1 continues to drop sector by sector. Absolutely right on him now as they go through the Roggia. And you love to see a car, a driver like this. Remember, he's going to have the freshest tires of anyone. He was the last person to pit stop as well out there. So the freshest tires of everyone. And he's absolutely on a mission to gain as many points as he can after losing out in the first race. Huben himself obviously was 3rd place on the podium in the first race. So he's happy to just consolidate his position right now and hold those points. But as we get closer to the Ascari, you can see Essa really closing down the back of that car now. With 1 minute 40 to go, we're going to have around about maybe 2 laps. It really depends where Jordan Sherritt is right now, if he's just about to go over the line or not.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. I think Huben is more than aware of Essa all of a sudden being in his rearview mirror, because you can't overlook a bright lime green Lamborghini there, right? It's quite big, it's quite good looking, that's for sure, and it's the right color. I mean, we know it from Animal World, right? If something is bright green, probably don't get too close.
Don't get too close. Well, 0.5 now. So from 3 seconds to 0.5 in 2 laps. That is some pretty darn quick lapping from Essa. The question is, has he got time left? Because we're seeing all the cars, they've gone through. This is the final lap. I don't think we're going to get another lap out of this. So Essa has to get it done now. So it's going to be all a case of whether he can get it done on the Parabolica. I don't see any other chances for him unless there's a big mistake from Huben.
I mean, does John Sherritt start another lap for us?
No.
No, 34 seconds. Where's Sheriff right now? Essa goes down. Wait, this is up to Ascari. That's last Moto.
Yeah, so there's
up to Ascari. 25 seconds. No, that will not work.
Definitely not.
So it is the last lap. Last chance for Essa against Nicholas Huben. German against the South African racer. Let's see if they might close the gap.
Giglio also on the back of Crossland as well, by the way, so there are a couple of places that could possibly change here, pretty much in Parabolica. I can't see it changing anywhere else, so the final corner is really where it could happen at the moment. You see them coming into Ascari there as Essa continues to chase down, but I don't really think he's quite close enough. He needs to have such a super clean run through Ascari there. But here's the race winner, Jordan Sherritt, once again winning both sprint races back to back. Fantastic clean race from him. He will take victory in all 50 points once again.
Oh, Essa
side by side here with Huben, but he's going to be on the outside looking for that switchback. Has he got the exit? It's looking good for Essa. Oh, he's going to go through on the German. Huben loses out on 6th place. The South African with a fantastic
overtake on the Parabolica, makes it work.
Wow, what an impressive ending by Zaire Essa. I mean, I said it, if he closes the gap, he will have a good shot, and he did so.
What happened? Giglio's lost a place.
Oh yeah,
Belasana's gone through intense. Giglio was right on Crossland. So an error there, whether he's tried to make a move and it's kind of backfired, I don't know. But the number 78 car, who was a number 70 car, sorry, Giglio, the Italian, has lost out on the top 10. He was running in 10th position. Something has happened there. Belasana has got past him. And whether he's just run out of fuel the second they've gone over the line, I don't know. But oh wow, but a little bit of drama at the end there. This time, you know, if you watch the Asia region, it was 5,000ths of a second side by side on the line. This time though, Essa makes it work on that final corner. Fantastic.
Yeah, Hubin tried everything to defend, and he decided for the right side going into Parabolica, but he just didn't have to run out of it. I think he lifted too much because he thought about it. You have a decision to make, right? You either try to lift again and get up the inside to block it, or you run the car all the way wide to the line, basically, trying to get that speed. He decided to block up the inside line. Didn't work. Essa had the better traction, had way more speed coming out of Parabolica, lost it, but that must feel so hard. I mean, you can see the finish line from where Hubin was when he threw away 6th place.
He can't be too upset on himself. He did get podium finish 3rd place in that first race as well. So certainly very good points for him. Both obviously raced in the top 10. Whereas Essa obviously had that accident in the first race, as well as Giglio. I feel sorry for him just being dropping out of the top 10 at the end. I'm really interested to see what happened in that final lap. But, you know, Jordan Sherritt, there's no doubt about it. Obviously, out-and-out champion both races, solely running away with it here in the first race. What a great start from him. 50 points to start things off. It's just about the perfect start you could hope for.
It definitely is, and we see that in both regions that we had already. There is a clear favorite, at least for Monza, and that's the cool thing, right? There's a new qualifier each and every time. There's a new track each and every time. So Jordan Sherritt might look good right now, and probably is on many other tracks as well, with coming 3rd last season. But there might also be someone not racing in Monza, just watching this right now. Could be you, basically, and then coming in for Laguna Seca, giving Jordan Sherritt a run for his money.
It's a tough track, no doubt about it. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. A lot of action kicking things off at the start, of course. It's always edgy going into turn 1. Pretty clean. It was actually Roggia, Variante del Roggia, in a moment as they go around the Curva Grande, where things really went wrong in both races. I think we had a sideways car, if I'm not mistaken. There we can see, I think that was Matthias, maybe? No, that was Ophelia that went off early on, launched over that ramp, the speed bump.
Yeah, it was a great race, especially since we were staying quite clean talking about that. That was who was that? That was not Hamada who got called out there. That was Matthias, and...
It was Hamada, I think. That was Hamada.
It was Hamada, yeah, true, 68. There should have been Hamada, who had a good first race. Unfortunately, he got caught out. Both drivers not really sure where to go with the car coming out of the second chicane, and then they clipped in the back. That is... Oh, yeah, that was the spin where I was wondering.
That was Matthias, yeah.
Yeah, Matthias, if he turned off traction control, there's a traction control override button, obviously. So if you click that one, and then there's absolutely no traction control, and if you're used to traction control, having none all of a sudden...
It's a big difference.
Yes, it is a huge difference.
Yeah, fantastic overtakes throughout. Tinko van der Velde certainly putting on a bit of a masterclass, carving his way up from 11th up into 5th place overall. That was his overtake on Belhassan, if I'm not mistaken, there, making it work. And, well, I think we're going to see a couple of him from him. But here's Essa, the undercut, the little switchback. It works so well in the Parabolica. That gave him that extra space up into 6th place and over the line. The South African will be delighted with that move and over the moon, no doubt about it. Fantastic. Congratulations to him and getting some well-earned points.
Yeah, throat cut execution, I would say. That was really well done and didn't lose the rear at all, not getting nervous. Instead, he just powered through, got the points in. Really like that approach, and it just shows none of the positions is safe. are safe. Like if you're cruising too much, if you're like in auto cruise mode or like on the autobahn just chilling along, that's not enough for a championship like this. You need to be on the edge each and every lap.
And that was, 3-4 laps, 3 seconds behind. He'd have been looking at the timers thinking, this is fine, this is in the bag. And like you say, just sort of cruising out. And it's almost zoned out effectively in focus. Everybody's been there. It's dangerous. It's scary sometimes. But Essa just saw that gap. It's like, you know what? I could do this. I could chase it down. And it's so good because it builds up. It's the feel as a driver to sort of see that with 3-4 laps to go. I think it was 5 minutes to go there was at the time, 3+ seconds behind to gain that time and get that final overtake. Oh my God, Essa's going to be over the moon in South Africa right now. Absolutely loving life. So massive congrats to him. But of course, overall, in terms of point standings, there's a lot to go through, obviously, from these races because obviously we had some drivers sort of performing very well in the first race, some drivers going off, basically. Obviously, Tinker van der Velde, if you were to look at the points, you'd just be kind of like, he got lucky in the second race. No, he was running in 5th place in both races. He just had a bit of an out off in the corner. What was it? It was Lesmo, wasn't it?
Yes,
had a bit of an off at Lesmo in the first race, was running in 5th and actually was looking to chase down 4th place, in fairness, and then had a bit of a crash and unforced as well, I must say.
It will be a bit more mixed in terms of standings because we lost Mesut Radon, right?
Yes, yes.
He had a very awful evening. Johan Orfella, the French driver, 28 years old, he should have been a front runner. Wasn't there for the second race due to what happened, right? The first race looked a lot better. Then if we just go through the list, Jonathan Riley.
Yeah.
Big name, a lot of experience, especially in F1 eSports and all of that. Unfortunately, it also didn't work out for him in both races. So Europe is stacked with drivers.
I think he was spun by Crossland in the first race, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it?
Well, actually, no. Crossland got hit from behind, didn't he? I can't remember who it was. Crossland hit, obviously, Riley, but that's because Crossland was hit in the back as well.
Oh, again, that was turn 1. Yeah,
yes,
both British drivers.
Good old turn 1 once again in the Retifilio. So, so hopefully we'll get the standings on your screen in a second. They've got to be all totted up in the background, and obviously penalties may well apply. We did see Radona actually getting the penalty, if you remember, in the first race as well. So while he was running, I think, in 8th place, 30-second penalty applied, boop, back you go, outside the points. You got to be careful with those runoffs.
Don't be a naughty boy. Don't cut turn 1 each and every time you're defending. That was basically the thing, right? If you used the runoff, even though you were alone in the corner, marshals don't like to see that.
Yeah, so don't forget, guys, obviously, if you are watching, Europe is definitely a strong region, there's no doubt about it, but every single race is open. And what I mean by that is you have to go through a qualification period. You obviously have to try and get through. The next race will be Laguna Seca, so look out for the qualification when that starts. You can hot lap it in single race mode, so don't worry about anybody else on the track. It's all about you, your car, and how quick you can go around Laguna Seca. Hitting that corkscrew hard, you've got to be careful. It's a lot of time to make and lose there, no doubt about it. But it's going to be open to everyone. If you can get into the top 40 times, well, then you're going to be in with a chance at qualifying once again. You have to go through yet another hot lap session, but that will be much shorter on the Saturday. And if you were in the top 20, you will be here in the main real race once again. And that's where these guys are. So as we were talking about, obviously, while these guys and like Jordan Sherritt's obviously picked himself up 50 massive points here, maybe he has a nightmare in qualification over at Laguna Seca, and suddenly somebody else can pick up those 50 points. Well, they'd have to win back-to-back.
That is true. That's the beauty about racing, right? Absolutely everything can happen. Talking about things that can happen. I heard that other people want to talk into a microphone. Things like that happen here as well. That's why I give it back to Julia and Niels.
Yeah, thank you, Renee. Thank you, Lee. Yeah, the second race is over. We have a lucky winner. Congratulations to Jordan Sherritt from South Africa. I think we have a picture of Jordan that you can see his face. And you, Niels, you met him in person last year, right?
Yeah, we shared don't even remember if it was the weekend, but yeah, we shared a couple of days there in Bolognese at the Lamborghini factory and, of course, on the track as well, driving several different Lamborghinis.
Okay, cool. And what do you think about Jordan's driving skills?
To be fair, if it wasn't for how the races went, he certainly had, in some cases, the better pace in the races that we did, running up to winning the prize. So, yeah, he's one of the fastest probably in the Lamborghini. I know he's driving the car almost as his main car in ACC. So he's, if you're asking who's the fastest or among the fastest in the Lamborghini, then it's probably his name on the very top.
Okay, yeah, cool. We will try to get him here on screen that we can talk to him. But at first, we will have a look at the standings again. So we will see a few more names, and maybe there's some you already coached.
I mean, just looking at the race as we had it, I'm happy that Zahir Essa now had a much better result in the second race now. I think he started 17th, ended up in P7, making a move in the last corner. So was really determined and tried to make up some ground that he lost in the first race. So maybe my coaching wasn't all wrong. And
obviously not.
and then, again, surprisingly for me, that Jadia is just always somehow up there. Like this race, he finished 4th, I believe. And I don't know how he just avoids all this traffic around him and everybody crashing. He's just always the guy, well, you know what, do your thing. I'll just wait until you're done and then I take both of your positions.
Okay. Yeah, cool. That's our standings. And now I just heard we have Jordan in the line. Jordan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hi, Jordan. Congratulations. You are our second winner of today. How do you feel?
Pretty good, actually. I mean, I was surprised, actually, because I didn't really do much like race runs. And towards the end of the stints, I was struggling hard. So I was pretty fast at the beginning. So I just managed that. And then, it sort of paid off and just kept it consistent, which was the most important part, and stayed out of trouble, of course.
Okay. And are you exhausted now?
Yeah, geez. Like this week has been so long. Like with the qualifying yesterday, the two, I would say the endurance race is pretty much like 45 minutes and an hour. Yes. My last couple of laps, I couldn't even see. My eyes were squint, literally. So.
Oh, wow.
Good to see you again. I don't think you can see me, but it was good to meet you last year. And I mean, obviously, we already shared the experience. So my question is, why do you do it again even?
Well, finishing third place is not always the best thing, so I want to win it,
Okay, so
why.
Okay, so you're in for the pride rather than the prize.
Well, not really. I like the prize that they have to become a works driver, pretty much, and that's sort of what I want, and I've always been aiming for anyway in my career, pretty much. So, yeah.
You said you didn't do much preparation. Was there still something like in the setup that you focused on? I know, of course, on Monza you look to go get rid of the downforce in the drag, but was there something you did kind of different to what you normally do?
I think I've been more experimental in my setups, since sometimes people are faster, so you work harder and you sort of figure it out. But obviously I was running a very low downforce setup, but towards the mid to end of the stint, I had so much oversteer, so I was struggling. So if I did more prep in terms of my race runs, I think I could have been a bit better. But yeah,
cool.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Enjoy your victory. And good luck for the next race. Thank you very much and congratulations. This was John Sherritt from South Africa, our second winner of the day. A third one is coming quickly, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we still have all the Americans coming up next for us.
Yes.
Who hopefully have a couple nice races.
Yeah. But first, we will have a little break, just 5 minutes, so don't leave, please. But before, you get some, little highlights of the second race. Welcome back here in our Lamborghini studio, and Renee is back with us in our little corner over here. How are you doing, Renee, after 2 races?
I'm great. I mean, I realize your corner's a bit better than our casting is because you got seats.
Yes.
So I think that's now the elite corner. That's fine. But yeah, even if I can't sit down there, races were amazing. We had great showing of pure pace and just quickness, like Sheriff, right? He ran away with it. Same on the Asian region. But looking at the fights we had, people were respectful to each other, but still fought really, really hard. So I think we can be very, very happy with the first races we have. And I'm absolutely sure that Americas will deliver the same performance.
Yeah, and before we enter the 3rd race, we will have some educational stuff now, because Niels, you are a sim racing coach. What kind of racers or drivers do you coach normally?
There's huge variety, actually. There's your average sim racer who just has it as a hobby, does it for a couple of months or a couple of years and decide, I'm being more serious about it now and I want to progress and I've kind of hit a wall. So yeah, those kind of guys approach me and then we work on whatever issues they have. And but there's also, since last year, since all the professionals came to sim racing, some of them are absolutely clueless. Some are clueless about the PC, some are clueless about driving, by the looks of it. Okay. And then, yeah, I also work with them with this quite a different way of working with a real racing driver because they know all the terminology, they pick it up really quickly. And then, of course, there's some beginners who are really new to it, but they want to get it right from the start. So I work with them from scratch, basically, and before even going to the track, we talk about how to set up the game, for example.
Okay, cool. So if I want to start next year, maybe, I just call you, Niels, and then I can have some lessons.
Do it right now.
No. These shoes, it's not working. I'm so sorry,
like
guys.
A real sim racer. She's nearly there.
We don't use shoes, so it's no problem.
Yes, no. Okay, guys, please head over to our sim rig. We have a sim rig here in the studio, and maybe you can show us some important stuff we have to know. And guys, at home, if you have some questions, just use our hashtag Lamborghini eSports on Twitter, and then I can ask the question for you. Yeah, and Niels, maybe we can start with the vision. How important is vision
while driving?
And do I really need 3 monitors at home?
Not really, because the times where
you can have a seat.
Renee and myself have started sim racing, nobody ever thought about using 3 screens on the same PC, right?
I had 3 CRT monitors a while after starting sim racing, but yeah, it's like nowadays you see that a lot, right? Triple screen setups, you don't need them. 1 is absolutely enough. If you can get a widescreen, that's even cooler, right? You get a lot of visibility already. The cool thing about triple screens is definitely that you can look out left and right of the car. It helps a bit in terms of seeing what's going on around your car, not crashing into someone.
Yeah, I just open up all the settings that you have in the game, for example, that concern your view or how the camera that mimics your helmet or your eyes, everything you can do there. And I don't know if they can grab the entire 3 screens or if you just see the center one, but how I like to set it up then, if I have that much screen space available, I want to have at least the side mirror visible here. Yeah. Right, so this is always my reference point, that when I look to the left, I actually look in the mirror as I would do in the real car. On some cars, you then have a screen for the actual center rear view mirror. Some have an actual mirror. And then I think the rest is really more of a forum topic, if you know what I mean, where people like to discuss things. But everything else, I think, is not so important as it is how much you actually want to see. Everything else is more around how you feel personally, what you feel comfortable with. So I wouldn't want to make a huge fuss about all these view settings. You just want to have a good feeling for how wide the car is, where you're placing it, and get a feedback of what the car is doing on the track.
We might mention in ACC, since they're different GT3s, obviously, you can actually move the seat front, back, and up and down. Up sometimes for many drivers can be nice because you sit quite low in a GT3 race car, right? So you want to make sure that you have a bit of feel for how wide the car is, where your front fender is, and sometimes I have to say, depending on what equipment you use, you might want to see the display actually, so you can even pitch down the view to make sure that even if you're further up ahead, you can still look down at the screen and know your gear, know your fuel and gaps.
If you want to take it that far, you can say you can set it up realistically, because in the real car, when we were there in Italy, of course we couldn't adjust the seat in so many ways. It was pretty much fixed. We could move the pedals in the wheel, but not the seat. So the position that we were looking out of the cockpit was actually fixed. And since I'm a bit of a taller guy, at least I was taller than Jordan and Matthias who were there, I had it much easier to look out of the car, and I had a feeling that Jordan is actually kind of trying to look above the steering wheel a bit. Maybe that's why he wants to go again.
It could be. Maybe this time he will bring like a cushion or pillow, so he's actually a bit higher. I got a driver in one of my race cars that actually has that. Like
a pillow?
Yeah, he's very small, and he's running a lot with my teammates that are very tall. So there's no chance for you to put the seat in the right direction because they're obviously also fixed, right? So you do it for the race.
Is the FIA aware?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's totally fair. That is allowed. Not saying legal stuff now on racetrack.
Okay, then the next thing maybe you want to talk about is, let's start with the steering wheel, okay? So I best show this on track, actually, before we go into the settings. I'm not sure you can see both here, but the best way to see it is, if your wheel is set up correctly, really is that your physical wheel in front of you turns the same amount as the one in-game, else you get it either too sensitive or too insensitive, basically, and that's what you want to avoid. So my test always is I go 90 degrees and see if the wheel in the game turns the same amount, and if, because the wheel has a weird shape and isn't actually rounded or so, it doesn't give you a good indication, just do 118, then it becomes much more clear if they're actually in sync. And that's, I think, the main thing you want to look out for when setting up your wheel, so that what you do to the car kind of is what the engineers intended to happen.
I mean, so obviously that's something that we can set up in-game, but also on software of many of the wheels, right? No matter if you're running a Fanatec or a Thrustmaster or Logitech, right? They all allow you to set wheel rotation, so maybe we should highlight that a bit. Wheel rotation, that's the option you're looking for. If it's not set on automatic, make sure there's a list on the net for ACC, for example, which wheel rotation fits to which car. Make sure that the car you're running, in our case the Lamborghini, has the same wheel rotation as the one that you put into your software, basically, for the steering wheel.
I think for the Lambo, it's actually 640 degrees or something, if I remember that correctly. Right. Like around that area, basically. So yeah, let's say we have the wheel covered. That's the most important option. Everything else is, you have so many buttons to configure on this one that maybe you want to have the lights. Some people want to have the wipers. Some others might want to have the indicators for whatever reason. But let's move on to the pedals then, which I think is one of the pieces that have become way more sophisticated
over time.
Back when we were racing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, back in the days, we were happy about, in the beginning, plastic pedals that might have a bit of rubber on them, right? I mean, they had been...
We were happy when they took the signal.
Yeah, and when they weren't braking after one time really bombing into it. And nowadays, you can run a hydraulic brake setups. Basically, you can run the same pedal boxes of a real car on simulators. So yeah, there's quite a bit of evolution, I would say.
Yeah, guys, I'm so sorry. I have a community.
I forgot about you, sorry.
I have a community question. Is there a steering wheel what is perfect for Lamborghini?
I mean, there are Lamborghini steering wheel replicas, so you can actually have it one-on-one.
They're the same shape, yeah. I mean, obviously, if you consider that most, it always depends on which series, right? GT3 steering wheels are built for that one car, while many other cars, GT4 or track cars, if you now look at a Super Trofeo, for example, there can be a wheel on the market that has the same shape at least. So there are plenty of ways getting it right for the car. And in the community, there are a ton of people doing exactly that. They're building exactly the cockpit of their favorite cars. I'm absolutely sure if we just give a shout out, there will be someone with a perfect replica of a Huracán cockpit somewhere in the sim racing world.
Even though you're looking at quite a price tag with those usually. And let's say the main thing you're looking for when replicating something from real life, it's that many wheels you get on the PC are much smaller than they're in the actual real car. So let's say this one is something like 26 to 27 centimeters in diameter. And what you'd have in the real car is more around 30 to 32 centimeters. So if you want to replicate the feeling of the real car, it's more about the diameter than the rest of the shape, basically.
Well, then we should quickly maybe talk about actual wheel rotation speed, right? Because if I go for a bigger wheel and a fully round-shaped one, or a D-shaped wheel, D-shaped so it's flat at the bottom, for example, it is less quick on counter steering compared to what we back in the day said is the F1 wheel, right? Something that is cut below and up, which nowadays also is in GT racing. So at least make sure maybe, just for your own sake, that you get kind of the same shape or kind of the same style at least. Don't go with a rally or NASCAR wheel into a GT3 racer.
So I definitely want to hit the track before we run out of time. And one thing we have to talk about is the pedals. I think the throttle pedal is straightforward. Usually you just want it to be linear. So if you press it 50%, it shows 50% in the game as well. 100% if you press 100%, obviously. With a brake, it just got a lot more complicated because back in the days it was measuring distance, how far you press the pedal, but these days we have a different way of measuring, which is a load cell, and it actually measures how hard you press the pedal. So if I press 10 kilos, this can be a 50%, and if I press 20 kilos, then it goes up to 100. Essentially, what you got to know about this, or what you got to keep in mind, is this allows you more precision at the end of the day because you have a wider range to use to work through the whole range of the pedal. That's the most important information. This is why usually most professional sim racers prefer the load cell.
All right, hit the track so I can finally act like I'm better than you and I would coach you, right?
Yeah, let me actually see. I'm just changing everything right now before actually driving. And
he's looking like a real sim racer. He's already looking for excuses in case it's not.
I'm looking for the starter.
The starter, yeah, it would be good to have ignition and start on.
Okay, so what I turn down usually, just because I'm that's really sensitive. So I got to make sure I'm not going with traction control 0 right now, because these GT3 cars, they have this for a reason, right? They're really aggressive with the engine, and they are in real life built for gentleman drivers. So it's not something like a driving assist in the sense that you have it on your arcade game, but the traction control is actually a realistic feature that the real cars are using as well.
And it helps you to get the right traction off. But when we're talking about traction control and ABS settings, can you give our viewers out there maybe like an average, what you should aim for? Normal, obviously, it depends on the setup, depends on the track, but is there like a sweet spot that you can always use as a base?
You could say, for higher level drivers, you would say traction control 1 is always enough interference to keep you on the road. But let's say you start with level 3 or 4, then you're pretty much on the safe side. And the higher levels are usually used for actual wet conditions, where the track is much worse than in the dry that we're driving right now. So they're also picking up the logic from the real car that some traction control settings are designed for very different scenarios where the track is just more slippery.
And besides traction control, there's ABS, right? Which depends on kind of the track state, right?
Yeah, definitely. This is also what we have in the game, right? The track isn't just the track. It starts as green, where you have some dust on the track, or it's just not rubbered in. Maybe there's some dirt because the track wasn't used for a year or so, and it's very slippery. And then as the cars go along over the weekend, the track becomes faster and ideal line builds, and there's more track or more grip available over time. And you can adapt the ABS and TC setting for the evaluating or evolutionizing progressing track. So yeah, in the beginning you'd use a higher ABS setting, and then as the weekend moves on and in the race you'd end up with the lowest ABS setting, say 2 for example, but you'd start at 5 or so.
Maybe that's something that you should keep in mind when you get yourself into sim racing, especially in ACC. The track progresses, so don't get caught off from the game. Don't feel depressed just because your first laps aren't as great as the YouTube video of Niels you might just watch and think like, how can he do that? I did the same speed and car slipped up. There is the tire changes, the track changes, all of that needs to be warmed up, all of that needs to be rubbered in, so it's definitely not doable just on the very first lap.
Yeah, very true. So don't beat yourself for something that is actually down to the track, for example.
But don't overuse it as excuse either.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to turn the ABS off for a second and show you that also, well, I call myself one of the better drivers on the game, is totally incapable of driving the car without ABS. So the corner's coming up, the braking point is always somewhere, this orange marker on the right here, and then initially if I slam, now the car kind of stops turning just because the ABS doesn't save me. So it's perfectly normal for the cars to lock up, and using ABS is not something where you need to feel bad as a driver. It's designed to use that.
What about maps? Like, should we tell people about engine maps in ACC? Because the Lambo also has multiple engine maps that are not so easy to figure out from just playing if you never read about it.
Remind me to turn the ABS back on because else I look really bad. But yeah, the engine maps also one of those features that you can adjust while driving in the cockpit. And especially when the races get longer, they become very useful because let's say we're now in map 2. For whatever reason, I guess I must have hit a button I didn't want to. But usually the first map has the highest fuel consumption, makes the car the fastest. And then once you start increasing the engine map, it takes away power and uses less fuel. So if you have to drive longer than your fuel tank normally lasts, then you just change the engine map, take away a bit of power, but last longer.
It's not just that, just in case you're driving whatever car in ACC, different engine maps might have different throttle maps, right, in terms of progressive, linear throttle input, and then they can also have either like a qualification mode, right? There can be a race mode, there can be wet modes, which then more or less are progressive most of the time, just making sure that when you come out of a corner, you're not spinning around immediately just because you have been a bit aggressive on the exit trying to overtake someone.
Niels, René, I have another community question. What is the perfect situation to overtake? Can I force competitors to slow down?
Always.
I think you're touching probably on the most debated topic in sim racing, because every time someone passes another car and the other car doesn't want to, you'll end up with a crash, and both drivers having a different opinion on who was at fault there. But usually there's at least a norm where you say, okay, if I have a good run onto the straight and if I get alongside, the car in front then decides which side of the track it's going to offer you. At least that's the ideal scenario. And then you have to work with the space you're given and trying to set yourself up for several corners. So I think it's a misconception that people try to perceive a pass as something that happens after a single straight or something. You rather have to see a pass as a process, working yourself to the other car over several laps and putting him out of position for several corners in a row to eventually have him in such a bad position that you'll eventually have a way better run on him and can make the pass stick at the end of the day.
I thought maybe we should mention there's a certain pattern. You can read that on every league in terms of their rule set. Mostly they say you need to at least be up to the rear axle to be considered a proper pass and not a dive bomb. But Niels, since I can't really watch and commentate on people that are really, really slow on the track, and I know that you will probably get over competitive as soon as you're dialed in on the rig, and then you will go for hours, we might want to actually look what the Americas are doing in terms of racing in our professionals, right?
Yeah, that's right. You can have a seat over here, guys, if you want. And I have a last question. I'm not sure if you already told us,
you would never get Niels out of the rig now, it's done.
Do I really need an online lobby directly if I set up the game?
No, I mean, you should probably try out the single player because it helps you dial in with a car, make sure that your controls are right. The most horrible thing that can happen, you go in the online lobby, something is set up wrong and you smash the entire field into turn one. Not really great, but also you can learn a lot in nowadays single player and AI. So don't worry, just have a few laps in career mode, have a bit of fun, and afterwards progressive into multiplayer lobbies.
Okay, thank you guys. And now it's time for our third race. But before, for everyone who just tuned in, Lee, do you have a little introduction for us, please?
I do. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm on my own again today. Rennie's left me again. He's gone over there. As soon as they saw a sim rig, standard racers run straight for it. But anyway, let's talk about exactly how you guys can get involved in this competition, this tournament. Maybe you can be in the real race when we get into Laguna Seca. It's an American track. Why not? So, obviously, we're here at Monza. You can't get into this one. This is done. This is locked in. But in future, actually, I think starting next week, if I'm not mistaken, qualifications will begin. If you're over the age of 16, anybody can get involved in this, if you're quick enough. You've got to get some hot laps on Assetto Corsa, of course, in your Lamborghini. And, of course, you also need to be looking towards pretty much doing it all in single-player mode, obviously. You're not going to have any other cars on the track. You guys, sim racers, you all know what's going on. You know the deal. And you're going to have to be damn quick. There's no doubt about it. So the top 40... we will then select and take, well, not select, it's just going to be simply the top 40. If you're available, you're going to move through to the closed qualifier. And then in that closed qualifier, you will once again have a hot lap session, setting your fastest times and trying to be in that top 20. But that's going to be in a much shorter time range rather than that whole week you've had to prepare. Then you need to do it when it counts. Not a case of simply lapping and lapping and lapping and lapping until you get the finest lap. Then we're into the top 20. That's when you get to race with these guys. That's when the points will start. And of course, you need to be in the top 10 to score those points within that race. This is happening everywhere. Asia, Europe, Americas. Whatever region you may be in, you can get involved. We've had Chinese winners. We've had South Africans putting in some great performance in Europe, as well as obviously the winner we just heard from a moment ago from the Europes. And of course, moving into the Americas, we've got Brazilians, Americans, Canadians. Everybody can get involved in this. That's how it works. You could be in the next race. Julia.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. And at the end of the competition, when all 10 race weeks are done, the top 3 will win a trip to the Lamborghini headquarters in Santa Agata Bolognese, Italy, and meet the Lamborghini racing team department and their new performance car, the Lamborghini Huracán Super Trofeo 2. An exclusive experience worth more than €8,000 for each lucky winner. And as you can see next to me, this is the beautiful race suit that you can jump in when visiting the team and getting to know Lamborghini's powerful GT race car. And to give you a little taste on what will be waiting for the champion, take a look at this eye candy.
Engine goes positive lap for driver change. Copy, copy, copy.
Wow, this looks amazing. And now we have a special message for you from the Lamborghini CEO, Stefan Winkelmann.
Pushing the boundaries has been within the DNA of Lamborghini from the very first day. And we all agree that competition helps every company and every individual to never rest and always keep pushing. Of course, this is also true for racing competitions, be it out on the track or in a simulator. In fact, sim racing has experienced a huge growth over the last years, even accelerated during this last year of travel restrictions and other limitations due to COVID. Lamborghini is happy to be a supporter and an important driver of this trend. We share the passion of the sim racing community. With the real race, we are now increasing the competition to 3 regions. This is a great development, underlining Lamborghini's commitment and providing even more racers a chance to engage with our brand. On the company's journey, the development of digital solutions is crucial. Making racing accessible for everyone is close to our heart. In the end, we all in this incredible car universe are in it for the love of cars and the passion for performance. We'd like to wish the best luck to the drivers. We are all looking forward to seeing who will win the championship and become Lamborghini official sim driver in 2022. And now, I invite you to play, to compete, to be entertained by Lamborghini.
Thank you very much, Stefan Winkelmann. And if you want to join the competition, it's not too late. Just check out our schedule and maybe you are the next real racer. And this is the schedule. And of course, we started today with Monza, but you can see there is so much more to come.
Yeah, exactly. 9 more rounds to come. First, we're moving all across the globe, starting in Laguna Seca in North America, then traveling all across the world to Suzuka in Japan, and then again back to South Africa to Kyalami. So we're covering really the whole world. There's a couple more circuits back in Europe then. All the traditional tracks are on there. And all of them have very different requirements to the drivers. Some are heavy downforce tracks, some are more high-speed tracks like Monza we had today. Altitude in the game plays a role. So if you're going to Kyalami, which is a couple thousand meters high, the cars will perform differently, and you have to take all this into account.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nils. You have so much expertise. I'm always on your lips. Okay, guys, we are ready for the third race. It's back to you guys, Lee and René.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go once again, René. We are about to hit the Monza circuit once again for the final time. Well, not quite the final time because we've got 2 sprint races, but for the first time in Americas. Obviously, we've already had Asia and Europe today. It has been a long day, no doubt about it, but we get to see some fresh-faced drivers.
Yeah, it showed that Monza is a great place to actually have racing on, right? The previous 4 races, 2 per region, have been very, very entertaining. I'm pretty sure that with the Americans, especially since Brazil is a hot spot nowadays for sim racing, we will see even more action because sometimes they tend to be a bit more on the aggressive side, and I like that in a driver.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how these drivers are going to work out. As you mentioned, lots of Brazilian drivers taking part today. Monza, of course, is the circuit. If you guys have been watching all day long, thank you very much. But if you are new to racing, new to the circuit, and for some reason you don't know where Monza is, it's in Italy, and it is, of course, 11 turns of racing. Here into the Rettifilo is going to be where a lot of the action will happen, obviously off the main straight, hot on the brakes, hard into the corner. We're going to be seeing some side-by-side through there, as then they power into the Curva Grande.
Yeah, everything on Monza, on this 5.8 kilometer long track, is about having a good exit, bringing all that momentum onto the straight, making sure you can slipstream or get away from slipstream, because it's always a straight and then into a super hard braking point. Just like in the first chicane, be aware, left and right, those curbs, they can really be dangerous to your car. You don't want to go over sausage curbs because they're not friends at all, not even on Facebook. So make sure that they're gone, out of the way, and then into the Lesmos. And really here, it's all about carrying even more speed.
Yeah, but don't carry too much, because we've seen some cars going off on the Lesmo. There's no doubt about it. Tinko van der Linden in the previous race definitely caused himself a problem for 5th down to 11th out of the points. He went a disaster for him, but he made up for it in the second race. Now once again, you're full on the power as you come under the bridge. You're going to be looking for your braking point on the right, trying to find that board hard on the brakes in down to, well, roughly about 3rd, I would say. Most people are probably taking it in 3rd through the Ascari, and you have to really pick a fine line through there. It's not a place where you can overtake the exit and then finally down the main straight into the Parabolica. That's where you see the overtaking maneuvers. That's where we just saw Ezza make a brilliant move.
Yeah, it's such a wide corner. When you come down there, you got the feeling of having all the space in the world available to you, because it is super wide. You can run the outside line, you can run the inside line, a bit like NASCAR basically. Both works, but don't go over too wide. The AstroTurf also not really great for traction, but you want to be as close as possible to the line here on the right side, because that cuts away a few meters you need to run, and racing is all about being quick and having less of a way until the finish line.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of these drivers almost looking like they're about to turn into the pits, which they will be doing at some stage, because everybody has to take a pit stop. It is a part of the race, obviously both in 45-minute and hour-long sessions. They have to make a single pit stop. We may see some taking more if they've got some damage, but generally they just want to take that one stop.
Yeah, one is enough, I would say, which gives us a bit of strategy into the race, right? Do I want to run an undercut? Do I want to run an overcut? We saw both working so far in the races, so it's really down to each and every driver. And when talking about drivers, luckily, we got 20 new ones, right? They didn't race today at all yet in the show, which means we've got new drivers to talk about, new drivers to show us their skill. And look, just what I said, Brazil, the hot spot of sim racing over in the Americas.
Absolutely. That Brazilian flag is swinging loud and proud, and it is the man at the top there, Moria, obviously the fastest driver through qualifications as well. One that does really surprise me actually is Daniel Strafaldi. Really impressive to see. Just 12 months in Assetto Corsa, started racing, a little bit late to it, really enjoying it, and now we see him second fastest on the grid. Incredible.
Yeah, 22-year-old Leao, also another racer with a lot of experience, was in several racing competitions, but also in the ADSC GT Masters, which brings GT race cars, similar to the Huracán we're running today, GT3 race cars, right? It's an FIA class. So it seems like there are plenty of guys that bring just the right background to be super quick here at Monza.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at some of these drivers. Fidel Moria, as I say, the fastest driver through qualification. And I do make an asterisk effectively on that on qualification, because we know hot lapping can be a skill in itself.
Yeah,
but doesn't always translate into racecraft. So far, though, the number one man has led and ran away with it. Let's see if he can do the same.
That is true, but we also saw that position 2 and 3 sometimes even dropped out of the race entirely. So it happened in Europe with Radon, who was second in hot lap qualifier, just like Daniel Strafaldi, but he couldn't really get that into counting for his race to score points. Let's hope the 31-year-old from Brazil will do better than that. And you said that he has a ton of experience in hot lapping, because he says he did 12 months of hot lapping. And I hope he wasn't just hot lapping on Assetto Corsa, then switched onto Assetto Corsa Competizione and now racing, because if that means if he gets a podium, wow. I mean, normally you need a bit of run in racecraft and actually get racing. Let's see, because maybe he just wasn't honest to us and he didn't tell us how many races he did.
Well, if ever there is a picture coming straight out of your school yearbook, that is it. William Hendricks. Whether it's a Billy in there, I don't know. But either way, is the youngest driver on the grid today, 18 years old. There's a few other 18-year-olds in there as well, but representing the United States of America. And he has got a lot of experience for an 18-year-old, honestly, across multiple racing platforms. So he is a driver we're certainly going to keep our eye on, who's obviously got a lot of experience in terms of actual racecraft as well.
Yeah, he ran in the SRO series, which is kind of the prime GT series, and also the real-life counterpart, right? To what we're doing here. So he should bring the right tools to do a good race here. Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez, 21-year-olds from Brazil, position 4 for him, and he raced on a real racetrack due to another championship. So he kind of did that already, then realized, but wait, the car I really want to drive on a racetrack is a Lamborghini, right? Because that's that one car everyone wants to drive. So he came over here. Let's see if he can actually make it happen.
This guy knows how to make it work, that's for sure. Yeah, absolutely. He's been putting in some fantastic time. A 21-year-old. It's crazy how young these guys are that are all getting, or how old I am these days. But these guys are obviously putting the performances, putting the hours in, which you do need a lot of hours. If you guys at home want to compete in this, you've got to put a lot of hours in to get into the times that these guys are competing in. But it's great to see such a large board and a large... what's the word I'm after? Showing for Brazil. Either way, that's the word I'm after. Glad to see you help me out there. Thanks for that one.
I was really
me hanging on the string
where you wanted to go.
A large performance, large showing. I still don't know what the word was I was after. But either way, presence. There we go. That's the word. Large presence. Blimey. That was hard work. English, you know what? It's been a long day, guys. We've been on air for about 7 hours already. We're into what will be the final 2 races here in the Americas, and we're going to get to see how this will all play out. They're just in a little bit of free practice right now, getting used to the weight of the fuel in the cars. Obviously, these guys are going to be fueled up for the 45-minute race session, and they need to get used to what their braking zones will be, because it's going to be very different from the hot lap sessions that they've been used to throughout, obviously, their qualification process.
Yeah, this is Monza, so everything that's on their mind right now is, will I survive turn 1 or not? That's the big chicane, and so far, turn 1 always looked very, very good. So let's hope that the Americans can keep up with all the other regions and make just as good start as they did, while we're now finally lining up last 1 minute 14. Without you racing for your life, basically, trying to get the first points in this 10-round championship here at Lamborghini The Real Race.
Yeah, as with all GT3, it will be a rolling start, which means they're out in the back of the track right now. They're going to come slowly around on their limiters, around the parabolica, and then as they approach the line, you will hear green, 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 and away they go. And we'll see who can be quicker on the gas with Moria. Bisoli, you should assume, be able to get quick on it. Strafaldi, though, alongside him, and as we talked about, they will be going into that really tough first chicane. It is the Rettifilo, and it's a very tight first gear right-hander into a left-hander, and then you are flat on the gas as you approach the Curva Grande. But the braking zones, the braking points for all, I was about to say 20 cars, but I only see 19 on the grid. You have to be so right on it. And you know, when you're basically flat out at the start of a race, the adrenaline pumping, everything flowing, you know, you're looking towards your braking point. Sometimes you completely miss it. And if you miss it even just by a fraction in your tailing all the cars, it can cause a bit of a disaster. So you really need to be 100% focused, dialed in for the start of this race.
Yeah, everyone needs to bring their A game, and now it's the A game of heating up tires and brakes for the run down into the first chicane. Morera, Strafaldi, that's the first row, and then followed by Hendrickson and De Oliveira Rodriguez. We need to, do we stick to Rodriguez there? Because we got De Oliveira Rodriguez, Oliveira, and De Oliveira. Just so that we get that around, though, one is 23, the other one is the 24, and then the 66 of De Oliveira. Someone pulling in the pits already. Did someone not put enough fuel on, or is that a new strategy that I never heard about?
Oh, it's the American Hendricks. That is a big error if that's the case. Starting out in third, he may well be in qualification setup, as you pointed out there. That could be a huge error by him. But either way, that's pretty much right. You're wiping me out there. I don't think the pits are even open yet.
No, I mean, I was just wondering, like, if the rule set doesn't say you can't do that on the first lap, he's obviously losing less time, right? Because everyone will be slowed through turn one.
Oh, you thinking tactics?
Yeah, or he just didn't refuel, right? He was like, oh, that is still qualification fuel, but then you could run. Qualification fuel gets you like, what, 4 to 5 laps normally. But clean start so far. Cargo Oliveira here on the 24 has to defend already. They're going side by side for the second chicane with, is that Borges or Leao? I think that is Leao, the 26. Yes, it is. And luckily, everyone got through. Massive respect between the drivers. I mean, look at that. There was
cleaner than Asia, cleaner than Europe.
Amazing.
America's bringing it to the table through both chicanes, and that's what we like to see. So fantastic racing here. Just a questionable decision from Hendricks. We'll see whether it pays off.
It can't be a real pit stop. I mean, look at how long he stayed in the pits so far. The number 68, that's Hendrickson, the US driver, 1 out of 4 that we have in this group. Still side by side further down the pack, while Fidel Morera is leading. He was the quickest in hot lap qualifier. He is the quickest currently on the track, followed by Strafaldi, and then it's De Oliveira Rodriguez.
Absolutely, Strafaldi. We'll see what he can do. They say fairly new. He's been in it for a year, but that's still pretty new in terms of sim racing style. There's no doubt about it. And obviously been putting in some fantastic hot laps and getting himself going. But hot lapping for 12 months. Let's see what the racecraft can work out for him, because now he's in a real race. There's no doubt about it here against Morea and De Oliveira Rodriguez up behind him as well. The young 21-year-old with vast experience across multiple platforms. Oh, 3 wide. That's a little daring, that's for sure. This is a challenge for 6th place at the moment. 4th place, as I say that, as Felipe, bumping his way through. Oh no, I think that's Borgia. Was that Borgia that sideways? I didn't catch the number of it. It was certainly one of those red and white Lamborghinis. I didn't quite catch which one it was.
Could be Oliveira as well. That was very unfortunate. Seems like under accelerating out of the chicane, he was tapped on the rear. The typical move that can happen. And then you spin around, find yourself the wrong way around on the track, and there's not much you can do to actually get back. Fidel Modera, first lap was a 1:53, if I saw that correctly. While João Borges is still in there, so it was Oliveira, I would say. Well, Oliveira Rodriguez, that is a blue car. Leao is the white and patterned red car, and then it's Borges in the orange one, and then you got Felipe and Lama in the yellow Lamborghinis. I think we got it now.
Well, I think we lost Hendrickson. Either that or he's decided he's just going to spend the race in the pits, but either way, that's not great look for him. Byston in the pits as well. I think he was the victim in the first lap there. So, race leaders at the moment, Morera, Strafaldi and Oliveira Rodriguez
all in the top 3 and all, well, within a second of one another right now, all sort of putting in the chase. They've definitely left a big gap, though. You can see 3-second gap at the moment. Already working out well for them. Let's have a look back at what happened. Oh, no, this is all at Ascari. What a mess.
Yeah, two drivers spinning out simultaneously. We know that, right? It's kind of what happens, especially when you're a newer driver. You copy the mistake of the guy in front of you. And I know people that do that for the last 10 years, right? It's not easy to not do it. They did the same spin. Unfortunately, it took 2 other drivers out as well. Very unfortunate. But hey, part of racing, unfortunately. But it's still a second race to come. It's another race hour. So whatever happened to you in sprint race, you can make more than up for it in the main race.
Yeah, just look at the European region. Eza obviously had a big crash in the very first lap, managed to work its way back into a decent position to give him a shout, a challenge as they moved into the second sprint race. Here we go, let's have a look at the replay of this. Side by side by Rettifilo, and that's simply just a case of bumping one another, but then he got a second bump, and that put him off into the gravel and then into the barrier as he tried to spin it round.
Yeah, that was the number 24. That is C. Oliveira. So as I said, it was him back in the beginning in turn 1. It was typically probably the inside car tapped the inside curb slightly, and then it basically jumped into the car next to you. That's the problem with curbs. They kind of unsettle the car and they let you jump onto a new position, and that went wrong. Although, what doesn't went wrong is Machado and De Oliveira. They fighting for 9th and 8th position. Dornels is a bit further down, and we know and remind everyone out there about it's like top 10. That's what you're aiming for, because that's where the points come in.
Absolutely. That's what they're all looking to gain at the moment. It simply is the front 3, the podium setup at the moment, running away, giving themselves a 3.4 second gap over Leo there, so really looking good for him. The number 26 car running in 4th place right now. There was obviously an accent on the A, which is why we're seeing the tilde instead. Machado there, as you mentioned, 9th place, still on the back as we come into Rettifilo. Is it going to be a position to try and dive past? No, just holds on the brakes there. Fidel Moria up in the lead at the moment, but still very much being kept honest by Strafaldi and Oliveira Rodriguez.
Yeah, it's a good and clean laps for now, at least in the top 10, I would say, besides that little accident we had in chicane 1. Everyone doing quite well. Daniel De Oliveira still in 9th position, and then Renato Dornels, that is the last remaining car to score points. Junior Huesque behind them, but not really in striking distance. Danny Beiston, where did he start though? He started in 15th. The US American coming from the Area 52 ACC community. Shout out to them, by the way. Thanks for supporting your driver. But if he wants to score points, he needs to be a bit quicker than what he is right now.
We'll see whether he can make it work. Still love to see this battle for the top 3. Obviously all running high in the points, so they need to be crucially careful where and when they make their overtaking opportunities. Still with, well, obviously 38 minutes to go in this race, another hour to go after that in the next sprint race as well. And obviously positions will continue through into that sprint race, so some massive points possible. We've already seen it from the both the Asian series and the European series, the front place runner picking up wins. However, in those races, they pulled themselves a bit of a lead, and that is not happening here. Strafaldi is very much staying on the back of Moreira, and you can see De Oliveira Rodriguez keeping him honest. The big saving grace here for maybe the race leader Moreira is that Strafaldi has to be also looking at being defensive to that number 23 car on his back.
Yeah, it's nearly the same gap for all of them, always around half a second between the top 3, each and every car. It looked like Donalds came a bit close to Machado, but that's gone already. He was down to half a second, now up to a second again, so seems like he lost a bit on the very last lap. Lincoln and Miguel that we have here in the number 21 car, black Lamborghini Huracán GT3 right behind Rudero, and that is a 27, I think one of the cars that we saw in the carnage a bit earlier. So they're running around 40th position right now. Moreira still locked in, loaded on position 1, and he probably saw the previous races, and so everything he wants to do now is just hold on to it, score really, really big at Monza, and get a head start into the chance of maybe racing such a Lamborghini around a real track in just a bit of time, actually, at the end of this year.
Yeah, not too far away. They got 9 races to get through for there, or certainly 9 tracks, I should say. As it's a long way from done, let's put it that way. Machado putting the pressure onto De Oliveira, and it's a little bit of a mistake there as he comes through Ascari, just slightly offline. Still keeps himself very much in check though, 0.2 of a second. You can see that's certainly close enough to maybe have a little look as they get in towards the Parabolica. Still not quite, needs to be a little closer, maybe look for the undercut, see if it can work out. No, doesn't happen. Pretty much going to run the same line around that corner. Strafaldi though, he's certainly within biting distance. Let's see what he does as they get in towards Rettifilio. Is it going to be enough? Hard on the brakes. Let's see what Moria's got. The man, the hot lapper, Strafaldi, looking to try and make it work. Certainly been putting some time in. Gets right onto the back end of Moria as they go into Curva Grande. He may look to try and go around the outside. I'd be surprised if he's got enough there, but it certainly gives him a really good run going into Rogia.
Yeah, Strafaldi's really close now. That's below 0.2 of a second, but also De Oliveira Rodriguez might get involved here, so he needs to be aware of that. You can't just fool around, try left and right and maybe lose a bit of time, because then all of a sudden you find yourself down to position 3 instead of 2, and that's not where he wants to end up. Morera, though, we didn't even saw him twitching when Strafaldi came that close, so it seems like he really knows what he's doing. He's confident that his pace is quick enough, so he doesn't even switch to defensive line just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of very good driving from him. Gabriel Felipe further down the field. That was a wide run. I think that was that Laba or that was Borges, I think, in front, that in the 5th place orange Lamborghini that had a wide line there, which is why we see the 2 yellow Lamborghinis of Laba and Felipe up behind him as they come through Ascari. A little bump of the curb, just ride it. It always gets me every time you go through Ascari, because you've got to take the curb like that way, but you're also clipping those curbs and you feel it in your wheel every time.
It's a bit of a run on the edge, right? It's 1 inch that can make the difference there, because you want to take that curb so you have a better exit of Ascari. Talking about bad exits or better exit, definitely not happening for Borges, who just lost a position to Laba here in Parabolica. That was really bad entry. Didn't work out, went way too high in the corner, had to run the outside line and couldn't hold on to his position. He might even lose another one to Felipe, who's now on the inside down into turn 1. Better on braking, it seems, than Borges, and he will make the pass for even hitting the exit.
Yeah, I mean, that was simply a case of Borges couldn't do really much about it. He couldn't go late braking because he had Laba ahead of him. It buys the time. Well done, Felipe, for reading the situation, thinking, okay, you can't late brake. You're going to have to brake earlier because you're going to be getting close to him, and it just opens that door wide open. So just like that, Borges moves from 5th down to 7th, all off the back. Oh, and he's completely missed his braking zone going through Rogia as well there. All off the back of simply making an error back at the... where was it?
Yeah. It's still Monza.
It was still Monza. My brain is going. Parabolica, that's where he made the error. I was trying to think what corner it was. It was the Parabolica.
Indeed it was. Fidel Morera still in control of this race, and it seems like he's running up to, is that Byston, the 64 driver from the US, Danny Byston, that could be in front of him and then dropping down a lap, because that is the leading group here, running into the first car to be lapped. By the way, Hendrickson's still in the pits.
Yeah,
that must be a huge endurance tank. I don't know, like 3,000 liters. Maybe he wants to run all 10 races with just 1 fuel tank.
I think he's just admitted defeat, that he is going to have to...
It could be the lag, by the way. We saw a car in the grid when gridding that was a bit lagging around.
Twitchy on the exit, that's going to lose him a spot. Dornell's certainly going to go through here, and instead he's just going to choose the option and say, you know what, I kind of screwed up, I'm going in the pits.
Yeah, might not be the worst decision here, but yeah, it could be that Henriksen actually pulled out because he didn't want to risk other one's races, because there was a car lagging around. Maybe he realized that his connection currently is not stable enough, did the right thing, pulled out of the race, ensuring that he's not getting anyone else into trouble just due to his connection.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't actually notice that there was a car lagging at the start. It may well have been Hendrickson, so
good on him if that's the case. Hopefully you can get that sorted out, because you hate to see someone losing out, especially a driver that obviously qualified in 3rd place. Clearly a quick driver here at Monza. Speaking of quick drivers, further down the field is Byston. Byston, the back marker, with the front 3 behind him. The blue flags are going to start coming out here, son. You're going to have to get out of the way. We saw this already. There's the blue flags you can see waving in the background. Indicate, get out the way. That's what you're going to do. He's actually indicating the other side, and pulls over to... So he indicated right, pulled over left. Okay, either way, he got out of the way, so that's fine. Got off the racing line.
That's the usual discussion actually on real race tracks. I have no clue where that comes from. People saying that you indicate the site someone wants to pass, but that might work in whatever small race community, but it's normally the way of you go where you indicate. And that's in many racing series. At least that's in all the big racing series over here in Germany, for example. And I know that's the international drivers that I meet there have the same. So remind yourselves of that. Indicate where you want to go. If you don't indicate, that means you actually stay on the line and the quicker car has to find a way around it.
2 quick cars is Lava and Felipe. Felipe looking to get past what looks like his teammates, but they're certainly not. There's no doubt about it. But oh, hello, he's gained so much ground on that toe and coming in towards the Rettifilo. It doesn't look like he's going to be looking for a dive just yet. It is, honestly, it's such a tricky chicane. Yes, you can make an overtake work there, but it can also run such a high risk, I would say. It's better to try and make your maneuver elsewhere.
And there's also the risk of getting a track cut and then maybe wrecking up a drive-through or 30-second penalty. We saw that earlier already. So you need to be aware of that. You don't want to cut all over the track, especially here in Monza, where a lot of chicanes where that might happen without your control, right? Where you just don't have another choice. So be aware of that. Huesca is still in 11th place right behind Junior. And Dornelles has a 70 and the 10 right in front of him. But he got slipstream now, so we'll probably be able to close that gap down from 0.3 of a second to even less.
This is looking at the... Oh, big error. Oof, nearly collected the second car as well. Great quick aversion. And actually, great job to get it back on the point in the right direction. Ricardo Huesca at the moment, though, looking to get past. This is that Dave Jr. is up behind? I think it is. Challenging out for 10th position as they come into Ascari. Has managed to make it work as well, so well done it seems. Dave Jr. still hanging on there. Dave Jr., career highlights, what's he done? Not much worth mentioning yet. That's what he said, that's what he told us.
I mean, he's honest. I like that. Maybe this will be...
He's running in the top 10 right now. Yeah. That's worth mentioning.
Maybe this will be his first big highlight in the career. It can always happen, right? Junior now defending against Huesca, and that got pretty close. I said at 0.3 of a second in last sector, 0.1. It is now here through Parabolica, and he wants to run away because otherwise, yeah, that's a way of running away. Just pulling to the pits. It's 28 minutes, so we're near the halfway mark, so it makes sense to come in now, do your pit stops now, to avoid any clashes. Talking about clashes, Machado, the number 28, is down to 15th.
Oh, yeah. He was running at 9th.
Is he even down a lap already?
Obviously went for the pit stop, didn't he? He went for the pit stop when he was about to... No, yeah, he made an error. He made a big error on the Parabolica. Was almost losing 2 spots. Instead of losing the 2 spots, which he did, he decided to come straight in the pits. He was one of the first technical official pit stops that came through. So we'll see whether that works out for him. It's been interesting today, certainly in terms of pit stop strategies. We haven't seen too many undercuts working. It's really been the longer sessions, but we've also seen some people going a little too long and losing out places. It's definitely been interesting. Obviously, it can differ based on how clear your track is ahead of you, what sort of space you've got, and more importantly, what sort of laps you can put in that time when everybody gets out of your way.
Junior coming out of the pits right now. Dave Junior in the number 10 car. Let's see, Machado comes around, so it seems like he will not pick up the position. So he definitely dropped behind Junior, and Junior was 11th before coming into the pits. Gabriel, Philippe, and Alaba, the two red and yellow Lamborghinis, still running as a team. Maybe they are, actually.
De Oliveira's come in, Oliver Rodriguez, so the 3rd place car So this is the first of the front runners. They had kind of settled themselves down. There wasn't too much of a challenge coming in. Felipe having a quick look at Laba now, obviously moving up into 4th and 5th due to that car pulling in the pits. But they are going to continue. This may be a battle. What is it about 5th place? 5th place is where the action happens here at Monza.
Definitely. I mean, that was every single region so far, and it also worked in both races per region. So let's see. If you find yourself in 5th and 6th, then you probably have a high chance for a lot of TV coverage, kinda. That works out. Maybe that's the strategy here. Philippe, under braking, that was a lot stronger than Lava, but the exit, a bit sketchy there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Nearly missed his braking point there, going into the second Lesmo. Strafaldi looking like he's keeping himself a healthy gap now. 1.7 behind Moreira, so definitely backed off a little bit, sort of just managing the car. Obviously, in terms of championships, you don't win it in the first race of the series.
No, you win it in the first corner.
Indeed, yeah. For you to listen to half the community. I did love a quote from our friend Acrovision. It was you know, the classic if you don't go for the gap anymore, you're no longer a racer, said Dave, plumber from London. it's like exactly. It's like everybody loves to throw that quote around, but not everybody out there is your Ayrton Sennas of the world. And, you know, while we have a lot of Brazilian drivers here, I'm sure there's plenty that would love to go for that gap, but you've got to be clear about it. It's not just a case of sending it and closing your eyes and hoping for the best.
No, it's lick it, send it, send it.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it works. But you're right, obviously, sometimes it's about you creating those gaps, because a good driver for him doesn't give you a lot of chances with positioning himself on the track, right? He makes sure that there isn't a clear opening. So the question is, what can you do in terms of pressurizing him, in terms of attacking him so that he might defend in a way that opens up a gap in the next corner? And that's really when we go into details of learning racecraft. It doesn't have to be a clear opening. You have to understand what's the strengths and weaknesses of the guy in front of you. What's with his current setup? Where does he might lack comparing to your setup right now? And then figuring out, where do I want him to be in this corner to actually get a clear pass? And for that, sometimes it takes 2-3 corners of you attacking and basically faking it, kinda, to get someone to react to you and finally move the car in a way that opens a spot that you can take and then go through.
Absolutely. Don't just ride on their bumper effectively and just sort of pressure them into the situation. Sort of make the move yourself effectively. Set it up, make it work. That's what Felipe is trying to do right now on Laba, but he's struggling to find the right moment. Of course, it can simply be an unforced error at times as well. But Laba here, the rear wing of that Lamborghini Huracán GT3 EVO, certainly very sexy, no doubt about it. Even sexier is the front end of Felipe that keeps on closing in as they go around the Parabolica. Of course, we are at the halfway stage, so sooner or later we will see someone diving in the pits, and it is going to be Laba that blinks first.
And then we go back to pits, 23 minutes now. So we will soon get a clearer picture of what worked and what didn't in terms of pit strategies for now. But Moreira is still out there, and so far on each and every race, we saw the leader pitting very, very late compared to the rest of the group, the rest of the grid. Huesca coming in, he was 10th before some of the pit stop happens. Now he's up to 9th, but will obviously lose a lot of places. Leo coming in, Lava coming in. And it's just Felipe that stayed out there from this fighting group, and obviously Moreira and Strafaldi. Strafaldi might just like the pull he gets from Moreira. He's trying to copy, he's trying to get close. That motivates you, that helps. A lot of drivers like it, a lot of drivers don't like it, as with so many strategies, right? But it might help him to stay focused when he still has the leader in front of him, and he can see like, oh, in this corner I was better, in this corner I was worse, just to keep you going and make sure that you're always on the edge, giving it your best.
Absolutely. Leo also obviously in there was, well, running in third, I guess, fourth overall, depending on where the pit stops do shake out. Oliveira Rodriguez continuing past, so not stopping this time. Atala has already pit stopped obviously in there as well. Comes across, who is that in front of him?
is possibly...
It's not Miguel. That's clear now.
There's Laba. We know it's not Laba. Leo maybe just ahead as well. Either way, we'll find out who it is in a moment. It's that car, the white and red.
It's Leo.
It's not Leo. Leo is the other car behind him.
No, it's the 26. It's Leo.
Was it Leo? It wasn't.
Yeah, it was 26.
That's what the observer's showing me. It's like this.
Nah. No.
Okay, top 4 all coming in the pits now. So Moreira, Strafaldi, Felipe, Oliveira all into, Borges all into the pits. De Oliveira goes through, still hasn't stopped, and Moisan's the only other driver to not stop. So 2 of them out there, still yet to stop.
By the way, Daniel De Oliveira, that's the driver currently in... Where is he? Wait.
He's the blue car. I keep trying to tell you. He's not the red and white car.
No, we're talking about De Oliveira.
There's De Oliveira. There he is.
He's currently in 4th, but he didn't pit yet. His biggest achievement so far was, and I just read this up now, qualifying for the race at the Real Race. Can we talk about this race?
That's an achievement. It is an achievement.
Then, mate, you can put a top 5 during the race, in the race, in the Real Race that you qualified for.
Side by side on exit. How does that work out, Moreira? It's just like, that's not going to work, Strafaldi. I'm not allowing you to take over me in the pits.
Just imagine that would have worked for Strafaldi. Wow, that would have been a great overtake, one for the highlight reels.
No doubt about it.
My pit crew was better than yours.
Here comes Felipe as well. So has he come out? He was obviously neck and neck with Laba. No sign of Laba right now. So it looks like he may well have worked massively for him. We'll keep our eye on where exactly they all come out, obviously, when things shake up. Still 2 cars yet to go in the pits. The 2 Oliveiras, the Oliveira and Oliveira. Yes, I know, somewhat confusing. It does mean that Moreira is, of course, once again in the lead. Strafaldi was around about 1.7 seconds behind, so it does look like the pit stops actually worked out pretty darn well for him. Don't know what he did with his crew, but it came out quicker, so I wonder if he's underfueled slightly compared to Moreira.
I mean, that would be a huge mistake in such a race, right? So I wonder, Daniel De Oliveira now coming in. Let's see that. With that, we only got C. Oliveira still out there. That is Oliveira, the 26-year-old Brazilian.
So if this gap is to be believed between Felipe and Laba, which is, let me see when it updates, and he's second.
That's massive. If it's 6 seconds.
If that's a 6-second gap, that is huge, because they came in, Laba went in first, and they were neck and neck, basically. They were within 0.2 of each other. And Felipe has gained a 6-second, 6.4 second gap from going an extra 2 laps. That's huge.
The question is, how did he do that?
Either, I don't know.
You're not, that's Monza. Unless you do a mistake, you're not running 2 seconds quicker than someone else. Not on such a...
I mean, you've got to assume then Laba on exit has either been caught up or made an error. But they were the 2 that can certainly compare and contrast. Someone that I do want to look at, though, is Leo. Leo, obviously, who was running in third? It wasn't Leo, was it? So Moreira's there, Strafaldi. I'm pretty sure Leo was 4th. I want to say he was 4th, but at the moment it's looking like he's going to be running in 3rd. I mean, actually, we have to wait for things to shake out sometimes when they go through the sector times. It's sometimes a little tricky to follow. Igor Oliveira Rodriguez, obviously one of the last 2 pits. Oliveira is still the last one out there. Has actually paid off for him. He's come out of the pits in 5th place, so great work from him. Oliveira currently leading, obviously, the race at the moment, is now finally going to come in the pits. So the last man to pit, there he is. And, yeah, I think Leo gained a position. Yeah, Oliveira Rodriguez was running in 3rd place, is now in 5th. Obviously, he's going to be in 4th place when Oliveira goes through the pits. So, yeah, Leo has actually done him there on the undercut.
Yeah, that really worked well for him. Everything done right, basically, on the pit strategy. We will see if that works for Oliveira, who's now the last one to turn in. And he's roughly around the 60-minute mark when he comes out. So that's less than a normal sprint race, I would say, that he has to do on these tires. So he can really be super aggressive on the rubber so far. The track will be rubbered in. Perfect conditions to really run super quick.
Well, this is what we were talking about. Obviously, while we've seen some going long, for example, Felipe and Laba, has worked out well for Felipe. but for De Oliveira went long and it's completely backfired on him. So, you know, sometimes the undercut doesn't work, the overcut. You really have to time it. It's a fine line of when you get it in there. So Oliveira now going to kind of come out the pits. Obviously, cars are blasting past full speed at the moment, so he's going to drop on down. We'll see whether that paid out for him. Now, remember, Dave Jr. was in 10th, but just before all the pit stop craziness happened, he's just going over the line and remains in 10th. So everybody sort of just shaking back up into position.
Let's see where he comes out. That is right in front of
and he's done himself on braking.
Oh, that's not the perfect first run into turn one with brand new tires that you want to have, but it is different to what you were running before. Fuel level, in case you refueled, and obviously the set of tires that you're currently running. So you need to make sure that you're still in there. De Oliveira in 8th position. Huesca now has to defend. No, he actually overtook the 24. That was Oliveira. He's now behind. Look at that. Oliveira was in front into turn one, and then he had that really bad run through it. And it seems like the 6, Huesca, actually, by the way, it's now 11th. That's just one spot away from finally getting a point here, but it's only 15 minutes. You need to be in the top 10 to score here. So really hope that he can close the gap to Junior and maybe launch attack. 2.8 seconds it is so far.
Felipe has closed the gap. He's actually right on the back of the number 23 car, of De Oliveira. So De Oliveira, while he had a nightmare, the pit stop's not worked for him. Now he's actually feeling under threat. So he's gone from 3rd down to 4th, obviously through the pit stops. And now you can see Felipe putting in a fantastic challenge on him. This was a great run from Felipe, qualified in 9th place overall. So starting to get closer and closer to that number 23 car.
I love those on-board shots, but hey, not saying no to a rear wing like that of De Oliveira Rodriguez. And 4th, that's Felipe in the yellow car before. It's a really striking livery. I like that. It's easy to tell apart from the others on the racetrack, although I'm a fan of blue, so why not take the number 23? I would take all of these cars. So Lamborghini, if you're listening, no worries. Doesn't matter in which color you deliver, I will always like it. So, let's see if Felipe can actually make it move. The number 69 here, he's coming really close, getting that slipstream down. Is that enough? No, not really. At least he showed himself on the rear view mirror. Oh, better exit. Look at that. That was awful by De Oliveira Rodriguez here. That will open up Lesmo for Felipe to go through. They make a bit of contact, I think, but both respecting each other. Great overtaking maneuver. Felipe can make it stick now around Lesmo 2 up to Ascari. Great run. Small tap though, but it worked out. Another position gained for Felipe. He's now up to 4th position.
Fantastic work from him. From running basically neck and neck with Laba, who's down in 6th place right now. Went for the late pit. That worked out for him. De Oliveira went even later in the pits. That backfired on him. It really is a fine line of race strategy to pick that moment, find your opening, and of course a fantastic overtake there. Mistake by De Oliveira, feeling the pressure. And in terms of lap times, you know, 1:48.1, it was his last lap, and 1:47.9 coming out from Lava, from Felipe, sorry. So not too surprising to see the overtake come through. Uh-oh, there is a penalty coming through. Oliveira ran a little too many times off the track, it seems. A 250 last lap, so yeah, that's a problem. What did he do?
Yeah, another drive through that really hurts, but he is already outside of the points, so let's assume he knows that he wouldn't make it back, then at least it's not as bad as the previous drive through that we had.
He was the one that came out of the pits and then immediately missed his braking zone into Rettifilo, so he must have had a second outing somewhere and skipped somewhere else to have that.
Yeah, it was 24. He had an awful run into turn 1 when he came out of the pits, and seems like it's not the best race for him. Let's see, that's a 69 against 23. That's Felipe.
Yeah, that's the
Felipe overtake pass
through the Resmos.
Yeah, loved it. Look at that. That looked really solid. Great job there. It's like braking into it, using all the banking that Lesmos have, because there's a dip on the inside, right? You really want to fire the car close to the curb. The curb is banked negative for you, basically.
The exit, yeah.
Yeah, so you need to be not just on the exit, on the inside as well. Like, the inside is a dip, like you're coming over a crest, dipping into it, and then if you run the curb on the inside, that's higher than your car. So you want to be right there at apex, but you don't want to run over the curb.
And you've got to be careful you don't pull it on the exit of Lesmo, because if you pull it to the right, that will turn your car. You've got to make sure you just ride the dip effectively.
Most crashes that we see there, and there was also today in the Asian region, was someone correcting, although the car didn't really do anything.
Yes.
So they come on the grass, then they feel like, I need to correct because the rear is rotating, because you're already rotating coming out of that turn, right?
Yep.
So you have a bit of slip angle, maybe 2 to 3 degrees, and he overcorrected them basically and slammed it into the left wall. So sometimes it's better just let the car slide a bit and catch it itself once it goes back on the tarmac, because if you're too quick on the steering wheel, you can just unset the balance and slam it into the next wall.
Morera, the race leader here, with Strafaldi just behind him, keeping him honest all the way around the track at the moment. Strafaldi, well, 12 months of Assetto Corsa, and here he is in the real race. Opening race, second place, podium looking good. Well, credit to him. That just goes to show out there just how many people have gone out there, picked up sim racing, got yourself some rig, got yourself some gear, and set your mind to it. You too can do it. I mean, he's 31 years old. It's not like he's an 18-year-old kid that's gone out there and done it. He's just said, you know what? We're in this strange times where we can't travel anywhere. I'm going to spend my time wisely, and it seems to have paid off for him so far.
Yeah, it's like sim racing, obviously with cars being a huge factor for many people, right? It's an object that everyone wants and loves. And it's cool because we got those young drivers, 16, 17, 18, that we have in the group, but it also shows that there is a slightly higher average due to the effort you have to put into sim racing besides just driving. It's more than that. It's learning about cars, learning about setups, telemetry. If you really want to dive into a new hobby and something new for you where you can spend time, racing is great because it has so many different sides. And I think that catches the attention of a lot of people that are normally in esports considered out of the age of maybe going pro,
Absolutely.
maybe going into professional gaming. So average is definitely higher. So if you're out there and you think like, oh, I'm 26 now, doesn't really sound like I can really get into it. Oh, it doesn't matter. You can be 40, you can be 45 getting into the game. So don't worry, just get yourself a wheel, jump into the cockpit, race with us. Definitely will be a lot of fun. I'll promise that. 9 minutes to go still, and Morera has a decent lead with 1 second over Strafaldi, but it's also, I think, the smallest gap we saw so far between the leader and second place that late into the race.
This is Oliveira. I'm going to guess this is where he overrun coming out of the pits. Yes, it was. Drive-through penalty came out earlier on.
Maybe Oliveira just wanted to show a new version of the chicane for the people running Monza. He wants to show, like, guys, how about this one? Doesn't look too bad, not crazy, might avoid 2-in-1 crashes. It's like just proposing.
At least he, from his point of view, he didn't collect the big foam barriers there, so he didn't punt them across the circuit, which is nice. But
I wonder how often at a GT weekend they have to put them up new and how much they cost.
The foam barriers,
yeah.
I mean, it's foam, but it's got a good print on it. It's like a proper sponsor print, so yeah, definitely. Strafaldi still very much on the back of Morera, so in second place, still keeping that first place honest. This is probably the closest we've seen throughout the 3 regions. Obviously, there was a bit of a challenge on Gary Huang earlier on from the Asian series. Odorotnikov putting in some work in there, the Russian driver, but in the end, it was Huang that came out on top. And at the moment, Morera, while under pressure, hasn't yet to lose that first place position, other than obviously through pit stops.
Yeah, he's doing very well, but 0.7 seconds, so it was close to half a second of a gap between him and Strafaldi. So Strafaldi can definitely keep up in terms of pace, but we don't know yet if he's actually keeping up in terms of racecraft or any of these guys, right? As long as we don't see them fighting and we don't know them from previous races, it's always an unknown. Everything can happen there, and we know everything can happen in Parabolica in the very last lap because that's what's normally happening. Huesca finally closing the gap to Junior, and that is the spot, the last spot on the grid that gets you points in this first race down into turn 1. Can he actually brake super late? That would be a bit too crazy. I think if you're that late under braking, you get side by side. No, he's not even trying. Maybe with a better exit into the second chicane. Looked flawless there so far. Let's see if he can actually melt that gap and get close.
Further ahead as well, Laba's been putting the pressure onto Borges, but as of yet has been able to get past him. Yellow and red Lamborghini. Certainly looking good so far. Just half a second behind, continuing to trail, but as you can see, sort of not within a biting distance effectively here. De Oliveira, not to be confused with De Oliveira Rodriguez, down in 8th place at the moment. Running pretty much clean at the moment. It's not really too much pressure on him. 3 seconds behind Laba, and 3 seconds behind him is Dornelas. So he's got himself a real nice cushion between them. Huesca, though, wants to get into that top 10. 6 minutes to go. He's going to be looking to make that move soon.
Yeah, there's not much time left to really set up or even analyze the opponent, right? You want to make a move, you want to make a clean move. It also doesn't really help in case someone takes those points or seconds away from you in terms of we're overly aggressive. So he wants to make sure that there's only that one try, and the later you can do it, the better, because it gives less chances to your opponent to go in there, take that spot away from you again. You know, the typical back and forth. If you're doing it on the very last corner, then there's just not much space left for the enemy to hit and get in there. And then it was probably the completely wrong word, going back into eSports again.
The enemy, I was just like, what?
That was a bit wrong. But I like this map.
I mean, if someone's overtaking you, they're the enemy. That is for sure. Huesca looking to be the enemy at the moment. I don't feel this is the right move. I've talked about it all day long, about sending it into Rettifilo. It's really not the place to get the overtake. Yes, it can work if you're much better at braking than your opponent, but most of these drivers are pretty much at similar levels. And it's just too risky when you can certainly look at like the exits of obviously what we've seen, much cleaner moves at the Parabolica.
Yes, it's not the easiest corner, and I said Parabolica and all that gives another shot for a windshielding, slipstreaming into it. So you want to make sure that you get that gap early if you overtake in the first or second chicane. If you really want to make a move, Huesca going left, right, can't really decide because...
No, it worked. That worked. Because what he was trying to do is unsettle Dave Jr., who did go defensive, and maybe trying to put him out of position for the apex, but just didn't have a good exit.
I didn't saw that there, to be honest. I think Junior did the right thing. He positioned himself in the middle of the track, not giving away too much off the line, and making sure that Huesca can't have a better run out of the corner. Wow, that was sliding over that curb. Yeah, you want to run all of that curb, but you also have to be aware of that 1 inch that can make the huge difference. 4 minutes still to go. Huesca has another 2-3 laps that he can look into Junior before making a move, but he doesn't want to let him get away. And Strafali, talking about letting someone get away, is now 0.8 seconds. So still similar gap, but not getting any closer. So I really think Morera is just managing the lead here and bringing it back home.
And third and fourth as well. Felipe very much onto Leo. Huesca having a little look here. 3.5 minutes to go. So just roughly 2 laps by the looks of it, judging by Morera's position. So still good between those. Felipe, as you can see in the yellow and red Lamborghini, running a much cleaner line, I think, than Leo there, through Rogia as they come into Lesmo. So at the moment, looking pretty good for them. But look at this. Huesca absolutely wants to make this work. There is points to be had as they come into Rogia, trying to look at a better line, and certainly should have a better exit here than Junior, but it's not going to be enough drive. Yeah, he's almost trying to force the issue rather than look for the actual real moment.
I think he's doing great right now. He's just trying to apply a bit of pressure, not really committing to a move that he can't make, but instead he wants to get Junior onto a line.
That's a good exit.
Not comfortable with, but it looks like down to Ascari. He has the better exit, but not enough yet to go side by side. Is it? No, it definitely isn't. Junior is still up ahead, but
they're not backing out.
So quick into Ascari, you might be able to switch over here.
Oh, he got the twitch.
Enough.
Yeah. Just tried to get on the accelerator a little too quick, if anything, there. As he comes out, you can see he's trying to run in as wide as he can, as well as he can. He's going to have a good run. Now, this is where he can make a real difference. He's got to be careful coming into the Parabolica. Is he going to go later on the brakes, go for the switchback? That's what he wants to do, but it looked like Dave defended it well. Move further down. Felipe looking to make the move onto Leo. Leo cuts him clean off there, and Felipe denied the overtake opportunity, and somehow Huesca did not make it work. I think that was purely about Dave Jr.'s positioning on the
Parabolica was brilliant. But now we see them coming into Rettifilo. It's getting close to the final lap. I think we may get one more lap out of this. You have the time, Huesca. You don't need to send it.
Yeah, Parabolica, the problem was that Junior just positioned the car loosely on the line on the inside, but still enough on the outside to not give away a run there. So once again, great positioning. He does that so well on the defending right now. It's not super aggressive defending, it's just the right positioning, making sure that you don't go off your own line too much, which compromises his run and maybe opens the door onto the next corner. So I think he can manage that well. And Felipe talking about that 0.1 of a second now in the last minute. So he had a few good laps now to run onto Leao, and he might even be able to get 1 or 2 attacks on the 26, especially now after Ascari. Great run out there, right into the slipstream, and now down to Parabolica.
Yeah, they've been side by side already into the Rettifilo. Let's see whether they can make it work once again as he looks to see if he can maybe go for the switch back into the Parabolica. Leo is holding so defensively. That was a nice run from him, and that's going to give Felipe one chance. They've gone over the line. The final lap has now started. It is Moreira that is holding that lead still, with Strafaldi keeping him honest throughout. I love to see this, keeping him within a second all the way through the 45-minute race here, Strafaldi. So certainly done a fantastic job. Felipe tries to put the pressure on as they go through the Rettifilo. He's going to get a good exit here because he had a really clean line. Speaking of clean lines, Huesca looks like he's got it done through the Parabolica as they go flat out in a drag race down into the Rettifilo. Who will blink first? Who will outbrake? Is Junior got to be careful because this is all about the points. It's going to be late braking. Oh no, we cut away just at the worst time ever. Felipe was looking to make a move onto Leo. I'm just going to keep my eye on it. Oh, Dave's actually made it work. What?
Around the outside, it seems, into turn 1. I love that. I mean, he went back onto the ideal line, gave enough room for Huesca to move up inside. He decided to go for the same line with that opening the door in the second part of the chicane. Once again, they go side by side in the second chicane. Oh, he goes over the curb. He clips him in the rear, and Huesca is out. That is the curb I was talking about before. Don't go over the sausage one. On the inside, he did so. Car flipped up. No chance for him, and all of a sudden, you're throwing away all of the chances for any points in the sprint series.
Did it cost Dave Jr.? That's the question, because he is going to be seething if that's the case. Moreira, though, about to go over the line, it seems here. He will be the winner in the very first sprint race, but it doesn't look like it's going to be done and dusted. We have one more race, obviously, to come. It's going to be an hour-long special, and Strafaldi half a second behind him. Oh, Felipe, he's got it done around Leo. Leo was in the barrier there. What happened there? He will be able to hang on to fourth. Maybe Oliveira Rodriguez just up behind him. It will go over the line in the end. Leo will go over, but it's going to be Felipe up into the podium. To Oliveira Rodriguez in 5th place, Porsche in 7th, 6th place Laba in the end in 7th. To Oliveira, where is, oh no, Jay Jr., he did get punted. He got punted off, 14th down, so the sausage curve ridden over. And Huesca in the end is actually going to finish ahead of him. You hate to see it, that's for sure. But that is the danger of going too wide through Rogia. And in the end, 10th place will now go down to Mercado, obviously, who benefits from those two drivers going off.
Yeah, Mercado had a very tough race, and with him ending now in a point position, he will be very, very happy about that. But the problem is there, you can't really blame a driver. I mean, you can, because he obviously clipped the curb, and that created all of the issues there and led to the spun. But both were side by side, both trying to give each other room. And at one point, there's just not enough room anymore. You get onto that curb, the car really lifts on the right side. No chance for you to steer anymore through that corner, and you just run into the car on the outside. Very unfortunate.
Well, we knew it was going to get hot and heavy in the final laps. Once you sort of get to that stage, it always fires up in the final 5 minutes. There's no doubt about it. But great to see. I'd love to get a glimpse of how Leo actually worked out there as well, because it did look like it was De Oliveira that was... no, De Oliveira was further behind him. Leo did look like Leo was hitting the inside of the Parabolica, so I'm very interested to see how that worked out as well. Of course, we will have our highlights from that race in just a moment, Rene, but what is the takeaway so far from the first American region race we've had?
It's a heated up grid, that's for sure. Parabolica is still the place to be. And where you normally don't make a move is into turn 1, although we saw
some work.
Huesca and Junior going through there side by side with switchback. They both switch position back and forth there. That was really incredible, but
And
let's
clean.
get back.
Clean start.
Clean. Let's go back to turn 1. That was the start of the race. Everyone got through there quite good, but in Ascari then, all of a sudden, everything went bad.
Absolutely, yeah, that's when things started to get undone a little bit here, and a couple of people outbraking one another. A little clip there. I mean, that's easily done. That's simply 2 cars turning into what is effectively a tight space on a 90-degree corner. Just again, Ascari just clipping that inside exit curb. You know, we talked about the outside one a number of times, which people have been catching. You got to also be careful of the inside. This was the front two, actually. This is Moreira and Strafaldi trying to exit the pits, and Moreira on the right side just like, no, this is not happening. I didn't see whether he got... He was going to be the second one to the pit limiter. I didn't see how he managed to accelerate there, or whether Strafaldi was just a little off it, or just maybe thought, I can't overtake you in the pits. This is not that.
Well, I was wondering, like, would the race look different if Strafaldi would have gotten the lead here? Would he be able to hold on to it? Because that would be a completely different finish then.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see that under brain.
This is the sausage curb clip.
Yep. Bonk. There we go.
Yeah, definitely getting caught out there. So we never got to see what happened with 3rd and 4th. Damn it! That's the one clip I wanted to see, but I was denied it. But don't matter, we're not going to be denied more racing action, because we have another hour-long sprint race to come. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll be ready for more action.
are back here in our Lamborghini studio. We just saw the first round of the final race, and in a few minutes we will see the final round for today. Wow, after 9 hours. Such a long day. Niels, what do you think about the first round?
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit skeptical at first because normally in the North American or the American market in general, it's more into oval racing, right? They're not too focused on the circuit racing that we are used to in Europe or in Asia. But you can also see that the level is quite high there by now. And I think esports has made it more accessible even in North America, for example, even though, have to say, the race so far dominated by Brazilians.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of action, right?
It was heated,
yeah,
especially in the end. I think we had a situation, right, in the last lap where I think they were passing each other into the first chicane, and then in the second chicane, they were still trying to kind of negotiate who would have this position in the end. Maybe we can get a shot on the screen even.
Yeah, that would be great.
In a couple seconds.
Yeah, do we have the shot? There it is.
Yeah, and then they are going side by side into the second chicane even, and yeah, I think the car leading into the chicane was sure to kind of be done with that battle, but the other guy just didn't give up. He wasn't done with the race yet, and yeah, he ended him for both. Sadly.
Oh, this hurts. This hurts. Okay, Niels, you won the Real Race last year, so you had the chance, went to Italy and drove the Lamborghini. How was that for you? How exciting?
I mean, I've been driving cars before, of course. I mean, my road
really?
legal car, for example. I had a chance to go to the Race of Champions 2 years ago, so we were driving cars on circuits, but going to Imola in Italy, like a very famous racetrack with long straights and then with a very powerful car like the Super Trofeo that we had there with 620 horsepower or so.
Wow.
And they put a chicane on this main straight for us so we wouldn't do the 290 it could do. So we were just doing just 260 at the end of the straight. And that was just how fierce it is and how it shakes you around, how hard the braking actually works, how much power there is when you really put the power down. How quick it goes through the corners with the downforce it has, even in the Super Trofeo car, which is kind of in between the GT3 and a non-aero car, basically. Yeah, and also driving the road-going Lamborghinis was a great experience because they are already super fast, but then making the step into the Super Trofeo is like doubling all your experience, all your senses. They have to be twice as sharp.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was quite a thing, I have to say.
And when you see the races today, do you have the urge to jump back into the seat to drive by yourself?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I got into this position watching the races instead of driving them, but I guess I got along with Lamborghini quite well, so I'm doing them a favor today, playing the expert a bit.
Yeah, cool. And back to the prize. So how was the trip for you last year when you went to Italy?
Yeah, I have to say, like, if I had to summarize it, because we probably don't have too much time, it was like diving into Italian culture and how Lamborghini interprets it.
Yeah.
And we were having an awesome experience all around. We got to visit a couple other places outside of the racetracks too. So they were just taking us on board into the lifestyle that they are living there and that they're trying to represent with their cars as well. So yeah, all in all, it was fantastic. A couple streamers there to give the whole thing some exposure. We got to talk a bit about cars, enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, and how is it when you have to drive through the night?
You mean in the game?
Yes, in the game.
I really hope that throughout the schedule of the season, they're going to tap into all the variability that the game has. Like we'll probably or hopefully see a rain race, for example, which makes it all sorts of difficult in another way. Or just driving at the night as well, where you have impaired vision and really there's just the cone of light where you see parts of the track, but all your reference points shift because whatever you saw in daylight is not there anymore at night, or when it rains, you see much less being behind another car, for example. Your vision is almost, not there anymore. So quite a lot of other skills can come into play when you change the conditions on track. And I'd really like to see the drivers go through that as well to really prove they are, the best in all possible scenarios.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Niels. And now we are ready for the final round. Back to Renee and Lee.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. The final race of the day. It is the Americas region that we are covering right now, Rene. And we just had a pretty close run thing, just a second between the two front runners. But Moreira was the winner in the first sprint race. Of course, that means he's going to be starting out on pole position once again.
Yeah, Moreira in the best spot in qualifying, in the first race, in the second race. If he just gets another back-to-back win, then we have to question ourselves, is it about pole position or are people really that quick? It's just, it worked for every of those regions. I hope it's a Monza phenomenon because Laguna Seca is a completely different beast in Monza when it comes to that corkscrew down and all that, a completely different flow of the track. But here, now, today, I just want to see a fight for the lead now. We had it before, it can happen. But Moreira also showed that he can manage it quite well because that gap was always around a second, no matter what. And it didn't look, in terms of his driving, as he was really pushing.
Even when he was challenged as well, it was Drafaldi that was up behind him in second place. Even when he was challenged, almost going into Rettifilo, he looked cold as ice, no problem. Didn't really fluster him. Kept his same line. Didn't go full defensive. He didn't even really need to. Let's see whether he's going to get challenged. Of course, you know. By the way, hats off to the Americas region. The first clean first lap we've had, I think. Actually, that's not true because they had a crash in Ascari. But that doesn't really count because
they're the only region that managed to go through to and one without a crash, but also the only region that then screwed up Ascari.
Yeah. But they crashed in Ascari, as you say. It's the first region to actually have a big crash in Ascari. So, you know, these things happen. Of course. If you wonder what we're talking about, what are these names? What are these corners? Well, it's all about Monza, of course. Here we are in Italy for the first race of this, the real race. Everybody in the Lamborghini Huracán GT3 EVOs. Fantastic cars. And then obviously that sets the field on a pretty even level. It's all about the little setup details that maybe they've worked through in there, how they're going to manage the tires, the temperatures, etc. So it does really test the abilities of the drivers to sort of separate themselves rather than the equipment.
Yeah, definitely. The all-in-perfect equipment, as you said already, it's the same for everyone out there, which means level playing field down to the driver, but also down to every single mistake or decision. And we sometimes see that. It's won not by mistakes in terms of the little fights and battles for position, but sometimes it's just down to a simple decision. Do I cover up inside? Do I give up inside, open it up so I'm on the line and actually have the better run out of the corner? All of these split-second decisions, they make up if you win or lose a race here.
Yeah, and there's going to be a couple of drivers out there that are going to be listening back, thinking back, errors that they made. I'm thinking of Huesca, obviously, and Dave Jr., obviously, on the final lap, connecting with each other, both going out of the points, obviously battling for that 10th place. Obviously, Mercado is the one that gained from that. By the way, who was running in 9th before he went in the pits, came out, had a nightmare because the early pits just didn't work for him. Something we're definitely going to be looking at in strategy-wise, what can work best. Throughout the races that we've had today, if you go too early, generally doesn't work. If you go too late, generally doesn't work. You really have to pick that sweet spot of when you take the pits. It can also be dictated by, obviously, your rivals. Like, if you're stuck up behind someone, do you now maybe take that pit earlier on and see if you basically, otherwise I'm just going to be stuck behind this guy, I'm losing time, or you certainly in your head, you feel like you're losing time.
Definitely. It's just pick the right spot. Easy to say, right? It's always a dynamic one. So it's about reading the race, reading the opponents, making sure that you know your own pace. Can I really go quicker? Is he not really holding me up and I'm actually just getting... Like, do I dive in there and get quicker because I'm actually chasing someone and I just feel like I'm slower? Or is it really the case? Because then you obviously want to come in. But I highly doubt that they are listening into that again now. If they do, then probably more wondering
they won't be listening to us, that's for sure.
No, yeah, they probably more wonder about our pronunciations of their names. So they should probably not do that now.
Butchering my name.
It's like, I wanted to look at what I did wrong, then I realized these two really butchered my name, completely destroyed my strategy.
I mean, my Brazilian's not that great. I can't quite get my Portuguese sort of pronunciations out there, but let's face it, it's better than my Russian was earlier on.
Not sure. I think I have it easier with Russian names than I have with Brazilian and Portuguese names.
I mean, Oliveira, I can get that. That's pretty straightforward.
You got this rolling R, which I can't do.
unlike the Odnogniev. I still can. I gotta get his name in my head at some point because we're going to be covering him all season long. So there's a lot to talk about him. But yeah. When
we talk about butchering names, we can go back into the race, have a look at the highlights again, and then run through all the names that we got wrong there. So let's bring up the highlights of the previous race we had in this region, in the Americas region, that started with the start. What a surprise, Rene. Great introduction to this. And it was Morera and Strafaldi that had a clean one off the line through turn 1, and then Ascari. All of a sudden, this happened, which really ruined races of 4 drivers early on in the race.
Yeah, going too wide through Ascari is generally not a clever thing. And this is where it can be dangerous going too wide in these tight chicanes that we have here. The Varianti, what are you seeing?
I now know why one of the yellow Lamborghinis was dropping in pace. You remember that, who was that? It was Felipe and Laba. They were very close, right? But all of a sudden, Felipe was a lot quicker because Laba went into the spinning car of Oliveira in turn 1, damaged, so his stop was a lot longer, which cost him all those seconds.
Is this going to be the final? Is this is Lava and not Lava? This is not Lava. Was that the Felipe overtake? I think that might have been the final. No, it wasn't. Okay, no, it wasn't because here's Oliveira going through. And this is further on. Oh, okay, this is the sausage clacks. You've got to be so careful of that big red sausage curve. What I'm talking about, you can see it, right? You've obviously got the normal red, white curve, but on the inside of that, there's a big old sausage curve. If you catch that, well, Neil's upstairs. He ain't going to be happy, that's for sure, because that is definitely a big no-no.
As Niels just sees dollar signs in his eyes, like that's someone I can teach. And then go for it. But, I mean, he's also realistic, right? Because Niels, as a coach, he knows with Rene, it's nothing I could save, right? Didn't work. Niels and me, we go back over 15 years.
Uncoachable.
Yeah, it's like over 15 years. We raced each other in a pro series on a different sim racing title back then when I think the term sim racing wasn't even around. The term esports wasn't around, that's for sure.
Were you in full sim rigs back then?
No,
was it
I had my steering wheel still at the desk, a normal seat, and like I said,
gaffer-taped wheels.
CRT displays. I had 3 of them later on. I got pictures of that.
CRTs?
Yeah, looked
Big
absolutely
CRTs.
awful. And obviously, nowadays, like they're buying screens for their sim racing rig, and they are like, the frame is like this. That's too much. It's distracting me. What? I had like this in between, right?
Big frames.
You could put an entire car on the screen in between that I couldn't see.
Reinforced desk to hold the massive CRT screens.
Yeah, like back then we traveled to a LAN event. I know LAN events are not really big anymore, right? Because most of it is done online nowadays. But it was one LAN event in Germany that featured a sim racing title as major tournament. So once a year, we all got over there. Put your rig in, pedals. We then had to ask
Northcon or something like that. Was that a Northcon or something?
No, that was MaxLAN.
MaxLAN, okay. I'm trying to
which is actually
German.
quite close.
Northcon's like the main one I know of in Germany.
It was pretty close to where I grew up, which was funny because normally in my region there was absolutely nothing, right? So that was the only cool thing. But we had to ask for specific VIP places. They got VIP places in the past, and then they realized
space, right?
Yeah, the race drivers they need way more space.
Power, space, everything.
Yeah. So we got all of that done, and I brought rigs, brought our own seats and stuff like that. Everyone else was like, for Counter-Strike, I don't need all of that stuff. What are they doing, right? And we had driver briefings in front of every single race. So we met up and then went into the rigs, raced there on LAN. That was a huge event. And honestly,
and that was the point that LAN events realized we ain't having sim races here. They bring so much equipment with them. Yeah, I can't imagine.
That's why DreamHack doesn't have us, It's like we couldn't afford that space for all the sim races that can sit somewhere.
Yeah. It is always fantastic, obviously, when we have these game conventions and obviously racing nowadays. Generally, we have the sim races at the circuits as well, which is always fantastic because obviously you're involved with the circuit, what's going on there, the whole atmosphere, the buzz of everything that's sort of involved in it. So it's great to see, and obviously, the sim rigs these days are far more, I would say...
Far better to transport.
Far better to transport, maybe is the best way I can put it. Far better to set up there as well. And obviously, there's all sorts of sponsors involved these days that will help you out.
the cool thing about online events and racing is sometimes it shows you what people are capable of. You're wondering, like, oh, how are these guys driving? And there's not a lot of cheating in sim racing. That's a good thing, right? Because there's no wall hack to
I mean, what are you going to gain from
whatever?
it, right? Yeah, what will you gain from it? Like, I've got a tire hack. How does that work?
Can see things. So that's kind of cool. But I saw in an offline event, no joke, on a big stage at Gamescom, actually, we had a sim racing event there, was the big final, and one of the guys crashed. And since they pointed the sim rigs towards the audience, which means people just saw the back of the screens, right?
Yeah.
Which is nice, because I understand that the other way around is nicer for audience, but you also want to make sure that the drivers know that they're racing in front of an audience, right? It gives a different feeling to an offline event. So they were driving, and he was like, I saw him crashing. I looked at the screen, crashing into the wall, and shortly after it was paused because the driver said he couldn't see a thing because his display dropped out, and that's why he crashed. So what happened? No joke. We saw it on our other camera. The team manager went up, passing the stage, pulling the cable, and then just going off. And you're like,
that's not right.
But I saw his screen. Like, I know he was absolutely clear.
It's funny that he crashed because he was steering like he crashed.
It was like, I saw it on his screen. Like, I saw the crash live while commentating over it. I was like, that guy is lying. So yeah, if you ever go to an offline event, make sure that cables are nowhere near people that might want to pull them.
Yes, well, obviously these days it's far more, everybody knows what they're doing these days. That was back in the Wild West.
No, that was 2017, 18.
Not long ago. Not that long ago. Not that long ago. Well, there you go then.
You see.
But obviously, you can see it. No, just goes to show, guys, cheating, it's not big, it's not clever.
It doesn't pay off either.
Don't do it. Yeah, it doesn't pay off because you'll get caught and then that's it. You're banned for life. Done. Gone. Out. And that's why we have some fantastic drivers right here that can't do that. Because obviously, as you say, there is no way to cheat in racing.
There is. Well, I'm not saying that now, but
not in actual racing. Like what I'm saying is, I'm not getting into real life where, but rule restrictions and stuff.
Oh, that's completely different.
That's a whole dirty kettle of fish that I'm not going to get into. I'm talking about right here, right now. There's no way of doing it because obviously it is all about the drivers. Who's the best drivers out there? And at the moment, Moreira is the top driver. Certainly, the Brazilian. Great to see the Brazilian region represented. Obviously the scene over there is very strong. Great to see drivers like Strafaldi, who openly admitted he's basically been playing Assetto Corsa Competizione for the last 12 months. So even when obviously Neil's out there, who's having himself a nice hot coffee at the moment, getting himself prepared, out there, obviously he wasn't up against the likes of Strafaldi because Strafaldi had only just started playing the game. So 12 months later, here he is competing in the real race. It's pretty crazy to see how it's gone, obviously, with the world being as it is, because while there's been a lot of negatives about what's been going on, obviously, in the world, this is a massive positive. We're starting to see a lot more racers getting involved here, and the sim racing world has grown considerably over the last year.
One of them could be a new Niels Naujoks, right? I mean, he gets kind of old. Time to replace him, right? He said already he's wondering, how did he end up talking about the race instead of being in it? Niels, pretty simple. You're slow. Happened to me as well, right? Out of the Pro Series into commentating about it. That's exactly how it goes. I'm really sorry. Your career comes to an end.
I get this feeling, right? We're going to be going into Laguna Seca, and we're suddenly going to be like, oh, damn, Niels is driving.
100%.
Niels is racing. Oh, no. We were just talking about how slow he is, but here he is racing in this one, and he's going to do well, and he's going to then the little tweet will come out, told you guys, with a cheesy picture with Carlos as well behind him.
G2 will probably then put me on the paycheck, where it's like, oh, you're a great motivator for Niels, making sure that he comes back.
But getting him back racing.
Works well.
But anyway, that aside, yeah, we're just obviously, you're wondering why we're still obviously chatting away here. There is obviously a problem. We're just trying to get things sorted out with the lobby, get everyone involved. Sometimes it can be the case when you're trying to get 20 drivers from around the world all into the same space. Doesn't always run that smoothly.
Yeah, and since we mostly get blamed by Niels and Julia about how much we talk and that we never stop during the race and they wonder how we do it, I guess we just send it over and see if they can actually talk that long. So challenge is on.
Okay, we will try, René. We will try. We are back here because we are trying to fix the problem. Not me, obviously, but the other guys behind the camera. But we have some community questions. Maybe, Niels, you can answer them. We will see.
I'll try my best.
One question is wearing certain shoes a point to think about for sim racing?
Totally. All comes back to the story of what equipment we've been using in the past. And 20 years ago, as I said, the pedals had very little resistance and they had a lot of distance, how they measured the input level. And if you used those with shoes, you had zero feeling of how much you're actually braking. And basically feeling the brake or how much you're braking is one of the key factors in sim racing. And nowadays, that the brake pedal is dealt with measuring kilos, you can actually press so hard on the pedal like you would in the real car, and then suddenly it becomes very useful to even use shoes, for example. So there are a lot of people just using shoes from their karting days or real racing shoes like we have on the shelf, for example. So it's totally normal nowadays to use shoes in sim racing as well. And then, yeah, if you want to make that choice, I guess karting shoes is the first reasonable way to go.
Okay, so not these shoes I'm wearing today.
I'm down for a test.
Should I try?
Maybe later.
Maybe later. Okay, maybe we will see how much time we have now, and maybe I can try it with these shoes. But with these shoes, I wouldn't drive a car, a real car.
They'd probably pull you out of traffic sooner or later.
Maybe it's very dangerous, I think. Okay, here's another community question: how to adjust when it's wet?
Yeah. Okay. It's a tricky one. Because it depends how long it's going to be wet in the race.
Yeah, but you don't know, right?
Sometimes.
Okay.
It really depends. So in the game, what you're having is a small weather prediction of half an hour. So you know what's going to happen in 10 and 30 minutes, and after that is a bit of guesswork. Could be more rain, could be less. So when the race starts, you see the condition right now. So say it's raining, and then you can see, okay, the prediction 30 minutes is still rain. So then you're starting to assume, I guess, the whole race is going to be rainy. And the changes you're going to make to the setup basically are you make everything you can softer. So the car has more time to respond to the track and always remain that grip level. Additionally, you probably change the tire, because a slick tire just won't work in the wet at all. You're probably not going to even make it to turn 1. So yeah, you're choosing a rain tire, and the rain tire works quite a bit differently than the dry tire. So you need different pressure levels in the tire. It has a different way of heating up. Once it gets dry, it overheats quite quickly. So yeah, you're trying to make sure you hit all these benchmarks, like the 30 psi, for example, in the tire, which is the air pressure. And yes, then depending on how many cars there are on track, an ideal line could form where then the water is being pushed to the side and becomes dry again, and then suddenly the rain tire starts heating up and the pressure rises. So you would see drivers, for example, going onto or off the ideal line on the main straight to cool the tires, actually, and all this is implemented in the game.
Do you like those challenges when it's wet?
It's very, very simple. If you had to paint a chart, there's the side of the chart. When I love it is when I get it right, and I hate it when I get it wrong. And we had an endurance race the other day, 24 hours of Spa, and
wow, 24 hours! This is such a long.
It's painful, and but if you win it, it's much more enjoyable as well.
Yeah.
So in this race, we knew the weather is going to be changing, which is a typical condition for the real life Spa event as well.
Okay, so it's wet and then it's sunny again, or what do you mean? Or snow?
Or even thunderstorm. Yeah, I think there were races with snow as well. And then of course they cancelled it in the real world. But it goes up and down with the weather all the time. So we were expecting something like this in the in the virtual race we were doing as well. But we were stuck in some form of drizzle all race, and we never really knew what the right tire was. So it was a really long 24 hours in that case.
Oh, wow, yeah. I can imagine. So we have another question. What communities do you recommend if you want to connect with other drivers and exchange?
That's a good one, because there are many by now. And for example, what first comes to mind is the SimGrid community, which has daily races organized. It doesn't even have to be a league, so it's like semi-organized for you if you just want to get started, have an organized race, don't want to commit to a league, you go to the SimGrid, and you can just pick up a race there. Or if you want to commit longer, they also have leagues. Then, of course, there's the SRO official series that we're driving right now as well. But I guess the level there is just a bit higher. They only have the top tier drivers there. Then there's several others like PPR eSports, who are, I think, American-based, if I'm not entirely wrong. So more for that market as well. Racing Club International comes to mind. There are a couple parties and certainly also a lot of national communities, right? I'm just mentioning international that come to mind right now. So if you're German, there's certainly something happening in the virtual racing forum, for example, organizing something.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Niels, and thanks for your questions. And I think we are ready to go. So, Lee, René, it's your turn.
It's our turn to fill that gap again, but I can tell you everything is ready to go. The servers are back in action, and racing will happen, the final race of the day. Obviously, the Americas region, if you missed earlier on, we've covered Asia, we've covered Europe, so we're 5 races deep right now, and we've got 1 hour-long sprint race to go.
Yeah, it is the same format as previously.
Hello, rain.
Oh my God, is it raining for the 1 hour race? If it does, I'm start dancing right now. You cannot see that on camera, but I'm basically hopping around the desk, being absolutely stunned by it. Amazing. Rain.
Is this only free practice? Are we being baited? You're baited for the free practice?
No. It says, look at that. Next 10 minutes, rain. Next 30 minutes, rain. Top right corner of your screen, it says rain. What was the chance in this race? 10% to get rain? I mean, amazing. Love it. This will be great. Absolutely. Wait, I jumped around the desk. They showed that? Yeah, no way. You can't do that.
Yeah, but you ran. Oh, you jumped off the track.
I jumped around the desk.
Off the track, off the desk even. I bet that was my racing right there.
I didn't know that there is a replay for that. Oh, come on. What does data protection law say? I talk to a lawyer real quick.
You said in your own words. In your own words. They can't see me, but I am jumping around right now. So you kind of said it right there.
Like a radio commentator. Now the big question is, do people have rain setups ready? Because I think it was a 10% chance for rain. Then the other thing is, how do they race in rain? Because it is completely different. You might want to adapt your line here and there. There might be drivers that are absolutely rain masters, and there might be others that aren't. So if it stays raining, what I really hope for, because that will be an incredible race, it will not make it easier, and it will make it hard for Morera, Strafali to maybe be as dominant as they have been in the dry.
Ooh, I mean, at least they're getting a bit longer in free practice to figure out how the heck they're going to do this. Obviously, not only do they have to figure out, obviously, with the hour-long fuel, they have to figure out how they're going to be in the rain and basically get their rain setups done, because obviously you're looking at a very different setup, different brakes even in there as well, getting the wet brakes on to make sure you are all set up. It really does change things, which is why we've got a bit longer in terms of free practice for them to all figure it out. Hopefully everybody in there, I can see there's quite a few in the pits that are trying to do this right now. I'm sure in terms of driver chat, they'll be like, hold on, don't start yet, I've got to get my setup right.
Yeah, it will need adjustments for rain. Obviously, you don't really want to have any aquaplaning. I'm not quite sure how heavy the rain will be, because ACC obviously features different stages of rain. It is dynamic, it might changes. We had 0 kph wind all day long, which is basically static because it doesn't really get rid or brings in other clouds. Now we have 1 kph. I'm not quite sure if that changes a lot, but if it stays raining, I mean, that makes sense to give them now a few minutes of free practice. They probably want to avoid that everyone in turn 1 would be like, oops, didn't expect water here.
Yeah, like I say, just totally different setup to the car. I mean, especially if they're not used to it, they're not used to race setups. Obviously, in terms of racing in general, certainly setting up your own forums, sometimes you have fun with the rain setups, but often you generally just have optimal settings, right? That's what you'd be going into.
You go for default setup. Click wet. bam, off we go.
Laba the fastest.
The only one with a lap time so far in the rain.
We're giving it to him.
It's pole position for him.
Yeah, pole position for Laba. There we go. Obviously, they're not setting up for qualifying. This is simply free practice, getting themselves adjusted and ready for the final 1 hour race that will get underway. There is a compulsory pit stop within that, of course, and that's why we're seeing a couple of guys still diving in the pits right now, just getting those final tweaks to the rain setup.
Look how amazingly that reflect. Oh, I love rain races. If there's one cool thing to commentate about, it's a rain race. It can only be beaten by a race that starts dry and for the last 15 minutes goes wet, right? That's the only other thing that beats a pure wet race. And that's like changing conditions. But there's a slight chance. Maybe we should have said that in the beginning. So every single race in the series has a certain percentage of possibility of rain and dynamic slots, so it's not like it's absolutely static, right? It can happen, it seems like to happen here, and as long as I don't hear anyone telling me, no, we will restart that, it will be dry, I still believe in a rain.
See, this is I'm of the same opinion, because obviously at the server restarts, I'm kind of just worried that, like, did someone get the settings wrong? I always got to worry about that, but at the moment, judging by the fact they are almost 10 minutes into the free practice, does tell me that is going to be the case. In fact, if I was to look, so you see in 30 minutes it's actually going to get lighter, so we may see the reverse transition going from wet to dry race towards the end of the race.
Rather like it the other way around, I think.
Well,
depends on, I mean, if they're in
rain setups, then
30 minutes
when
will
it dries
work,
out,
right? So the question is, how heavy is the rain at 30 minutes? Because you might stop, or you drag it on till 50 minutes and then get onto dry tires, because the rule still says 1 mandatory pit stop, 2 different tires.
Yeah.
They don't say
30-minute mark, you're going to be waiting for that dry track, and then it's like now everybody piles in the pits at the same time. That chaos sort of could ensue. It does mean that everybody's going to be trying to run as long as they can. We're still seeing people diving in the pits, quickly trying to do some changes here, so we're giving the drivers as much time as we can to get themselves
When they jump
out.
from free practice, they skip in qualification, which means the weekend skips. Not the weekend, but time at the weekend.
Yes.
So weather could be different.
This is what I'm talking about.
The race.
Yeah. That's why I was waiting for them to set up on the grid or on the back straight just before the parabolic and see exactly what the race weather is then. But judging by the fact we're staying on free practice, I'm going to assume it will be a wet start.
I'll just sit down here, pray for it. Pray to the admin gods that this is a wet race. There's a yellow flags. Yeah, you might see a lot of them during the race if it's raining.
I mean, where do we foresee the major problems in the wet? Obviously, I would say here. Obviously, you need to get your braking zones a little earlier, but not too earlier, because, you know, they're, like I say, they've switched over to the wet brakes now, which I think, is it like setting 2 instead of 1? I think it is something like that.
Wet brakes?
Yeah. There's different settings in there. It is set. See, Niels is nodding. Niels is nodding.
Do you mean brake pads or ABS?
Yes, different pads. You have
like pads.
Yeah, obviously not changing the whole thing. The pads. The pads.
Change the entire caliper. Like off. One on.
Like, come on. Use your brain a little bit here.
Did I ever run different brake? Oh no, I only ever run races that became wet, so I never had to start in wet. You changed the brake pads. Which number is brake pad for wet?
2, isn't it?
No,
it's 2.
It can't be 2. One is sprint, 2 is endurance.
No, 1's endurance, right? Yeah. 2 is sprint, 2 is endurance. Is it 3 that's the wet? I think it might be 3 that's the wet. Yeah. 2's endurance, yeah.
All right, should we tell the players? Just in case. I mean, some of them might never run a wet race.
Oh, well.
Oh, I just hope that it stays raining.
Please tell me this is staying as is. That's all we're waiting for. We're getting the information through. Here we go.
Look at that. There's a to-do list by Niels.
Okay.
To do for rain. Besides winning the race, it says camber, brake pads 3, toe, springs, more wing, ride height. Oh yeah, obviously you don't want to get it floating on water. Super hard to predict, almost gambling. Oh, really? Don't need an expert for that. And higher TC and ABS. All right, makes sense. So
a lot of changes for a driver to understand, and it comes into, and obviously Niels knows all about this. He's coaching, but I'm talking about obviously, for example, Stefaldi that's coming into it. Has had 12 months experience. Does he know, how well does he know the setups? Obviously, it's all great he's been doing these hot laps, but when you're doing hot laps, you generally go for the optimal setup, right? You're going for the optimal weather, the optimal everything. So when you're coming into this, obviously he would have done some racing in his time, but how well does he know, like, the Monza wet setup? Now, has he practiced for this? Because I'm sure they're all coming into this thinking it's going to be a nice dry race. It's like you said, it's what, 5-10% chance of rain. So, like, how much work do you put into that wet setup?
It's weird because I think weather was one of the most demanded features back, like when Niels and me started, right? There was no rain
exactly.
in races.
Changing
everyone wanted it.
Daylight conditions, night
everyone
time,
wanted day and night transition and weather. But on the other hand, if you look at most races in the community, they all happen without dynamic weather because they're all afraid of wet races. So it's like, great to have that feature. Looks nice graphically, but most drivers never experience it because they're like, in wet? Nah, I want to drive for real. I'll drive in the dry.
I don't know whether you and I or you guys at home have been debated, but I can tell you there's going to be a server restart, which means we're going to go to a break. When we come back, things will hopefully be back and ready to go.
And wet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a dry Monza.
Yep, I tried to say that I don't come back to the casting desk unless it's raining, but then they reminded me that they have the say and I don't, so I had to come back. No chance.
Yeah, and that was that. And if it counts, the weather's back to zero.
It's optimal.
Back to zero.
No wind, no rain.
It's almost like we predicted that it was going to happen. There we go. We're back into it. We have 19 cars in there. And more importantly, Hendriksen's back. Please don't be lagging. Let's see you race. The US representative qualified in 3rd place. Everybody bump, 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 bump as the server settles down. Everybody ready to go. And of course, it's going to be a rolling start once again. They're all out in the back of the circuit right now. Lights on. It definitely looks pretty dark. I don't know whether the rain clouds have passed, but either way, it's still looking very dark out there. And it does mean, obviously, everybody needs to be sorting their braking zones out, their braking points. Hot those brakes? Like, what am I about to say there? Heat up those brakes. That's what we get for being on air for 8 hours. It starts to get a little wild and wacky out here, Rene. And it will be getting wild and wacky because as they approach that line, the green light drops, they'll be off.
That is true, and it's once again Moreira who will start the race here next to Strafaldi in row number 1. Then it's Filippo and Leao in the 2nd row right behind them, diving down into turn 1. So let's see. Last time Moreira had a very good start. Easy through turn 1, and we're just waiting for race director to go green. And we got green, off we go, Moreira. Great start. Strafaldi has to slot in right behind it. It's absolutely no chance for him to challenge Moreira on the straight. He might come back under braking everyone else side by side. They're going down to turn 1. So far, everyone looks sorted, but look at Leo and Filippo just driving through, diving through it, so to say, into turn 1, finding himself in 2nd position just after the first chicane.
Strafaldi going to be going into Curva Grande, but I don't think he's going to have the position. Felipe's hanging on in there and will be going around the outside. It will give him the inside going into the Variante del Rogia, so we'll see whether it works out for him. It has been a relatively clean start through there, but Strafaldi was just so slow at the start, so far back. It's not too surprising to see off there. Oh, hits that sausage curb, and that puts, I think it was Leo that actually ended up hitting the gravel, which will slow him down massively and causing them many cars to come past him. To Alvaro Rodriguez going through, and I think Borja also went through as well, and poor old Leo, nothing you could do about that. That was simply a sausage curb, and that, I think, was Laba maybe going off there. That's in the yellow and red Lamborghini, certainly looking like he was pirouetting. A very action-packed first lap.
Yeah, this looks a bit messy. Everyone now trying to be happy about a dry race.
Oh, what has happened through the tunnel? How is that even a thing on the straight?
Nesca wants their crashes back. They're calling already. That's against license, right? What are you doing there? That was a big one, right down to Ascari. I mean, that was a straight under braking. Everyone side by side. And the one that's laughing right now is Moreira. 1.4 seconds of a gap already.
It was even before the braking zone. I don't even know how that happened because they should be flat out there. So simply cut. Someone has to have cut across somebody else there for that to even be considered a thing. But Moreira, as you say, with Strafaldi and Felipe at the moment. Felipe neck and neck alongside Strafaldi. Strafaldi is very slow at the start of this race. Whether he's maybe fueled himself a little too much or what, I don't know. Because at the moment, Felipe has been continuing to put that challenge in. Doesn't work out for them. Back down to Macari. Oh, Miguel running too much into there. He's going to have to give those positions back. And got to be careful he doesn't pick up a drive-through if he does it again.
Yeah, but he slowed down a lot, so that should work for him in terms of a drive-through. But I'm surprised that Strafaldi managed to pass Felipe again. I mean, after the second chicane, he went over the curb and lost a lot of time there, and Felipe was through, so I thought he can hold on to it. But no, he didn't. And now Strafaldi is back in position, so we're back to starting order, more or less. Besides us losing Dornelis, he dropped down to 19 for us, and Hendriksen making up ways. He's in 16 right now. Laba, obviously, after getting spun around in less mode too, I think, down to 15th position, and everyone else seems to kind of be okay right now.
Yeah, so Moreira got himself a pretty healthy lead there with Felipe challenging Strafaldi, but now Felipe sees himself the one having to be a bit more defensive to Oliveira Rodriguez. Here we go. So how did he end up going off, hitting the barrier, comes across, collects a car, and then comes back across and collects another 3 cars? Absolutely madness. I don't even know how it even started. It looked like he lost it coming out of the Lesmo, hit the barrier, was clipped, and that just kept him spinning down the straight. Absolutely a passenger.
Yeah, definitely looked like a carousel there that was going on, but unfortunately no one was really happy about that. There was no funny music running, no cool lights, besides his headlights turning in
Oliveira
circles.
looking to challenge Oliveira Rodriguez, getting past Felipe here, and I think he's going to get it done as we turn into the Variante, and actually, no, Felipe comes back at him. I'm surprised, actually. It looked like Oliveira Rodriguez had that done, but now look behind him, he's bringing them all in.
Yeah, it seems like Felipe is massively losing pace here. I mean, he was going for second position previously, and now he has to constantly defend against everyone else. I wonder if there might be a bit of damage to his Huracán, because currently he can't keep up with Strafaldi, and Oliveira Rodriguez, Borges, and Leao all come from the back and want to get involved in this, might snack a podium position.
Well, it was Leao that obviously got collected. He was running in 4th position. He was the one that got clipped by, I think it was Strafaldi that hit the sausage curb, if I'm correct, earlier on. So that's why he's definitely going to be looking to get his position increased as to where he is right now. But Strafaldi has, as you say, broke away a little bit from Felipe there, who himself is under pressure as they come through Ascari. Still absolutely intrigued to see. Honestly, I think it was Dornelles obviously that was spinning, judging by the fact that he's back there again. Don't really know what and where he could have been better. Hendrickson in the pits again. I hope that's just simply a stop this time and not another connection issue for him. It does look like he's coming out. So I wonder if he's just gone for that very early pit stop. I mean, he obviously started out at the back pretty much after a connection issue in the first race. So I wonder if that's just simply a tactical decision. 54 minutes, of course, the car can certainly do that with the fuel and tyres. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, looking at endurance, it's more just an enforced pit stop than anything.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, that you're basically now running on a set of tyres that is nearly an entire race old, right? Because you're pitting so early. Oliveira Leao, the next Oliveira, by the way, if you go for the full name, is struggling here against Borges. Should be on the inside, the number 68 there against the 24. That's Daniel de Oliveira in a 7th position, the number 20. But this is the fight what we're talking about. So there is Leao in green, and then Borges, the 68. That's the blue and orange car that was forced outside there. So Leao went through, can hold on to 6th position. Or was it de Oliveira? Oh, that was Oliveira. No, it wasn't Oliveira. Okay, it was Borges.
It was Leao that went through,
Yep.
Oliveira down in 7th place. So, yeah, Leao indeed does take his position back there going through Rogier. So, managing to work well for him. We haven't seen too many overtaking maneuvers as clean as that today through the Rogier. So, really well done to him. It was Laba that we saw earlier on, so he was the yellow and red car that was sent out. So obviously while he ran well in the first race, is now down in 14th position because of that catastrophe of a first lap, which I hate to say I'm not used to seeing, but sometimes and quite often, especially on a track like Monza, it does happen in the sim racing world. It can be the cause and effect of simply not having to pay for the damage like you would in real life.
It certainly helps, I'm absolutely sure about that. On the other hand, I see how many people crash real-life racing cars,
Indeed,
so I'm not quite sure if it's any better there, even if they have to pay. But yeah, it's just Monza. There's so much high speed, so much slipstream you can use to then dive into, and the only chance is being super strong under braking most of the time, which kind of forces these side-by-side entries that lead to problems, especially since we have those high curbs that are there for a reason, right? They want to keep people from cutting those chicanes, but it also makes it very, very risky going there side by side.
Slight little bump in the back there from Mercado onto De Oliveira. So safe in the end, but yeah, definitely a small piece of contact from the number 23 car. as they were hard on the brakes as they go through the Roggia. And this time it is much cleaner as they pass on through. So the question is, can Strafaldi put any pressure onto Moreira, or is Moreira going to continue to do with what we've seen throughout all the regions so far? Back-to-back winners on both races. Moreira was certainly pressured by Strafaldi in the first 45-minute sprint race here. It was just a second between the two, so we know Strafaldi certainly got it in him. The question is, does he want to risk it? Because honestly, 2 second places is certainly nothing to be sniffed at.
Settled down a bit now, but look at that. That's the next side-by-side situation here. That was Felipe against Strafal. No, that's not Strafali. That's Felipe against De Oliveira Rodriguez in the blue Lamborghini that he had in the previous race.
Made it.
Well, it seems like no. Around the outside, that's too long. Look at that. It's just more meters to cover. To
How
go
he can
onto
put his foot down now? Is he going to just tuck in and then get the little toe and then try and see if he can out-drag and out-brake down into Rettifilo? It's going to be really tricky. Yeah, I think he's realizing it's probably not going to work. He's just almost just trying to keep the pressure out there, but you can see Felipe just making sure he can squeeze it, keep that line clean, and he will go through no problems.
Yeah, the problem here was he couldn't stay in slipstream long enough as he was that close already, but obviously the slipstream helps you to build more speed, right? But for that you need time in the slipstream. He only had like, what, not even half a second there. So it wasn't enough to really get his car to be quicker by 2-3 kph to make that move, and unfortunately had to slot behind Felipe once again.
We'll keep our eye on the lap times to see whether they do come down. I think I was looking at, I think it was mainly about 1:47.4 was the fastest in the sprint race of the 45 minutes at the moment. 1:47.8 you can see already from Rodriguez. They're obviously fueled up just a little bit more. His previous lap actually 1:47.9, so decent work from him to keep that pressure on. That's why Felipe is feeling that pressure. So really, the Oliveira Rodriguez, who was running in third place in fairness, tries a little switch there, coming down through Ascari, trying to keep that pressure on. He's going to have a good exit here. He took a good line, but it was a little slower going in. Whoa, so close to catching that little dip there that can catch you off guard and send you flying off into the left barriers. Felipe, I think that's why we're seeing a small little divot here. He's not going to be close enough coming into the Parabolica.
He might have a good run out of Parabolica now for Oliveira Rodriguez. I mean, gets all the slipstream. This time it would be enough if he has a good exit. He needs that little bit of toe from the get-go, basically, to be there for the drive into turn one. Now it starts. It builds up, basically. Obviously, you build up more speed and momentum due to the slipstream. It's not an immediate effect. It takes a while, but he's jumping out of it way too early here. No chance for him to make a move unless his strategy was just about pressuring Felipe, and he just wanted to show, hey, I'm still here.
Well, he's certainly lapping very well, no doubt about it. But look at Felipe, the answer comes in at 1:48.7 his last lap, which was definitely a lot slower to try and cause things down. Meanwhile, Mercado down here, you can see a 1:48.8 as he continues to chase on the back of another De Oliveira, not to be confused with De Oliveira Rodriguez, who is running in fourth place. I would just stick with the number 20 car. There we go, on your screens. That's going to be a lot easier. He's on a 1:48.5, so it's definitely the pace that everybody's running on at the moment. There are 1:47 certainly in the cars if they choose to really try and put those hot laps in.
Yeah, not easy, obviously, in this traffic to really run a hot lap or qualifying pace even. Fuel is different, tires are different right now, and obviously the slipstream earlier braking, because if you're trailing, then you can't brake as late as you would do alone on the track. And someone that definitely knows about it is Ivo De Oliveira Rodriguez, because once again, Ascari is especially scary, I would say, when following another car, because you really need to hit the right type of curb, the right angle on that curb, and it doesn't work if you can't see it because there's another car right in front of you.
Yeah, and Oliveira Rodriguez there almost collecting and losing the car. Good catch, by the way, as well. He managed to quickly correct himself there, and I think he's just going to take a small breather just to get himself together there as he continues the race hard. 1:48.0. You can see he's really got the pace in the car to try and get past Felipe. It's whether he's got the the skill, effectively, the racecraft, as we like to call it, to get past. Obviously, we've been talking about it all day long, going into the Variante del Rettificio there. It's so tricky to really get two through there. You know, obviously you can see it certainly in open wheelers, it can make it work, but here in GT3 cars, these cars are big. There's no doubt about it. There's not a lot of space in there for two cars to beat side by side.
I'm not quite sure while Daniel de Oliveira is flashing his lights, but Machado behind, Borg is behind him.
Ooh.
I won't be able to see that, but that's Machado, the guy I was just talking about, against Woodruff in the 65, and it seems like Huesca might also get a run here and drop into the points with that maneuver. Yes, he does, sending the 23 of Machado down to 10th. Oh,
Huesca's right on him as well. Yeah, so he's lost 2 places there. He's going to be furious about that. And Huesca is looking to try and do someone better as well. Remember, Huesca obviously losing out and collecting Dave Jr. in the previous race as well, who are both running in 10th and 11th right now. Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez, apologies for butchering your name, currently still running in 4th on the back of Felipe. But Borges now home and dry. Nice run from him, and Machado is going to be seething, losing those 2 places in 1 lap.
You're not easy if you drop several places on a lap. It hits your confidence, right? And you don't feel that well in the car anymore. You suddenly get concerned about absolutely everything. Did I overheat the tires? Especially many sim races, checking their tire pressure way more often than you would do in a real race. You just run, and you run as good as it feels at that moment. But often they start pressuring themselves with just looking at it. They're looking at it and then they decide, oh, that's too hot. Doesn't really work, instead of just feeling the car and trying to do their best. So I think that's one of the downsides of having all the data available all the time. It's similar to in real race cars or even track cars. People that prefer to have a lot of gauges, like for oil temperature and whatsoever, they are way more concerned about running the car on the track than someone that doesn't know. Because let's be real, most of these gauges, when it's up and showing you that something is wrong, it's too late anyway.
It's too late, yeah. You've not spotted it early enough. Yeah, it's the problem is already there, and you're just simply managing the problem rather than anything else. But Igor desperately trying to get past here. Oliveira Rodriguez on Felipe, feeling like he's wanting to get on that podium, but has been sort of left wanting. The man that isn't wanting is Fidel Morera, who is running away with this one, just like Gary Huang, just like... Damn it, I've thrown myself under the bus.
I can tell you,
I know Jordan. I could remember Jordan, but I couldn't remember. It was Jordan Sherritt, yeah.
Yeah. Happened to me today as well. Like maneuvering yourself into a spot that you don't want to be.
2 hours ago. It's just like my memory's going through a sieve right now. It's just
apologies to Jordan Sherritt. Obviously, we watched your interview, great guy. So it's just Lee sometimes being.
Oh yeah, just me. It's just me. Starting to vegetate live on air. Okay, here we go. Here we go. He's got a much quicker run. Oh, he's pulled out too early again, hasn't he? I think.
He's not brave enough to really stay behind that Lamborghini and trying to brake and then switch. Yeah. Obviously, that's a bit of a dive, right? If you're under braking or like if both cars are braking already, it's considered a dive bomb. But on the other hand, I think sim races are a bit too tight with that labeling of attacks. I'm totally fine with it, and I would always launch it in real life because that's how you pass people.
So it is different because obviously a lot of the frustrations from that side of things, especially from sim racing, comes from not so much in actual competition, but in other servers. Obviously, things that have happened to you, everybody's been there, right? Everyone's been torpedoed and speared from the side. Someone's just completely missed their braking point. And then as soon as someone sees that happen in an actual sim race, everyone jumps on it. Obviously, it's like the knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, it's very easy to quickly react to it, but you got to realize, obviously, that the pressure and difficulty sometimes that the drivers are under.
It's just that often in sim racing, as soon as it's labeled a pro event and someone does it wrong, like someone brakes too late or it's like, oh, really bad driving standards, this was probably on purpose, he's a pro and all that. Like, wait, what? Look at all the real life driving pros. When we talk about fast racing, then people are on the edge every single time, and it's totally normal that you push over that limit sometimes and it goes wrong. Talking about that, Rodriguez trying to dive up the inside in Parabolica, and that doesn't go wrong. Instead, he probably takes down Felipe now and moves up to a podium spot in this beautiful blue Lamborghini Huracán GT3 on to start, finish straight. Now he probably has to defend into turn 1, but Parabolica, that was spot on.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. By the way, can I just give yet an... Oh, hello. What is that? That's some late braking coming in behind. Leo steaming up on the back of them there. I want to just give a quick shout out to the, once again, Americas region, for keeping the same liveries for the first time today. We haven't had livery changes.
Are you sure that the numbers are still the same?
The numbers may have changed. I don't know about the numbers, but I've been following the liveries, and I still recognize that obviously Felipe and Laba and Co. and everybody that we were recognizing in these liveries has stayed the same. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Commentators appreciate that, that's for sure.
Do. And the viewers as well, because it makes it easy to recognize cars.
That's why I wonder why in the US, in NASCAR, for example, they run different liveries per driver.
It's bonkers.
So they're the same team, but completely different liveries. Like, oh, God, that's even hard as a viewer to follow, right? Because viewers have the same problems as we do. They look at it and they need to simply understand what's happening to actually catch the excitement of it. Keeping the same livery, making it easy for commentary and for viewers, definitely gains you a more...
Is it down to individual driver sponsors in NASCAR though?
Yes.
I'm wondering, because obviously you're also not running vehicle manufacturers, obviously, which generally is where you have the team colours across various other sports.
They get a main sponsor for the driver or even for the team. So one driver sponsors one car for the team and pays for it, and another...
Which is why you have different liveries based on whatever sponsor they may have, etc. Whoever's paying the bills,
This, by the way, does not confirm Lamborghini going into NASCAR. I know the sim racing scene, sometimes they're like, oh, that probably confirms something, but no, it doesn't. But this confirms that De Oliveira Rodriguez is a great driver, because that was a move on the edge, spot on, and very clear how he passed Felipe, who, by the way, also played along quite nicely.
Ooh, Woodrow and Borges here. Woodrow having a little look up the inside. Has actually lost out to... Is that Huesca? That's Huesca, isn't it? That's just up behind him. Leo, though. Leo's gaining ground. While Felipe and Oliveira Rodriguez have been battling, Leo has definitely caught up here. 5-second gap behind him to De Oliveira, not to be confused with De Oliveira Rodriguez. So, yes, I know it can get quite confusing sometimes when we have multiple names, which is why we'll try and switch the numbers as much as possible, but generally you guys should be able to recognize. You see the name in the bottom right hand corner, their best lap, their last lap, etc., etc. As much information. Laba into the pits. I think this is the first real pit stop we're going to have here. Pretty early one. There's no doubt about that. Obviously only 20 minutes into the race, so a long way off that halfway marker yet, with another 10 minutes to go here. Stafaldi still running in second place, 3.6 seconds off Moreira though. Moreira very much at home right now, it seems, at Monza, and looking to consolidate that position and pick himself up his second back-to-back win with a second driver on 50 points. It's incredible, really, how it's worked out that way today.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds, that's the right gap. Really, it's not like if you do one bad lap, someone gets into striking distance, or at least bigger in your rearview mirror. No, 3.5 is absolutely fine. If you can run that through till the end, that will be great. But on the other hand, he still has to pit, right? It's half an hour nearly done. 38 minutes still to go, which means around now we probably see the first one starting to pull into the pits, unless all of them listen to you on the last race and decide to run long.
Well, not too long, no. We have a great little battle here. Obviously, this is the battle for third, but this is the battle I was interested in. From 7th down to 11th, there is 5 cars all running within 0.2 of a second. You can see exactly what that means and what that translates to on screen. It means that we have a 5-car train queued up behind Joao Borges right now, who is, Joao's definitely causing himself a problem now. Huesca, Woodrow, Mercado, Jr., all in there, all within 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, it's a really great fighting group here, coming down to the second chicane, under braking. Look how beautiful that looks. They all died in, diving into it. And then there's another 2-man fighting group behind. Who is that? Is that Miguel and Moisan, the 66 and the 70? Yeah, it is. Moisant on the 66.
They're getting drawn into this, which is pretty crazy, from 7th through to 13th. Basically, there's a lot of points to be had there. So this is obviously a battle for position. Still 37 minutes to go in this race, so plenty of time to pick your moment. But you've got to be careful if you go for that attacking move, well, suddenly you may lose a spot yourself.
Yeah, that's always a crucial thing to be aware of, that you need to know your surrounding and how much you lose if your attack might not be the best one. Not talking about a great mistake, as in like really going too wide and off the track. No, just a normal attack. It costs you time. And you might give room for someone else to set up an attack in the very next corner just because you really wanted to have a look inside here. And that's not what you want to do. That's not how you want to handle the race. Borges, by the way, he just opened the door in Parabolica. And it seems like Huesca is taking it immediately. That was that one little mistake that is enough to let someone through. And look at it, Borges has to give it up even before the corner. So the run out of Parabolica was already strong enough for Huesca, but can he defend into turn 1? Yes, that looks good, parking it on the apex, punching everyone up behind, but it is another position won by Huesca, now up to 7th.
Yeah, oh, hello, Leo in the pits, okay. This is what we're talking about. We're 5 minutes off now, that halfway marker. We're going to start seeing people maybe looking at undercuts, overcuts, where they're going to go, where they're going to shake out. Talking about the previous race here, in fact, in the Americas. Obviously, we saw the late runners actually working out well. Oliver Rodriguez was one of those that benefited from it. At the moment, he is running in 3rd. Leo, actually, I thought ran longer in the previous race as well, but this time choosing to come in early, whatever reason for. But Huesca up in 6th now. Great move from him, obviously because of the pit stop as well, technically 7th. He was the one that was fighting in the end for that 10th place in the previous race. Lost out, connected with Dave Jr., and in the end up both going up. I see Dave Jr. is probably Junia. I don't know, actually double check whether he is, what nation he's from. He's US, it's going to be Junior. There we go. So that's the problem we sometimes face as commentators. What region are they from?
By the way, I said in the beginning it's 4 different US drivers. That is completely wrong. I just realized that I overlooked the ones at the top because Borges is 6.
Yeah.
Henriksen is from the US. Woodrow was like Moisan. CA is a California, but it's obviously not.
Yeah.
And then Baston, Bakirdan, and Junior and Canapan, they're all US, so I think that equals 7. Not 2. Machada coming in. And behind him is Junior also pulling up into the pits. So we get the new pit stop window now around 34 minutes.
Yeah, so they're starting to come in. We'll see as and when Strafaldi decides to maybe try and have a moment. Has fallen quite far back, honestly, 4.5 seconds. He was running a second behind Moreira throughout the first 45-minute sprint rate, but it still does look like he's settled down into his rhythm at the moment. Someone that's not in their rhythm is these two. The podium position, 3rd place, is one that they are fighting for. Oliver de Rodriguez has managed to get past. I'm changing his name around at the moment. Oliveira Rodriguez, apologies. Did manage to get that position taken off Felipe, but Felipe wants it back. This is going to be a battle that will continue for a while, I feel. Huesca has managed to get himself cleanly through past Borges, but still under threat there. What was a very close run thing is obviously now broken down as more and more people start to come into the pits.
It will be interesting to see. I think the De Oliveira, Rodriguez and Felipe battle might be another one that goes down to the pits where someone stays out 1 or 2 laps longer. And then we see if the gap has changed between those. Ryan Woodrow, another driver that actually ran in the SRO Championship over in America. So not unknown to GT Racing. Currently in 8th. I think the sprint race was not good for him at all. I think he got caught up in one of the early crashes, but who pulled in there? That's Borges, who is, was he in 7th before?
He was obviously up behind Huesca, so obviously he was the one that lost out that position. So Woodrow obviously is going to move up, and they will filter through. Moreira and Strafaldi still remaining out on the track right now. De Oliveira Rodriguez still with Felipe up behind him. 32 minutes to go, so the halfway mark still approaching, still 2 minutes before we get there. Definitely the pit window that everybody's looking at. Leo was the first to blink effectively on that pit window. We'll see how he benefits, because he is basically hot lapping out there, so we'll keep our eye on his last laps and see how it goes at the moment. Obviously he's only just come out, he's on his out lap at the moment, which is why he's seen it at 2:49 as he goes around the Parabolica. We'll see what he can put in, because obviously he's going to be on the chase now. He was on the back of Felipe and Rodriguez, so he's going to be all about trying to put in as quicker times as he can. A 1:48.1 as he goes over the line there, so we'll see whether he can keep on dropping that time. Not bad for what is effectively your first real lap after your out lap.
Yeah, we'll see if that works out for him with the pit stop there.
Well, I mean, in terms of times, look at that. Felipe was on 1:49. So if they keep that up, it's definitely going to work out for them. Borges now just coming out of the pits. Oh, that's going to be close.
And that's Machado right next to him. So position 13 that they were fighting for. Machado now up to 12. And with that, it should be, that was Borges that dropped all the way behind. Yeah, Borges should be on 13th.
He's lost places there. Machado was long out of it. So for Machado to go past, who was also stopped, by the way, definitely a problem. Felipe now, 1:47.9. So that's sort of the margin that these guys that have stayed out are still doing. As opposed to those that are going to come in later. Huesca going into the pits. Felipe and Oliveira Rodriguez continuing to battle out there. And honestly, at the moment, they're probably looking at when they're doing sub-48s. They're probably thinking, you know what, let's just stay out. It's working out. Once it starts to drift in terms of times for them, they're going to see it in their car. Once they know that time starts to slip, that's when they're going to look at coming in.
Yeah, you really have to keep track of your timings and how you actually perform under these circumstances. And with the tires they're currently running, as you said already, they're running well. They could just keep going a little bit longer, because it's halfway through exactly now. So first half of the race is done. They're in a good position. They're in a good speed. Moreira and Strafaldi are also still out there. So they're not doing anything wrong with that pace, staying out on track rather than going in.
Yeah, see whether it continues for them. You can see the race leader right now, a 1:48.3 for him, 1:47.5, the fastest lap that he has put in so far today, with Strafaldi further down on 4.5 seconds behind him, actually. That's a back marker that's behind him, I believe, at the moment, obviously, as they will start to get past some of these guys that have been in the pits. 1:48.2 for Oliveira Rodriguez in the previous lap, so maybe starting to look at it. Here's the race leader coming into the pits, and second place Strafaldi right up behind him as well, as they all start to come into the pits now. Oliveira Rodriguez also in, so Felipe chooses to stay out, and we become the race leader.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's all alone on the track because everyone else pulled in. It's just Woodrow, De Oliveira, and Moisan that didn't pit yet.
It's hot lap time basically for Felipe, right? He needs to try and see if he can get some of those 47s in. This is the only way he can make up that spot. Obviously, he was stuck behind De Oliveira Rodriguez with what was it, like half a second behind effectively. So he needs to try and hot lap as much as he can and really, really go for it.
Yeah, if he launches a grey lap now, then it might pay it off for him, but we will see if his timing is spot on. Oh, we go on board. I absolutely love this camera. Look how good the Huracán looks. Is that Alcantara on top of the dashboard? Oh, race car. Really like that. Race logic on the right that gives you the times. That is a big slide. Running in the 90s. So initially, once again, coming back, and that costs a ton of time on these cars. Yeah. Kind of killing the tires. I mean, that doesn't really matter because it will swap them out anyway. But yeah, it's definitely not a fast lap time anymore.
Yeah, big chunk of opposite lot, catching it well though. Quick reactions to see exactly how it's going to work out. You guys at home, you keep your eye on this. It's great to see, as you say, these in-car views, but not when he's having a big outing like that. He definitely backed off this time as he goes through Ascari, and a relative delicate run through Ascari. I wonder
with that off like that, he maybe just been thinking, okay, I'll probably best go back in the pits. De Oliveira, not to be confused with De Oliveira Rodriguez, who was running in third place, is still out as well, along with Woodrow now, the only two remaining drivers, along with Felipe on your screen, who looks like he's going to come in the pits. Yeah, I almost expected that. After having such a bit of almost a scary moment like that, you just think, you know what, I needed a hot lap, it didn't work, I'm just going to suck it up and go in.
Yeah, probably the tyres were a bit hot now after what he just did. That's probably the replay of that. Yeah, car slipping away on the entry already. So not ideal. That was Lesmo 2, and we know Lesmo 1 was even worse in terms of going sideways. So not ideal conditions. Let's see where he comes out, though, because Fidel Morera, that is the guy that should lead after Woodrow also went into the pits. Woodrow went for another lap, quite surprising, as De Oliveira also came in. So it's just Woodrow that is still out there. But Morera and Strafaldi, that should be 1 and 2. And Felipe either comes around in front of De Oliveira Rodriguez or behind, depending on if this worked.
But look how close Leo is. So Leo obviously pitted, one of the first to pit out of them, actually. So now he's only 1.5 seconds behind on Oliveira Rodriguez. So Felipe now on the exit. So obviously was running in 4th place. It's going to be Leo that he needs to slot between, which is going to be pretty scary. They're coming now over the line. So where is he? He's going to be coming out of the pit exit. He'll be on the way on that white line. There he is. There's Felipe. There's De Oliveira Rodriguez going past. Where's Leo? Leo, the green car coming up alongside. They're going to be late on the brakes, and Leo has made it work, but he's out-braked himself. How many times have we seen that? He has to give the position to Felipe. Oh my word, we see it once again. And that is that the 3rd region running? We've seen that happen now.
Seems like to be a common case in Monza. Everyone trying to challenge people into turn 1 coming out of the pits. Brakes obviously not on the same temperature as they had before. And the same for the tyres as they swapped them out. And then all of a sudden they realize cars not stopping as quick as expected. And then they find themselves cutting that corner. Felipe, so right behind Oliveira Rodriguez, so it didn't really pay off for him because I think he lost time there. It is 1.5 seconds. That's a lot.
Absolutely. Ryan Woodrow still going. 148.6, definitely not the fastest lap, and his best is 148.2. Well, I can tell you the man behind him, Morera, who is going to be the race leader, is on 147s at the moment, so we'll see how that works out. Here's Leo in that green car, just... I don't know whether he was just unsighted and slightly missed his braking point. It looks like he missed his brake point by a fraction. That's simply it. Just looking at the car thinking, hang on. Well, there's a car coming out the pits. The car coming out the pits. Is there a back marker? Is it someone down? He's like, oh no, it's a battle for position. It's like panic. But he has... actually, as we come back out of it, got past Felipe. So something, during that replay, he has managed to get past Felipe here, and it's worked out for him now as they go around. I think that's the, that's the Parabolica. So somewhere back there, maybe through Ascari, it's worked out for him.
Yeah, definitely. He got a run at Felipe and he had to give up. Felipe not really up to the pace he had been early on in the race. I mean, keep in mind, Felipe at one point was 2nd position of the race, had a great start, really challenged Strafaldi into turn 1, into chicane 2, so did a good job there. But now that the cars are running more freely, it's not running as well for him. Ricardo Hesca still on 8th right now behind Oliveira. That's the blue number 20 car right in front of him, not challenging down in turn 1, but they still have 24 minutes nearly to go, so a lot that can still change here.
Somebody that has benefited massively from the pits is Dave Jr. up into 9th place. He was down in around about 11th place.
Oh, that's the goal from Leao against Felipe on the outside of Ascari.
Right through Ascari. I mean, it's risky, no doubt about it, because if you clip one of those curbs, it can absolutely send you into the barriers. Ryan Woodrow, what is the race leader? Certainly won't be by the time he comes out of the pits. The final man to take that pit on the 20th lap, the end of his 20th lap. That means that Fidel Morera on your screens here certainly will be going through as he does a 148 flat through there. And just to put in perspective, Woodrow's fastest was a 148.5. So that's just how quick Morera is going at the moment. Doing average laps of 148 flat. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, he is quick, and as you said, Woodrow will definitely not come out on top of the pits. He's the last one to do his mandatory pit stop, but curious to see where he ends up. Gabriel Philippe dropping on pace, not really challenging Leao here after he was taken down at Ascari. So it seems like dropping in pace, not really dialed in as much as he would like to be, but might even be better than the rain race.
Yeah, I mean, a second off his fastest so far, so definitely a little off at the moment. For
Woodrow, by the way, pulled out of the pits, so he should be around 10th, probably. Yep, there we go. That is 10th now.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty close to where he was, because he was in and around the Huesca battle, right, when everybody was in around there. So Mercado is getting an unpleasant surprise, I think, probably for him, because he thought he was in the points, and out he pops there. So definitely going to cause him issues. Meanwhile, obviously that battle that was pretty much a train at one point, right? We'll see how close they are all running. Dave Jr. actually just got past Borges, if I'm not mistaken, moving up into 8th position. Obviously, we're seeing Huesca in 7th here. They are neck and neck alongside each other, so Dave Jr. and Borges suddenly going at it. Dave Jr. wants to get as many points as he can after being punted off 3 minutes before the end of the last sprint race.
Yeah, he had a very promising first race, and it didn't really work out as he expected and as he was hoping, that's for sure. Now in the second race, he could regain those lost points. He wants to stay within contention of the top 10 here and in the championship overall. It is a long run. It's 10 not races, it's 20 races in total, but 10 race events or race days in total. And for that, you want to make sure that whatever happens, you at least got 1 point somewhere to make sure that you really did your best.
Mercado looked like he was in a real chance to put a pressure on to Woodrow there for 10th place going into the Parabolica. There's Dave Jr. You can see they're just behind Dave Jr. at the moment. Keep our eye on that battle as Woodrow obviously holding on to that 10th spot. That's the final points position. Felipe still keeping that challenge onto Leo. And obviously Leo was the one that took that position. There is Mercado. And as they approach the Rettifilo, is going to have a little look. We'll see whether he makes it work here. Ryan Woodrow going to be on fresher tyres. And I don't think he's going to feel too pressured there.
Yeah, that should work out for Woodrow. He got the right car for now. And Mercado is running those tyres a little bit longer. I mean, they might be running well. And a bit less fuel, not quite sure. I think no one was taking fuel, to be honest. But I might be wrong, since we never looked into their settings. But yeah, Woodrow, great positioning. He stays in 10th. That is the last spot to gain points, but Mercado still has 20 minutes to make that move around, to get back on the spot that scores some points for him, and that's so important. And Moisan is a bit further down the road, but if these two start fighting and really going at each other, we might see him joining that group very soon. It's 2.8 seconds so far.
Yeah, there's just a couple of groups, right, spaced out between them at the moment. It does look like the front three podiums are currently set, unless Leo can put a challenge in maybe on Oliveira Rodriguez, who obviously after the pit stops, the shakeouts, he's going to be very happy with how his race has gone in terms of being able to get that third place and wrestle it away. And more importantly for him, obviously with Felipe and Leo now battling themselves, it buys him all the time he needs. Speaking of all the time you need, Moreira continuing to go over the line once again at 47.8 there. Some fast laps coming out from him. 47.8 for Daniel Strafaldi as well in second place, just proving why they are up there. 47.8 also for Oliveira Rodriguez. Incredible stuff really for the front three, all lapping in those 47.8s.
Philippa finally back on Leao here, so it seems like he regained some pace and was closing the gap to Leao and wants to make another move. Filippo kind of on the losing end of the pit strategy, on the losing end of 3 fights in total, because he was up in second position early in the race, but now he gets quicker and might even look for a move here. That gets him not yet on the podium, but at least very, very close.
Well, they did obviously lose out this place through Ascari, and we'll see how it works at the moment. They're going around the Lesmos and trying to figure out if he can get close enough. Felipe continuing to keep that pressure on further down the field. As I say, there's about 4 battles happening at the moment. This one definitely the closest of the bunch, as I keep my eye on the timings to see whether we can have anything else shaking out. But this definitely a big points battle with just under 18 minutes to go in the race.
plenty of time for a lot of action, and we know normally the last 10 to 5 minutes, that's where all of a sudden everyone find the boost button, NOS, turbocharger, additional, I don't know what, but they find it, and then all of a sudden everything heats up all around the track in all the groups, and we got tons of fights on. So that's basically what I'm waiting for now, like that they get on the gloves and finally go to town.
Well, that's what we're looking for to liven up this final race of the evening for the Americas. We've had some fantastic racing action with the 2 sprint races in both Asia and Europe. And look at this defensive driving now starting to come out from Leo. Hard on the brakes, making his car as wide as possible. Oh, a little punt comes out. That sends Leo round. Felipe realized what he's done. He's going to try and give the position back. He will do. So Leo will regain that 4th place.
That was kind of hard. On one side it was spectacular, on the other side it was 2 drivers realizing that didn't work out. Let's go back to like reset this.
Sorry.
Yeah, reset the setting. No one overtook us in that time, so we can back to normal, and now the fight is once again on.
I mean, all that's really gained is obviously, Leo is now 9 seconds behind Oliveira Rodriguez. They were 3 seconds, so forget the challenge for the podium unless there's a real big off from them. But for 6th place here, Daniel de Oliveira, he suddenly is thinking, I see them right in front of me. Where the heck did they just come from? And that's going to maybe spur him on a little bit, because obviously he's got Huesca bearing down on him. So maybe he's thinking, hang on a minute, that's 4th and 5th right in front of me. They're not backmarkers. I've got a chance at more points.
We saw someone melting down 3 seconds of advantage previously here. Once again, that is what happened between Felipe and... yeah, it was... it was not really bad of any of the drivers, right? Leao was a bit slow in the apex. Felipe came in with more speed. Obviously wanted to use that down the straight, but already bumped into him right on the apex. Luckily, nothing big happened. He got the position back and the fight is still on. That's fine.
Well, here's Dave Jr. with Ryan Woodrow now right on his rear wing. There's Ryan Woodrow having a little look. Remember, much fresher tyres for Woodrow as they approach into the Parabolica and looking for that little switch back. Oh, he got too quick on the gas, I think, there. Expecting to try and undercut, but Dave Jr. has just held that line really nicely. It's like, nope, you're going to have to race harder than that if you're coming past me.
It seems like Woodrow had a really good run out of Parabolica. There is a ton of speed in there, but still not enough. Look at that. He's roughly at the rear quarter panel under braking. Didn't look too bad, but once again, Junior just parking it on the apex. We saw that so often in this corner. It is easy to defend, that's for sure. So don't try to waste your energy and your wear and tear on all of this in turn 1. Try to do it somewhere else.
Front wing of that Lamborghini all over him round the Curva Grande. He's going to try and force the switch back into Rogier here, I think. We'll see whether it works out. There's cutting across. Neither of them obviously catching any of those sausage curbs, and both make it clean through here as we approach the first Lesmo. And around about 4th gear corner, pretty quick one there, and then they get into the second one a little harder on the brakes on the entry, and then try and carry as much speed on the exit.
Interesting approach there to go inside on the Lesmo. Not the easiest due to the banking there and how weirdly shaped the corner is, basically. But Woodrow still right behind Junior, and they're going down to Ascari. In Ascari might be enough to go side by side. We saw that working previously. That wasn't close enough yet to really launch at it, but we saw a driver previously doing that, and it looked so good.
And this defensive driving that Dave Jr. is having to do here is bringing Mercado into this. Look at that, he's now a second behind, very much being brought into this, and that's brilliant for Mercado because he's looking at this battle as they go side by side once again into the Parabolica, just trying to make it work here. Woodrow looking for that switch back. He's actually run it way too wide, and Mercado's now looking at coming through. He's been drawn right into it from a second behind. He is now sniffing the exhaust fumes of Ryan Woodrow.
Yeah, that was just very unfortunate, right? He was braking a bit too late. You saw the car going twitchy for just half a second, right? And that was enough to not get the car turned in. So he was going straight, running all the way up to the white line. And that cost him a lot of time now. And all of a sudden, as I said already, Mercado is part of this fighting group, and it become a three-way battle.
Yeah, it buys more and more time for the
front drivers to sort of get away. Felipe is still keeping that challenge onto Leo. We'll keep you updated on how that one plays out at the moment. But Dave Jr. on your screen here under the pressure from the two drivers of Woodrow and Mercado. Here's Leo, you can see, still keeping Felipe at bay. 4th and 5th. We saw them have the little pirouette through the Variante earlier on, so it does mean that they retain position for now. Huesca also, by the way, in 7th place, looking to challenge 6th place de Oliveira as well. You can see them just behind there in the back of the screen as they come through Ascari as well. So 3 pockets of races, all for points now as we approach the final 12 minutes of the race here. 25 laps gone. Moreira, your current race leader, has been from the start, along with Strafaldi and de Oliveira Rodriguez rounding out the podium. They look like they're set in stone, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself yet, because if you remember back to our second race of the day, Rene, it was about 7 hours ago. I know I'm testing you here. We did say the Russian driver have a problem, and that was a problem. Who was that? Was that Dave Jr. getting slippy?
No,
it was Woodrow. I think it was Woodrow, yeah.
That was Woodrow once again running wide. Oh, we see Felipe and Leao side by side again. Leao gets spun again. Same corner, and it went wrong. I think he wanted to cover up the inside, but Felipe was already in there, and all of a sudden you're facing the wrong direction, losing tons and tons of time. Is he still there? Is he in front of de Oliveira? That's the big question now. Did he make it?
No, definitely not. Leo is way back now, because I think Felipe is going to look at that, think it was fair, feel that maybe Leo turned in on him. Leo has actually lost in place as well to de Oliveira, so he's gone down to 6th as well because of that, because he was sent spinning off there. So he finds himself with Huesca also on his rear end as well, who was looking to put a challenge on de Oliveira. So he's effectively rejoined the track, and de Oliveira's gone past. So it sent him down from 4th down to 6th, and don't think there's any way Felipe is coming back. We definitely need to check a replay of that to see exactly who was at fault. Obviously the race director will certainly be doing that himself to check things out. But yes, an unfortunate incident between two cars that we've already seen collect a couple of times.
Yeah, that's true, and it was once again the same situation, but this time I might give it to Felipe here, because Leao was turning in. Obviously they were side by side. You need to let space for everyone, right? And he had the full rights to be on the inside of that corner. It was just very unfortunate, because it's also hard to judge, right? Sitting in the cockpit in that corner, everything looks a lot more narrow than it actually is, and you're just afraid that you're running out of tarmac too early. Huesca trying to run very much to the inside here and catch the slipstream afterwards of Leao to maybe drag him down the stretch, but it will not be enough to launch it up the inside into turn 1, that's for sure here.
Yeah, Huesca wants to be cautious as well. If you remember, obviously with, 3 minutes to go, he was the one that connected with Dave Jr. in the previous sprint race. Here we go, let's have a look at this. This is Leo in the green car and Felipe in the yellow and red. And oh yeah, no, Leo just completely turned in on him.
Yeah, he went to the outside to get a better run into the left-hander, and then closes the door again, but Felipe was still there, right? It's not like he was so slow through the first.
Where's he going to go? There's a sausage curb there. It's not like he could do anything about it. Yeah, that was a total turn in there. So definitely going to be kicking himself for that one. There's no doubt, there's no excuse for it. He's going to have a massive car on the left shouted at him by the AI that will tell him that exactly what is going on there. A big marker on your screen as well, and if he's got a big curved screen or triple monitor setup, he can certainly see it himself.
Yeah, it's just normal race incident. Things like that happen when it's racing for position, right? It's a tough fight, which is good. That's what we want to see. If no one would risk anything, then racing would be kind of boring. Luckily, it isn't. People are willing to risk a thing, and they're willing to go far to make it work. Let's see here. That is, who is that just attacked the green car there? Oh, that's Huesca now going at Leao.
Yeah.
Interesting. I was like, wait, Felipe should be in front of them, but it's Huesca who got the same livery on. Now down to Parabolica. No, he's not close enough for a run, unless Leao runs too wide, and we saw that happening quite often now in the later half of the race.
Yeah, Leao in damage control right now, I think. I don't know how much. Obviously, he's been punted from behind. Obviously, there he was effectively turned in, so would have taken damage in the front left. So I don't know what sort of damage control he's under right now, but he's simply trying to retain as many points as he can with just 8 minutes to go here. Just to recap, of course, out in front, Fidel Moreda, no doubt about it, the out-and-out champion so far here in Monza, of course, winning these first 45-minute sprint race and looking like he's going to win himself the second 1 hour race here at Monza. Has been by far the best driver, and just like we saw in Asia and Europe, is going to look to win in the back-to-back races from pole position. It seems like it's worked that way for the drivers at the front of the field. Strafaldi also looking very good for him. 2 second places, was challenging much more in the first race, just a second behind Moreira. Hello, we got Woodrow and Junior going at it. It is going to be Junior once again that will keep Woodrow at bay, but the I believe the US driver is certainly trying to put the challenge in.
Yeah, definitely. These guys are not done yet. And Mercado will probably join the fight very, very soon for the last remaining 7 minutes. That gives enough time to set up an attack and to really but look at that. That was an awful accident by Junior, and all of a sudden Woodrow is actually side by side running down to Ascari, has the quicker car even. Wow, that must have been a really bad accident there.
Flashing his lights, I'm not sure on that, Dave Jr. I'm not sure you had the track position to be able to flash your lights there. You were the one that made the mistake, and well, he is through, and that is a move. And don't forget, Dave Jr., he was punted off the track. I'm going to repeat this, punted off the track through no fault of his own when they were running in that 10th position before. He's in 10th again. He's got Mercado up behind him this time. He really doesn't want to lose more points again.
Oh, that might have been a bit too aggressive here, because that will cost him time running down the start-finish stretch, and I would be afraid that Mercado might run it. That was Moisan, yeah, he runs a bit wide. That is the track, you need to go to the right, man. Don't run away, but luckily for Junior, he didn't give enough space to Mercado to really pop up. Look at that, all of a sudden, Woodrow is way too slow, and Dave Jr. makes it to the outside. They collect once again. Luckily, no one spins, but Mercado creeping closer and closer, and with 5.5 minutes to go, he sees the chance there to gain massively in terms of points.
Yeah, Woodrow seems to be lifting or something. Either way, he was definitely much slower than both Junior and Mercado there. Not too sure what was going on, but it seemed like he lifted effectively going down just past the pit straight there. Didn't quite see exactly what he was causing him, but anyway, he managed to get away with it and will hold position. Speaking of holding positions, Leo also holding his position with Huesca as well. That's just ahead of this chasing pack. It is a 10-second gap between them, though, as they look towards it. That is further up the field, you can see with Ascari there. Borges also being slowly drawn into this. 5 minutes to go. This is where it starts to get the hot and heavy zone, and everybody starts to make those little rash maneuvers that they've been dreaming about for the last 50 minutes and seeing some big, fat, juicy points for their championships. They got to be careful. We're talking about consistency. That's how you win championships. Sometimes you go for the gap. Sometimes it's better to just suck it up and take the points for the day.
Definitely, and it's time now to think about that, right? Do you really want to risk everything? Which I appreciate, because I want to have racing action on the screen. But on the other hand, you want to score the points. You don't want to go out zero of the Monza race if you had been in a great position to get points. So let's see how they all handle that. It's Borges on the back of Huesca and Leao. And I have to say, Huesca, who races for 15 years in sim racing, just started his own sim racing school, so probably challenging Niels Naujoks right now on the market. But he is running super well. He's calm and collected. He's good in terms of positioning the car and making it work. Let's just hope that that actually works for the last, 3.5 minutes? Because otherwise, there's a car waiting with Borges immediately to take it.
Yeah, they're all keeping that challenge, that pressure, that threat is staying ever present throughout the final few minutes of this race. Everybody just holding and running as much track as they can as through the Lesmos. As we see Borges' point of view, you see it just dip away there. It can be so unsettling if you're not used to it, but obviously these drivers have all been running many, hundreds of laps, I'm going to safe to say. There's no doubt about it. Hundreds and hundreds of laps just to be here in the first place, to be here in this race. They have to go through the open qualification, then the closed qualification, just to get here and be the top 20 quality drivers from their respective region. Here in the Americas, Brazil is dominant. There's no doubt about it. Moreira, Strafali, all been 1 and 2, locking that out. De Oliveira as well. It's going to be a full Brazilian podium. We're just going to wave big Brazilian flags at the end of this one.
Definitely, and I have to say, the big, I don't want to say loser, that sounds so mean, but the biggest non-winner of the Americas is definitely William Hendrickson from the US, 18 years old, qualified 3rd position for this, has a ton of good results. I mean, 10 hours of Silverstone P1, 12 hours of the third pole position, 12 hours of the third pole position, World Cup Suzuka position 2, SRO America position 2, so he knows how to race, but somehow Monza did not work out at all for him so far.
I mean, obviously he had the connection issue in the first race, but yeah, hasn't been able to put it together for whatever reason here in the second race either, when he's obviously been starting further down. Didn't know whether he was been maybe involved in collision, but either way, it hasn't been his day, unfortunately, for the young American, but maybe we'll see him coming back stronger as we move on to Laguna Seca. Will be the next track, of course, that will be open for all you guys at home. We'll get to that in a few moments, though, because we have the final 1.5 minutes of action here, and this is where people start to get a little twitchy. They start to make some moves that perhaps they hadn't dreamed about or thought about further on. Moreira will be going over the line, so we will be getting ourselves another lap as they go through Ascari, so no worries about that right now as we see them. So all these guys, they're going to realize that, thinking, okay, this is my penultimate lap. Am I in a move? This would be the ideal time to make that move, or are they too far adrift? There's Moreira going over the line. The final lap of the race has now begun. Who is going to come out on top?
It will be Moreira.
Could crash
again.
He could crash.
He could crash, but let's not hope for that one, because he deserved it with the performance he put together here for this first race of the season. He absolutely deserves the win, but Huesca, he thinks he deserves 6th position over Leao, that's for sure, because he's still racing hard. Might even be able to break super late into turn 1. No, you shouldn't try that. It's kind of a dive bomb if you would launch it up the inside, but he also knows that Borges is waiting right behind it in a number 68 car, the orange and blue Huracán. So once again, you have the situation of you want to make a move, you want to make it now, very last lap, but you might end up losing another position. Luckily, that would still be within the points.
It does look like that Ryan Woodrow's gamble of being the last man to pit stop has kind of worked out for him. He's keeping hold of that 9th position. 10 seconds astray of the battle we're seeing right now, but he is going to hang on to those 9th and 10th points for Dave Jr. It seems they've got a second between them. So this is the battle right now in the final lap. It is going to be Moreira that will be going over the line in just a few moments, but Huesca obviously keeping the pressure on with Borges up behind him. The question is, will anybody make the move? Will they settle for the points they have? Remember, Huesca went into Dave Jr. Both of them went off on the final, I think it was about 2 minutes to go in the race, so that may well be playing in the mind of Huesca, which is why we might see him not make this move onto Leo. He might be thinking, you know what, I need to play it safe, I need the points. Here is the winner, though, Fidel Moreira. Back-to-back sprint race win for him. Dominant performance, no doubt about it. Strafaldi going over the line as well. Fantastic for him in second place to round out the podium. It will be Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez. He will close that out. As we go into the Parabolica, let's see. We were talking about whether it was going to be Huesca going for it. Borges certainly looking to go for the switch back there, but it doesn't look like he's quite got enough to make it count. Leo will be out on the right-hand side. No problem for him. He will go over the line, 6th place. Huesca 7th, Borges in 8th. Ryan Woodrow now coming around the Parabolica. It will be a 9th place for the American, and Dave Jr. will round out 10th place in the end and will pick up his points that he was denied, in fairness, in the 45-minute sprint.
I just wonder, wasn't at the beginning of this lap, wasn't Woodrow in 10th?
No.
He was 9th all the time.
He was 9th, yes.
Okay, that's my brain playing tricks on me. That's fine. Real Alaba, he looked way better in the first race. Unfortunately, here in main race, couldn't turn that into points, but it also just the first race of the season. So still a lot of opportunities, but you want to make it count from the get-go because you know it's always easier than chasing the entire championship.
Well, it has been a long day here, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at the highlights from that final race of the evening in the Americas, the 1 hour sprint race. Fantastic stuff from start to finish. That was the real problem. So he actually got nudged. So it wasn't his fault. He didn't lose it in the Lesmo. And then, of course, that was the chaos that ensued. You know, it's a pretty tight, there's no runoffs because you just don't expect cars to crash there, right? So instead, he managed to collect himself around about 5 or 6 bonus points. I don't think anyone's going to be too happy about that as they try and correct themselves, but I didn't see who it was. You know what? It was a blue car. I wonder if that was de Oliveira.
It could have been de Oliveira Rodriguez who
connected with him, yeah.
It was kind of tough because obviously everyone is flat out at that point, but we saw overtaking happening on the track without crashes being part of that. That was quite an interesting one. That was Leao against Felipe. And Felipe gained that position back. Obviously, Leao had to give it back, but was a good run into turn 1 again. Later on, he challenged him quite
I think we're going to see it again. Here it is. Here is the second challenge coming through, and you can see that once again, through Ascari, Leo manages to make it work. Just out on the side there, Fidel, certainly fantastic from him.
Of it. A bit of track extension, obviously, but it's part of it. Worked quite well for him. That was the first love tap.
Just a little love tap.
Yeah, it was just to make sure, like, by the way, ghost mode is off. Quickly show you that. And then there was another one. We'll probably see that right after. Yeah, that was a bit more tough for Leao because he basically cuts off Felipe there. There was no way for him to go on the yellow car. And unfortunately, Leao lost 1 or 2 positions even. But Moreira, no highlight from him because the highlight was basically the entire 1 hour race and the 45 minutes previously. That guy, no mistakes, no challenges.
Ice cold.
Great racing. Yes, like that's how you do it, right? Yeah. It's just a bit sad because that means you won't be shown that often. Maybe next time you should play around, manage that.
It is the issue. When you are a runaway winner, you know it happens across all motorsport. When you are the runaway winner, you generally just don't get too much screen time. And once again, as has been proven, all the battles happening around that 5th place once again. You know, it happened. It was 4th and 5th. It was Leo. It was not Fidel. I was calling him Fidel. It was Fidel Moreira was the winner. Felipe, once again, in and around that 5th place. It's been the story of Monza throughout the day, through both Asia, Europe, and now the Americas. Incredible.
It seems to always evolve around that position, which is interesting because the real thing is, I thought it should be the closest race between 2nd and 3rd. Let's say first guy is really someone super quick, but then normally 2nd and 3rd are quite close. But we also saw that the guys that were good in the hot lap session, besides Americas, no other region had them 1 and 2. Because this race was always Moreira in front of Stefani. That's 1 and 2 from the hot laps. If we look at this list, which is the one from Europe, we had Jordan Sherrod and Masoud Redouane, who wasn't anywhere near being 2nd in the race, but it was Sherrod winning it. So it was kind of interesting to see that in I wouldn't say Brazil.
I think even if we were to go even further Americas. Back to Ogniov, I think I've got my piece of paper around here somewhere. There we go. If I was to go back to 9 hours ago, we would look at, and it was Rahmat that was actually 2nd, but he did not come 2nd.
No,
he ended up down like 5th or 6th or something like that. So, I mean, that can be the difference, right? Between simple hot lap speed that you can carry on and you can sit there on your own in your rig doing your single lap best time, running low fuel. But when you get all that fuel in there, when you get the other 19 cars on the grid, suddenly you realize this is not as easy as it has been all week long.
It will be interesting to see now that the first event kicked off and many people have a chance to look at it. They might want to qualify. We were joking about that. What happens if Neil Naujoks actually jumps in and get into Europe, right? So it's not just Niels. It could be anyone else, right? It could be me.
He's had 9 hours to check the rules to make sure he can race next time in Laguna Seca.
He probably messaged Lamborghini already.
Yeah.
Is that fine?
He's been out back checking the league ops guy. I want to race next time. This is my championship.
You know what I mean? There might be new names in, while the names that we have, I would say among the top 5, probably will be around for Laguna Seca, unless that's a track they really don't like. But there will be more names coming in, not really at the end of the championship, but now in the first, let's say, first third of the championship, there's still a chance that the actual champion is in the next race or the race after when we head over to Suzuka.
And if you're watching right now, and in whatever region you're in, whether it be Asia, Europe, or Americas, you can be there. You can have a chance. Qualification for Laguna Seca will be opening up shortly throughout the week, I believe. And then obviously you're going to have a chance of getting in there. And if you're in the top 40 best times, then there you are. You're in. You're into the closed qualifier. Then, of course, you got to go through qualification again, but you're in with obviously the top 40 drivers from your region. And if you can get into the top 20, you're going to be right here, right now. So obviously, while you guys at home may have been watching and looking at that guy, oh, look at that guy's last. He's one of the top 20 drivers from the entire region. He's not a bad driver.
About that, right? Because there's always someone last.
Yeah.
There's no other way
to
in
be,
racing.
right? Yeah.
Right? Someone has to be last. And then people are always like, oh, how the hell did he qualify?
Look at that. They're down in like 15th position.
Yeah, it's like, well, hey, there's still a lot more people in the actual region playing ACC and qualifying for the Lamborghini The Real Race, because it's a great event. It's an amazing prize, right? Running a Lamborghini on a real racetrack, becoming part of the family, basically. Don't ever forget about that. It's not like that easy. But if you put the effort in, if you might listen to Niels and the sim racing school, then you have a shot.
Yeah.
Maybe you're in.
Indeed. I mean, it's 15 out of what? Thousands, basically. Not 15 out of the 20 cars. 15 out of thousands that have tried to qualify and do those hot laps. And don't forget all the people that are just embarrassed and don't post their times in the first place.
Like we're talking about. I had to go just to check the track.
I just wanted to practice the track. What sort of lap times, just to confirm, my suspicions, what sort of lap times are we looking at here? So obviously you've got to be figuring that out as well. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day overall. I mean, obviously we've been able to see all the action because we've had to talk to you guys about all the action throughout the day. What's been your standout highlight? I'm going to throw you under the bus here. A standout highlight from the day across all 3 regions, 6 races in total.
I might go with the Ascari outside pass that we had in this race.
Okay, yeah.
Because that was really good.
I like that. You know what mine was?
The one with...
Don't you steal my thunder. You're going to steal my point.
I'm looking
You're going to look towards it. Are you going for Europe?
Where's the name?
Who are you after? Ezza?
No.
Oh, Ezza was
Ezza with...
the Parabolica in the last lap.
The
side-by-side? Are you talking about the side-by-side? Yeah, but he missed out on the first one. Ezza was the one that did it in the Parabolica in the last lap. After 3 minutes to go, gained I think it was a 4-second gap. I think he gained and managed to take him on the final corner of the last lap.
That one worked, and it wasn't a photo finish, but it was a great overall moment across 2 laps, basically.
It was clean. It was a chase.
Who was doing that? First race, right?
It was Ezza. No, you talking about
side-by-side finish.
Asia's finish? That was... You'll have to bear with me because this is a much smaller print. Pimeda?
Give it to me.
Give it to you.
Can't read it.
You go do that. I can't read it.
It's fine. Here, Andrew Lawrenson from
yes,
AU is that New Zealand?
Is he 5,000th of a second, I think it was. It was basically a photo finish, 5,000th of a second finish. Fantastic stuff. We've had some great moments throughout the day. There's no doubt about it. We've seen also some catastrophic first laps. Some interesting punts. Interestingly enough, the weird one for me was that generally turn 1's actually not been that bad. It was Roggia where a lot of the problems happened. The second chicane, if you're unfamiliar, it's turn 4 and 5, Variante del Roggia. That's where, especially in Europe, we had 3 cars, I think it was, on the grass on the outside. That obviously, you can't brake on the grass, guys. It doesn't work that well. And fast they went. I think Giglio went through. There was a couple of names that actually managed to fight back. Ezza was actually one of them that went off. I don't know if it was his own fault.
That's why he actually came back.
So all these guys that had to make these big comebacks in the second race.
I have to say, though, just to get that right, because I know people hate it if you don't correct mistakes on camera.
Yeah.
I was celebrating that it's great to have New Zealand drivers in.
There's no New Zealand
No,
drivers.
they're all from
They're
Australia.
all Australians. I didn't want to correct you at the time when you said about it.
I just looked it up. I was like,
I actually,
right.
I double checked. I was looking at the flags. I was like, that's an Australian flag. And then you said New Zealand. I'm like, New Zealand flag's black and white.
Yeah,
not
true.
blue and white. But anyway, it's all right. Nobody from that region's watching anymore. They're all fast asleep. So, Rene, don't worry. You can't redeem yourself yet. You're probably going to get some angry tweets. Speaking of, thanks for your watching. We're going to go over to Julia, though. Hopefully, we'll be standing by with the winner.
Thanks, Renee. Thanks, Lee. Yeah, we have a third winner of the day. It's Fidel Moreira from Brazil. Oh my God, this name. Wow. Congratulations. So, Niels, what was your highlight?
I think you're forgiven after 9 hours getting a single name wrong.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, my highlight actually go with what the guys over there just said. The pass of Zahir Essa into the last corner in the European race. And then actually the side-by-side into Ascari, because I know how hard it is to go there through that corner on your own, and then having someone side-by-side, trusting that person to really also happen to leave you the necessary space. So that was a really respectful fight by these two guys in the last race there. I think it was around the 4th or 5th position or something. And they, I think they had like 3, 4, 5 attempts where they tried to leave each other space. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, but they were always fair with one another, giving the position back if it didn't work as it should.
Yeah, a lot of action, and we are just trying to get Fidel on the screen, that we can talk to him, that we can ask him how he's feeling, that we can say congratulations after such a long race with a lot of action. What would you say, what was the challenge in the last round for him? Especially?
I think the main thing was that there's always this practice session before the race, and it happened to be wet. So I think everybody was a bit confused because all the other races were dry so far, and there was very little chance only for rain. So I guess they didn't really even practice it.
Yeah.
And then, when you happen to be in that session, why is it wet now? And everybody has to get going, get the car dialed in, and with very little time, it's a very stressful situation. So I guess it was something to put you off at first.
Yeah.
And then you try to find something in the car. Okay, what do I do now? How's the temperature? How does it play with my tire pressure? What do I have to set up now? And it's really very little time to get that done, because you actually need to drive to figure out what the pressure is. And then I think switching back to the dry setting, I guess some people might have been relieved, but on the other hand, they didn't get to drive in the dry conditions, just have to go straight into the race without being kind of adapted to the situation.
Yeah.
So handling that and still kind of getting into your groove quickly again after the start is the crucial thing here.
Yeah, so Fidel can be really proud of himself, and I just heard we can talk to him. We just have him now in the line. Hi, Fidel.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
How do you feel?
I am so much happy, and I don't speak English.
That's totally fine.
I am so much happy.
That's totally fine. We are all exhausted. So congratulations. Have a good night and enjoy your victory.
You.
Okay, here we see the winner. This is Fidel. Congratulations to Brazil. I mean, it's such a long journey today for everyone, for every racer, so everyone can be proud of himself. And now we can have a look at the standings, at the final standings from the last round.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Moreira, of course, winning both races, has got himself quite a nice gap already. But on the other hand, you always have to say, despite there being this board in your bottom of the list now, maybe, there's 9 races to go. 450 points still up for grabs.
Yeah.
So everything we see there is basically meaningless if you look at the entire season. Even though I think Moreira, he now knows his skill, he now knows he has a chance, and he'll invest even more time to still come out on top in the next couple races.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And now we have some highlights for you guys. Enjoy. Okay. All right, guys, this is it. The first The Real Race 2021 is in the books. What an incredible show full of virtual motorsports from our amazing Lamborghini studio. Sadly, we are almost at the end of our show, so final check-up on you guys. Niels, did you enjoy the races today?
We were told not to use one word, but yes, I totally did.
Okay, cool. Me too. And Renee, Lee, what are your hopes for the upcoming races? Maybe who want to go first?
I'll go with it. Yeah, I'm just hoping we see some great action. I want to see some different winners than obviously just back-to-back winners every time. It's nice to get the front livened up. That's what we're looking forward to. 9 more races to go, though. Long time.
Okay, thank you, guys. You had such a good day today. I think you have no voice anymore,
She's
right?
skipping me now on purpose. I was just letting Lee go first.
You can also say something.
Yeah,
Okay,
I let Lee go first because I wanted to say that the headline of the next race hopefully will be rain, a lot of it, everywhere.
Okay, thank you, guys. And we are already looking forward to our next race event on July 11th in Laguna Seca. I hope you will all join us again. And if you want to join, feel free to head over to esports.lamborghini and sign up for the next races. Thanks to Lamborghini, the game is free to play at the moment. And finally, a shout out to our sponsors and partners, Assetto Corsa Competizione, Kaspersky and Intel. We hope to see you on screen again for our next The Real Race. Thanks for tuning in and goodbye.